This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Ice Age Open Beta. Axing, Big Brother is dead. It is said that he was beaten to death by several workers at the construction site because of the arrears of project payment. Hong Kong, in an office building. Chao Xing heard someone calling his name and glanced at the other person lightly. It was a young man in a suit and a big back hair. Then, Chao Xing lowered his head again. He was playing a survival adventure game on his tablet called Ice Age, which was realistic and was considered a hardcore survival game. The player will appear next to a bonfire at the beginning. Because of the extremely low temperature in this world, it is safe to move only within the coverage of the bonfire. If you leave the bonfire for a long time, the game character will be frozen to death. Players need to build shelters to unlock various basic buildings. These buildings can also be upgraded by collecting various materials. For example, bonfires can be upgraded to large bonfires, furnaces, and even energy towers in the later stages. In addition, players can also develop military strength or develop technology in the territory to unlock different schools. According to the official, a team mode will be launched later. However, because the game is still in the internal testing stage, Chao Xing did not see anyone playing this game with him, and he could not even find it online. At this time, a prompt appeared on the tablet screen. This game will be open for public testing in 2 hours, and will soon enter maintenance. More content is being released. Look forward to it. Is the public testing finally going to start? Chao Xing's heart moved. At this time, the young man with the big back hair sat down next to him naturally. Wu Jiawei put his arm around Chao Xing's shoulders. Ah Xing, you have followed the big brother for a while, and he is still your boss. He died? Aren't you upset? Chao Xing put down the tablet, glanced at him and said, come on, after he founded Yongsheng Group to clean up his mess, he cut off all ties with us. After so many years, I was just his exclusive driver. I don't have any feelings for him. Besides, he was originally a black-hearted person, and it's normal for him to be beaten to death. That's true. Wu Jiawei nodded. At this time, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. What a pity. My brother has been pursuing Lu Muxue for so many years, and finally got her, and was ready to get married. But this happened. Speaking of which, Lu Muxue is really a rare beauty. That figure, and those long legs. Wow. Anyone who sees them will be confused. What a pity. My brother is not lucky enough to enjoy it. Chao Xing did not take up this topic, because his mobile phone vibrated. After seeing the message, Chao Xing sat up from the sofa and turned around to leave. Axing, where are you going? Chao Xing spread his hands. I'm a driver. Where can I go? Of course I'm going to pick someone up. Chao Xing came to the underground garage of Yongsheng Group, and among a bunch of luxury cars, he skillfully found a dark brown Maybach. After opening the door, the interior was extremely luxurious. The value of this car, including the interior, is at least more than 7 million. Of course, this car is definitely not his. Chao Xing is alone, helpless, and in a city like Hong Kong, it is difficult to just survive. Not to mention, there is money to buy such a luxury car. Half an hour later, Maybach stopped at the entrance of a 5-star hotel in the city. Chao Xing took out his mobile phone and sent a message. Sister-in-law, I'm already downstairs. The other side replied with a message. Yes. A few minutes later, a tall woman in a black long dress came out from the hotel gate. Her manners were dignified. The tight dress outlined the perfect curves of her body, and her slender legs moved like a pair of exquisite jade. This woman is Lu Muxue. Chao Xing did not get out of the car, and the woman naturally sat in the back seat of the Maybach. Axing, go to the funeral home. Chao Xing nodded, and the car started. Halfway on the way, Lu Muxue received a call, her eyebrows slightly wrinkled, as if she had encountered something troublesome. I said, I agreed to marry Yongsheng Group at the beginning, and it was you who asked me to do so. Now Chen Jiang is dead, and I have nothing to do with him. Don't think of using me as a bargaining chip for interests anymore. She seemed very angry, but because she was well educated, she quickly calmed down her anger. Axing, I'm sorry, Lu Muxue said softly. Chao Xing shook his head. He knew Lu Muxue's character. She was not the kind of person who would scold the people below her because of her status. On the contrary, she had always been kind to her subordinates, and the outside world also had a good evaluation of her. Since Lu Muxua became popular quickly, the media also made detailed reports on her family and personal experience. Her original family was not rich, but because of her outstanding appearance and figure, she quickly became popular after she became an adult. Naturally, it attracted the attention of many people with ulterior motives. Chen Jiang, the chairman of Yongsheng Group, Chao Xing's elder brother, was one of them. Soon, the car arrived at the funeral home. Before getting off the car, Lu Muxua tried to make a sad expression. She knew that no matter how much she hated the man in her heart, she still had to pretend to be sad. Chao Xing still sat in the car and waited. An hour later, Lu Muxua returned to the car. It can be seen that she seemed to have cried for a while, and her makeup was a little smoky. In her elegant temperament, she exuded a sense of decadence and had a unique beauty. Lu Muxua returned to the car. Her face calmed down again, and then said, "Axing, take me back to the hotel." "Okay." Chao Xing nodded. Just as he was about to start the car, his eyes suddenly went dark. Then, everyone heard a mechanical synthesized sound in their ears. The new version of Ice Age has been updated, and the public beta has officially begun. 1 minute later, all humans on Blue Star will be involved in this game. Game instructions. This is a world that is not illuminated by the sun. The area is vast and boundless, but it is shrouded in severe cold all day long. Your task is to try to survive in this world. After the game starts, you will appear next to a bonfire. This is your fire of survival. Remember, don't leave the range of the fire easily. Your goal is to collect more supplies, expand the territory, and develop more units. The new version is a family survival mode, with the family as the unit, and a maximum of 4 people in a group. If there are no relatives, you will be randomly grouped with people around you. Then, I wish you all to try your best to live in this new world. When Chao Xing regained his vision, he suddenly found himself in a snowy land. Everything in front of him was covered with ice and snow. Fuck. Where's my Maybach? Before he finished speaking, a piercing chill hit him. Chao Xing felt that he was about to be frozen to death. Chao Xing took a deep breath, and subconsciously approached the burning bonfire in front of him. And then he felt a little warmth. At this time, a character panel appeared in front of him. Name, Chao Xing. Race, Blue Star Human. Level 10/100. Occupation, none. Health, 100. Strength, 4. Agility, 3. Spirit, 5. Constitution, 5. Lord interface, not open. Current status, cold. Current temperature, -31°C. Oh my! This system panel is exactly the same as the one I played on the tablet. Then, the second system prompt appeared. Please all survivors choose your own career system as soon as possible. Currently divided into 5 major systems: Frost Iron Mechanic, Polar Warrior, Frost Mage, Aurora Knight, Snow Hunter. Chao Xing's eyes flashed with joy. You can choose a career. Obviously, these careers are the same as those he played before. Of course, Chao Xing knew that these 5 careers had no combat power in the early stage. For example, the Frost Iron Mechanic, the skill in the early stage is to summon a small self-destructing robot, the power of which is not even as good as the firecrackers we used to blow up the toilet when we were young. As for the Polar Warrior, he only has a simple slash. The Frost Mage is better, as he has an initial ice ball. As for the Aurora Knight and the Snow Hunter, they have purification and hunter perception respectively. To truly possess extraordinary power, you need to acquire more skills through continuous development. Chao Xing pondered. When I played this game before, I experienced all 5 professions. The strongest one is naturally the mechanic, but this is a late-stage profession, and it consumes too many materials. In the early stage, the Polar Warrior and the Snow Hunter were both very strong, but they became very weak in the later stage. At this time, Chao Xing's face showed a look of realization. So that's it. This game launched the so-called family survival mode, so that we survivors can reasonably allocate occupations, safely survive the early, middle and late stages, and then survive better. However, Chao Xing glanced at his side. Besides himself, there was only one Lu Muxua here. Although he didn't know why he was assigned to the same group with her, it was not the time to think about it now. At this time, she was looking at the campfire blankly, seemingly trying to digest the information prompted by the system. Chao Xing understood. It seems that it is impossible to achieve the 4-player cooperative mode. Then, what profession should I choose? After thinking for a while, Chao Xing directly chose Frost Mage. The system prompt appeared. Congratulations. You have successfully selected the profession, Frost Mage. Element affinity has been unlocked. Cold resistance has been slightly improved. And the initial equipment has been placed in the storage box. Chao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to find the initial storage box, the second system prompt appeared solemnly. The survivor Chao Xing's fate is detected to be compatible with this world. And personal talent, Eternal Power has been activated. Eternal Power, hidden unique talent, make all friendly units in the territory, when they are in a short-term amplification state, become permanently amplified. Chao Xing was stunned for a moment, and then exclaimed, "I'm so awesome! There's a cheat!" Chapter 2 Bonfire Upgrade. Recruit Polar People. Obviously, if this talent Eternal Power is to work, it is necessary to recruit more territory troops. It seems that I will develop into a territory later, Chao Xing thought to himself. At this time, Chao Xing noticed a countdown above his head. Due to the arrival of night, 4 hours and 32 minutes. Note, during the novice protection period, there will be no monsters attacking the camp. The remaining novice protection period is 5 days and 17 hours. Only 4 hours left until dark. Chao Xing's scalp tightened instantly. He knew that in this extremely cold world, the temperature would drop sharply at night. Chao Xing looked at the campfire in front of him. Campfire, Level 1. Campfire effect can increase the temperature of the area within a radius of 10 meters by 5 to 20 degrees. Consumption, 15 minutes/1 wood. Materials required for upgrading. Stone *5. The temperature near the campfire has now reached -32 degrees. And the temperature will drop by more than 20 degrees at night. Obviously, the heat emitted by this level 1 campfire cannot allow him to survive the night. Chao Xing looked at a collapsed hut next to him. Damaged Lord's hut, reparable. Material required for repair. Stone *10, wood *20. Chao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. That's it. As long as it is repaired, the territory interface can be opened, and you can go in at night to avoid the freezing cold. However, repairing the Lord's hut requires materials such as stone and wood. Chao Xing looked at the snow around him, and there was a pile of white stones, and some cut wood near the campfire. Stone, white a basic material. Wood, white a basic material. Chao Xing was just about to pick up wood, but heard Lu Muxue beside him whispering, axing. The prompt asked me to choose a profession. What should I choose? Obviously, this woman had digested the system information, and accepted the fact that she came to a new world. Chao Xing nodded secretly. Her ability to adapt was quite fast. Sister-in-law, you should choose Aurora Knight. Chao Xing asked her to choose this profession, and he had his own selfish reasons. Because in the later stages of the Aurora Knight, there will be many powerful amplification skills. But the effects are short-lived. With his own eternal power, talent, he can turn these amplification effects into a permanent state. It is conceivable that when Chao Xing controls a group of soldiers with permanent buffs, how terrifying their combat power will be. Although, Lu Muxue, whether in temperament or appearance, has nothing to do with a knight. In particular, she is wearing a pair of white silk today. When Chao Xing thought of the picture of Lu Muxue wearing armor from behind and white silk on her lower body, he felt a sense of disobedience. No. It seems good too? White silk knight. Hee. Okay. Then I'll choose Aurora Knight. Lu Muxue did not doubt Chao Xing's decision. In this strange world, Chao Xing was the only person she knew. Chao Xing nodded. And then he saw a small wooden box next to the campfire. Territory storage box, level 1. Storage box capacity, 40 grids. Note, there are some supplies and tools needed in the early stage. Please open it as soon as possible. Chao Xing walked forward, opened it, and suddenly a lot of supplies appeared inside. Opened successfully, obtain bread *20, obtain iron pot, white, *1, obtain stone axe, white, *4, obtain stone hammer, white, *4, obtain wooden staff, white, *1, obtain wooden round shield, white, *1. The supplies inside are for 4 people, and the system did not deduct supplies just because they were a team of 2. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. With the stone hammer, they can start to build the Lord's hut, which is the key to whether they can spend the first night safely. Then he began to seize the time to collect nearby stones and wood, and move them over piece by piece. System prompts kept appearing. Stone +1. Stone +1. Wood plus 2. These stones were quite heavy. After moving them for a while, Chao Xing was sweating profusely. As a modern person, his physical fitness was still a little lacking. However, after nearly 20 minutes of hard work, the materials for repairing the Lord's hut were all gathered. Chao Xing came to the hut. Do you want to start repairing the damaged Lord's hut? This repair will take 17 minutes. Yes. Then, Chao Xing began to swing the stone hammer himself, according to the system's prototype, and started to knock. There was no other way. Only after repairing the Lord's hut can other buildings in the territory be opened. Before recruiting the polar people, Chao Xing could only do it himself. Looking at his busy figure, Lu Muxue squatted on the ground beside him. The severe cold made her hug her arms tightly. At this moment, the perfect body curve was clearly visible. She asked with curious eyes, "Axing, is there anything I can help you with?" Chao Xing looked at the fire on the ground, then looked at the stones, and wood scattered on the snow, nodded and said, "Go collect the nearby stones and wood first, and then upgrade the campfire as soon as possible." After hearing this, Lu Muxue did not hesitate at all. She stood up directly and began to walk outside the fire. After a while, she was seen moving a stone over with a little clumsiness. It can be seen that the weight of this stone is a bit difficult for her. Lu Muxue held the stone in her arms. Her arms red from the cold. But she still gritted her teeth and persevered, continuing to move the stone. Stone plus 1. The high heels on her feet were inconvenient. So Lu Muxue took them off and walked barefoot on the snow, her face pale from the cold. Chao Xing, who was building the Lord's hut, did not stop her. In this world, in order to survive, everyone has to contribute. When Lu Muxue put the stone down, her perky buttocks were facing Chao Xing, showing her round curves, which made people's blood boil. Chao Xing quickly turned his eyes away and concentrated on his work. He was repairing the Lord's hut. Lu Muxue was carrying stones to upgrade the bonfire. The two of them worked together. After a while, Chao Xing heard a system prompt. Your camp bonfire has been upgraded to level 2. Camp bonfire, level 2. Bonfire effect can increase the temperature of an area of 20 meters by 10 to 20 degrees. Consumption, 13 minutes/1 wood. Materials required for the next level, stones *10. The coverage area of the upgraded bonfire is obviously much larger. Even Chao Xing, who was working, felt a little warmth, and his work efficiency became faster. A few minutes later, a system prompt appeared. The Lord's hut was built successfully, and the territory interface has been unlocked. Congratulations. You can now build more infrastructure. Chao Xing's face lit up, and he could finally build other buildings. The next step is to build the polar hut, and then summon a few polar people to officially start his journey as a lord. At the same time, a second system prompt appeared. Because you are the first survivor in the server to build a lord's hut, reward, Ice Healing Skill Book. Ice Healing, white consume a certain amount of mental power. Cast Ice Healing on the target, recover mental power *0.8 health points per second, and the effect lasts for 3 seconds. Pop! A yellowed skill book appeared on the snow in front of Chao Xing. Wow! It's actually a skill book. And it's for my own use. Although fighting rarely occurs during the novice protection period, this skill book undoubtedly adds a lot of confidence to Chao Xing. Do you want to learn Ice Therapy, White? Yes. Chao Xing directly clicked on Learn. At this time, many function panels appeared in front of Chao Xing. They are Territory, Building, Backpack, Production, Channel, Personal, Territory Force. These interfaces almost cover all functions. Chao Xing first clicked on Backpack, which only had 20 storage spaces. Of course, it was empty. Then, he clicked on Building. After clicking on it, a lot of level 1 buildings popped up, such as Level 1 Simple Stove, Level 1 Simple Cooking Table, Level 1 Smelter, Level 1 Lumberyard, Level 1 Blacksmith Shop, Level 1 Polar Man Hut, and so on. Let's not look at other infrastructure for now. Chao Xing first clicked on the introduction of Polar Man Hut. Level 1 Polar Man Hut. You can summon polar men to work for you by consuming food. Area of land, 12 square meters. Can accommodate 4 people. Materials required for construction, 10 stones. 30 wood. Repair time, 45 minutes. You can increase the population to participate in the repair, which will speed up the repair time. And the upper limit is 2 people. Chao Xing thought to himself, it takes 45 minutes. And it will be a bit slow if I build it alone. It's only 3 hours before dark. And I need to do something else. So, he looked at Lu Muxiu on the side. Sister-in-law, come and help me. At this time, Lu Muxiu's physical strength was greatly consumed because of carrying stones and wood. And her dress was soaked with sweat. Through the dress, the outline of her white lace underwear can be seen. Hearing Chao Xing calling her, Lu Muxiu put down the work in her hands and walked over slowly. Axing, what do you need me to do? Chao Xing pointed to the open space in front and said, I want to build a polar man's hut here. But it will take too long to build. If you help me build it, it will be much faster. Lu Muxiu's eyes were a little confused. She didn't seem to understand. But she nodded. Then, the two began to work together to build the polar man's hut. Dang clang. Dang clang. In this empty snowy land, rhythmic knocking sounds suddenly rang out. Half an hour later, the system prompt appeared. Successfully built. Polar man's hut, territory population +4. Now, you can recruit polar man to work for you by consuming food. Note, as a lord, you need to provide food for your subordinates every day. If you keep them hungry for a long time, they will abandon you. In front of the two of them, a small hut less than 2 meters high, similar to a camp tent, suddenly appeared on the snow. At this time, Chao Xing heard another system prompt. Because you are the first survivor in the server to build a polar hut, you will receive a reward. Bread *50. Seeing this system prompt, Chao Xing's eyes flashed with surprise. Wow! A full 50 food, this reward is really good. Chao Xing couldn't help but feel lucky. Luckily he had played this game, so he could build these buildings in the shortest time, leading everyone. Chao Xing thought to himself, it takes 5 food to recruit a polar man. If there is no system reward, I can only recruit 2 at most. But now, you can directly recruit 4 polar people. Thinking of this, Chao Xing directly clicked on the recruitment. Do you want to consume food *20, recruit polar people *4? Yes. As soon as the voice fell, the tent in the camp in front of him began to tremble. Then, the door was pushed open. 4 dwarfs less than 1.5 meters tall, wearing thick snow cotton coats, and with rough shapes, came out from inside. These are the polar people. After they came out, looking at Chao Xing and the others, they saluted respectfully. Dear Lord, polar people serve you. Lu Muxiu, who was standing aside, was watching this scene of a living person, and was completely stunned. She opened her mouth slightly, and exclaimed, Ah Xing, it's out, out! Chapter 3 World Chat Channel. Lu Muxiu was shocked by the scene of 4 polar people appearing out of thin air in the snow. But Chao Xing was not surprised. Everyone who has been a lord knows that this is normal. At this moment, the 4 polar people were staring at Chao Xing with wide eyes. Expectantly, Chao Xing began to check their attributes. Polar, a fantasy name, can be changed. Level 10 out of 100, can obtain experience points through battle and other methods. Detailed attributes, click to expand. Polar, Zac name can be changed. Level 10/100. Detailed attributes, click to expand. Polar, Mamato, name can be changed. Level 10/100. The attributes of these 4 polar people are similar. But one of them, Zac, has a slightly higher physique. Because these names are all in Western style, Chao Xing didn't want to bother to remember their names. So, Chao Xing pointed at the polar man named Zac and said, from now on, you will be called De Zhuang, the captain of your team. The others will be called Air Zhuang, San Zhuang, and Si Zhuang. Did you understand? Lu Muxiu laughed out loud, as if she couldn't help laughing at Chao Xing's simple and rough naming style. However, the hairy faces of several polar men showed joy. I understand. Thank you, Lord, for the name. You have successfully named the polar people. De Zhuang's loyalty to you has increased by 5 points. You have successfully named the polar people. Air Zhuang's loyalty to you has increased by 5 points. Chao Xing was stunned. This can increase loyalty? 75 points of loyalty is already very high. At least they will not disobey Chao Xing's orders. After the polar people are recruited, they should start working. Chao Xing opened the building interface and began to check the buildings that can be built. Level 1 simple stove can be placed indoors, increases the temperature by 15 to 20 degrees Celsius. Consumption, 20 minutes/1 wood. Materials required for construction, stone *6. Note, if you don't want to freeze to death at night, I suggest you build it immediately. Level 1 simple stove. Can be used for cooking, steaming, etc. Materials required for construction. Stone *8, wood *4. Note, man, this is the one for eating. I think you should know its importance. Right. Level 1 lumberyard. Logs can be processed inside. Occupancy, 30 square meters. Materials required for construction. Stone *30, wood *50. Note, to get rich first. Cut trees. I suggest you put the lumberyard on the agenda immediately. Level 1 sewing shop. You can make simple cold-resistant clothing or armor in it. Occupancy, 30 square meters. Material required for construction. Stone *40, wood *60. Note, Lord, you don't want your men to go into battle naked. Do you? Level 1 or processing plant. You can smelt and sort the ores collected in the wild. Processable ores, coal, iron. Upgrade the processing plant level, you can smelt higher level metals. Occupancy, 50 square meters. Material required for construction. Stone *80, wood *150. Note, to create more advanced equipment, a processing plant is essential. Level 1 blacksmith shop. Weapons or tools can be forged in it. Occupancy, 30 square meters. Material required for construction. Stone *100, wood *200, iron *20. Note, listen. Buddy, soldiers without weapons are like tigers without teeth. There are many types of level 1 buildings. In addition to the above, there are also infirmary, small shelter, wall, gate, and so on. But these buildings require a lot of stone and wood, as well as the more advanced material refined iron. Obviously, Chaoxing didn't have any iron. Moreover, the stones and wood near the campfire had been used up. In this icy and snowy place, is there any place to get resources? Chaoxing looked around, and suddenly his eyes lit up. About 100 or 200 meters away, he could see a small forest covered with snow and several large rocks. These should be the early resource points. So, Chaoxing took out 4 stone axes and 4 iron pickaxes from his backpack and gave them to the 4 polar people. Then he said, De Zhuang, Er Zhuang, you form a team and go cut the wood over there. San Zhuang, Si Zhuang, you take your tools and go collect more stones. The 4 polar people immediately straightened up and said respectfully, Yes, Lord. After that, they each took their tools and walked towards the snow outside the campfire. Because of their talents, they spent more time outside the campfire than Chaoxing and others. The 4 polar people were sent by Chaoxing to collect supplies. Lu Muxua blinked her beautiful eyes, asking, What should we do now? Looking at her red skin from the cold, and her gradually pale face. If this goes on, even if Lu Muxua doesn't freeze to death, she will get a serious illness. Getting sick in the snow is a very troublesome thing. Chaoxing said, Sister-in-law, you should go to work indoors next, and build the stove and cooktop indoors first. Yes. Lu Muxua responded softly, and didn't continue to force herself, and walked into the room slowly. Chaoxing checked the remaining supplies. Food *50, wood *27, stone *17. The most lacking material at the moment is probably stone. Wood is also essential. We need it for heating at night. The current temperature, although it can barely last through the first night, it's still not safe. Then, let's upgrade the campfire. The system prompt appeared. Do you want to consume stones *10 and upgrade the campfire level? Chaoxing clicked yes, and then started to clang. 10 minutes later, Chaoxing saw that the bonfire in front of him was piled up to more than 1 meter high with stones, and gradually turned into the prototype of a furnace. The flames burned blazingly. Camp bonfire upgraded successfully. Current level, level 3. Camp bonfire, level 3. Bonfire effect. Can increase the temperature of the area within a radius of 40 meters by 10 to 20 degrees. Consumption, 10 minutes/1 wood. Materials required for the next level, stones *20, wood *10. Very good, although the temperature is still not increased, but the heating range has doubled. But at the same time, the consumption is also greater. 1 wood is consumed in 10 minutes. At this rate, the wood in the camp won't last long. Once the wood runs out, they will lose their source of heating and face the harsh weather of at least -60 degrees. It won't be long before they freeze to death. Chaoxing frowned. I hope those polar people can collect wood smoothly. After working outside for too long, Chaoxing felt that he was almost frozen. So, he also went into the Lord's hut. Inside the hut, it was a little dim because there was no lighting equipment. A graceful figure was building a stove in the corner. She bent over, her long white silk legs were straight, and looking up, her buttocks were wrapped in a dress. This posture made it look as round as a bowling ball. Oh my god! It's so big! Chao Xing couldn't help but sigh. Lu Muxua thought Chao Xing was here to supervise the work, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and said softly, "Axing, the stove will be built soon." Chao Xing shook his head. "Sister-in-law, let me help you." Lu Muxua responded softly. With Chao Xing's joining, the construction progress of the furnace was greatly accelerated. A few minutes later, the system prompt appeared. Level 1 furnace was successfully built. However, this time, Chao Xing did not hear the reward prompt. He suddenly realized. It seems that basic buildings like furnace will not trigger rewards. Of course, it is also possible that other survivor teams have already built it in advance. This time, more than 7 billion people around the world descended on the ice and snow world together. And there will naturally be many people with amazing adaptability. Voila! As the sound of wood being ignited appeared, the stove gradually emitted orange-red flames, illuminating the entire Lord's hut. The Lord's hut was currently empty, except for a stove. It was completely bare. Beside the stove, the two felt a wave of warmth coming. Chao Xing took a look at the indoor temperature. Current temperature -16°C. Although it was still very cold, it was much better than the low temperature of dozens of degrees below zero outside. Lu Muxua curled up, shivering all over. I was working without feeling anything just now. But now I came to my senses, and found that my body had already turned blue and purple. Chao Xing frowned and thought. It seems that the sewing shop should be put on the agenda as soon as possible. The thin clothes we wear are no different from being naked. If this goes on, not to mention Lu Muxua, I will also be frozen to death. In my heart, a strong sense of crisis appeared again. Chao Xing began to study other functions of the Lord interface. Clicking on the production interface, a lot of basic tools suddenly appeared inside, such as stone axe, stone hammer, stone pickaxe, wooden bowl, wooden table, wooden chair, wooden bed, etc. Chao Xing checked it once, and understood it in his heart. From here, you can make some simple work or furniture. Then, he began to check the chat channel function, and 4 options suddenly appeared on it. World channel, all servers. Each person is limited to 1 speech per day. Regional channel. This is a 500 by 500 kilometers square area. All survivors in the area are in it. And there is no limit on the number of speeches. Team channel. Only survivors who join your territory can speak here. And there is no limit on the number of speeches. Private chat channel. 1-to-1 unlimited chat. Chao Xing clicked on the world channel. And a lot of information suddenly appeared. Xiao Shengbing. Oh my god. How did I suddenly come to this damn place? I'm freezing to death. Shin area, help. It's so cold, so cold. Zhang Chong. Didn't the system say that we were assigned according to family members? Who are these people? I don't know them at all. Bear Grylls, survival game? I like it. This is an unprecedented challenge for me. Yamagami Tetsuya, let the male gun shine again. Ma Dongshi, damn it. Don't let me know whose prank this is, I'll crush his balls. Chapter 4 Kid. You are invincible. Chao Xing thought to himself, as I expected. Except for me. No one has played this game before. And everyone is in a state of confusion and ignorance. If they don't take action and adapt to this world, many people may die on the first night. Although it is now in the novice protection period, there will be no monsters attacking the camp. But the low temperature at night is no joke. At this moment, Chao Xing heard a panic knock on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Lord, something happened. Lord, save me. Hearing the cry for help, Chao Xing frowned, and immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. He hurriedly threw the small wooden shield to Lu Muxua, then took out a wooden staff, and got into a fighting state. After pushing open the door of the Lord's hut, he saw 2 polar men huddled together, with fear in their eyes. Chao Xing asked, what happened? Zhuang on the side hurriedly replied, Lord, there's a snake. There's a big snow viper in that forest area. It bit Zhuang, and Zhuang is almost dead. Chao Xing looked over, and at this time Zhuang's face was purple, and his whole body was shaking. At the same time, purple numbers of -2, -2, continued to appear above Dazhuang's head. This was a sign of excessive poisoning. Seeing this, Lu Muxue also showed worry in her eyes. Chaoxing looked at Dazhuang's attributes. Polar Man, Dazhuang. Level 10/100. HP, 52/140. Current status, poisoned, level 1 snake venom. Chaoxing saw this poisoning status, and he relaxed. Don't worry. It's just level 1 snake venom. Sister-in-law. You just need to release a purification spell. Lu Muxue seemed a little confused, but she reacted after a moment. Then, Lu Muxue raised her right hand, and a ball of colorful aurora condensed from her palm. May the holy aurora bless you. Lu Muxue's cold voice sounded. After she finished speaking, the ball of aurora fell into Dazhuang's body. At the same time, Dazhuang felt a holy force pouring in, and the snake venom in his body melted like ice and snow. His complexion gradually improved. Dazhuang said gratefully, "Thank you, great and kind lords." However, although Dazhuang had eliminated the snake venom, his complexion was still very weak. His health was reduced to half, and he was already in an injured state. Without a medical room, it was more difficult to treat the injury. Chaoxing looked at his skill bar. In addition to an ice hockey, there was also an ice healing skill. Then, Chaoxing raised his staff, and waves of strange frost power gathered in his staff. He waved his hand, and the frost power poured into Dazhuang's body. The next moment, green numbers +3 kept appearing above Dazhuang's head. Then, a system prompt appeared. Ice healing skill was successfully used, and the talent Eternal Power has taken effect. This skill has become permanent. Hearing this prompt, Chaoxing was stunned. Fuck! Healing skill works too? He remembered the introduction of this talent. Eternal Power, make all friendly units in the territory, when they are in a short-term amplification state, become permanently amplified. But healing skills are also classified as a type of amplification state, which Chaoxing never expected. At this moment, Chaoxing's eyes were filled with ecstasy. In other words, Dazhuang now had an infinite health recovery buff. Looking at Dazhuang's constantly recovering health, Chaoxing couldn't help but sigh. Kid, you are invincible. Of course, Chaoxing's mental strength is not high now, and he can only recover 3 points of health. Even if Dazhuang can recover infinite health, if the enemy he encounters is too strong, he can be killed with a slap. So he is not truly invincible. After a while, Dazhuang's health was restored to full value, and he became lively again. At this moment, Dazhuang said excitedly, Lord, I feel a healing power in my body. It is constantly restoring my life. Chaoxing nodded. Thank you, Lord. Your power is so great and vast. Dazhuang's loyalty to you has increased. Current loyalty, 80. Chaoxing began to think about a question. Ice healing technique can make the Polar Man recover infinitely. So can it work on himself? Or Lu Muxue? Chaoxing thought for a moment, and threw another ice healing technique at Lu Muxue. The same system prompt appeared. Ice healing technique successfully performed. Talent Eternal Power has taken effect. This skill has become permanent. Chaoxing and Lu Muxue widened their eyes, and then saw the shock in each other's pupils. Fuck. This talent can actually work on human survivors as well. Chaoxing just wanted to say, this is awesome. This way, his ability to survive will take a qualitative leap. He couldn't wait to throw a green light on himself as well. When he was about to raise his staff, he felt dizzy and almost fainted. Chaoxing shook his head and soon figured out the reason. Because my mental power is insufficient. Is it the limit to release 2 ice healing spells? Mental power needs to be restored through rest or eating. However, the most urgent task now is to drive away or kill the poisonous snakes in the forest area. Otherwise, the source of wood in the territory will be cut off. At present, there are 2 people in the team who can restore blood infinitely, so they should be able to deal with ordinary wild monsters. Chaoxing said directly, let's go, follow me to get rid of the poisonous snake. The 2 polar men raised their stone axes and shouted, follow the footsteps of the Lord. Then, he took Dazhuang, Zhuang, and Lu Muxue out of the Lord's hut. As for San Zhuang and Si Zhuang, they were working hard to carry stones to the territory. Stone +1. Stone +1. System prompts kept appearing. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction. After a while, they stepped out of the range covered by the campfire. In an instant, The temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees. The cold air suddenly attacked, like an invisible blade, constantly cutting through everyone's body. Waves of tingling sensations came. Lu Muxua instantly shrank her body, shivering with cold. Even Chao Xing felt a wave of stiffness in his body. The weather of minus 50 degrees was too terrible. Without the physique of polar people and cold-resistant clothing, they would be frozen into popsicles in a few minutes. Fortunately, the forest area where Chao Xing was going was not far from the fire, only more than 100 meters away. A group of 4 people walked on the snow, leaving footprints one after another. After a while, they came to this small forest, where there were dozens of white birch trees sparsely planted, and the branches were covered with ice and snow. Lord! The poisonous snake is over there. Following the direction pointed by De Zhuang, Chao Xing saw a big snake about 2 meters long on the branch of a big tree, with its whole body coiled on the branch. Hiss! Hiss! The poisonous snake was snow-white all over, and it spit out a scarlet tongue at the 4 people, making a threatening gesture. The attributes of this venomous snake appeared in front of Chao Xing's Snow Viper, Level 2. Race Beast. HP 160/160. Attack Power 8 to 10. Attributes: Strength 4, Agility 7, Spirit 5, Constitution 8. Skills: Assault, Neurotoxin. Note: this is a venomous snake that is adapted to the polar environment and completed an unknown evolution. A Level 2 beast creature. No wonder De Zhuang and Air Zhuang couldn't beat it together. Even with Chao Xing, it might take some careful handling to contend with it. But now, it is completely different. Because in his team, there are 2 people with infinite health recovery. Of course, Lu Muxua has no fighting power now. Chao Xing brought her here just to let her adapt to the fighting rhythm of this world. Lu Muxua is a smart woman. She understands what Chao Xing means, and is also accepting everything in this world at the fastest speed. De Zhuang, go! Chao Xing gave the order directly. As soon as he finished speaking, De Zhuang rushed up with the stone axe in his hand. With a loyalty of 80 points, he can basically follow orders, and will not disobey Chao Xing's orders. Hiss! The body of the Snow Viper instantly arched up, and then suddenly shot out. Swish! Like a white shadow passing by, it instantly bit De Zhuang's shoulder. The sharp fangs penetrated De Zhuang's flesh through the thick snow lichen. -6. The next moment, purple numbers -2. -2 reappeared above De Zhuang's head. De Zhuang was poisoned again. However, after a while, the green +3 number appeared. A happy look appeared on De Zhuang's face. I have the blessing bestowed on me by the Lord. You evil fellow, you can no longer hurt me. After saying that, De Zhuang stretched out his big hand and grabbed the Snow Viper's neck. Then he chopped it with an axe. Chapter 5 First Kill Reward. Snake Tribe Priest Recruitment Scroll. Puff! This axe directly chopped a bloody mark on the smooth body of the snow snake, and instantly the skin and flesh were torn apart. -8. A damage number floated up. The snow snake felt pain, and the force of its bite was a little heavier. However, with infinite blood recovery, De Zhuang was like a chicken with blood. He grabbed the snow snake and chopped it wildly. Puff puff puff. -10. -9. -9. The sound of flesh hitting rang out one after another. After a few bites, the Snow Viper seemed to have noticed something was wrong. Its health was decreasing, and soon it had fallen below 80. However, this opponent was obviously weaker than itself. But it was still alive, and well after fighting until now. The Viper was confused. It also realized that something was wrong with the enemy in front of it. It twisted its body, and tried to slip away. Chao Xing had been watching the Snow Viper's movements from behind. When he saw the situation, he hurriedly said from behind, "Don't let it escape. Erzwing. You too? At your service, my lord." Erzwing obeyed the order, and rushed up together, entangled with the Snow Viper. With the addition of Erzwing, the life value of this Snow Viper was lost faster. Puff puff puff. 2 stone axes kept chopping at the body of the Viper. After a while, its life value dropped below 30. At the same time, after a short rest, Chao Xing also recovered a little mental strength. So, he raised his staff, and the frost power nearby condensed. After a while, a fist-sized ice ball was formed at the top of Chao Xing's staff. Go! Chao Xing waved his staff. The ice ball was instantly thrown out. Then it fell on the body of the Snow Viper, and it exploded with a sound of pop. -21. An exaggerated damage number appeared on the body of the Snow Viper. The enemy's health value returned to 0. And it fell down completely. The system prompt appeared. Successfully killed the Snow Viper LV2. You gain 30 experience points. Combatants, De Zhuang gained 15 experience points. And Air Zhuang gained 15 experience points. Congratulations. You are the first creature in this area to kill wild monsters. And you get the first kill reward. Snake Tribe Priest Recruitment Scroll *1. Seeing the power of ice hockey, De Zhuang and Air Zhuang both showed shocked expressions. Lord, your power is full of deterrence. Lord, you are so powerful. Xiaoxing glanced at them calmly. These polar people were surprised by what they saw. The profession of Frost Mage is like this. High damage also brings high consumption. This ice ball spell directly drained his mental power that he had finally recovered. At the same time, Xiaoxing came to the body of the Snow Viper. And a system prompt appeared in front of him. Snow Viper body, decomposable. Xiaoxing directly clicked on decomposition. In an instant, the body of the Snow Viper disappeared. Then, a torn snake skin, a dozen pieces of bright red snake meat, and a purple poison sac appeared on the cold snow. Broken snake skin, white, *1. Although it is torn, it can also be used to make simple leather clothes. Fresh snake meat, green, *17. Fresh snake meat. 1 piece of snake meat equals 5 food, poison sac, green, *1. Snake poison sac. Apply it on weapons. It seems to have unexpected effects. Seeing the things on the ground, Xiaoxing's eyes showed surprise. Oh my god! So much snake meat, and a snake skin, this is a big explosion. 17 pieces of snake meat, that's 85 food items. And the most important thing is, in addition to dry bread, they now have new food. And it's delicious snake meat. At this moment, De Zhuang and Air Zhuang stared at the bright red snake meat on the ground, and there were bursts of saliva swallowing sounds. Meat, it's meat! Oh my god! We haven't seen meat for many years. Air Zhuang, pinch me, am I dreaming? Polar people are a kind of creatures that live in the underground world all year round. Basically, they rarely eat fresh meat. Xiaoxing didn't know their lifestyle. But from some of the polar people's conversations before, he could tell that their environment was very difficult. Air Zhuang pulled De Zhuang's goatee and exclaimed, De Zhuang, you are not dreaming. This is real meat. Oh my god. If anyone can let me have a bite of delicious meat, I am willing to sacrifice my life for him. Xiaoxing also knew that these polar people were talking to him. Okay. You all speed up your work. Let's drink snake soup together tonight. After hearing this, De Zhuang and Air Zhuang immediately got up from the ground and shouted, Long live the Lord. Let's get to work now. Then the 2 polar men raised their stone axes and enthusiastically cut down trees. Looking at their enthusiastic appearance, Xiaoxing collected all the materials on the ground. He looked at Lu Muxue beside him and said, Sister-in-law, do you remember? If you encounter an enemy in the wild, you must fight like this, to kill the enemy. Lu Muxue held the shield in her arms, nodded firmly, Yes, I remember, axing. Xiaoxing nodded, then took her back to the campfire. As soon as they entered the campfire, the coldness was instantly dispelled. Hiss! The 2 of them shuddered. This time, they were active outside for about 7 minutes. According to Xiaoxing's estimate, their longest activity time is now 15 minutes. If they can make cold-resistant clothes, their activity time can be extended a lot. Xiaoxing looked at the resources in his territory. Food *135. Wood *36. Stone *54. There are still not enough materials to build a sewing shop. It seems that I can't build one today. Then, is there any other way to resist the severe cold? Xiaoxing looked at the side. The polar men wearing thick snow suits. Obviously, the clothes these polar people carry are very thick and have a good cold resistance effect. I guess at this time, most survivors want to use some coercive means to snatch the clothes from these polar people. But I advise you not to do this. Because once you kill the first polar person, the favorability of this race will drop directly by 50%. When you kill the second polar person, you will completely become hostile to this race. Not only will you not be able to recruit polar people to work for you in the future, polar people you meet on the road will also attack your camp. Xiaoxing thought to himself, Forget it, let's just get through it today. I estimate that by tomorrow, I will be able to gather enough wood and stones to build a sewing shop. Xiaoxing then remembered the first kill reward given by the system just now, which seemed to be a recruitment scroll. After taking it out of the backpack, the attributes of the scroll appeared in front of him. Snakeman Priest Recruitment Scroll. Can summon a level 5 Snakeman Priest to assist the Lord in battle. Occupies 2 population. Seeing this system introduction, Chaoxing's face suddenly brightened. Wow! It's actually a scroll that can summon a level 5 creature. This reward is really good. However, Chaoxing had never encountered the snake people when he played the game before, and he didn't know what they were like. Of course, it could also be because Chaoxing hadn't developed to the later stage and hadn't explored the full picture of the game. The vastness of this world was beyond Chaoxing's imagination. Do you want to consume the scroll and summon the snake people priest? Yes. After that, a hexagram array appeared out of thin air in front of Chaoxing. The next moment, the hexagram array emitted a dazzling light. Lu Muxua was also curiously watching Chaoxing's actions. At the same time, they suddenly felt that there seemed to be a strong and cold breath coming. Then, a cold wind blew. A tortuous, snow-white creature appeared. The 5-meter-long snake was covered with scales, and its slender tail swayed casually in the snow. On top of this snake body, there was a human female head. The narrow corners of the eyes, the 3-dimensional facial features, at first glance, are full of charm. Chaoxing and Lu Muxua, who were standing by, were both shocked to see this huge snake beauty. Such a big snake. Lu Muxua opened her mouth slightly. It was also the first time that Chaoxing saw this kind of creature, which was beyond his imagination. So this is the snake people? It really lives up to its name. At this moment, this creature with a snake body and a human head was staring at Chaoxing with its dark green pupils, and then opened its dark purple lips and whispered, "Dear Lord, the priest of the snake people, Ailina, is at your service." The attributes of this snake person appeared in front of Chaoxing. Chapter 6 Discovery of a Wild Coal Mine Snakeman Priest, Ailina. Race, Snakeman. Level 5 132/4000. HP, 480. Attack power, 51 to 54, weapon bonus. Attributes, Strength 21, Agility 17, Spirit 18, Constitution 24. Skills, Scale Armor, can provide 10 additional points of armor for yourself or a friendly unit, cooling time 90 seconds. Snakeman Frenzy, grants a frenzy effect to yourself or a friendly unit, within 60 seconds, movement speed plus 20%, attack speed plus 20%, cooling time 120 seconds. Talent, Ice Bloodline, can survive longer in extreme weather. Hunger, 67. Loyalty, 68. Oh my! Such strong attributes, it really deserves to be a level 5 creature. Chaoxing was amazed. And the most important thing is that Chaoxing saw 2 skills of Ailina, Snakeman Frenzy, and Scale Armor. These 2 skills are actually amplification buff skills. With his SSS level talent, they are equivalent to permanently increasing 10 points of armor. For the convenience of calculation, 1 point of armor offsets 1 point of attack power. For ordinary creatures like polar people, 1 point of strength is roughly equal to 2 points of physical attack power. Depending on the profession and racial talent, the attack power added by strength is also different. 1 point of strength adds between 1.5 attack power and 3 physical attacks. In other words, except for De Zhuang, the attacks of the other polar people are even difficult to cause effective damage to Chaoxing. From this, we can see how terrifying the improvement this skill brings in the early stage. The other skill, Snakeman Frenzy, increases the movement speed and attack speed by 20%, which is an even more terrifying percentage increase skill. At this moment, Chaoxing just felt that he had really picked up a treasure. Restraining his excitement, Chaoxing said, "Ailina, please use the Snakeman Frenzy skill on us first. In this world, he must seize every bit of power to improve himself." Ailina spit out a scarlet letter and said, "I am very happy, my lord." After saying that, Ailina raised her spear, and a ball of red power gathered on her spear. Then she pointed her spear, and a ball of energy fell on Chaoxing. In an instant, Chaoxing only felt a hot energy in his body, which greatly increased his attack speed and movement speed. Show Snakeman Frenzy. Successfully, the talent Eternal Power has taken effect, and this skill has become permanent. Seeing this prompt, Chaoxing clenched his fists excitedly. It really works. At the same time, Ailina raised her spear again, and a ball of white energy fell on her body. Chaoxing only felt that he had an invisible layer of scales on his body. Use Scale Armor. Successfully, talent Eternal Power has taken effect, this skill has become permanent. This layer of scales is very hard and smooth, and it only appears when attacked. That is to say, normally, Chaoxing is still the same as a normal person. Chaoxing said excitedly, "Great, great, great. This way. My defense power has increased dramatically." After waiting for the skill cooling time to end, Chaoxing asked Ailina to add 2 states to himself and Lu Muxua respectively. After the prompt sound of the talent activation, Ailina also found that the power in her body would not disappear like before, but would remain permanently. She was a little confused. And then when Chaoxing cast a permanent ice healing on her, Ailina understood the reason. "Lord, your power is so vast and unfathomable. It will stay in my body forever." Chaoxing looked a little strange. Why does this sentence feel strange? Shaking his head, Chaoxing began to think about other problems. This berserk skill can increase the speed by 20%. In other words, if it can be added to the 4 polar people, their work efficiency can be increased. So, Chaoxing asked, "Ailina, can you continue to release skills?" Ailina shook her head gently. "Lord, these skills consume my mental power. I need some time to recover." Chaoxing nodded. Then, he looked at the 4 polar men working in the distance. At this time, De Zhuang and Air Zhuang were trotting over, each carrying a bundle of processed wood. San Zhuang and Si Zhuang were holding a few stones. The 4 dwarfs took their legs and ran in the snow. There was always a sense of humor. Then, they put the materials near the campfire, and they disappeared automatically. And the system prompts appeared one after another. Wood +5. Wood +5. Stones +3. Stones +3. Chaoxing calculated that the time for the 4 of them to go back and forth was about 10 minutes. There is still 1.5 hours before dark. That is to say, before dark, Chaoxing can collect up to 90 pieces of wood and 54 pieces of stone. I need more labor now, but I can only build 1 polar man hut. To recruit more polar men, I can only upgrade the polar man hut. A level 2 polar man hut can recruit 4 more polar men, which can greatly increase work efficiency. But at the same time, these polar men will consume more food and occupy my population limit. Chaoxing looked at his population. Population, 8/50. The maximum population limit of a level 1 territory is 50. The population limit can be increased by upgrading the Lord's hut. At this time, San Zhuang took a step forward and ran to Chaoxing and said, "Lord, I have something to report to you." Chaoxing looked at San Zhuang. "What is it?" San Zhuang replied, "Where Si Zhuang and I were collecting stones, we found a small coal mine about 300 or 400 meters to the right front. However, there seemed to be 2 snow wolves guarding there, so we didn't dare to get close. I'm worried that those snow wolves will threaten our camp, so I came to report to the Lord." Hearing the word coal mine, Chaoxing's eyes lit up instantly. You know, coal is a more advanced energy material than wood. Not only does it burn longer, it also emits more heat. If he can occupy the coal mine, he can save a lot of wood and use it to build other facilities. Chaoxing asked quickly, "What is the strength of those snow wolves? Do you know how many there are?" San Zhuang nodded. "We observed for a while, and only saw 2 snow wolves so far. The strength of these snow wolves seems to be a little stronger than that poisonous snake." After hearing this, Chaoxing's smile became even stronger. The 2 snow wolves, according to San Zhuang, are slightly stronger than the snow vipers, which are probably level 3 or 4 monsters. Before summoning Ailina, Chaoxing really had no confidence in dealing with them. But now, he can find a way to occupy the coal mine first. So Chaoxing nodded and said, "San Zhuang, you did a good job. I will give you and Si Zhuang a piece of snake meat as a reward tonight." When he heard that there would be snake meat to eat in the evening, San Zhuang's eyes almost had little stars. He nodded excitedly and said, "Thank you for your generosity, Lord. San Zhuang will do his best to contribute to you." After that, San Zhuang continued to move his short legs and began to collect stones. Lu Muxua also heard the conversation between the 2 and asked nervously, "Axing, are we going to fight?" Chaoxing nodded. "Yes. The coal mine is an important resource point. The sooner we take it down, the better." Lu Muxua's eyes showed some fear, but she still mustered up the courage and said, "I will fight with you." Chaoxing did not refuse. Although the snow wolf is powerful, Lu Muxua has been blessed with 3 permanent buffs. Both her defense and recovery ability have been greatly improved. With the level 5 Ailina, it should not be a problem to deal with 2 snow wolves. However, before the battle, He can also use some props to increase his combat power. Qiaoxing took out a purple poison sac from his backpack. Snow Viper Poison Sac, green. Effect: apply it on the weapon to add the level 1 poison status to the next 15 attacks. Number of remaining uses, 10 times. Qiaoxing applied the poison effect to Eilena's trident and Lu Mushua's ordinary stone axe. Their weapons had a faint purple glow. After making these preparations, Qiaoxing nodded and said, "Then, let's set off now." After that, he raised his white wooden stick and walked towards the snow. Eilena walked in front with a trident spear in her hand. Her snake-like body twisted on the snow, leaving a clear mark. Qiaoxing and Lu Mushua followed behind her. Sha! 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 The farther away from the campfire, the thicker the snow on the ground became, almost covering the ankles. The chill came in waves. It took about 4 minutes for them to arrive at the place San Zhuang said. There was indeed a dark mine. And next to the mine, there was a pile of mine coal. Small coal mine, special resource point. Number of remaining mineable resources, coal asterisk 1754. Stone asterisk 754. Soil asterisk 5360. Current status, unoccupiable. Chapter 7 Big Explosion. Seeing the introduction of this coal mine, Qiaoxing's eyes lit up instantly. So many resources. If this coal mine can be occupied, there will be no worries about resources in the short term. However, this coal mine is now in a unoccupiable state. This is because there are enemies in the mine. They saw 2 snow-white figures moving in the mine. It seems that they sensed the dangerous aura of Eilena. 2 snow wolves came out one after another. Awoo! The snow-white fur, the 2-meter-long body, and the exposed fangs give people a strong sense of oppression. The 2 snow wolves stood at the entrance of the mine, their limbs tense, watching Eilena vigilantly and making threatening growls. Qiaoxing saw the attributes of the snow wolf. Snow wolf, level 3. Race beast. HP 220/220. Attack power 16 to 18. Attributes: strength 8, agility 9, spirit 7, constitution 11. Skills: bite, pounce. Race talent: wolf pack effect. If the number of snow wolves participating in the battle reaches more than 10 at the same time, the wolf pack talent can be activated, and the attack power and movement speed increased by 20%. It is indeed a level 3 snow wolf, and the attributes of the other snow wolf are similar to it. Qiaoxing understood. Fortunately, there were only 2 snow wolves here. If there were too many wolves, their racial talents would be activated, and Qiaoxing would have no choice but to turn around and run away. But now, Qiaoxing looked at the thick fur on the 2 snow wolves, as if he saw a naked young woman. Hee. Little snow wolves, just give us your fur. At this moment, Lu Mushua and Eilena turned their heads to look at Qiaoxing at the same time. Qiaoxing froze in place, embarrassed. Damn it, how did he say what was in his heart? The 2 snow wolves seemed to know that Qiaoxing and his companions were not easy to mess with. They lowered their heads and kept making threatening noises. The snakeman Eilena opened her scarlet tongue, not willing to be outdone. Hiss! Hiss! The atmosphere between the 2 sides was tense, and Lu Mushua was a little nervous, raising her wooden shield. After a few seconds of confrontation, the 2 snow wolves lost their patience first. They pounced on them fiercely. Awoo! Lu Mushua raised her shield. The snow wolf's huge body of 2 meters long made her feel very stressed. Her slender and slightly fleshy legs were trembling slightly. At this moment, Qiaoxing's voice came from behind. Sister-in-law, raise your shield and block its attack. Don't worry. Your attributes can withstand it. Lu Mushua, who was in a panic, heard this and suddenly seemed to have found her backbone. She subconsciously did it. She raised her shield, and the snow wolf's claws also passed by at this time. Bang! Lu Mushua let out a light cry. After a collision, the expected scene of Lu Mushua being slapped away did not appear. A layer of snow-white scales appeared on her arm, which reduced a lot of impact for her. Blocked. Blocked? Lu Mushua looked at the scene in front of her in surprise. Qiaoxing praised from behind. Sister-in-law, well done. Encouraged by Qiaoxing, Lu Mushua became more confident. She took a deep breath, making her proud chest even bigger. Lu Mushua raised her shield again and again, resisting the attack of the snow wolf. Bang! Bang! The sound of collisions continued, but Lu Mushua still gritted her teeth, not taking a step back. The muscles of her legs covered with white silk were tense, and her round buttocks trembled. It can be seen that Lu Muxue should be exercising regularly. Holding the shield, her perfect body curves are clearly revealed. Sister-in-law, in addition to resisting the attack, you must also remember to use the weapon in your other hand to counterattack the enemy. Chao Xing was teaching Lu Muxue how to fight. Lu Muxue did exactly as he asked. She took advantage of the moment when the snow wolf's claws missed, raised the stone axe in her hand, and chopped at the snow wolf's head. Poof! -8. -2. -2. The first number is the slashing damage caused by Lu Muxue, and the second number is the additional snake venom effect. Although the damage was very low, it was nothing compared to the snow wolf's health of more than 200. But it also gave Lu Muxue confidence. So, I can also block these monsters. Then, Lu Muxue began to gradually find her own attack rhythm. Puff puff puff. -8. -9. -14. Critical damage. While blocking the snow wolf's attack, she looked for opportunities to counterattack. Chao Xing was condensing the ice ball in the back. Snap! -19. This time, the ice ball's damage was not as high as the first time. This is because the snow wolf is a level 3 creature, and its defense is higher than that of the snow snake. The two of them worked together to deal with this snow wolf, and it seemed safe. As for the snakeman Ailina next to them, she was suppressing another snow wolf unilaterally. Her spear was so sharp that every time she thrust it out, it could poke a few bloody holes in the snow wolf. -37. -2. -32. -2. After a while, the health of this snow wolf was reduced to less than half. On the other hand, every time Ailina's claws hit, her scales would reduce most of the damage, and the damage caused would only be in the single digits. At this time, green +3 would appear above Ailina's head. Her health would be replenished in a short while. This scene made the snow wolf in front of him feel desperate. Facing such an enemy with infinite blood recovery, how could he fight? In less than 30 seconds, Ailina killed the snow wolf. Your territory member, Ailina killed the snow wolf LV3, and gained 40 experience points. You gained 20 experience points. Lu Muxue also received the same system prompt. After Ailina resolved the battle here, she quickly twisted her body, and came to help Chao Xing fight. With Ailina's joining, the next battle was no longer suspenseful. The last snow wolf howled, and then fell to the ground and died. Chao Xing and Lu Muxue breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. As modern people, this was the first time they fought in this way. Although Chao Xing acted very calm, he was actually very panicked inside. If Lu Muxue couldn't bear it, then with her small body, she couldn't bear the attack of the snow wolf even more. Fortunately, Lu Muxue did not disappoint. Chao Xing came over, saw the pale Lu Muxue, patted her on the back and said, "Sister-in-law, you have worked hard, and you performed very well this time." After hearing this, Lu Muxue nodded slightly, and the tension in her heart also dissipated a little. Chao Xing moved his eyes over. At this moment, there were still 2 wolf corpses on the ground. Snow wolf corpse *2, decomposable. Chao Xing directly clicked on decomposition. A white light enveloped the 2 wolf corpses, and 1 second later, a large pile of material suddenly appeared on the ground. Slightly damaged wolf skin, green, *2. Thick wolf skin, can be made into a coat, has good cold resistance. Fresh wolf meat, green, *134. Chewy wolf meat, 1 piece of wolf meat equals 5 food. Snow wolf bones, green, *32. Hard bones, you can use them to make simple armor and weapons, or use them to make soup. Wolf fangs, green, *11. Sharp wolf fangs, you can use them to make arrows, or tie them to a stick to make a spear. Frost wolf knight recruitment scroll, blue, *1. A scroll containing the power of the contract. You can immediately summon a powerful level 10 Frost Wolf Knight, but before that, make sure you have enough food. Seeing the materials on the ground, Chao Xing's eyes were more and more shocked. Fuck! This wave is really a big explosion. Chao Xing was pleasantly surprised. 2 wolf skins directly solved the problem of the raw materials they used to make cold-resistant clothing, which can be said to have solved his urgent need. Needless to say, wolf meat, there are more than 100 portions. If they eat sparingly, it will be enough for them to survive for half a month. And the most exaggerated is naturally the Frost Wolf Warrior recruitment scroll. It can actually summon a level 10 creature, which is stronger than Ailina. Lu Muxue, who was standing by, also showed a happy expression on her face. She also knew how valuable these resources are. Great. Ah Xing. Chao Xing nodded. He picked up a snow-white wolf's skin from the ground and put it on Lu Muxue. Although it was not made into clothes, these 2 wolf skins alone could play a good role in keeping out the cold. Lu Muxue instantly felt a warmth wrapping herself up. She looked at Chao Xing gratefully. Thank you. Ah Xing. You're welcome, sister-in-law. After Chao Xing finished speaking, he put another wolf skin on himself. In an instant, the severe coldness of this world was dispelled a lot. At this time, Chao Xing couldn't help but sigh. Finally, he was no longer wearing short-sleeved shirts and shorts. Fighting in the snow. Chapter 8 Ancient Weapon Barret. Chao Xing also collected the other materials on the ground. Afterwards, he came to the coal mine with great expectations. Found an ownerless small coal mine. Do you want to occupy it? Yes. Occupied successfully. Obtained a small coal mine *1. Obtained a bronze treasure chest *1. Congratulations. Because you are the first survivor in the server to occupy a resource point. Rewards. Ancient Weapon Barret. Purple. *1. 12.7 NM ammunition *10 pieces. Chao Xing? What the hell? Barret? Did I hear it right? However, when Chao Xing looked at the black heavy sniper rifle with a length of 1 meter on the snow in front of him, he confirmed his guess. This is really a Barret. But after thinking about it, it's normal. After all, this world is a world where technology and magic are mixed. The cold iron mechanic can drive a Gundam in the later stage, and summon a group of bombers. What's a Barret? Thinking of this, Chao Xing happily collected the Barret and the bullets on the ground. Ancient Weapon Barret, purple. Quality, rare. Attack power, 967 to 993. Attack interval, 2 seconds per time. Additional special effect 1. Armor piercing. When attacking, there is a 50% chance to ignore 100 points of enemy armor. Additional special effect 2. Headshot. When attacking the head, cause an additional 50% damage. Fuck. It's really awesome. There is no doubt that this is a real killer. With an attack power of more than 900 in the early stage, it can kill any god or Buddha who stands in its way. Plus the 2 special effects at the end. If all are triggered, monsters below level 20 can't resist a single shot. Although he is a mage, who stipulates that mages can't use Barret. Unfortunately, Chao Xing only has 10 ammunition. Chao Xing thought, I remember that after the territory level is upgraded to level 4, some new technological buildings will be unlocked, such as bullet factory, small snow robot production workshop, etc. At that time, there will be no need to worry about bullets. Chao Xing put the Barret into his backpack with satisfaction. At this time, he remembered another prompt from the system. In addition to the coal mine resources, there is also a bronze treasure chest. In other words, there is a high possibility of a treasure chest inside. So, Chao Xing turned his head and said, Sister-in-law, I'll go inside the mine to take a look. You collect the scattered coal outside first. Lu Muxue nodded gently. Yes. After Chao Xing finished speaking, he jumped directly into the mine. This is just a small mine, and the depth inside is only 4 or 5 meters. In the middle of the soil nearby, some black coal and stones can be seen. There are indeed rich resources here. According to the system, more than 1,700 pieces of coal can be mined here. According to the standard of 1 coal equals 5 wood. The resources here are enough for him to use for a long time. Chao Xing even wants to send a few polar people to mine now. However, the 4 polar people in the territory now have tasks, and there are no extra people at this stage. Chao Xing thought to himself, it seems that the upgrade progress of the polar people's hut should also be put on the agenda. We must recruit more labor. Otherwise no one will come to mine the ore vein. However, the more important thing at the moment is to find a treasure chest in this coal mine. Chao Xing walked to the end of the mine, and in the darkness, he found a bronze treasure chest. That's it. The system prompt appeared. Found an unlocked bronze treasure chest *1. Do you want to open it? Chao Xing directly clicked. Yes. Successfully opened the bronze treasure chest. Obtained a believer's cane, green *1. Obtained snow boots, white *2. Obtained a medical kit *1. Obtained food *15. Obtained refined iron *5. Obtained a market construction blueprint *1. Huh? The market construction blueprint was found? Chao Xing's eyes lit up. Only after building the market can you trade with other survivors. Although only a few hours have passed since Xiaoxing came to this world. But with more than 7 billion people on Blue Star crossing over, with such a large population base, many people must have built markets. Xiaoxing checked the introduction of this drawing. Market, after construction. Resources can be traded with other survivors. Note, before the merger, you can only trade with other survivors in the area where the survivors are located. Area, 20 square meters. Materials required for construction, 15 stones. 30 wood. Xiaoxing thought, can we only trade with survivors in this area first? But it doesn't have much impact. There are also tens of thousands of people in Area 174. And there are many materials circulating in the market. Xiaoxing began to check the other two equipment he had just obtained. Staff of the Believer, green, quality, excellent, attack power, 15 to 18, spirit plus 3, additional effect, Believer's grip, when attacking, there is a 20% chance to increase your own spirit by plus 10. Note, the staff of the fanatical believer, when you are fighting, shout, black silk is justice, there will be unexpected effects, who the hell wants to shout? White silk is justice. Okay. Xiaoxing was speechless. I always felt that this system note was a bit unserious. He began to check the second piece of equipment. Snow boots, white, quality, ordinary armor, none, special effects, none. Note, snow boots with good cold resistance. Allow you to walk better in ice and snow. Another piece of cold-proof equipment. Xiaoxing was delighted. There were 2 pairs of snow boots, just right for him and Lu Muxue to have 1 pair each. So, he took off his black leather shoes and changed directly to the snow boots covered with fluff. The soles of his feet, which were almost numb from the cold, were also wrapped in waves of warmth. Xiaoxing nodded in satisfaction. There is another item in the treasure chest. Medical kit. White can be used to treat injuries or common diseases, restore 100 health points. Note, simple medical kit can treat some common symptoms caused by weather, such as colds, fever, frostbite, etc. This is also a good thing. Before the medical room is built, this medical kit is a life-saving thing. After all, some diseases cannot be dispelled even by the Aurora Knight's purification. After checking around for a while, and confirming that there was nothing else in the coal mine, Xiaoxing prepared to leave. However, before leaving, he also decomposed the treasure chest. Successfully decomposed the bronze treasure chest. Obtained copper *5. Xiaoxing got out of the mine. After seeing him come out, Lu Muxue said softly, axing, collect all the coal on the ground. There are 112 pieces of coal. Enough for us to use for a long time. Her face was filled with the joy of harvest. Xiaoxing nodded and said, well done, sister-in-law. I'll give you this pair of snow boots first. After saying that, Xiaoxing placed the boots at Lu Muxue's feet. He noticed that Lu Muxue's legs were already red from the cold. Her 10 toes were clasped tightly, and her thighs were trembling constantly. 5 or 6 minutes had passed since they came out. If they didn't return to the campfire in a few minutes, Lu Muxue's legs might be completely frozen. Although Lu Muxue also longed for this pair of snow boots, she also knew how precious these boots were in such an extreme environment. Can you really give me this pair of boots? Lu Muxue asked tentatively. Xiaoxing smiled and said, of course I can give them to you. I already have a pair. Elena has no legs. Who else can wear them except you? Lu Muxue stopped refusing and whispered, thank you, Ah Xing. Xiaoxing waved his hand, signaling her to change quickly. At this moment, Lu Muxue said a little embarrassedly, Ah Xing, can you help me? My legs are a little out of control. After saying this, her cheeks were already red to her ears. Xiaoxing didn't think much, and walked directly to her side, and put one of Lu Muxue's hands on his shoulder. A faint fragrance came from the tip of his nose. Lu Muxue put her arms around Xiaoxing's neck, and raised her right leg with some difficulty. Seeing her like this, Xiaoxing knew that her legs were frozen. Sister-in-law, let me help you put it on. After saying that, before Lu Muxue could react, Xiaoxing directly lifted her knee covered with white silk. Lu Muxue's body trembled, and her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Xiaoxing didn't have any extra thoughts. He quickly helped her put on 2 pairs of snow boots, and then bent down. Sister-in-law, I'll carry you back to the camp. Hearing this, Lu Muxue became even more shy. But she also knew that in her current state, she had to return to the camp as soon as possible to keep warm. Sorry. Trouble you. Lu Muxue responded softly. The next moment, a pair of slender arms wrapped around Chao Xing's neck. Then, she felt a pair of big and powerful hands holding her thighs. It seemed like it was the first time that another man had touched this part of her body. Lu Muxue gasped slightly, and her face immediately turned red to her neck. Lu Muxue lowered her head deeply. Chao Xing felt a delicate and soft touch between his hands. He thought, this woman has a very soft body. Then, Chao Xing carried Lu Muxue on his back, and took Ailina with him. The two of them and the snake returned to the camp. The warmth from the campfire came again. The stiffness in the body was gradually dispelled. After settling Lu Muxue, Chao Xing looked up. It was getting darker. There was still half an hour before nightfall. He had to build a small shelter before nightfall for Ailina to live in at night. Otherwise, if the residents of the territory were left to freeze at night, their loyalty would decrease. In addition, he also had to build a market to trade with other survivors. Chao Xing looked at the current resources of the territory. Food, bread *50. Snake meat *17. Wolf meat *134. Wood *97. Coal *112. Stone *62. Not bad. There are enough materials for the lumberyard and the market. And the remaining materials can also build a small residence. So, Chao Xing shouted to the distance, De Zhuang and Air Zhuang, come back. Hearing the order, the polar people put down their work and trembled as they returned to the campfire. Lord, what's the matter? Chao Xing nodded, and then began to give orders, De Zhuang and Air Zhuang. You two go build the lumber mill. San Zhuang, the task of building the market is given to you. Si Zhuang, you go build a small residence. At this point, Chao Xing added, after you finish these, you can eat. Hearing the last sentence, the eyes of the four polar people lit up. Don't worry, Lord. We promise to complete the task before dark. That's right. We will do the job. Lord, don't worry. Chapter 9 Delicious Snake Soup. At this time, Chao Xing heard a gurgling sound. It was not from him, but from Lu Muxue beside him. She was not physically strong, and she had just experienced a battle, which consumed a lot of energy. It was normal to be hungry. Seeing Chao Xing's eyes, Lu Muxue's pretty face turned red, and she buried her head deeply. No, I'm sorry. Chao Xing shook his head and said, Sister-in-law, let's go in first, to prepare the meal. Lu Muxue nodded gently. Then, they went into the empty lord's hut. To cook, they had to build a stove first. So, Chao Xing found a corner, clicked on the building interface, and started building. Whether to consume materials, stone *8, wood *4. Build a simple stove of level 1. Yes. Chao Xing began to build according to the sketch given by the system. After a few minutes, a simple stove made of stones appeared in front of Chao Xing. Stove, level 1. Defense value, 30. Area of land, 1 square meter. Chao Xing took out the initial equipment given by the system from the storage box. Big black pot, white. Don't think it's just a big black pot. But if you decompose it, it can be decomposed into 2 pieces of iron. This time, Chao Xing prepared to make a pot of snake soup first. In this icy and snowy place, there was no shortage of water. Chao Xing only needed to go outside, knock some ice cubes with a hammer, put them in the pot, and they melted in a short while. After the water boiled, Chao Xing threw 2 palm-sized pieces of snake meat directly into the pot. These 2 pieces of snake meat were equivalent to 10 pieces of food, which was quite luxurious. After thinking for a while, Chao Xing threw 2 more pieces of snake meat in. After more than 10 minutes, the rich aroma of meat began to fill the whole hut. Lu Muxue, who was huddled aside, couldn't help but raise her head, looked at the pot, and swallowed her saliva. Sister-in-law, it's almost done. Wait a little longer. Lu Muxue lowered her head embarrassedly, and replied softly, Axing, let me do the cooking in the future. Chao Xing laughed after hearing this. You will become the Lord's woman in the future. How can we do these things? We are short of manpower now, and we won't need to cook if we recruit more troops in the future. Lu Muxue also smiled gently after hearing this. Axing, you know a lot. Chao Xing shook his head. Nothing. I just play more games in my daily life. The sky outside became darker and darker. The temperature also began to drop sharply. After the stove was lit, the temperature in the room had risen to -11°C. And now, it dropped to -16°C in the blink of an eye. The temperature outside even reached an astonishing -50°C. The cold wind was howling, like a bone scraper constantly sweeping across the bodies of the polar people. At this temperature, even with the bonfire, it was impossible to work. Unless the bonfire was upgraded to an energy tower in the future, then even if there was a blizzard, it would be safe. At this time, Chao Xing saw the territory interface, and several prompts appeared one after another. Your territory building lumberyard was successfully built. Your territory building market was successfully built. Your territory building small shelter was successfully built. Chao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. The work he assigned to the 4 polar people was finally completed before dark. So, he walked to the door of the Lord's hut and said, "De Zhuang, Zhuang, you can all come over for dinner." The 4 polar people rushed into the Lord's hut. Even Eilina curled up her body and crawled in along the wall of the wooden house. The Lord's hut was only 30 square meters in total, and it became very crowded in an instant. Lu Muxue had already filled 6 wooden bowls with broth, and there was still boiled snake meat floating in them. The 4 polar people's eyes lit up, and their hands holding the wooden bowls were shaking constantly. But because Chao Xing didn't speak, they didn't dare to do anything beyond the limit. At this time, Chao Xing came to the stove, picked up one of the wooden bowls and said, "Although it's only the first day for everyone to get along today, I am very satisfied with your performance. To reward you for your hard work, you can enjoy this pot of snake soup. Then, let's start enjoying the food." At this moment, the 4 polar people raised the delicious broth in their hands, and their saliva was secreted crazily. Then, they shouted at the same time, "Praise the great Lord! Praise the great second Lord!" After the words fell, the 4 polar people drank the broth directly. Gurgle gurgle sound came. After a moment, the 4 polar people all showed a look of happiness on their faces. "God, I swear, this is the most delicious meal I have ever eaten in my life." Second Zhuang, "Me too. I have never eaten such delicious broth underground." Everyone, we must remember that all this is given by the Lord. We must work hard and give back to the Lord, willing to go through fire and water for the Lord. The 4 polar people were deeply moved. A system prompt appeared. Your territory member, De Zhuang, tasted the delicious snake soup, and his loyalty to you has increased. Current loyalty, 85. Your territory member, Zhuang, tasted the delicious snake soup, and his loyalty to you has increased. Current loyalty, 80. The favorability of the 4 polar people soared, all reaching more than 80 points. With this favorability, basically, they would do whatever Chao Xing asked them to do. Chao Xing also noticed Eilina next to him. Her hunger level has dropped below 50. Eilina narrowed her eyes, and her tongue kept spitting out, and she seemed to be very eager to eat. Chao Xing came to Eilina and asked, "Eilina, do you eat raw meat or cooked meat?" Eilina spit out scarlet tongue. "Raw meat, respected lord." Chao Xing nodded. He was about to take out 2 pieces of snake meat from his backpack. After thinking about it, Chao Xing put it back. So, he threw 2 pieces of wolf meat he had just harvested to Eilina. Eilina took a bite and swallowed it. She licked her lips and said with a satisfied smile, "Thank you, Lord." Your territory member, Eilina, tasted the delicious wolf meat, and her loyalty to you has increased. Current loyalty, 71. Chao Xing noticed that Eilina's hunger level increased by 10 points, and now it has only reached 60 points. This can't go on. If you don't feel full for a long time, your loyalty will also decrease. Eilina is strong, but at the same time, she consumes more food. Chao Xing thought for a moment, and continued to feed her 4 pieces of wolf meat, raising Eilina's hunger value to 80. "Thank you for your generosity, Lord." Chao Xing nodded. Fortunately, they went out to hunt 2 snow wolves this time. Otherwise, with Eilina's appetite, the stored food would not be enough for them to last for 2 days. Moreover, Chao Xing also had a more powerful recruitment scroll in his hand, Frost Wolf Warrior. It is conceivable that, by then, the daily food consumption of 2 guys with big appetites will reach an astonishing figure. Starting tomorrow, I have to find a way to collect more food, Chao Xing thought to himself. Since it was night, there was no way to work or go out to explore. So, Chao Xing asked Eilina and the 4 polar people to return to their residences to rest. After they left, the Lord's hut became empty again. As for Lu Muxue, before a new residence was built, she could only stay with Chao Xing. Lu Muxiue seemed a little nervous at the moment. This seemed to be her first time to be in the same room with a person of the opposite sex. However, Chao Xing did not have any extra thoughts. Sitting in front of the fire, Chao Xing clicked on the chat channel of the system interface. He wanted to see how other survivors were doing. Opening the world channel, a flood of information came in. Lin Zixuan, cold. Very cold. I'm freezing to death. Lawrence, oh my god. What kind of world is this? Our family has run out of food. And the bonfire is about to go out. Who can save us? Andre, damn it. There is a monster outside the camp. And it bit me. Fujiwara Akiko, my husband is frozen to death. His body is so stiff and cold. Woo. Chapter 10 Bargaining. Ice Armor Skill Book. From their information, Chao Xing learned that many people have died. Most of them died in low temperatures. And a few were attacked by monsters in the wild. The human environment as a whole is in a state of panic and anxiety. There are other calmer survivors in the world channel, sharing their experiences there. Zhang Huayan, brothers, you must build the Lord's hut as soon as possible. Only after building the Lord's hut can you unlock other buildings. Ed Stafford, I suggest that you collect the stones and would near the territory as soon as possible, and then increase the level of the campfire. Wang Sheng, if you encounter a monster in the wild, don't try to attack it. Remember to run back as soon as possible. When you run to the campfire range, those monsters will not attack you. As Chao Xing expected before, there are more than 7 billion people in the world, and there are many people with good adaptability. However, compared to Chao Xing, they were still a step behind. Not only did they not play the game in advance like Chao Xing, they also did not have SSS-level hidden talents. In these 4 hours, Chao Xing not only built the Lord's hut and the Polar Man's hut, but also built a lumber mill, a market and other buildings, and upgraded the campfire to level 3. Moreover, after 2 battles, Chao Xing's resources have reached a rich level. Chao Xing thought about it and added a sentence. Chao Xing, the lowest temperature at night will be minus 60 degrees Celsius. Don't go out casually. If you don't have time to build a Lord's hut, you can first build a simple shelter with wooden boards and stones. It can barely withstand the low temperature of the first night. After Chao Xing finished speaking, he closed the world channel. He didn't know how many people would see his message. He also didn't know whether anyone would use his method to survive the first night. But no matter what, just take it as a kind reminder. Then, he opened the regional channel. According to the system description, this is a 500 km * 500 km square area. It is shown above. Regional channel 174. Online users 38224/40173. Chao Xing was silent for a moment. Obviously, on the first day, many people have died. In his area alone, nearly 2,000 people have died. You can imagine how high the death rate of survivors around the world is. But there is nothing that can be done about it. In a survival game, many people will be eliminated. Moreover, as long as we survive the first day, everyone will adapt to it, and the death rate will not be so high. Of course, once the novice protection period is over, the monsters wandering outside may actively attack the camp, and at that time, the death rate may soar again. So, not only other survivors. Even Chao Xing should cherish the time of the novice protection period and develop his own territory as soon as possible. Click on Regional Channel, and a lot of information will be swiped over immediately. Wang Wenjie, brothers, are you all from Hong Kong? Gu Boran, I'm not from Hong Kong, but I'm from the neighboring Shenzhen, Hong Kong City. Qiao Pingwei, I'm from Hong Kong. Pan Fei, I'm also from Hong Kong. After reading the chat above, Chao Xing nodded suddenly. This area division should be to randomly distribute people from several neighboring cities together. At this time, Wang Wenjie continued, my compatriots, I am in trouble. My sister suddenly fainted due to hypothermia, and now has a high fever. Who has cold medicine or antibiotics? Please save my sister? Chi Chong, my family is also sick. My parents have collapsed. Only my brother and I are left. What should I do if this continues? Lu Jizhong, it's troublesome. After tonight, there will not be enough food for tomorrow. And there are no warm clothes. Fong Long, I am Fong Long from the Seining Society. Other brothers in the gang, please contact me as soon as possible. In the chat channel, many people are telling about their current difficulties and hope to get help from others. Of course, there are also some survivors who have developed in this area. Chen Tianhao, Ha ha. A bunch of cowards. You just stay near the campfire. I have found a treasure chest in the snow. And I opened an iron sword and a bunch of food in it. Ji Wenlong, I also opened a treasure chest. And I also opened a medical kit in it, which can treat colds and fevers. If you want it, bring food or weapons to exchange with me. Chung Lei, cold-resistant coats for sale. Food is needed. A lot of food. From the information of these people above, it can be seen that everyone is in short supply. Chao Xing closed the regional channel. He was going to the market to trade for some supplies. Chao Xing opened the market interface of the territory building. As soon as he opened it, he saw many trading messages on it. Consigned items, stones *20. Required items, food *10 or medical kit *1. Consigner, Zhao Jiaxing. Seller's note, basic materials, price negotiable. Consigned items, rusty spear white *1. Required items, food *20. Consigner, anonymous. Seller's note, iron spear. Although rusty, but it is stronger than the initial weapon given by the system. Need food. Food. Consigned items, open bronze treasure chest *1. Required items, warm clothes. Consigner, Wangwen. Seller's note, although the treasure box has been opened by me, it can be decomposed into rare materials such as copper. Give me some warm clothes. I'm freezing to death. Obviously, it's the first day of the global advent. In this world with extreme environment, the most scarce things are, of course, food, warm clothes, and medicine. Everyone is exchanging the only resources they have. Chao Xing only has one medical kit, and he is short of warm clothes. So of course he can't trade these things. He continued to browse, to see if there was anything he needed. At this time, he saw a consignment information. Consignment item, ice armor skill book, white, *1. Required items, food *50. Or medical kit *5. Consigner, Malaise. Seller's note, Frost Mage's early skill book. You can cut it down a bit. Buy it as soon as possible. Chao Xing's eyes moved slightly. It turned out to be the Frost Mage's ice armor. This skill can increase a certain amount of armor value according to the user's mental strength. The effect lasts for 20 seconds, but the consumption is relatively large. For other Frost Mages, this may be a useless skill, but for Chao Xing, it is a magical skill. Because this skill can be combined with his own talents, it can become a permanent skill. Then combined with Eilena's scale armor, Chao Xing's defense will reach a terrifying level. At this moment, Chao Xing even wanted to take a picture of this skill book on the spot. But it was obvious that this guy was asking for an exorbitant price. And he asked for 50 food directly. Fortunately, the seller said in the note that he could bargain, which meant there was still room for negotiation. So, Chao Xing opened the private chat interface of the consignment. Chao Xing, 10 food in exchange for the ice armor skill book. A few seconds later, Malaise sent a speechless expression. Malaise, I asked you to bargain. Not to bargain with people. You want to exchange 10 food for a skill book. Why don't you go and rob it? Go. Go. Go play. Chao Xing replied, I know you are anxious. But don't worry. What if I tell you that this is not ordinary food? But meat? Malaise meat? You got the meat so quickly? The other party's tone was full of strong surprise. Chao Xing knew that the other party didn't believe him. After all, at the current stage, meat can only be obtained from wild monsters. Obviously, on the first day, basically no one could defeat those wild monsters. Chao Xing directly posted the item information on the private chat window. But he sent the information about snake meat. It was not until then that Malaise finally believed that Chao Xing had meat in his hands. Great. Brother. You actually got snake meat. Chao Xing asked directly, how is it? Will you sell it? Malaise, of course I will sell it. But you're giving too little. Right? At least 40 food. Which is 8 pieces of snake meat. Otherwise no deal. Chao Xing said, what are you thinking? 8 pieces of snake meat. I don't even have that much myself. At most 3 pieces of snake meat. However, Malaise insisted that it should not exceed 6 pieces of snake meat at least. Chao Xing replied directly after hearing this, forget it, you keep it for yourself. Ice armor is just an early stage skill, and the drop rate is not low. After tomorrow, you won't be able to exchange it for food even if you want to. Hearing this, the other party seemed a little hesitant. Mellos asked doubtfully, are you telling the truth? Chapter 11 The First Night, Greedy Human Nature. Of course what Chao Xing said was false. Ice Armor. This skill is one of the basic skills of the mage in the early stage. Although it is relatively useless, it is also of great value. Chao Xing directly replied, believe it or not. After hearing this, Melia said helplessly, forget it, 3 pieces of snake meat is 3 pieces of snake meat, eat sparingly, it is enough for my family to survive for another day. Hearing the last sentence, Chao Xing's eyes moved slightly. Thinking for a moment, he sent a message, how about this, you change it to 20 food, I will give you 5 more bread. Melia on the opposite side was stunned after hearing this, but still said, okay. Chao Xing, then go to the market to modify the transaction information directly, I will bid it immediately. Soon, the price of that skill in the market became food. Asterisk 20 Chao Xing bid it directly. Transaction successful, you get Ice Armor Skill Book Asterisk 1, you lose Fresh Snake Meat Asterisk 3, you lose Bread Asterisk 5. Ice Armor. Consume a certain amount of mental power, increase your own or friendly mental power Asterisk 0.6, Armor, the effect lasts for 30 seconds, the cooldown time is 60 seconds. Chao Xing's eyes lit up, this is it. My current mental strength is 5. With the blessing of Believer Staff, it is 8 points of mental power. That is to say, Chao Xing can permanently increase his armor value by 5 points. He clicked on the learning button directly. Successfully learned Ice Armor. After the system prompt ended, Chao Xing was secretly happy. Then, he first released the Ice Armor on himself. Duplicate Armor. Pass. Release Ice Armor. Successfully, Armor plus 5, Talent Eternal Power. Takes effect. This skill has become permanent. The next moment, Chao Xing felt a layer of invisible frost armor wrapping him. A sense of security surged in his heart. The effect of Ice Armor is similar to Scale Armor. Both are invisible means of defense, which will only appear when attacked. Now his armor has reached 15 points. And the attacks of monsters below level 3 can't even cause him any damage. In short, it can't break his defense. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. After waiting for 60 seconds, Chao Xing added another layer of Ice Armor to Lu Muxue as the meat shield in the team. Of course, her defense must be as high as possible. At this moment, the two of them were in the same room. Lu Muxue also learned about the current situation of other survivors through the chat channel. Now she realized that not everyone was like her, and had already lived in the Warm Lord's hut. More survivors are still living a life of hunger and cold. If she hadn't been with Chao Xing, then Lu Muxue would probably have suffered the same fate, or even worse. Then at night, she would experience the freezing cold hell of ice and snow. Lu Muxue looked at Chao Xing with gratitude. Thank you, Xing. If it weren't for you, I might have frozen to death outside. Chao Xing shook his head and said, it's okay, sister-in-law. Since the two of us are assigned to the same group, we must cooperate with each other to survive better in this world. I help you, and I am also helping myself. Lu Muxue nodded solemnly. I will adapt to this world as soon as possible and won't hold you back. Chao Xing nodded. Then, the two of them entered into a state of relative silence. The atmosphere seemed a little awkward. At this time, Lu Muxue didn't know what she thought of. Her pretty face suddenly turned red, and even her body was trembling slightly. After a while, she took off her snow boots and retreated to the small wooden bed. Lu Muxue wrapped herself in a wolfskin coat, buried her red head deeply in it, and only a pair of pink feet were exposed. Between the two of them, there was a warm stove. After a while, Chao Xing said, go to sleep, sister-in-law. At night, the coal in the stove was burning vigorously. Through the Lord's hut, the sound of the wind outside could be heard. At this time, both of them were wrapped in wolf skins, covering themselves as blankets. Lu Muxue looked at Chao Xing's back, not knowing what he was thinking. And at this moment, Lu Muxue received a video call. Looking at the caller's name, Bai Yunlan. It was her mother. Lu Muxue's face flashed a trace of solemnity. After thinking for a moment, she still clicked to answer. Xiaoxue, how are you doing over there? As soon as the video was connected, a woman's voice came from the other side. Lu Muxue was a little surprised that the other party actually cared about her. However, before Lu Muxue could speak, Bai Yunlan on the opposite side continued, Hey Xiaoxue. Our family suddenly came to this world. It's really unlucky. You don't know. Your 2 brothers and your father, and I are in such a bad situation. There is only so much food in that box. Not enough for Debao and Xiaobao to eat in one meal. Now the food is almost finished. Your father and I didn't eat anything at night. We are cold and hungry. Xiaoxue, do you have any extra food? Support us a little? Lu Muxue smiled bitterly. Is it still like this? Before she said a word, she exposed her true nature. She didn't care about her life or death, and just asked her for food. Lu Muxue remembered that she was on Blue Star before, and it seemed to be the same. She was always strictly required, and all her income was controlled by them, and they even intervened in her life. So in the end, she was forced to marry the man she hated. Lu Muxue took a deep breath, and seemed to have mustered up some courage. She shook her head and said, Mom, I don't have any extra food either. After hearing this, Lu's mother on the opposite side immediately asked in confusion, Is there really nothing left? Xiaoxue, your two brothers have been hungry all day. You know, Dabao and Xiaobao are both big eaters. They used to eat 4 or 5 meals a day. But now that they have come to this world, they have only eaten 1 meal. Your father and I have only eaten half a piece of bread. While Lu's mother was talking, her eyes were still darting around, as if she was checking the situation on Lu Muxue's side. Lu Muxue said firmly, No more. At this moment, the appearance of another middle-aged man appeared in the video screen. He looked at Lu Muxue's background and wondered, Xiaoxue, are you lying to us? You have moved into the house, and you still say there is no food? Also, where did you get the fur you are wearing? The voices of 2 children sounded nearby, and they pointed at the screen and said, Mom and Dad, I know the fur on my sister's body. It's wolf fur. My sister has killed wolves, and there is meat. Hearing this, Lu's mother was immediately angry. Okay, you bastard, you dare to lie to your mother. You don't want to share the meat with your family, you ungrateful bastard. I have raised you for nothing. At this moment, Lu's father was also accusing him, and there were also the noisy voices of 2 children nearby. Xiaoxue, what do you want to do? Your mother and I are almost starving to death, and you are not willing to share any food. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Facing the accusations of her family, Lu Muxue bit her lower lip lightly, with tears in the corners of her eyes, and seemed a little helpless for a moment. The mother of Lu on the opposite side became even more aggressive. Are you still aggrieved? We have been hungry for a whole day, and you are not aggrieved, Lu Muxue. I think you are really too arrogant. Lu Muxue's eyes were red, and she was about to cry. At this moment, a figure squeezed into the picture. 2 old guys. What are you doing barking like a dog? Hearing the scolding, the voices on the other side suddenly became quiet. Then, they saw a young man appear next to Lu Muxue. Lu's father saw Chao Xing's picture and asked, Xiaoxue, who are you with? Who is this man? Before Lu Muxue could speak, Chao Xing took the lead and replied, You don't need to know who I am. If you want food, go find it in the snow yourself. The middle-aged man on the opposite side heard it and said, I'm talking to my daughter. What qualifications do you have to interrupt? Chao Xing smiled and said, What qualifications do I have? Just because I killed the wolf. The meat is also mine. What do you think? The middle-aged man said angrily, Then I won't ask you for it. I will ask. Xiaoxue wants it, she is my daughter. Chao Xing sneered, You can't ask her for it. I am the one who keeps the food. I won't give you a single crumb while I am here. You have your own hands and feet, but you don't know how to get food, and you come to your daughter to suck her blood. Do you have any shame? You? What do you mean by you? You are so old, and you still have the nerve to pester her. You are not even as good as a woman, you are a waste. After Chao Xing scolded him, the face of the middle-aged man opposite him turned red. Beside them, the cries of 2 children were heard. Mother Lu seemed to want to help her husband and verbally attack Chao Xing. However, at Chao Xing's signal, Lu Muxue directly hung up the video call. Beep. The world suddenly became quiet. Lu Muxue huddled on the bed, her shoulders trembling constantly, seemingly unable to control her emotions. Beside Chao Xing's ear, there was a slight sob. After a while, the sob stopped. Chao Xing comforted her. It's okay. Sister-in-law. Lu Muxue raised her head, looked at Chao Xing with red and swollen eyes, and said gratefully, Axing, thank you for helping me out. Chao Xing shook his head and said, It's okay, these guys want to get something for nothing, and take the supplies from me. No way. You must also remember, no matter who asks you for food or other resources, you must not give it. There will be a second time after the first time, and they will ask for endless things later. Do you understand? After hearing this, Lu Muxue's eyes flashed with bitterness. Chapter 12 Frost Wolf Warriors Move Out. She understood this truth. When she was on Blue Star, her various appearance fees, including funds, were controlled by her family. Lu Muxua also wanted to refuse, but under the constant mental pressure from her parents, she silently endured it all. Now that she has come to this world, it seems to have given her a chance to get rid of her original family and start over. After a moment, Lu Muxua nodded solemnly and said, "I will, Axing." After that, the two sat on the bed. But because of what happened before, I lost all my sleepiness for a moment. At this time, Lu Muxua didn't know what she remembered. She suddenly stood up and came to the stove. The stove was lit, and hot water was boiling in the iron pot. After a while, Lu Muxua came to Chao Xing with a small bucket of hot water. With a shy look on her face, she whispered, "Ah Xing, I see your feet are a little red from the cold. Soak your feet in hot water before going to bed. You need to feel more comfortable." Chao Xing was stunned, and indeed felt that his feet were almost numb from the cold. "Okay, sister-in-law." He was just about to reach out and take the wooden bucket. But Lu Muxua whispered, "I'll help you." Her voice was so soft that Chao Xing even thought he had misheard. However, Lu Muxua had already squatted down and put the small wooden bucket next to the bed. She blushed as she clumsily lifted Chao Xing's feet to the bucket. It was the first time that Chao Xing asked another girl to help him soak his feet, and he felt a little strange. "Thank you, sister-in-law," Lu Muxua said shyly. No trouble." The warm water hit Chao Xing's cold soles, and the heat continued to rise. Lu Muxua squatted down. Her hips were straight. Her waist curves were fully exposed, and she had a devilish figure. Her delicate hands kept stroking Chao Xing's instep, and every time Chao Xing felt an electric shock, the heat kept rising, and Chao Xing clearly felt that the body temperatures of both of them had risen a little. "Sister-in-law?" Hearing the call, Lu Muxua raised her delicate head, with a hazy mist on her face. At this time, she found that Chao Xing's face was gradually approaching. Lu Muxua seemed to realize something, and her face suddenly turned red, and she lowered her head. But soon, she looked up at Chao Xing again. In addition to shyness, there seemed to be some expectation on her delicate face. At this angle, Lu Muxua's flushed cheeks were so charming, and her slightly trembling lips made people want to taste them on the spot. The distance between the two gradually approached, and they could even feel each other's warm breath. Lu Muxua was nervous, but seemed to have some expectations. Axing. Lu Muxua wanted to say something, but she saw that the man's face in front of her had quickly enlarged and directly blocked her lips. "MMM? MMM?" Lu Muxua moaned seductively, and her mind was almost blank. After a while, Lu Muxua, who was slow at first, began to respond immaturely. The night was as hot as fire. In the small room, the temperature gradually rose. A few minutes later, Lu Muxua's chest kept rising and falling, and she collapsed in Chao Xing's arms, breathing like orchids. Then, she stood up from Chao Xing's arms, and with a shy face, she crawled into her own small quilt. After Lu Muxua hung up the phone, Lu's father and mother were immediately furious. They tried to call Lu Muxua many times, but were directly rejected by the other party. Lu's mother said dejectedly, "Old man, what do you think we should do now? Xiaoxua refused to give us food. Dabao and Xiaobao kept crying because of hunger. We don't know what to eat tomorrow." Lu's father Lu Xinjie was also thinking. At this time, he seemed to remember something and suddenly said, "Yunlan, do you think that the boy who stayed with Xiaoxua looks familiar?" Hearing this, Lu's mother's eyes also fell into reminiscence. After a moment, Lu's mother was startled and said, "I seem to remember it. This boy seems to be a driver at Xinjiang's company. He was often sent by him to pick up our daughter before." The two were shocked. Lu's mother said angrily, "Okay, you are just a small driver, and you dare to scold us. Let me find a chance, and see how I can teach you a lesson." Lu Xinjie calmed down and said, "Don't worry, I just saw Fan Long talking, and he seems to be in the same place with us." Lu's mother was shocked. "Fan Long? Is it the Fan Long from the Three Heroes Club?" Lu Xinjie nodded. "Yes, he seems to have started to unite other members of the Three Heroes Club, and it seems that he should be developing well." Lu's mother smiled immediately. "That's great. I remember that Fan Long was also a fanatical pursuer of Xiaoxua before. Let's contact him first, and see if we can ask him for some food." The next day, a system prompt appeared. "Attention all survivors, you have survived the first night of the Frozen Age. The remaining protection period for newbies, 4 days to 2200 hours. There are still 5 days of safety time. Chaoxing opened his eyes and saw the beauty lying next to him. There seemed to be a hint of fragrance on her lips. Last night, they did not break the last bottom line. On the first day of coming to this world, the two were not mentally prepared. Chaoxing shook his head and put aside the messy thoughts. Then he looked at the regional channel. 174 regional channel. Online users, 38024/40173. Compared to yesterday, more than 1,000 people died. None of them survived the first night in this world. The world channel and the regional channel were filled with cries for help. Lu Muxiua also woke up at this time. She seemed to remember what happened last night. Instantly, she became shy again. She poked her head out and asked softly, "Axing, what are we going to do today?" Chaoxing said, "Today, we have to upgrade the polar people's hut first, and then recruit 4 polar people to work. Then we will set up the tailor shop, blacksmith shop and so on, but we don't need to do these. Now, go out and arrange work for those polar people." Lu Muxiua responded softly. Then, the two of them got up from the small wooden bed together and walked out of the Lord's hut. The sky of this Doomsday world was still dim, and even at dawn, there was rarely any sunlight. The 4 polar people were already waiting outside the campfire. "Lord, how are you?" "Good morning, Second Lord." The 4 polar people shouted respectfully. Chaoxing nodded, and then assigned them all tasks. He asked the 4 polar people to divide into twos and start upgrading the polar people's hut at the same time. The system prompt appears. Do you want to consume materials? Wood *50, stone *30. Upgrade the polar man's hut to level 2? Yes. Upgrading the polar man's hut. 27 minutes remaining. The polar men have started working. And Chaoxing took out the recruitment scroll that exploded yesterday from his backpack. Frostwolf Knight recruitment scroll. Blue, you can use this scroll to recruit a level 10 Frostwolf Knight. The reason why he was not recruited yesterday was because it was almost night, and he was not needed to fight. Moreover, for a powerful creature like this, the food consumed every night is a huge number, so any savings is a good thing. The system prompt appears. Do you want to use the scroll to recruit the Frostwolf Knight? Yes. Chaoxing directly clicked OK. The next moment, a huge hexagram array appeared under his feet. Then, the hexagram array began to emit a more dazzling light. Oh my god, this movement seems to be even more terrifying than when I summoned Eilina. Chaoxing's eyes were filled with surprise. Through the dazzling light curtain of the teleportation array, Chaoxing vaguely saw a huge figure more than 2 meters tall, full of oppression. A strong breath appeared. Then, the light dissipated. A white giant wolf covered with snow-white hair appeared, with a body length of nearly 3 meters. The strong and powerful limbs and exposed fangs all showed the strong strength of this giant wolf. And the sight looked up. On the back of this white wolf, there was a Frost Wolf Knight wearing white armor and holding a long sword. At this moment, the Frost Wolf Knight pulled the reins. The Frost Wolf below immediately raised its head and howled. Alho! The sound was powerful and loud, and it spread for several kilometers. Compared with the oppression of the Snakeman Priest, it was more than twice as strong. When he noticed Chaoxing below, the Frost Wolf Knight took off his helmet, revealing a head of dark brown wild hair like weeds. Then, he turned over and jumped, and gave Chaoxing a standard knight salute. Frost Wolf Knight Assam is at your service. Chaoxing looked at the combination of man and wolf with shock. Then, the attributes appeared in front of me. Frost Wolf Knight, Assam, not advanced. Note, after reaching level 10, you can advance to a second level creature through the Heart of Power. Race, human. Level 10 1722/10,000. Health, 1020. Attack power, 137 to 146. Armor, 24 to 27. Attributes, Strength 57. Agility 54. Spirit 48. Constitution 51. Skills, Riding Mastery, when fighting on a mount. Strength and agility are increased by an additional 10%. Frost Wolf Swordsmanship, when using a sword weapon to attack the enemy. An additional 20% damage is caused. Talent, Polar Constitution. Hunger, 72. Loyalty, 71. Frost Wolf, Winter, not advanced. Race, Beast. Level 10 273/10,000. Health, 1,540. Attack power, 134 to 138. Armor, 12 to 14. Attributes, Strength 67, Agility 71, Spirit 57, Constitution 77. Skills, Frostbite. When the attack hits, add 1 layer of frost effect to the enemy. When the number of frost layers reaches 5 or more, freeze the enemy's blood, and fall into a frozen state for 3 to 5 seconds. Frost Claw. When the attack hits, add 1 layer of bleeding effect to the enemy. Loss of agility * 0.3 health per second. Effect lasts for 3 seconds. Talent, Wolf Pack Will. When the number of frost wolves gathered at the same time exceeds 10, movement speed increases by 20%. Attack power increases by 20%. Hunger, 65. Chao Xing looked at the attributes of the two behemoths, and a strong joy flashed in his eyes. Wow! Is this buy one get one free? They are both so powerful creatures. This wave is really profitable. 2 level 10 creatures appeared at once, which was something Chao Xing had never expected. At this moment, the Frostwolf Knight still maintained the posture of saluting, as if waiting for Chao Xing to give orders. Chao Xing thought for a moment, and did not rush to give orders to this Frostwolf Knight. Instead, he first added Ice Armor, Ice Healing, Scale Armor, and Snakeman Frenzy to Assam and the Frostwolf next to him. A total of 4 permanent buffs. The Frostwolf Knight felt that there were suddenly 4 more wonderful energies in his body, which greatly enhanced his survivability and combat capabilities. Assam immediately knelt on one knee and said in shock, "You are the most powerful lord I have ever seen. Assam is willing to offer his loyalty to you. You helped the territory member, Assam, improve his strength, and his loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty, 80. Assam's loyalty has skyrocketed." Chao Xing was very excited. This SSS level talent is really useful. No matter what kind of soldiers he recruits in the future, he can give them a round. Then, Chao Xing looked at the Frostwolf Knight and said, "Assam, I will give you an exploration mission. Go to the northeast of the camp, and mark any resource points or wild creatures you encounter along the way. After the exploration range reaches 10 kilometers, come back and report to me." The Frostwolf Knight stomped his feet and said respectfully, "I will obey your orders, Lord." After he finished speaking, he turned over and jumped onto the wolf's back, then raised his sword high and pointed it forward. Frostwolf warriors, move out. Chapter 13 plus 18 top quality great sword. Dong dong. Dong. The Frost Wolf took heavy steps and rushed in the direction of Han Xing's order. Looking at the figure of the man and the wolf going away, Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. A few minutes later, the system prompt appeared. Your territory building polar hut. Upgraded successfully. Current level, level 2. The number of polar people that can be recruited is 4/8. Chao Xing's eyes were happy. Good. Good, the polar hut has also been upgraded successfully. This way, there will be more people working for me. After a while, 4 polar people came to Chao Xing with tools in their hands. Lord, the mission has been completed. Chao Xing nodded, and then came to the level 2 polar hut. The upgraded polar hut, from a small tent, became a small bungalow nearly 3 meters high and covering an area of about 20 square meters. In front of him, the properties of this building appeared. Level 2 polar hut. You can summon polar people to work for you by consuming food. Surrounding area, 30 square meters. Maximum number of recruits, 4/8 people. Upgrade required. Level 3 Lord Hut. Stone * 100. Wood * 200. Iron * 50. Chao Xing thought, level 2 polar hut. Can only recruit 4 more polar people. And there are still not enough people. If you want to continue upgrading, you need a level 3 Lord Hut, which cannot be built in a short time. Shaking his head, Chao Xing spent 20 food again to summon 4 polar people. The hut trembled. 4 polar people rushed out. Dear Lord, polar people report to you. Lu Muxue on the side exclaimed, "Ah!" A few more polar people came out. Chao Xing nodded, and then continued to name these polar people. From the 5th and 6th strong, until the 8th strong. The polar people said respectfully, "Thank you Lord for the name. You successfully named the polar people. The 5th strong's loyalty to you increased by 5 points. You successfully named the polar people. The 6th strong's loyalty to you increased by 5 points." System prompts for increased favorability kept appearing. Chao Xing looked at De Zhuang first, and then said, "De Zhuang, you lead Air Zhuang to see Zhuang, and the 4 of you go to mine the coal mine with all your strength. Wu Zhuang and Lu Zhuang, Your task is to cut down the wood nearby with all your strength, and then transport it to the sawmill for processing. Qi Zhuang and Ba Zhuang. Your task is to collect more stones and build an or processing plant. Do you understand? After hearing this, the 8 polar people looked at each other, and they saluted respectfully and said, "Understood, Lord." Then, under the leadership of De Zhuang, the polar people began to work enthusiastically. "Axing, do you need me to do anything?" Lu Mushua asked softly. Chao Xing glanced at Lu Mushua's current equipment. In addition to the small wooden shield given by the system, there was also a stone axe. This small wooden shield also had cracks on it due to the battle. It felt that if it experienced another battle, it would be completely damaged. Thinking of this, Chao Xing said, "Sister-in-law, I'll go to the market to see if there is anything useful." Lu Mushua nodded gently. "Well, I'll listen to you." Chao Xing looked at his food reserves. Food, bread *45, snake meat *10, wolf meat *132. There is still enough food at the moment. You can take out some of it, and use it to exchange for supplies or equipment. He clicked on the market channel. The consignment items on it have increased by dozens of pages. It seems that there are more and more survivors, or teams have built markets. Chao Xing entered the word equipment on the search interface, and then filtered it. Some white equipment appeared on it, such as stone axes, stone spears, etc. Several iron items were sold at a high price. Chao Xing shook his head. The properties of these equipment were too poor. There was no improvement at all. At this moment, he saw a consignment message. Consignment item, rusty iron shield, white, *1. Required item, food *50 or medical kit *1. Consigner, Chun Yuan. Seller's note, top quality iron shield. Amazing defense. First come first served. Chao Xing took a look at the properties of the iron shield. It had an armor value of 5 to 8 points, which was almost twice as high as the small wooden shield in Lu Mushua's hand. Although it is not the best, it is not bad. So, Chao Xing, as usual, directly offered a price. Chao Xing, 20 food for a rusty iron shield. After a moment, the other party replied with one word. Get lost. Oh my! This guy has a bad temper, and is not even willing to bargain. Chao Xing was amused. Shaking his head, he did not care. So, he posted a consignment information. Consignment item, fresh wolf meat, green. Required items, equipment, weapons, skill books. Consigner, Chao Xing. Seller's note, fresh wolf meat. 1 piece of wolf meat equals 5 food. Equipment that can be used by Aurora Knights and Frost Mages. Skill books. And private chat if interested. Not long after the wolf meat was put on the shelves, some of the survivors immediately noticed the information on the market. Fuck. Someone is selling food in the market, and it's green-grade wolf meat. Wolf meat? I remember that wild wolves are all monsters of the lowest level 3. Right? Who is this big guy, who killed a wolf so quickly? Too strong, I'm still chewing dry bread, and others have already eaten meat. This big guy wants equipment and skill books, who has them? Go find him to trade. At this stage, when everyone is worried about food, someone actually sells food, and it's precious wolf meat, which immediately caused a sensation. Sure enough, after a while, Chao Xing received the first private message. Renishu, brother, I see you are amazing. I have a plus 18 top-grade greatsword here. I will only sell you 5 pieces of wolf meat. What do you think? Chao Xing was delighted. Send it to me. Rusty iron sword, white, quality, ordinary, attack power, 6 to 8, additional special effects, none. Chao Xing. Is this the plus 18 top-grade greatsword you mentioned? Renishu smiled and said, I forgot to say, this is the future plus 18 enhanced greatsword. With my own strength, I will definitely be able to enhance it to 18 in the future. Chao Xing was speechless, and said directly, 2 pieces of wolf meat. Renishu was stunned. So little? Will you sell it? Sell it. Renishu agreed decisively. Chao Xing silently modified the transaction information. Transaction successful, you get the rusty iron sword, white, you lose fresh wolf meat, green, *2. Then, Chao Xing received many private messages. There are not many people selling equipment here. Most of them want to trade with their other territory materials, such as wood, stones, and a small amount of iron. For these survivors, Chao Xing would remind them, tell them, the importance of these basic materials, which are the foundation of survival, and cannot be sold easily. Some survivors would listen to the advice, and give up the deal. But some insisted on trading with Chao Xing. They told Chao Xing that people were almost starving to death. So who would think about the future development? They must fill their stomachs first. Seeing the information of these people, Chao Xing thought to himself, since they want to sell, they can indeed collect a batch of supplies first. But I don't have much wolf meat reserves, so I can't buy a lot of stones and wood. However, I can exchange some iron first, and then build the blacksmith shop. After the blacksmith shop is built, you can make some simple iron tools in it, such as iron axes, iron pickaxes, iron spears, etc. As for other equipment, the corresponding blueprints are needed to make it. However, the survivors currently have too little iron, only 2 or 3 pieces at most. Chao Xing would definitely suffer a loss if he exchanged 1 piece of wolf meat for 2 pieces of iron. So, Chao Xing asked the system, can the wolf meat be decomposed into smaller pieces? The system prompt appeared. 1 piece of wolf meat can be decomposed into up to 10 small pieces of wolf meat. 100 G is 1 piece. Chao Xing was stunned. It really works. So, he took out 5 pieces of wolf meat in his hand and decomposed them into 50 pieces. Then, Chao Xing modified the trading conditions. The consignment ratio is 1 piece of wolf meat for 2 pieces of iron. The regional channel attracted attention again. Brothers, this big guy has modified the conditions. Iron can also be used to trade wolf meat. If anyone is iron, go and exchange it. I happen to have 2 pieces. I will go to this big guy to trade immediately. Fuck. I want to eat meat too. Leave some for me. Chao Xing kept receiving trading applications. Trade successful. You get iron *2. You lose wolf meat *100 G. Trade successful. You get iron *4. You lose wolf meat *200 G. Trade successful. You get iron round shield, white *1. You lose fresh wolf meat *5. In addition to a large amount of iron. Chao Xing also received a shield as he wished. Chao Xing glanced at the attributes. Iron round shield, white, quality, ordinary, armor, 9 to 11, additional special effects, none. Although it was just a white shield, it was much better than the wooden shield in Lu Mushua's hand. After a while, the dozen pieces of wolf meat that Chao Xing hung on it were all sold out in seconds. And in Chao Xing's backpack, there were 100 more pieces of iron. Now, the iron in his hand is completely enough to build a blacksmith shop. Chao Xing's eyes showed joy. Compared to slowly collecting, it's faster to trade with other survivors. Of course, this method, the premise is that you have enough resources. Now that the population of the territory has increased so much, the daily food consumption is a considerable number. So he can only sell a small part of the food to exchange for supplies. Just when Chao Xing was about to end the transaction, the survivor named Chen Yuan sent another message. Brother, I'll sell you that iron shield. 10 pieces of wolf meat. He seemed to have noticed the movement in the market. Seeing this message, Chao Xing couldn't help laughing. This guy is really bold to make an offer. He treats this broken shield in his hand as a treasure. Chao Xing just traded for that shield, which not only has better properties than this rusty iron shield, but also only costs 5 wolf meat. So, Chao Xing replied, no need. Keep it for yourself. Hearing this, the survivor named Chen Yuan suddenly became anxious. Brother, please don't. We can discuss it. 8 yuan. 8 yuan is enough. Right? Chao Xing didn't want to pay attention to him at all. The other side said anxiously, 6 yuan. It really can't be any less. People can't be too greedy. Chao Xing still didn't reply. Chen Yuan said anxiously, I am Chen Yuan from the Three Heroes Society. Give me some face, and you can take this shield for 5 pieces of wolf meat. Chen Yuan seemed to have lost his patience. For pieces of wolf meat. This is my minimum. I advise you not to be shameless. His tone became more and more impatient. At this time, Chao Xing replied indifferently, get lost. Chapter 14 Your milk tea is under attack. After saying that, Chao Xing blocked the other party directly. A few hundred kilometers away from Chao Xing, a human survivor was about to send a message, but saw the system prompt. You have been blacklisted by the other party, and cannot continue to communicate. He was stunned in place, and then said angrily, damn brat. After the transaction was completed, Chao Xing first gave the iron sword and iron shield to Lu Mushua. Then, he began to teach Lu Mushua how to fight. Chao Xing took Lu Mushua's arm and said, sister-in-law, you should hold the shield with your left hand, and use your right hand to hold the weapon to attack the enemy. You are using the iron sword now. Just remember the 3 simple movements of stabbing, chopping and cutting. Lu Muxua nodded shyly. She awkwardly thrust forward with a sword, and then looked at Chao Xing. Is that so? Chao Xing looked at her soft and weak sword thrusting movements. Not only did it have no lethality, it seemed, but also a little cute. Is she going to perform a gangster's excited sword? Chao Xing shook his head, came behind Lu Muxua, held the shield with one hand, and raised her right hand with the other. Sister-in-law, your sword-drawing posture should be like this. At this moment, Lu Muxua felt Chao Xing appear behind her, and her face was full of shame. He grabbed Lu Muxua's wrist and stabbed forward directly. Swish! The sword broke through the air with a sound. Lu Muxua said coquettishly. The movement just now was too large, and the 2 bodies were tightly pressed together. Chao Xing even felt the touch of his round buttocks. Ahem. Chao Xing quickly stepped back half a step, keeping a safe distance. Lu Muxua naturally felt it, too. After the contact from behind, her face turned red, and her legs even felt a little weak. But she still gritted her teeth and insisted on learning. Chao Xing began to continue teaching Lu Muxua to practice sword. Because she was trying hard to absorb the knowledge taught by Chao Xing, Lu Muxua quickly got into the state. After half an hour, both of them were slightly sweating, and then they gradually separated. Lu Muxua practiced again and again according to the movements instructed by Chao Xing. And Chao Xing, on the side, nodded with satisfaction. Then, he checked the resources of his territory. Food, bread *45, snake meat *10, wolf meat *111. Wood *92, coal *107, stone *45, iron *100. Chao Xing thought, last night, the bonfire and stove consumed a lot of coal, but it also saved me a lot of wood. Now that 8 polar people are mining resources together, the efficiency is much faster. After today, the sewing shop and blacksmith shop should be built. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. This progress is still very fast, when most of the survivors are still in the exploratory stage. Chao Xing's territory has already taken shape. Next, as long as we continue to develop at this pace, it won't be long before we can upgrade the territory level and build more advanced buildings. Then, we can set up barracks and train these polar people into combat troops. With Chao Xing's talent, they will be monsters that can recover infinitely. The future is full of hope. At this moment, a system prompt interrupted Chao Xing's thoughts. Your territory member, Assam, is under attack. Seeing this prompt, Chao Xing's heart sank. Damn! My milk tea. No, my knight was attacked? Who was it? You know, Assam is already a level 10 knight, and with a frost wolf under his feet, there is basically no opponent below level 1. This situation now shows that Assam has encountered a strong enemy. Lu Muxua on the side also heard the same prompt. She came to Chao Xing's side, and a worried look appeared in her eyes. Chao Xing comforted him. It's okay. Assam has 4 permanent states we have imposed on him. As long as he is not killed instantly, it should not be a problem for him to survive with his ability. After waiting for a few minutes, there was no news of Assam's death. Chao Xing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 of them looked at the place where Assam had left before, hoping that he could return safely. 10 minutes later, Chao Xing saw a strong figure limping back. It was the Frost Wolf Knight, Assam. Seeing this, Chao Xing took out the barret and came to Assam. Lu Muxua and Eilina also walked over quickly. What happened? Chao Xing carried the barret and looked around vigilantly. Assam jumped off the back of the Frost Wolf, then knelt on one knee and said, Lord, I'm so sorry. I met a powerful enemy outside, and neither I nor Winter could defeat it. If it weren't for the power you added to us in advance, we might not be able to come back. Hearing this, Chao Xing frowned, and then he looked at the state of the Frost Wolf. I found that Winter's health column had changed. Frost Wolf, Winter. Health, 1386/1540. Status, fracture, health limit reduced by 10%, movement speed reduced by 20%. Chao Xing said, Tell me more about what you encountered. Yes, Lord. Then, Assam began to tell their story. After listening, Chao Xing frowned and said, You mean, about 3 kilometers away from the camp, there is a powerful snow bear, and that bear can also discharge electricity? Assam said respectfully, Yes. Lord, that bear is extremely powerful, and it can slap me and Winter away with one slap. Its power is too strong, only the 2nd level knights in the tribe can defeat it. Chao Xing was thoughtful. It can only be dealt with by a second-level knight, which means that the level of this monster is at least above level 10. And according to Assam's description, this violent bear can also discharge electricity, which may not be that simple. Thinking of this, Chaoxing nodded and said, Assam, heal your winter's injuries, and then take me to see where you found the violent bear. Assam seemed a little surprised. Lord, do you mean you are going to deal with that violent bear? Chaoxing shook his head and said, I didn't say that we must deal with it. Let's observe its strength first. The snowstorm bear is only 3 kilometers away from their camp, which is too unsettling. Once the novice protection period ends after 4 days, this violent bear will easily destroy Chaoxing's territory. Moreover, even if it is during the novice protection period, if the snowstorm bear approaches, it will also pose a strong threat to Chaoxing. The polar people who were collecting supplies outside the camp would all be killed by the enemy. Even Lu Muxua had a worried look in her eyes. Axing, Chaoxing shook her head and said, Don't worry, sister-in-law. We'll just watch from a distance. But it shouldn't be a big problem. If it dares to come over, I'll make a few holes in its body. After saying that, Chaoxing showed the barret in his hand. With this killer weapon, there is basically no opponent for monsters below level 20. Lu Muxua nodded. On the side, Assam was already treating the fracture for Frost Wolf. There was a sound of crackling. Woo! Frost Wolf groaned, and a damage number -172 appeared above his head. Soon, green +5 appeared one after another. Having the talent Eternal Power is convenient. Otherwise, with Assam and Frost Wolf's huge HP, to recover, it would not only cost them a lot of supplies, but also take more time. 2 or 3 minutes later, Lord, Winter has recovered, Assam said respectfully. Chaoxing nodded. Now, start to lead the way. Yes, Lord. Assam rode the Frost Wolf again, and headed out into the snow. Dong dong. Dong. Heavy footsteps sounded. Chaoxing approached with Ilena and Lu Muxua. Half an hour later, they came to the foot of a snowy mountain. And in front of them, it seemed that they could see a deep cave. A ferocious aura was faintly coming from inside. They continued to approach, and a system prompt appeared in front of them. Snowfield Storm Bear's lair. Blue, there lives a powerful creature inside. It is the overlord of the area. Extremely dangerous. Please approach with caution. Chaoxing frowned. Even the system prompts that it is extremely dangerous. The monster inside is not ordinary powerful. Lord, do you need me to lure it out? Frost Wolf Knight Assam volunteered. Chaoxing asked, Can you guarantee your own safety? Assam nodded and said, Both I and Winter have the power added by the Lord. As long as we are careful, escaping is not a problem. Chaoxing thought for a moment, nodded. Then you go over. Yes. Assam rode the Frost Wolf, and began to quickly go around to the other side of the snow, about 500 meters away from Chaoxing and the others. Then, the Frost Wolf, under his feet, raised its head and roared. Awooh! The voice was loud and penetrating. The next moment, a roar like that of an ancient beast also sounded in the cave. Roar! The roar was too powerful. The sound waves were like substance, shaking the snow near the cave away. Chaoxing and others all felt a terrifying sense of oppression. He immediately set up the barret and lay on the snow. And at this moment, Chaoxing suddenly felt the ground under him vibrate. Boom! 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 It seemed as if something was rushing towards them at a high speed. Then, a white behemoth, whose body was at least 8 meters in size, suddenly jumped out of the cave. Roar! The terrifying roar resounded throughout the snowfield. Chapter 15 First Kill of Elite Monster. It was a white violent bear covered with snow-white hair, and as big as a small truck. It was nearly 6 meters long, and had limbs as thick as buckets. It was full of destructiveness at a glance. The attributes of this white bear appeared in front of Chaoxing's Snowfield Violent Bear. Level 15. Race Beast. Level, 2nd level Elite Creature. HP, 4080/4080. Attack Power, 347 to 356. Attributes, Strength 189, Agility 154, Spirit 173, Physique 204. Skills, Bear Paw Smash. The violent bear attacks the enemy with its strong and powerful forelimbs, and has a 100% knockback effect for enemies with less strength than itself. Wild Roar. The violent bear emits a terrifying sound wave, which traps enemies within 30 meters. Equals Lightning Strike. Concentrates the power of lightning in the body, strikes the ground, causes 130% lightning damage to enemies within 20 meters, and paralyzes all enemies for 1 second. Talent 1. Cold resistance. Talent 2. Lightning body, can control weak lightning power. Note, this is a violent bear with special power activated, extremely powerful. Please deal with it with caution. Wow, a level 15 elite creature. Chao Xing was shocked. This guy, just in terms of attributes, is comparable to a level 20 common monster, plus those 3 skills. The actual combat power is even more terrifying. At this moment, after sensing Assam's breath, this violent bear roared and rushed over immediately. Boom! Boom! When running, it was like a cannonball thrown on the snow. The explosions continued. Such a mighty force made Assam, who was waiting on the spot, a little nervous. And Chao Xing began to quickly measure the attributes and distance of both sides in his mind. This guy has too much health. If Barrett doesn't hit him in the head, it will take at least 5 shots to kill him. And I'm still 500 meters away from him. According to the speed of this violent bear, it will take at least 10 seconds for it to get close to me. And Barrett has a 2-second attack interval. Counting the aiming time, 10 seconds is enough for me to launch 5 attacks. After reaching this conclusion, Chao Xing felt relieved. That is, he could use Barrett to kill this violent bear before the other party rushed over. The premise is that all 5 shots can hit the target. However, given the huge size of this violent bear, if Chao Xing can still miss the target, then he is too weak. At the same time, the frost wolf under Assam tensed its limbs. It was ready to fight to the death with the snowy violent bear. Roar! The figure of the violent bear rushed over quickly, just as it raised its paw and was about to slap it. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A streak of blood instantly flew up from the back of the snowy violent bear. Minus 872. A terrifying damage number floated up. Roar! The violent bear felt pain, lost its balance in midair, and fell directly to the ground and rolled more than 10 meters away. So powerful. Chao Xing was looking at the big guy in his hand with surprise. Just now, when Barrett was shooting, a strong recoil hit his shoulder. At this time, a layer of ice armor and a layer of scale armor appeared at the same time. Chao Xing not only did not suffer any damage, but even the recoil was offset. Good. Good. This way I don't have to worry about the recoil hurting myself. Chao Xing was very surprised. Woohoo! At this moment, the violent bear quickly climbed up from the ground, staring with red eyes, looking for the culprit who had just attacked it. Then, it suddenly saw Chao Xing in the distance. The next moment, the snow bear began to rush towards Chao Xing. At the same time, Chao Xing's Barrett attack interval had also ended. He lay on the ground, aimed at the huge body of the bear, and then shot directly. Bang! Minus 1,234. A 4-digit damage number floated up. Chao Xing was delighted. This attack actually triggered the armor-piercing special effect of Barrett. After 2 shots, the blood volume of the bear was directly reduced to less than half. Assam, who had just escaped a disaster, was shocked to see the 2 blood holes on the violent bear. What a terrible power. Even if I and Lin Dong were together, we couldn't withstand the Lord's attack. At the same time, the violent bear was less than 300 meters away from Chao Xing. After being hit by 2 bullets, it had completely aroused the killing intent in its heart. A ferocious breath came over. Even Lu Muxua and Eilina subconsciously took 2 steps back. Chao Xing's 3rd bullet was also loaded at this time. Bang! Chao Xing fired without hesitation. This shot did not cause any damage because Chao Xing missed. Fuck! How can this even miss? What a rubbish shooting skill of mine. Chao Xing's heart sank, because this means he only has 2 chances left. He glanced at the brown bear's health. Health, 1974/4080. That is to say, Chao Xing's 2 shots must all hit, and one of them must at least deal armor-piercing damage. Otherwise, if the violent bear has a little health left, it will rush to Chao Xing. With his small body, the violent bear could kill him with 1 slap. The pressure suddenly came, and the atmosphere became a little tense. Lu Muxua held the shield tightly, her face solemn, and she seemed to have seen the situation in front of her. At this moment, Lu Muxua came to Chao Xing's side, and she was ready to block the attack for Chao Xing. Chao Xing still had a cold look and was reloading. He knew that the more times like this, the more he had to stay calm. When the violent bear rushed to 200 meters away from him, The fourth round of ammunition had been loaded. After aiming at the huge body of the violent bear, Chao Xing thought to himself, Master Han, please help me. Don't miss the target later. Then, he fired directly. Bang! Minus 893. Although there was no armor-piercing damage, Chao Xing still did not feel discouraged. The snowy violent bear seemed to have a premonition that this last distance would be the key to victory or defeat. Roar! Roar! Its running speed increased again. 100 meters. 50 meters. At this moment, there was a faint current between the violent bear's limbs. It actually wanted to release the group skill directly to kill Chao Xing directly. At this moment, Chao Xing finished loading the fifth round of ammunition. He took a deep breath, and when aiming at the violent bear's body, the crosshairs moved up slightly. Then, shoot decisively. Bang! Minus 1,574. Headshot. A terrifying damage number appeared. A blood hole that penetrated the front and back suddenly appeared between the eyebrows of the snow bear. The huge body stopped its momentum, like a crashed truck, suddenly fell on the snow in front of it. Crash! After dragging on the snow for more than 10 meters, the body of the snow bear finally stopped completely. Then, it fell to the ground, completely lifeless. The system prompt appeared. Successfully killed the snowstorm bear, level 15 elite creature, killed a monster above the level, gained 350 by 400% experience points, gained 1400 experience points. Your level has been upgraded, current level, level 3. This upgrade is gained, strength plus 3, agility plus 4, spirit plus 6, constitution plus 4. At the same time, a white light rose from Chao Xing's body. Chao Xing's eyes flashed with ecstasy. Upgraded. And 2 levels in a row. The surprise is not over yet. The system prompts continue to sound. Kill the snowstorm bear, get the loot. Primary Heart of Power *1. Advanced item, allow survivors or territory units that have reached level 10 to break through to the second level strongman. Get Primary Element Crystal, green *8. Crystals containing elemental power can be used to build primary magic buildings, or used as alchemical materials. Congratulations! Because you are the first survivor in the entire server to kill an elite creature, get the first kill reward, Primary Element Arrow Tower Blueprint. *1. Icefield Druid Recruitment Scroll. *1. Seeing all these tips, Chao Xing could hardly conceal the ecstasy in his eyes. Oh my god! I really made a fortune this time. Heart of Power, Icefield Druid Recruitment Scroll, Elemental Arrow Tower Blueprint, this is too powerful. At this time, Ailina and Assam all came to Chao Xing's side. They all looked at the corpse of the snow bear on the ground in shock, and murmured, "What a terrible weapon. Lord, your power is as dazzling and powerful as the stars. Ailina has been impressed by your strong fighting power, loyalty has been improved, current loyalty, 80. Assam has been impressed by your strong fighting power, loyalty has been improved, current loyalty, 85. Chapter 16 Decomposing the Body of the Violent Bear, Great Harvest. Chao Xing nodded secretly. Only by showing great strength can you make your subordinates more loyal to you. It is the same principle in any world. He looked at Assam beside him, and then took out a red crystal from his backpack. This is the Primary Heart of Power. Obtained when killing the violent bear just now. Primary Heart of Power can only be obtained from some powerful creatures. Item effect can allow survivors or territory members who have reached level 10 to complete the advancement. After the advancement, all attributes will be improved by 100%. In the Frozen Age, each advancement is terrifying. At least 100% of the attributes are improved. Without other means, it is very difficult to fight against higher levels. And Assam is a level 10 creature, which meets the conditions for advancement. So, Chao Xing directly threw the Heart of Power to him. Assam took it subconsciously, and then held the crystal full of power in his hand, his eyes filled with surprise. He asked in disbelief, "Lord, can you really give me such a precious Heart of Power?" Chao Xing nodded and said, "Assam, in this action, you have proved your bravery and agility. I think you are capable of possessing even greater power. Then, please accept this Heart of Power, and let us build a more prosperous territory together." Assam was moved to tears. He beat his chest with one hand, straightened his body, and said excitedly, "I am willing to sacrifice my life for you, Lord." Assam has been moved by your behavior, and his loyalty has been improved. The current loyalty is 95. Sacrifice his life. Seeing this prompt, Chao Xing was overjoyed. When the loyalty is above 90, these soldiers will be loyal to the end. Even if you ask them to die, they will do it without hesitation. In this way, there is no need to worry about Assam's rebellion. Under the gaze of everyone, Assam crushed the heart of power in front of Chao Xing. Crack! The sound of glass breaking was heard, and a red mist was absorbed by Assam. In the surprised eyes of everyone, Assam's momentum was rising rapidly, and then it reached a terrifying level in the blink of an eye. A system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Assam, has completed the advancement. All attributes increased by 100%. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Assam's attributes after the advancement. First Wolf Knight, Assam, 2nd level. Race, human. Level 101722/10,000. Health, 2040. Attack power, 274 to 289. Armor, 24 to 27. Attributes, Strength 114, Agility 108, Spirit 96, Constitution 102. Hunger, 72. Loyalty, 95. Good. Good. Chao Xing looked at Assam's panel with satisfaction. There is no doubt that this upgrade has brought about a qualitative change in his strength. Elena, who was standing next to him, looked at Assam's changes with envy. Noticing her look, Chao Xing said, Elena, perform well. When you reach level 10, I will also find a heart of power for you to help you break through to level 2. Elena's narrow snake eyes widened instantly after hearing this. She looked at Chao Xing excitedly and said, Thank you for your generosity, Lord. Elena is willing to give everything for the Lord. Elena has been moved by your words, and her loyalty has been improved. The current loyalty is 85. Sure enough, her loyalty has been improved again. Chao Xing was overjoyed. As a qualified lord, he must be good at making promises. Then, Chao Xing began to check the 2 rewards given for killing the first snowstorm bear. Icefield Druid Recruitment Scroll, purple. This scroll can be used to summon a powerful, level 15 elite druid. Note, although the Icefield Druid is powerful, the amount of food he needs to eat every day is also amazing. Please make sure you have enough food. Seeing the above prompt, Chao Xing's pupil shrank immediately. Oh my god! A level 15 elite monster. This is too powerful. From the powerful fighting power just shown by the snowstorm bear, we can see how terrible a level 15 elite monster is. If Chao Xing didn't have a killer weapon like Barrett, these people combined would not be able to last half a minute against the snowstorm bear. However, the system also reminded that this Icefield Druid has an amazing appetite. Ordinary survivors can't even afford to feed him. Chao Xing continued to check another reward. Primary Element Arrow Tower Blueprint. A defensive arrow tower can be built in the territory. Attack power, 213 to 247, with a 20% chance of adding 45 points of elemental damage. Attack interval, 2.5 seconds/1 time. Maximum range, 600 meters. Armor, 20 points. Durability, 2000/2000. Floor area, 12 square meters. Building height, 15 meters. Materials required for construction: wood *300, stone *200, iron *50, primary element crystal *10. After reading the properties of this element arrow tower, Chao Xing was surprised again. Wow! With over 200 attack points, one arrow can kill a level 5 creature like Elena in seconds. This is another killer weapon, even if it is an unadvanced Assam. In a one-on-one situation, it is likely to be shot and killed before it reaches the foot of the arrow tower. After all, it has a range of 600 meters. Moreover, the materials required for this elemental arrow tower are not complicated, and it can be built in batches. The only trouble is that the primary element crystal at the back can only be exploded by powerful creatures like the snowstorm bear, or found in a treasure chest. However, because of the existence of the market, this is not a problem for Chao Xing. Chao Xing believes that no matter how difficult this material is to obtain, with such a large base, there will definitely be many survivors who can produce this material. After checking the harvest this time, Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Although this battle consumed 5 of his buried bullets, the return was also very amazing. It can be called a great harvest. Moreover, in addition to these spoils, there is another reward that has not been processed. Chao Xing looked at the huge corpse in front of him. Snowstorm bear corpse, blue decomposable. Chao Xing directly clicked on the decomposition. Then, The truck-sized body of the snowstorm bear was enveloped by a burst of white light. After the white light dissipated, a small mountain of fresh bear meat appeared on the spot, plus a huge bear skin, a pair of bear paws, and a pile of bones. Fresh bear meat, blue, asterisk 1215. Bear meat with powerful strength, first consumption, strength +2, constitution +2, complete snowstorm bear fur, blue. A complete bear skin has good cold resistance. After being made into clothes through the sewing shop, it can also have a certain armor effect. Snowstorm bear paw, purple, asterisk 2. A precious trophy, it is said that the Avalon nobles will collect this kind of bear paw as a collection, which can be sold at a high price. Snowstorm bear gallbladder, blue, asterisk 1. Bear bought with powerful effects after the first use. It can permanently increase health by 200 points. Remember to cook it before eating. Snowstorm bear skeleton asterisk 172, blue. Very hard bones of the storm bear. You can process it in the blacksmith shop and use it to make spears or other weapons. Fuck. More than 1,000 pieces of bear meat? Chao Xing was shocked. In other words, it is more than 6,000 pieces of food. And what is the most important thing? The most important thing is that this bear meat can increase attributes. It can increase strength and physique by 2 points. For the warrior profession, it is almost 4 points of attack power and 40 points of health, plus 1 point of armor improvement. Now is the time when the survivors are most in need of food. And it is meat that increases attributes. If it is taken to the market for trading, Chao Xing believes that it will definitely cause a scramble among the survivors. He seemed to see a huge fortune coming towards him. And even Chao Xing's breathing became a little rapid. Chapter 17 Silver Treasure Chest in the Cave. Chao Xing forced himself to calm down, and then asked the system, without considering the satiety, in order to obtain the attribute improvement, how much bear meat do you need to eat to take effect? You should know that. This kind of bear meat will only have the attribute improvement effect when you eat it for the first time. So whether you eat 10 or 100 pieces of bear meat, it's the same. But if it takes only one bite to take effect, then Chao Xing has more room for operation. At this time, the system prompt appears. You need to eat more than 100 g of bear meat to get the attribute improvement effect. Seeing this prompt, Chao Xing's face flashed with ecstasy. Only 100 g is needed. One piece of bear meat equals 1 kilogram. That is to say, he can divide these 1,215 pieces of bear meat into more than 10,000 pieces for trading. It is hard to imagine how much supplies can be exchanged. Of course, Chao Xing can't take out all of it for trading. He also has to keep some for daily needs. After all, he has so many people in his territory now. Next, we need to recruit a level 15 ice druid. So, Chao Xing directly collected all the materials on the ground. So far, the harvest of this battle has been almost counted. Just when Chao Xing was about to lead his men back, he suddenly noticed the deep cave behind. This cave seems to be the residence of the snowstorm bear. Is there any treasure inside? Seeing Chao Xing's eyes, Assam volunteered, Lord, let me go and explore first. Chao Xing nodded. Then, Assam drew out the long sword from his waist, and went straight into the cave. A few minutes later, Assam came out and said respectfully, Lord, there is no other danger in the cave. But, I found something different in it. Chao Xing asked in confusion, something different? Assam nodded. Chao Xing took Lu Mushua and headed towards the cave of the violent bear. As soon as he entered the cave, a faint smell of soil entered his nose. The system prompt appears. You have entered a special area, Snowstorm Bear Cave. It was a little dark inside the cave, but compared to the ice and snow outside, it was indeed much warmer inside. Chao Xing looked at the temperature display above his head. Current temperature, -25°C. The further you go into the cave, the higher the temperature inside. He kept moving forward for about 10 meters. In the corner of the cave, Chao Xing found something different from what Assam said. On a pile of hay, there was a snow-white creature lying, like a ball of fur. It was a newly born white bear cub. It seemed to be sleeping, its body curled up, revealing a pink little paw. Lu Mushua, who was standing next to him, had little stars in her eyes. So cute. Chao Xing walked to the bear's den, squatted down, and was about to touch the little bear cub with his hand. Sizzle. -1. There was a sound of electricity, and a damage number appeared above Chao Xing's head. Chao Xing felt as if he was pricked by a needle, and subconsciously withdrew his arm. Oh my god! This little bear cub can also discharge electricity? Xing looked forward in surprise, and the attributes of the little bear cub appeared in front of him. Snowstorm Bear Juvenile. Race Beast. Level, None. Attribute, None. Talent, Lightning Body, can control weak lightning power. Xing's eyes lit up instantly, born with lightning attributes. This little bear cub has a bright future. Just then, another system prompt appeared. Detected wild creatures that can be tamed. Snowstorm Bear Cub, do you want to tame it and recruit it into the territory? After taming wild creatures, you need to provide them with food, and wait for them to grow up, then they will have the corresponding combat power. Obviously, Lu Muxua next to him also heard the system prompt. She was looking at Xing eagerly, seemingly eager for him to take the little bear away. Xing thought for a moment, and nodded. Although this little bear cub has no fighting power, it has potential. When it grows up, it may become as powerful as the violent bear outside. Recruitment successful, territory member +1, do you want to name the Snowstorm Bear? Huh? You can give it a name? Xing's eyes lit up, and he fell into thought again? This little guy can emit electricity, and it's a bear. Xing couldn't help but think of a game he had played before. There was a giant white bear that could control lightning and strong winds, had been baptized by war, and had the fighting spirit of Freljord. It was called Volibear, and also had a resounding title, Thunder Roar. Thinking of this, Xing said directly, Today, I will give you a name, Volibear. The little bear cubs who were curled up in the bear den stretched their limbs and seemed to sense something. Woo! The little bear cub hummed softly. Volibear's naming was successful. Lu Muxua also heard the system prompt. She was so happy that she wanted to pick up the little bear cub. Xing reminded from behind, Sister-in-law, be careful, this little bear cub will emit electricity. Lu Muxua was stunned for a moment, then nodded gently. She carefully stretched out a finger and touched the little bear cub's body. And this time, the little bear cub did not emit electricity. Lu Muxua was delighted. She stretched out her hands directly, and held the little bear cub in her arms. She looked at Xing and said happily, Xing, look! It doesn't seem to have any electricity. Xing's mouth twitched. This little guy. The little bear cub seemed to know that it had a new owner, and its limbs were fluttering around. Lu Muxua held it up and chuckled, Wally. You will be called Wally from now on. Xing walked past the bear's den, and went straight to the innermost part of the cave. Because there, he saw a treasure chest. This was also one of the things Assam had explored before. Unlock silver treasure chest can be opened. Seeing the system introduction, Xing's breath suddenly stagnated. Wow, it's actually a silver treasure chest. In this world, the treasure chest grades are divided into black iron, bronze, silver, eternal gold, bright moon, etc. The treasure chests of different grades have different rarity. It is said that the highest level bright moon treasure chest can even open legendary equipment. As for whether there are higher level treasure chests, Xing has never come into contact with them, so he doesn't know. But when Xing was playing the game, when he opened the first silver treasure chest, he had already survived for more than 10 days. So, he could now find a silver treasure chest in the early stage. You can imagine how important this is. Xing directly clicked to open it. Successfully opened the silver treasure chest. Obtained skill book, GZ Mark Robot. Obtained black iron arm guard, green, *1. Obtained medical kit *5. Obtained small resource pack *1. Obtained mithril *5. Oh my! A skill book, plus a green equipment, and a medical kit and mithril. It's really a silver treasure chest. Xing was overjoyed, and then he began to check the properties of these items. Skill book, GZ Mark Robot. Exclusive skill book for cold iron mechanic. Consumes materials and mechanical force. Summons a GZ Mark robot that inherits 120% of the survivor's attributes. The robot lasts for 180 seconds. Xing was surprised. It's this skill book. Chapter 18 Skill Book, GZ Mark Robot. Although it is not a skill book that I use myself, it is still quite good. Xing's face flashed with joy. You know, GZ Mark Robot is the early stage magic skill of the mechanic. You only need to consume a part of the iron and mechanical force value to summon a powerful Mark Robot, which not only has long-range attack means, but also amazing defense. It can be said that it greatly improves the survivability of the mechanic in the early stage. This skill book, if we take it to the market, it will definitely attract a lot of mechanics. Xing continued to look down at other gains. Black iron arm guard, green. Quality, Excellent. Armor, 7 to 9. Attached Special Effect 1, Constitution plus 4. Attached Special Effect 2, Long Arm increases attack range by 20%. Small Resource Pack, after opening. You can get wood asterisk 100, stone asterisk 50, iron asterisk 10. Mithril, purple, a precious metal, can be used to create advanced equipment or buildings. After reading the properties of these items, Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. That black iron arm guard is green equipment. And its attributes are pretty good. Especially the second special effect, which can increase my maximum attack distance. It's really powerful. Chao Xing equipped it without hesitation. And then he checked his attributes. Attributes, click to expand. Great. Both vitality and attack power have been greatly improved. Compared to when I first came to this world yesterday. My strength has more than doubled. Chao Xing's face showed a look of joy. Moreover, in addition to the equipment, he also had a bear gall and bear meat that could improve the attributes. By then, Chao Xing's strength could be further improved. After cleaning up all the harvest, Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Then turned around and said, "Let's go. It's time to go back." It took them almost an hour to come out this time. It would take at least half an hour to go back. Chao Xing had to seize all the time to develop his territory. After the group returned to the camp, the warmth from the campfire came over them. Tap, tap. They all shook off the snow under their feet. Chao Xing looked at the sky. Fortunately, it hasn't snowed recently. If it had, it would have been really hard to walk in this kind of weather. He looked at Assam next to him and said, "Assam, come here." After hearing this, Assam came straight over. Chao Xing raised his staff, and then a beam of green light shot over. Ice healing spell was cast. Successfully, the talent Eternal Power was activated, and this skill has become permanent. Green plus 10 numbers appeared above Assam's head. Compared with the previous healing value, it has doubled again. Chao Xing was delighted. As expected, when the same skill is applied to the same target, the lower attribute will be covered by the higher attribute bonus. Because Chao Xing's spiritual attribute has been improved, the effect of ice healing has naturally been improved. Now, Assam can recover 10 health points per second. And with his terrifying defense, he is really an indestructible cockroach. Then, Chao Xing released another ice armor, which added 8 points of armor to Assam. And his frost wolf was not spared. Shwa shwa. Green light shot over. Chao Xing found that, after his mental power was improved, the number of times he could release magic also increased. Until now, he had not felt dizzy. After replenishing the status of Assam and the frost wolf, Chao Xing said, "Assam, you did a good job this time. Your next task is to continue to explore the area of 10 kilometers around the camp. Mark all resource points and monsters, and rush back to the camp before dark." After hearing this, Assam said respectfully, "Yes, Lord. Your order is my destiny." After saying that, he rode on the frost wolf winner, and rushed into the snow outside again. Chao Xing looked at Eilina next to him again. "Eilina, your task is to add the Snakeman Frenzy and Scale Armor effects to the newly recruited polar people. Remember to rest when your mental strength is insufficient." Eilina held out her letter and nodded, "Yes, Lord." Then, Chao Xing opened the resource pack small he had just obtained from the silver treasure chest. Opened the resource pack successfully. You have obtained 100 wood, 50 stones, and 10 iron. He looked at the resources in his territory. Food, bread asterisk 45, snake asterisk 10, wolf asterisk 111, bear asterisk 1215, wood asterisk 314, coal asterisk 124, stone asterisk 153, iron asterisk 110. Chao Xing said happily, after the lumberyard was built. The speed of obtaining wood has indeed increased a lot. The coal mine has also started to be mined. The next step is to build the sewing shop and or processing plant. Chao Xing called 4 polar people. The construction task was given to them. Then, he looked around the camp. There were already 7 or 8 small houses around. In just one day, from the original small fire, there were so many buildings, and a full sense of accomplishment appeared in his heart. Lu Mushua asked softly, "Axing, is there anything I can do?" Chao Xing shook his head and said, "Not yet, sister-in-law. Let's go into the house to warm up first." Lu Mushua nodded. Then the two of them went into the Lord's hut together. As soon as she entered, Lu Mushua squatted down by the stove naturally and stretched out her hands to keep warm. "Huh? It's so warm. The woman smiled happily. In such a snowy place, being able to warm up by the warm stove is indeed a very happy thing. After a few minutes, perhaps because she was too close to the stove, Lu Mushua's forehead was sweating. She took off her wolfskin coat, revealing her curvy figure again. Then, she squatted down by the stove again to keep warm. Lu Mushua's posture perfectly shows her hot body. Especially at this moment. Chao Xing is sitting on the bed. At this angle, her graceful body curves can be seen. Her chest becomes larger due to the squeeze of her knees, and the whiteness is dazzling. Under her slender waist, her round buttocks are tightly wrapped in a black tight skirt. Lu Mushua has a mature and somewhat immature temperament, which makes people unable to take their eyes away at a glance. At this time, Lu Mushua seemed to notice that her stockings seemed to be torn. Her slender feet had several cute toes hooked together. She raised her head and said a little embarrassedly, Ah Xing. My stockings seem to be torn. Can I take them off? Wash them, and put them away first. Chao Xing was stunned for a moment, nodded and said, Sure. There is prepared water in those wooden barrels. You can just make a new wooden barrel. Lu Mushua nodded lightly, wanting to say something, but it seemed a little difficult to say. Then, she stood by the bed, lifted her long legs and gently took off her stockings. It seemed that it was the first time she did this in front of another man. Lu Mushua's face was so red that it was about to be squeezed out of water. She didn't dare to look at Chao Xing's eyes the whole time. Chao Xing saw that after Lu Mushua took off her stockings, her thighs looked slightly fleshy. Her calves were very slender, and she was not the kind of extreme chopstick legs. It was perfect. Chao Xing sighed in his heart. Lu Mushua picked up the stockings. Just as she was about to stand up, she suddenly found some small mud spots on Chao Xing's body. Lu Mushua blushed and said, Axing, your shirt seems dirty. Chao Xing looked down and saw that there was indeed a patch of black mud on the white shirt he wore before crossing. After thinking about it, it should be stuck on him when he was lying on the ground and using the barret. Lu Mushua subconsciously said, How about you take it off, and I'll wash it for you. Then, she seemed to realize that this sentence was a bit subtle, and her face became even more embarrassed and her head lowered. Chao Xing was stunned for a moment, but he didn't think much about it. Before the sewing shop was built, he only had this one piece of clothing. So, Chao Xing nodded. Then I'll trouble you, sister-in-law. Chao Xing unbuttoned his shirt naturally, exposing his upper body and strong muscles. Seeing Chao Xing's figure, Lu Mushua seemed a little surprised, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. For you, sister-in-law? Lu Mushua responded softly. She shyly took the shirt from Chao Xing's hand and took it aside to wash it. Swishing. The sound of water was heard. Lu Mushua quickly washed the stockings and Chao Xing's shirt, and hung them by the stove to dry. Then, she came to Chao Xing with a basin of steaming water. That? Xing. I see there is a little dirt on your chest. How about, let me wipe your body off for you. She wanted to say, let Chao Xing wipe it off himself, but for some reason, she said the above sentence. For a moment, Lu Mushua was almost ashamed. Chao Xing also felt that there was something wrong with this sentence. But in order not to embarrass Lu Mushua, he nodded and said, Thank you, sister-in-law. No. It's okay. Lu Mushua felt relieved and responded shyly. At this moment, Lu Mushua put the basin next to Chao Xing, then squatted down slightly and soaked her hands. Then, with her cheeks flushed, she stretched out her hands and gently rubbed Chao Xing's chest. The delicate palms were soaked in warm water and had a smooth touch. Under close contact, Chao Xing's nose kept drilling into the unique body fragrance of Lu Mushua. Lu Mushua's movements were very stiff. It can be seen that she was doing this for the first time. The warm touch kept caressing her chest. Chao Xing clearly felt that Lu Mushua's body temperature seemed to be rising. A few minutes later, Lu Mushua blushed and said, Axing, I've wiped it. Chao Xing nodded blankly. Lu Mushua blushed and took the basin away again. In order to calm the restlessness in his heart, Chao Xing put on his wolfskin coat again and said, Sister-in-law, I'm going to go out first and trade some supplies in the market. Lu Mushua responded in a low voice. Chao Xing walked out of the Lord's hut again. The low temperature outside hit him instantly. Be calm. Be calm. Chao Xing took a deep breath, and his mind gradually became calm. Then, he came to the market. Next, I have to sell the bear meat in my hand. Chaoxing knew that, of course. The sooner such food is sold, the better. After a few days, everyone will no longer be troubled by food, and the bear meat in Chaoxing's hand will not be sold at a high price. So, Chaoxing opened the world channel. Takaka Masako, woo woo. My husband was killed by a snow wolf. Now I am left with 2 children. Is there any kind person who can take us in? Yin Xiao, Madam from Japan, what are your coordinates? I will come to save you right away. I don't mean anything else. I just can't bear to see others suffer. Alvarez, damn it. Why do these recruited polar people have to eat? Our family doesn't have enough food for ourselves. Where can we get food to share with them? Abdul, oh my god. I haven't fed these polar people for a day. They are not working now. They are just sitting outside the house. I feel that the way they look at me is getting more and more wrong. Salman Khan, my territory seems to be near a glacier. It looks like the Ganges in my hometown. Compared to yesterday, more and more people have understood how to play this game. They all started to build the Lord's hut and recruit polar people to work. But these polar people need to eat. So most of the survivors are worried about food. At the current stage, the market can only trade materials with survivors in their own area. So, Chaoxing clicked on the regional channel. Yangjiachi, brothers. I went out to explore today and found a wild camp at the coordinates 12743. 6507. 15231. There are a group of guys wearing masks. Wang Ziheng, brother upstairs. I advise you not to go there. Those people are ice hunters. A group of crazy guys. My 2 polar people were killed by them. Qin Qian, is there any food? In this heavy snow. I really don't know where to find food. Shen Hongguang, yeah. This damn place. How can I get food? Chapter 19, the hot trading market. It can be seen that everyone in the chat channel is troubled by the problem of food. They don't know how to get food. In fact, during the novice protection period, there are some low-level wild monsters around everyone's camp, which is also the source of food in the early stage. Because it is a family team, 4 of them have fighting power. If they fight together, it is not a problem to deal with wild monsters of level 1 or 2. But because they are too scared, or because of poor adaptability, they dare not step too far from the snow, let alone fight those wild monsters. At this time, there was a commotion in the chat channel. Look, Fan Long from the 3 Heroes Association is selling food again. 100 g of beast meat, exchange for 100 wood or 50 stones. Weapons and equipment are preferred. If anyone has extra materials, go and exchange. Oh my god, this is too expensive. I don't have that much in total. What do you know? Brother above? Do you know how precious food is now? Can those resources be more valuable than your life? That's right, if you don't buy. There are plenty of people who will. Don't compete with me. I'm starving to death. Looking at the chat channel, Chaoxing was thoughtful. The food that Fan Long was selling was a piece of wild boar meat. Although the price he listed was ridiculous, it was still sold out in less than 3 seconds. Chaoxing thought to himself, 100 g of meat is sold at such a high price, which is equivalent to draining all the resources of a camp. Those who traded the materials can recover a little bit of their satiety, but they will be miserable next. It is very likely that they will not be able to develop due to insufficient resources. Even if they can develop, they will probably fall behind for several days. When the novice protection period is over, it will be GG. Chaoxing checked the records. This seems to be the 17th time Fan Long has sold food. You can imagine how many resources he has collected through these transactions. Chaoxing continued to think. The size of the wild boar is similar to that of the snow wolf, which means that he should not have much meat left. Thinking of this, Chaoxing also posted a transaction information on the market. Consignment items. Fresh bear meat, blue, asterisk 100 g, first use, strength +2, constitution +2. Required items. Wood asterisk 10, stone asterisk 5, iron asterisk 1, materials such as mithril and elemental crystals can be traded in large quantities. Consigner, Chaoxing. Seller's notes. Bear meat that can increase hunger and attributes, has a large inventory, collects various materials, blueprints, skill books, equipment. Then, Chaoxing began to set the prices of various items. 1 element crystal equals 1 piece of bear meat. 1 piece of mithril equals 1 piece of bear meat. Equipment blueprint equals 5 to 10 pieces of bear meat. Skill book equals 5 to 10 pieces of bear meat. Chaoxing recorded each item one by one, even adding bullets, and all were clearly marked with prices. At this moment, in the regional channel, many survivors, who had already built the market, suddenly noticed the bear meat on consignment. Then they wiped their eyes in disbelief. Huang Qiufeng, fuck. Blue-grade bear meat. Can also increase attributes. Brothers, go to the market and see. Someone is selling bear meat with increased attributes. Hearing this news, many survivors felt a little confused. What? Meat with added attributes? Why have I never seen this before? They opened the market immediately and were shocked by the consignment information on it. Oh my god. It's true. The price is so cheap. 10 pieces of wood can be exchanged for 100 G of bear meat, and 1 element crystal can even be exchanged for a whole piece of bear meat. Oh my god. Is this fake? Is this person doing charity? The eyes of these survivors were filled with disbelief. After all, they all knew how horrible the price of food was now. Moreover, this was bear meat with enhanced attributes. However, they soon realized that this was true. A survivor named Yang Lin said excitedly, fuck. I got it. I got it. I used 50 stones to directly exchange for a whole piece of bear meat, which is enough to improve the attributes of my whole family. What? When the first survivor succeeded in the transaction, the other survivors immediately started to trade crazily. Fuck. Fuck. I also succeeded in the transaction. 10 pieces of iron can be exchanged for a whole piece of bear meat. This is too cool. Elemental crystals. Who has elemental crystals? 1 can be exchanged for a whole piece of bear meat. Go quickly. I exchanged a skill book for 5 pieces of bear meat. That's awesome. At this moment, the regional channel went completely crazy. The survivors who grabbed the bear meat were very excited. They all knew how profitable it was to use these materials to exchange for bear meat. Someone even posted the information about bear meat on the World Channel, making other survivors who were not in Area 174 feel envious. Ed Stafford, oh my god, it's bear meat. I have never fought a bear in my life. Chiao Wei Chao, it adds a lot of attributes. For the warrior profession, it is a blessing. Degachi Heidi Chiro, Baka, why am I not in Area 174? Why doesn't anyone in Area 11451 drop this kind of bear meat? Chao Xing was also being flooded with crazy trading information. Transaction successful. You get iron *10, you lose fresh bear meat, blue, *1. Transaction successful. You get stone *5, you lose fresh bear meat, blue, *100 G. Transaction successful. You get soldier standard long sword blueprint, green, *1, you lose fresh bear meat, blue, *5. The price set by Chao Xing is very humane. Even if you only have a few supplies, you can trade with him. For a while, almost all the survivors in Area 174 got the news. After all, the sooner you take this kind of item that can improve properties, the more you can increase your safety in this world. Chao Xing almost watched the resources in his territory grow wildly. In a short while, he obtained 5,400 pieces of wood, 3,200 pieces of stone, 342 pieces of iron, 43 pieces of primary element crystals, a green blueprint, and 20 pieces of mithril. These resources, even if 12 polar people work hard to mine for nearly half a month, may not be so much. So far, he has paid a total of 215 pieces of bear meat. In Chao Xing's backpack, there are still 1,000 pieces of bear meat left. At this moment, Chao Xing couldn't help swallowing his saliva. I'm rich. I'm completely rich now. Seeing the materials in the backpack, Chao Xing decided to use them to improve his strength first. First upgrade the bonfire, and then upgrade the Lord's hut. Then upgrade the polar hut, and recruit more polar people to work. After that, Chao Xing can even build a powerful building like the primary element arrow tower, to greatly improve the defensibility of the territory. So, Chao Xing interrupted the transaction in the market. He was going to call back these polar people, and prepare to upgrade the buildings. Hearing Chao Xing's call, the polar people put down their work and walked towards the camp. Chapter 20 Harvest, Conflict of Interest. At the same time, the survivors were in a panic when they saw that the bear meat trading was suddenly removed from the chat channel. Guichen, oh my god, why is the bear meat suddenly removed from the shelves? I haven't bought it yet. Rosa, I haven't bought it either. I just got the news that someone in the market is selling bear meat with added attributes. Shu Yi, ah. Isn't the bear meat in Chao Xing's hands sold out? Hurry up and tag Chao Xing. In the regional channel, the group of people were frantically tagging Chao Xing. Use a Juan at Chao Xing, husband. Say something. Lu Ye at Chao Xing, big brother, don't be so cold, come out and comfort your little sister's young heart. Wang Ling at Chao Xing, little brother, do you need a pendant for your legs? At this time, Chao Xing was giving tasks to the group of polar people, upgrading campfire, and Lord's hut, and was not paying attention to the chat in the channel. Seeing that Chao Xing did not reply, the group of survivors suddenly became anxious. It's bad. Brothers. Boss Chao Xing ignored us. Is he really sold out? It's over. I said before that I would wait for him to lower the price before buying. Now it's good. It's sold out. That's what I planned. This is a big loss. At this time, a survivor named Yu Jun said, a bunch of idiots. You still want to wait for others to lower the price. Don't you see what kind of meat it is? Items that can add attributes are hard currency at any time. And Boss Chao Xing's price is already very fair. Lu Hui, yes. Boss Chao Xing's price is really fair. I bought 100 G of beast meat from Fan long before. And it almost emptied all my assets. Wang Shihong, that's right. Fan Long's price is really life-threatening. Buying once is equivalent to losing everything. At this time, a cold voice appeared in the regional channel. Fan Long, someone just said, my meat is expensive? Do you know, I have so many brothers under me, and it is not easy for them to share some food for trading? I traded all my precious food for you so that you wouldn't go hungry, and you still say I sell it too expensive? The chat channel suddenly fell silent. Most of the people here are from Hong Kong, and they all know the fierce reputation of the Three Heroes Society. This is a well-known gang. In addition to Fan Long, there are 2 other gang leaders, all of whom are cruel. So they named themselves the Three Heroes. At its peak, the number of people in this gang once reached thousands, and its reputation spread throughout Hong Kong. Seeing that no one spoke, Fan Long continued to sneer, be honest. Don't you see who is the boss in this area? Whoever wants to trade in this area in the future must get our consent. Otherwise you will be in trouble. At this time, a survivor named Chen Nanheo said, Fan Long, you are too domineering. Aren't you? You sell your own things so expensively, and you don't allow others to sell them? Fan Long, you are right, we are so domineering. What do you think we, the Three Heroes, do? Hearing this, the faces of the survivors changed. Yes, the Sainingui gang is not a good thing to begin with, and collecting protection fees is also a way for them to make money. Obviously, Chao Xing's large-scale sale of bear meat has violated their interests. Fan Long sneered, let me tell you, there are hundreds of brothers from the Sainingui in this area, and we will run into them sooner or later. You must think clearly about the consequences of offending us. At this time, members of the Sainingui jumped out one after another and said, support Boss Fan Long. Everyone. BF** King Honest. Channel 174 We, the Sainingui, will have the final say in the future. Seeing so many people jumping out, the survivors suddenly realized this. They are now in the same area as the Sainingui. As they gradually develop outward, everyone will meet each other sooner or later. And the Sainingui, which naturally has hundreds of people, is the largest force in this area. If you offend them, your territory will be in danger in the future. For a while, everyone was a little afraid to speak. At this time, Chao Xing also opened the regional channel. He just saw the chat above and was confused. What does it mean? I just arranged a job and came back, and you don't allow me to do business? Chao Xing thought for a moment and said directly, everyone. I just left for a while because of something. Now the transaction continues. Before other survivors could speak, Fan Long saw Chao Xing appear and said directly, didn't you hear me? I told you not to continue the transaction. Chao Xing replied indifferently, why? You told me not to trade. So I don't want to trade? Fan Long, boy. Don't play dumb there. You are from Hong Kong. You should have heard of our Sainingui. District 174. It's our territory now. Chao Xing paused after hearing this, and then laughed. What Sainingui and Saniawi? This is not Blue Star anymore. Why are you still pretending to be with me? Brothers, don't be afraid of these stupid birds. Continue the transaction. I have a limited amount of bear meat. First come first served. By the way, don't trade with me. You idiots from the Saniawi. You have come to the new world, and you are still being treated like dogs. Go ask your masters for meat. Chao Xing's words were like poking a hornet's nest. This caused the group of members of the Three Heroes Society to curse wildly. Zhang Wei, Chao Xing, I. Su Haoqing, I. Chao Xing waited for them to finish cursing happily, and then laughed. Anything else? There are only so many people in the Three Heroes Society? Provoked by Chao Xing, the screen was flooded with curses again. The entire 174 channel was almost dominated by these people's information. They attacked Chao Xing with words crazily. At this time, a system prompt appeared in front of him. Because you have used uncivilized language many times, your chat privileges have been revoked. Remaining time, 3 days. These survivors who cursed were confused. I didn't expect that in this other world. There is a mute function. For a while, the survivors of the Three Heroes Society were all mute. And the entire chat channel gradually became quiet. And Chao Xing was still constantly provoking them. More survivors of the Three Heroes Society were mute. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Fan Long came out and said, "Don't talk anymore. Don't be fooled by this kid." Although Fan Long stopped them, more than 200 people were mute by the system for 3 days. This was a big blow to the prestige of the Three Heroes Society. Fan Long said in a cold tone, "Boy, your name is Chao Xing, right? I will remember you. I hope you won't regret it later." But Chao Xing didn't care about his threat at all, and smiled. "You remember me? Great. I remember you too. I have written down the names and ID numbers of those guys who just scolded me. Next, don't even think about trading anything with me." Chao Xing completely ignored Fan Long's threat and continued to put things on the shelves. And the survivors, seeing Fan Long fall silent, started to scramble again. "Brothers, hurry up and grab." Boss Chao Xing said that the bear meat is limited this time, and it will be gone if you are late. Fuck. I must grab it this time. Go. The chat channel was full of enthusiasm. The news of the Three Heroes Association was soon drowned out by the huge number of survivors. Chao Xing received the transaction notification sound that swiped the screen again. Chapter 21 Enthusiasm is high. At the same time, in another corner of the ice field, a middle-aged man with a stern look and a hawk-like gaze stared into the distance. He clenched his fist slightly and said in a cold tone, "Chao Xing, this man is Fan Long." And behind him, an elderly couple and a sexy woman are huddled in the Lord's hut to warm themselves by the fire. It can be seen that Fan Long's family is currently doing well. After all, through the previous transactions, he has collected a lot of supplies. At this time, a survivor named Ji Jun contacted Fan Long. "Boss, that damn guy actually wrote down all our names. Just now we went to trade with him. But he not only refused us, but also scolded us." Hearing this, Fan Long's face turned even darker. Ji Jun continued to ask, "Boss, what should we do now? His bear meat increases so many attributes. If we don't have it, it means we are lagging behind others. This is very unfavorable for our development." Fan Long calmed down his anger and said, "I know. I'll think of a way to deal with the bear meat." After hanging up the call, Fan Long frowned. Although he said he would solve it, but for a while, Fan Long had no good solution. And at this moment, a survivor named Lu Xinjie applied to add Fan Long as a friend. Seeing this familiar name, Fan Long clicked to agree. "Boss Fan Long, I am Mu Shue's father, Lu Xinjie." Lu Xinjie sent a message immediately. Fan Long remembered that he had pursued Lu Mu Shue for a while, but was rejected by her. "So it's Mu Shue's father, Uncle Lu. What do you want?" Lu Xinjie said quickly. "Yes, of course. It's about the information that offended your kid in the chat channel." Hearing this, Fan Long immediately became interested. "Uncle Lu, please speak." After a moment, after listening to Lu Xinjie's story, Fan Long showed an interested expression on his face. "Interesting. It turns out that he is just a small driver. I thought that this guy was a big shot. A guy from the bottom of society. Came to this world. Did he really think he could turn over? However, Mu Shue actually stayed with this guy, which I didn't expect." Fan Long said to Lu Xinjie, "Uncle Lu, you did a good job. I will trade this piece of beast meat to you first." Lu Xinjie saw the food and immediately thanked Fan Long profusely. After hanging up the private chat, Fan Long immediately issued an order to the members of the Three Heroes Association. That is, to search for the location of Chao Xing's camp. At this time, Chao Xing did not know that Fan Long was looking for the coordinates of his camp, because he was once again bombarded with various transaction information. Transaction successful. You obtained the skill book, Ice Cone. You lost fresh bear meat, blue, *5. Transaction successful. You obtained the skill book, Aurora Blessing. You lost fresh bear meat, blue, *5. Transaction successful. You obtained black iron plate armor, green, *1. You lost fresh bear meat, blue, *3. Transaction successful. This time, Chaoxing took out another 500 pieces of bear meat. That is, 5,000 pieces for trading. After the nearly 1-hour trading session, all 5,000 bear meats in Chaoxing's hands were sold. The consignment information on the market was also withdrawn. The chat channel was in a hot state, and suddenly saw the information that the bear meat was sold out, and was stunned for a moment. Then the survivor shouted excitedly, "Oh my god! It sold out so quickly! I still didn't get it! I didn't get it either! It's a pity! Ah! Boss Chaoxing, please give me some more bear meat! At Chaoxing, please be sensible and give me some more bear meat! Don't force me to beg you!" Obviously, in the entire trading market, bear meat is still in short supply. After all, the entire 174th district has more than 30,000 people, nearly 40,000 people, and Chaoxing only traded more than 7,000 pieces of bear meat. In other words, the number of people who successfully traded bear meat was less than 1/5. Although Chaoxing still had 500 pieces of bear meat, which could be divided into 5,000 pieces for trading, but he kept it as a reserve food, or used it to exchange for some precious props. So, Chaoxing said in the chat channel, "Everyone, I don't have much bear meat on hand, and I can't do large-scale transactions anymore. However, if you have some interesting things, you can chat with me privately. Blueprints, equipment, skill books, etc. I will take them all." Chaoxing's words gave hope to the survivors, who didn't get anything. So Boss Chaoxing still has bear meat. Great. You want skill books? Blueprints? Right. I'll go explore the snow right now. This time, I must get bear meat. Let's go! At this moment, Chaoxing reminded everyone, "It's getting dark soon. Don't rush out to explore. Wait until you get through tonight, and go out tomorrow." After this reminder, the survivors also realized this. Yes, it will get colder after dark, and we can't move around outside. Okay, let's go out tomorrow. The survivors were enthusiastic. Because of Chaoxing's bear meat, they were motivated to explore, which was a good sign, because it meant that more survivors would be able to collect supplies in the wild. At the current stage, except Chaoxing, no one had the strength to deal with a level 15 elite monster, so his bear meat was still unique. After closing the chat channel, Chaoxing looked at his harvest with satisfaction. This time, he harvested 15,000 wood, 800 stones, 570 iron, 62 primary element crystals, plus 30 pieces of mithril. Chaoxing looked at his territory's resource reserves. Food, bread *45, snake *10, wolf *106, bear *500, wood *20764, stones 11135, iron 1022, coal *137. In addition to these, there are primary element crystals, 113, mithril 50 in the backpack, a green weapon blueprint, plus a green plate armor top, and 2 skill books. What a terrifying number. This number of resources, when I played on the tablet before. At that time, it would take about 20 days to collect so much. And Chaoxing is now, which is equivalent to being nearly 20 days ahead of other survivors. With the resources in my hands, I can even directly build a level 3 Lord's Hut. And then I can unlock more buildings. However, a level 3 Lord's Hut requires a level 15 furnace. And it's still early now. Besides, it's getting dark now. So let's go back to the Lord's Hut and hide. Chaoxing returned to the Lord's Hut. Seeing him come in, Lu Muxua looked shy and lowered her head embarrassedly. At this time, Lu Muxua seemed to remember something and whispered, "Axing, I have come into contact with Fan Long. He is a very sinister villain, and his methods are cruel. You have to be careful." Chapter 22. The cold wind is like a knife. The night is like fire. Obviously, Lu Muxua also saw what happened in the chat channel. Chaoxing was stunned after hearing this, and then nodded and said, "Okay, sister-in-law. I understand." In fact, Chaoxing did not take Fan Long's threat seriously. Based on Chaoxing's understanding of these gangs, the means they would use to deal with him were nothing more than finding the camp and then attacking him. At present, the survivors were only at level 1 or 2, so it was difficult for them to even leave the camp. And it was impossible for them to travel dozens or even hundreds of kilometers to trouble Chaoxing. Moreover, even if they really dared to come, at that time, an Elena and a Frost Wolf Knight will be able to launch a unilateral massacre against them. There is no need for Chao Xing to summon the Ice Druid. And next, he will immediately build a primary element arrow tower, which is the real killer. At that time, let alone Fan Long. Even if the entire Three Heroes Association comes together, they will only be able to deliver food. And this is also the reason why Chao Xing is fearless. Seeing that Lu Muxue was still a little worried, Chao Xing comforted her, sister-in-law. Don't worry. Don't worry about the safety of the camp. Lu Muxue nodded lightly. She stared at Chao Xing. In him, Lu Muxue seemed to see a confident temperament. After a moment, Lu Muxue's pretty face turned red. She whispered, Axing, it's dark, it's time to rest. Okay. Chao Xing nodded, and then returned to his small wooden bed. At night, the stove in the room was crackling, continuously emitting heat. However, the cold wind outside was still howling. Even wrapped in wolf skin, I still felt a chill on my body. Hiss. Why is it so cold tonight? Chao Xing got out of the wolf skin, and then looked at the temperature above his head. Current temperature -28°C. My goodness. The temperature in the room has almost dropped to -30°C. No wonder it's so cold. Chao Xing saw that Lu Muxue was trembling slightly on the small wooden bed. Sister-in-law, can you still bear it? Chao Xing asked. Lu Muxue gritted her teeth and trembled and replied, not bad. Looking at this look, Chao Xing knew that she was just showing off. So, he took out a large bear skin from his backpack, and covered Lu Muxue with it directly. 1 layer of wolf skin plus 1 layer of bear skin, enough to resist the low temperature at night. Feeling the weight on her body, Lu Muxue's eyes were filled with gratitude. Thank you, Axing. Chao Xing shook his head and said, it's okay. He returned to his small wooden bed, wrapped in the wolf skin and prepared to fall asleep. Just then, Lu Muxue whispered behind him, Axing, you gave me the bear skin, what about you? Chao Xing shook his head and said, I am stronger than you. I will move the bed closer to the stove in a while, and it will be okay. Hearing this, Lu Muxue suddenly said, Axing, do you want to cover this bear skin with me? Chao Xing turned around in confusion, but saw that Lu Muxue was covering half of her face at this time, seemingly a little embarrassed to speak. After a moment, she said, as if she had mustered up the courage, this bear skin is too big. It's a bit of a waste for me to cover it alone. If we use it together, it will be warmer in the quilt. After Lu Muxue finished speaking, she buried her head in the quilt. Feeling a little embarrassed, Chao Xing thought for a moment and said, okay. Then I'll move the small wooden bed over and merge the two beds together. Soon, the two small wooden beds were combined into a large bed. The heavy bear skin was spread on it, which was no different from a large quilt. Chao Xing wrapped himself in his wolf skin and crawled in. Feeling the movement in the quilt, Lu Muxue's body trembled slightly. She had been facing away from Chao Xing, and seemed very embarrassed. Chao Xing didn't think much about it. He just felt that after crawling into the quilt, it was indeed much warmer. The night passed slowly. Chao Xing gradually fell asleep. In the second half of the night, Chao Xing suddenly felt that a warm arm reached into his quilt. Chao Xing was startled and woke up from his sleep. He turned around and saw Lu Muxue, whose face was blushing. She lowered her head and could not see her face clearly. Sister-in-law? Lu Muxue said shyly, Axing, it's so cold. I want you to hold me while I sleep. Can I? At this moment, Chao Xing's mind flashed like a flash of lightning. At this moment, he did not understand what Lu Muxue meant. He turned around, hugged Lu Muxue directly, and pressed her under him. At this moment, Lu Muxue did not seem to expect that Chao Xing would suddenly make such a bold move. And she moaned. Then she found that the man's heavy breathing hit her face. Lu Muxue's delicate body trembled, and she subconsciously grasped a corner of the wolf's skin tightly. Her heart was thumping, and she could also smell the man's heavy and powerful breathing under his strong chest. She could even hear his violent heartbeat. Xing. Lu Muxue's voice was as soft as a mosquito, and her delicate features were so red that people couldn't help but bite them. Chao Xing stretched out his hand and slowly stroked her cheek down, and then kept going down. At this moment, Lu Muxue's body trembled, and her muscles were tense. However, besides being nervous, she also felt a little numb and expectant. The sound of clothes being taken off. Lu Muxue bit her lower lip lightly. her beautiful eyes flickering, staring at the young man's back. When she thought about what was going to happen next, she was even more nervous, and her legs were tightly pressed together. Chao Xing turned around and looked at the beauty on the bed. Her snow-white skin was shyly pink, and under her slender legs, her 10 jade toes were tightly clasped together. At this moment, she completely showed herself to Chao Xing. When Chao Xing's face was close to Lu Mushua's, she felt her heartbeat slow down. "Are you ready?" Chao Xing asked solemnly. Lu Mushua knew what he meant, and blushed, and hummed softly. Chao Xing no longer hesitated. The night was seductive, and in this small house in the snow, a suppressed low moan soon sounded. Axing. Axing. After a charming gasp, the beauty's rapid breathing slowly calmed down. 2 hours later, the noise in the room gradually subsided. Lu Mushua was weak and boneless, with a trace of tears in the corner of her eyes, and a look of satisfaction lying in Chao Xing's arms. The two of them just lay there quietly, not knowing what they were thinking. At this moment, Lu Mushua suddenly asked, "Axing, will you not want me?" "Sister-in-law, Mushua, why would you suddenly say such a thing?" Chao Xing asked in confusion. Lu Mushua nestled in his arms, and shook her head gently. "Axing, I saw many people died in the chat channel these 2 days. Many families were broken because of this, and children lost their parents and relatives. I am very fortunate that I met you when I came to this world. You are also the first person I met who is so good to me. So, I am afraid that you will suddenly not want me one day." Listening to Lu Mushua's true feelings, Chao Xing gently patted her soft back. "What are you thinking about? We will work together for a long time and live in this world. Mushua, you are very important to me." After listening to this, Lu Mushua's eyes became moist for a while. "Yeah," she nodded solemnly. A few seconds later, looking at the man in front of her, Lu Mushua's eyes gradually became blurred. At this time, Chao Xing kissed him directly. A few minutes later, Lu Mushua panted softly, "Axing, I can't breathe. Axing. Axing." The sound gradually faded away, turning into a whisper in the rain. Chapter 23 Refugees from Bingfeng City, White Walkers. The next day, Chao Xing woke up from his sleep. At this time, he found that the bedside was empty, and the familiar body fragrance was still lingering on the pillow. Looking up, a pretty figure was squatting in front of the stove, preparing today's breakfast. This scene made Chao Xing feel a little unreal. 2 days after coming to this world, everything overturned his imagination. Lu Mushua seemed to find that Chao Xing had woken up, with a shy look. "Axing, you're awake. Wait a moment. Breakfast will be ready soon." Lu Mushua, who had just experienced sex, had a charming blush on her face, and a hint of immaturity. She seemed to have quickly gotten into the role. Then, Lu Mushua came to Chao Xing with a bowl of fragrant broth. Chao Xing took a sip and praised, "It tastes good." "Mushua? Really?" "Hee hee." Lu Mushua smiled foolishly. "Then drink more." Chao Xing nodded. Seeing Chao Xing finish all the drinks in front of her, Lu Mushua had a satisfied smile on her face. After a moment, she suddenly became a little sad again. "Axing, the temperature dropped last night, and it seems that many people have been frozen to death." Chao Xing thought for a moment, and clicked on Regional Channel. Regional Channel 174. Online users, 37104/40173. Compared to yesterday, more than 1,000 people died, although the death rate is much lower. But if people continue to die at this rate, it won't be long before there are not many people left. Lu Mushua said with some concern, "Axing, do you think we will survive?" Hearing this, Chao Xing nodded solemnly, "Yes. We will survive together. Not only will we survive, but we will also live well in this world." After hearing this, Lu Mushua also nodded, "Yes." After finishing breakfast, Chao Xing stood up with full energy. Compared with yesterday, Chao Xing has one more goal. That is, to live in this world with Lu Mushua. Push open the door of the Lord's hut. The 8 polar people and Eilina were already waiting at the door. As for Assam, he got up early in the morning and went to carry out the task issued by Chao Xing to detect the surrounding environment. Seeing Chao Xing coming out, the group of polar people said in unison, "Lord, how are you?" "Good morning, Second Lord." Lu Mushua stood next to Chao Xing, waiting for Chao Xing to give orders. Chao Xing nodded and said, "Today, your task is mainly to build territory buildings. Do Zhuang and Air Zhuang. Upgrade the camp bonfire with all your strength. San Zhuang and Si Zhuang. Hurry up to build the sewing shop. Wu Zhuang to Ba Zhuang. Your task is to build the blacksmith shop. And build more small shelters. Did you understand? The 8 polar people straightened up immediately. And then nodded. I understand. Lord. Then, they followed Chao Xing's instructions, and began to knock. Clang. Clang. At this time, Chao Xing faced a problem. That is, the territory was short of manpower. He had to build many buildings, such as blacksmith shop, primary element arrow tower, sewing shop, etc. However, there were only 8 polar people, and they were simply too busy to handle it. Chao Xing sighed. I have so many resources in my hands now. It would be a pity if I can't convert them into combat power. I'll think of a way later to see if I can recruit some civilians. Chao Xing shook his head, and continued to check the 2 new skill books and equipment he had acquired yesterday. Ice cone. Consumes a certain amount of spirit, condenses 1 to 3 ice cones, causes magic damage equal to spirit asterisk 0.8 to the enemy, 30% chance of causing a 1-second freezing effect, cooling time 30 seconds. Aurora Blessing. Condenses the power of the aurora, attaches to the weapon, causes additional spirit asterisk 0.8 light attribute damage to the enemy during melee attacks. The effect lasts for 60 seconds, cooling time 120 seconds. These 2 skills, one is Chao Xing's attack skill, the other is Lu Mushua's blessing skill. The effects are all very good, especially the Aurora Blessing skill. When Lu Mushua's attributes come up, it will greatly increase the output of the territory's troops. He began to check it out. Black iron plate armor green. Quality, excellent. Armor, 13 to 15. Additional special effects. 1. Constitution plus 5. Additional special effects 2. Primary shock absorption. When attacking, reduce the knockback effect caused by the opponent's strength by 20 points. Not bad, this plate armor attribute is also very strong. It's very suitable for Mushua. As an Aurora Knight, resisting monsters is naturally the most important thing. With the special effect of primary shock absorption, Lu Mushua can deal with stronger monsters without being knocked away. Then, there is the last blueprint. Soldier Standard Long Sword Blueprint, green after learning. You can consume materials in the blacksmith shop to forge weapons. Required for forging, blacksmith shop level 1. Iron asterisk 20. Wood asterisk 2. Chao Xing thought, with the blueprint, you can forge weapons in batches, and then build an armed corps of your own. However, the corps needs a large number of troops, and you also need to build barracks and train them with training scrolls. And I only have 8 polar people in my hand, and I still need them to work now. And I definitely can't train them into combat troops. So let's put this matter aside for now. After checking these, Chao Xing became a little bored. At noon, Chao Xing noticed that a figure appeared in the snow in the distance, rushing towards his camp. It was Assam riding a frost wolf. What surprised Chao Xing was that behind him, there were 3 thin humans, who seemed to be women. Chao Xing walked over immediately. Assam, who are these people? Assam jumped off the back of the frost wolf, and then said respectfully, My lord, these people are refugees who escaped from Bingfeng City. I speak city? Assam nodded and said, Yes. My lord, it is a town thousands of kilometers away from us, but it was captured by the army of the White Walkers. These people finally escaped from Bingfeng City, and met the snow hunter on the way. After being rescued by me, they are now homeless. Chao Xing was thoughtful, and it turned out that they were the natives of this world. Yes, in addition to the Blue Star humans, there are also many indigenous races in this world. In addition to the polar people who live underground all year round, there are also humans living on the surface, the Asuras who believe in machinery and gunpowder, the ice giants who worship war and power, and so on. Assam seemed to be moved by compassion, and he suggested, Lord, our territory needs more manpower. These 3 refugees can help us build our territory better. Next to them, 3 human women showed expectations in their eyes. They seemed to know that Chao Xing was the boss of this territory. So, the 3 refugees knelt down and said respectfully, Lord, please take us in when we are homeless. We are willing to give everything for you. Chao Xing was stunned, with a strange expression. Even Lu Mushua, who was standing next to him, looked at Chao Xing with some expectation, as if she really wanted Chao Xing to take in these 3 refugees. Assam was right. He really needed more manpower now. So, Chao Xing asked, Can you cook? The three refugees looked at each other, and then nodded quickly. Yes, we can. Chao Xing nodded. Okay. The task of cooking will be handed over to you in the future. In your spare time, you also need to help other polar people collect resources and build territories. Is there any problem? No. Respected Lord. Chao Xing, very good. Then you are welcome to join. Chao Xing applied for recruitment to them. Recruitment successful. Jasmine, Tulip, Sapphire, joined your territory. Territory population +3. Chapter 24 Recruiting Icefield Druids. Seeing their names, Chao Xing's mouth twitched again. They were all flower names, which sounded nice. But Chao Xing felt that these names were too elegant, and did not suit his style. So, he pointed directly at one of the women and said, From today on, you will be called Dahua. And her name is Erhua, Sanhua. The three human women knelt down again, and said respectfully, Thank you for the naming, the merciful Lord. You have named Dahua for your subjects successfully. Loyalty has been increased. Current loyalty is 75. You have named Erhua for your subjects successfully. Loyalty has been increased. Current loyalty is 73. Chao Xing took a look at their attributes. Citizen, Dahua. Level 1. Attributes, Strength 3, Agility 2, Spirit 3, Constitution 3. Talent, none. Loyalty, 75. Hunger, 41. Citizen, Erhua. Level 1. Attributes, Strength 3, Agility 3, Spirit 2, Constitution 2. Talent, none. Loyalty, 73. Hunger, 37. The loyalty of these three people is quite high, but their hunger is a bit low. It can be seen that they really haven't eaten for a long time. So, Chao Xing said, Go and make a fire and cook for yourself. There is no canteen built now. The stove is in the Lord's hut. After hearing this, the three of them nodded respectfully. Yes, Lord. After they left, Chao Xing continued to think by the campfire. These newly recruited people need to build small shelters for them to rest at night. Then, a special canteen needs to be built for the people to eat. However, whether it is building or upgrading buildings, it takes a lot of time. Chao Xing looked at the 8 busy polar people and sighed. There are still not enough people. If there are more people, we can divide the work and cooperate, and greatly speed up the development efficiency of the territory. Is there any way for me to recruit some people? Chao Xing couldn't help but recall his previous experience of playing games on a tablet. On it, the game characters will also face the problem of insufficient manpower. However, there are several solutions in the game. One is that when your territory reaches a certain level, you will have a certain prestige in the nearby area, and some tribesmen or refugees living nearby will voluntarily surrender. The second is to send out your troops, wandering around like a psalm, and there is a chance that you will bring back some people in the wild. The third is to go to the cities or towns in this world, and by paying a certain amount of money, recruit some NPCs with special abilities. The fourth is to directly launch a war, conquer the nearby tribal residents, and force them to surrender. In short, there are many methods, not limited to the above ones. But obviously, none of these methods are currently applicable to Chao Xing. At this time, the 3 new residents brought a message to Chao Xing after eating. After hearing this news, Chao Xing's expression suddenly brightened. He looked at Dahua and asked, You mean? You escaped from a group of hunters' camp? There are still many humans imprisoned in that camp? Dahua nodded and said, Yes, Lord. Those hunters are very cruel, and have no humanity. Many of our companions have suffered from their murderous hands. If possible, I hope that Lord can lend a hand and save them. At this point, Dahua knelt directly on the ground, his tone full of pleading. Chao Xing is in the most urgent need of manpower. After hearing this information, Chao Xing almost subconsciously wanted to take action. But he quickly suppressed his excitement and helped Dahua up. How many people are there in that group of hunters? Do you know how strong they are? Dahua has lived in the ice and snow for many years. On her cold white western face, she seemed to be thinking about something. Then, she said respectfully, Lord, that group of hunters is about 20 to 30 people. Most of the hunters have the same aura as you. Chao Xing pondered for a while, and then nodded. He is now a level 3 Frost Mage, which means that the strength of those hunters is around level 3 to 5. Dahua finished speaking and added, In addition to those ordinary hunters, they also have 2 small captains, who are slightly stronger than this lady of the snake tribe. In addition, there is also a strongest captain, whose aura is similar to that of Mr. Assam's Frost Wolf. It can be seen that Dahua is very smart and has strong language expression skills. Through her description, Chaoxing already knows the strength of the group of hunters. 1 level 10 hunter, 2 level 5 hunters, and more than 20 level 5 hunters. If Chaoxing relied on his previous strength, he might not be able to deal with them. However, now Assam has advanced to a second level creature, and Chaoxing has a Ice Druid recruitment scroll, so dealing with these hunters is not a problem. Moreover, those hunters are said to have some treasures hidden. Obviously, Chaoxing has been tempted. Assam also saw Chaoxing's thoughts. Lord, the location that Dahua mentioned is about 7 kilometers away from the camp. At our speed, it will take about an hour and a half to arrive. Chaoxing nodded. The speed of moving forward in the snow is not fast, and an hour and a half is still within an acceptable range. At least we can get back before dark. Lu Mushua also stood aside at this time, and whispered, axing, I will go with you too. Chaoxing nodded. Okay. After that, Chaoxing gave her both black iron plate armor green and Aurora Blessing skill book. Looking at the equipment and skill books in her hand, Lu Mushua looked at Chaoxing with gratitude again. She certainly knew, at the current stage, the importance of these equipment and skill books. Lu Mushua did not say much, but silently clicked to learn the skill book, and then put on the armor. Chaoxing saw. Lu Mushua was now wearing black armor on the upper body, while the lower body was bare with 2 long legs, and a thick wolfskin coat on the outside. This outfit was quite interesting. Chaoxing also clicked on Icecomb to learn, and then took out the Icefield Druid recruitment scroll. The system prompt appeared. Do you want to consume the Icefield Druid recruitment scroll to recruit a druid with level 15 elite strength? Icefield Druid occupies 3 population. Chaoxing directly clicked yes. At the same time, in front of Chaoxing, a hexagram array with a diameter of 5 meters appeared, which was even larger than before. In the hexagram array, strong bursts of light burst out. Then, a strong and ancient breath appeared. Through the light curtain, Chaoxing could see a humanoid creature that was 2 meters and 5 meters tall and strong. It just stood there motionless, giving people a terrifying pressure. After the light curtain dissipated, the crowd finally saw the other party's full appearance. It was a creature covered with snow-white mane, with sharp bare claws and thick limbs, but it looked like a human. On his hairy face, there was a pious look. Then, he put his right hand on his chest, and saluted slightly, saying, The power of nature will guide me forward. Guardian Andrew, reporting to you. Chapter 25 Level Ranking, Open. At this moment, the tall ice druid saluted Chaoxing slightly. In front of Chaoxing, the other party's attributes also appeared. Ice Druid, Andrew. Race, Druid. Level 15 1073/50,000, second level elite creature. HP, 3,990. Attack power, 344 to 351. Attributes, Strength 172, Agility 163, Spirit 165, Constitution 195. Skills, Tearing Claws, Waves Claws, causing 130% attack damage to the enemy. Wild Mark, when the attack hits, reduces the opponent's armor by 50 points, and marks the opponent's position. Giant Bear Form, transformed into an ice giant bear, all attributes increased by 30%, and will additionally gain Wild Roar, Ferocious Assault skills. Giant Bear Form lasts 60 seconds, cooling time 180 seconds. Talent, Nature Affinity, being in nature, life recovery speed increases by 20%. Hunger, 65. Loyalty, 63. Hiss. What a strong attribute. Chaoxing was amazed. This druid, worthy of being a level 15 elite creature, has terrifyingly powerful attributes. And what's even more terrifying is the giant bear form. Skill behind him. The druid in this state is the most terrifying. There is no doubt that Andrew is the most powerful creature he summoned. Even the advanced Assam cannot be his opponent. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction. However, this druid seemed to have seen Chaoxing's strength. In his perception, Chaoxing was too weak. A slap can kill him. Such a lord cannot make him contribute all his loyalty. And Chaoxing naturally saw the coldness in Andrew's eyes, and his loyalty of only 63. It can be seen that this druid is not very obedient to him. However, Chaoxing did not care, but smiled with interest. He suddenly said, Andrew, as my subject, you will enjoy the divine blessing. Then now, I will bless you with strength. In the puzzled eyes of this druid, Chao Xing winked at Eilina, who was standing by. Eilina understood, and cast the 2-state scale armor and Snake Man Frenzy at Andrew. At this time, a trace of surprise flashed across Andrew's calm eyes. He felt that there was an extra agitated energy in his body, making him more agile and powerful. This improvement was almost as good as his own skill of giant bear form. And the most terrifying thing was that this was a permanent improvement. Lord, what kind of blessing effect is this? It's so powerful, Andrew said in shock. Chao Xing looked straight at him and said solemnly, "This is a reward for your loyalty. Only my subjects can enjoy this blessing effect." Andrew's eyes were more shocked. Without waiting for him to speak, Chao Xing continued, "Andrew, the blessing is not over yet. Let me continue to apply the blessing effect to you now." After that, Chao Xing continued to cast Ice Healing. An ice armor, and green numbers +12 appeared above Andrew's head. At this moment, Andrew's eyes had changed from surprise to shock. "Lord, your power is the only one I have ever seen in my life. It is so mysterious and vast. Andrew sincerely thanks you for your blessing." After saying that, he bowed deeply to Chao Xing. A system prompt appeared. "You help the people, Andrew, improve their strength. Loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty, 74. Loyalty increased by 11 points at once." Chao Xing's eyes were filled with joy. "You little brat. You are still pretending to be arrogant in front of me. Let me see how I can take you down." This move can be said to have completely stunned Andrew. He looked at Chao Xing with awe. At this time, Chao Xing suddenly remembered that Lu Mushua's newly learned Aurora Blessing was also a buff skill. Chao Xing said, "Mushua, you can use the Aurora Blessing on Andrew and see." Lu Mushua did it obediently. Although Andrew had no weapons, when the colorful aurora fell into Andrew's body, he raised his claws in surprise, and saw that it was also covered by a layer of aurora. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction. It was just as he expected. Now the druid has been summoned, the buffs have been added, and everything is almost ready. Just when he was about to set off, a system announcement appeared. System announcement. Attention all survivors, you have passed the second day of the Ice Age, and have adapted to the rhythm of this world. The level ranking list has been opened. Level ranking list. The first 100 survivors in each region to reach level 10 will receive ranking rewards. At the same time, all the survivors of the entire Blue Star, who traveled to this world, heard the system prompt. Fuck. Is the level ranking open? Only 100 people in each district can get rewards. The competition pressure is a bit high. What are the ranking rewards? The second system prompt appeared. Level ranking rewards have been updated. 100th to 51st place. Reward white bread *20, medical kit *2, small resource pack *1. 50th to 21st place. Reward beast meat *10, medical kit *4, small resource pack *2, white weapon *1. 20th to 11th place. Reward beast meat *20, medical kit *5, small resource pack *3, black iron treasure box *1. 10th to 4th place. Reward beast meat *40, medical kit *10, medium resource pack *1, selected green weapon *1, primary heart of strength *1. 3rd place. Reward beast meat *50, medical kit *10, medium resource pack *2, random second level creature recruitment ticket *1, self-selected green weapon *1, primary heart of strength *1. 2nd place. Reward beast meat *100, medical kit *10, medium resource pack *3, random second level creature recruitment ticket *1, self-selected blue weapon *1, primary heart of strength *1. Seeing this reward, all the survivors in the world were stunned for a moment. Then, there was a huge sensation. Huang Huihong, fuck. So many rewards. And food and medical kits. This is too cool. As long as you get into the top 100, you don't have to worry about short-term resources. Li Yongqi, the top 10 can actually choose their own weapons as rewards. And they are green weapons. Jin Yu, brothers, you are focusing on the wrong thing. The most valuable thing is the primary heart of power at the back. This thing can allow survivors who have reached level 10 to complete the advancement. Who win 1? That second level creature recruitment ticket is also terrifying. It can directly summon such a powerful creature. This ranking reward is too powerful. Even Chao Xing couldn't help but be surprised by the rewards for the top 3. You know, even he himself didn't have a single piece of blue equipment. However, when he saw the first place reward, his breathing became a little rapid. First place. Reward Beast Meat * 200, Medical Kit * 10, Medium Resource Kit * 10, Silver Treasure Chest * 1, Second Level Leader Level Creature Recruitment Ticket * 1, Primary Heart of Power * 1. Chapter 26 Raid on the Hunter Camp. Oh my god! Chieftain Recruitment Scroll. Chao Xing's eyes widened. In this world, whether it is the recruited creatures or the wild creatures, they will be graded according to their qualifications. Quality represents their strength, and also represents their growth potential. Ordinary, elite, boss, chief, commander. The stronger the qualification, the more attributes will be improved each time you upgrade. As for Icefield Druid, as an elite creature, its attributes are 30% stronger than ordinary creatures, and it also gains more attributes each time you upgrade. And now, the first place reward actually skipped the leader, and directly awarded the chief level creature recruitment ticket. This is terrifying. At this moment, Chao Xing decided to sprint with all his strength and try to win the first place reward. System announcement: the rankings are being counted. Later, you can check your ranking in the rankings. At this time, the rankings of the level rankings have not been announced. However, most of the survivors around the world who are confident in themselves have already started to take action. At this moment, Fong Long, who was operating outside in the snow, also heard the system prompt. He opened the 3 Heroes Club team channel. As you can see, the rewards for this ranking are very rich. You can get a lot of supplies just by entering the top 100. And this time, we only need to compete with other survivors in Area 174, so the pressure is not too great. At this moment, after hearing this, the other survivors of the 3 Heroes Club also had confident smiles on their faces. Fong Long continued. So this time, our 3 Heroes Association will strive to get a few more top 10 places, and I will also strive for the first place. The survivor named Ji Jun said, Boss, in our 174th district, is there anyone who can compete with you? Fong Long thought for a moment, and replied, Yes. There are. As far as I know, there are several gangs in Xiangjiang City. They are very powerful in themselves, and in this world, they can give full play to their strengths. Wu Xinghu, Zhou Bo, these people should be my opponents. After listening to Fong Long, Ji Jun on the opposite side nodded suddenly. Boss, where is Chao Xing? However, Fong Long sneered. He? A lucky guy, I don't take him seriously. After listening, Ji Jun also nodded. Then, both parties hung up the call. At the same time, survivors from all over the world who had descended into this world all began to take action. Wu Xinghu, brothers from Tiger Hall, charge as fast as you can. Go all out, and you must give more places. Zhou Bo, brothers from the Heavenly Sword Society, speed up the progress. Only if you reach level 10 before the end of the novice protection period, you can get the reward. For a time, survivors from all over the world were mobilized. At this time, in Chao Xing's camp, Lu Muxua also heard the system announcement. She looked at Chao Xing. Although she didn't know what level Chao Xing was compared with other survivors. Judging from his performance in the past 2 days, even if Chao Xing was not the first, at least he would be in the top 10. Chao Xing didn't know what Lu Muxua was thinking. In addition to developing the territory, he now had another goal. That was to take the first place in the ranking list. Chao Xing looked at Assam and Andrew and gave an order directly. Then, let's set off now. The target is the Hunter Camp 7 kilometers away. Assam took the lead in responding. He drew his sword and said loudly, Charging for the Lord is my life's mission. Andrew on the side also said devoutly, I am willing to fight for the balance of nature. After saying that, Chao Xing and Lu Muxua took Assam and Andrew and walked out of the camp. As for Elena, he left her to guard the territory. Rustle. In the snow, the footsteps of 3 people and a wolf kept coming. A frost wolf knight, a claw druid, and 2 humans behind them. This strange combination just walked in the endless snowfield. More than an hour later, they came to the location that Dahua said. From a distance, about a kilometer away, they did see smoke rising in the snow in front of them. And under the smoke, Chao Xing saw a large camp, with a dozen tents sparsely set up. This was a large-scale hunter camp. When Chao Xing approached, a system prompt appeared in front of him. Hunter Camp, Special Area. Danger Level, Extremely Dangerous. Note, this is a camp composed of a group of fallen people who believe in evil gods. Their mentality is extremely crazy and twisted, It is extremely dangerous for you at the moment. Please stay away as soon as possible. Although, the system prompt said that this group of hunters is very strong, Chao Xing's strength is no match at all. However, that was without considering Andrew and Assam. Chao Xing did not retreat at all, and directly asked Andrew and Assam to speed up. He and Lu Muxue followed behind. Chao Xing said, Muxue, you just need to follow me, and leave the task of fighting to them. Lu Muxue whispered, okay. Assam. A few minutes later, they approached the camp. At the same time, a hunter who was patrolling the camp also found Chao Xing and his team. He explained immediately, something is happening. It's an enemy attack. Enemy attack. Hearing the shouts, a large number of hunters emerged from those tents. They were all dressed similarly, wearing thick snow coats, and wearing a vortex mask similar to Uchiha Obito's, but it was blood red. There was a dagger on their waists, and a wooden longbow on their backs. Chao Xing took a casual glance and saw the attributes of these hunters. Hunter LV4. Race, human. Attack power, 31 to 35. Health, 430. Skill, cutting. Hunter Scout LV6. Race, human. Attack power, 54 to 47. Health, 660. Skill, throwing knife, raid. The strength of these hunters was similar, which was basically consistent with Dahua's information. So, Chao Xing said directly, Assam. Andrew, go ahead. Assam raised the long sword emitting aurora in front of his chest, and controlled the frost wolf under his feet to rush forward at a high speed. For glory. Boom boom boom. Andrew ran on all fours, running like an animal. The Lord will punish these destroyers of nature. Two powerful second-level creatures rushed into the group of hunters so forcefully. Then, they directly launched a strong crushing. Bang! Andrew rushed directly to a hunter, and waved his claws in his crazy eyes. Puff! Minus 395. Minus 6. Exaggerated damage numbers floated up. The body of the hunter was immediately cut into 4 pieces, and blood was scattered like petals on the snow. A system prompt appeared in front of Chao Xing. Your territory member Andrew killed the hunter level 4, gained 40 experience points. Combatant Lu Muxue, Chao Xing, territory follower Ilena, gained half of the experience points, 20. Chapter 27 Phantom Assassin Recruitment Scroll. Not only Chao Xing, Lu Muxue beside him also heard the system prompt, and wondered, Axing, I seem to have gained experience as well. But I didn't help in the battle? Chao Xing thought for a moment, and soon understood the reason. Although Lu Muxue did not participate in the battle. However, she added the Aurora Blessing status to Andrew and Assam, which can add extra damage. In other words, the system assumes that Lu Muxue also participated in the battle. Chao Xing also added ice armor and ice healing, and was also considered a combat participant, including Ilena, who was guarding the territory. She also gave the druid a buff status. Chao Xing showed joy on his face. This function is great, Muxue. This is a good thing. In this way, as long as we recruit enough powerful followers, we can just give them the status and not worry about it. At that time, send all these followers out, and we can level up even if we sit in a territory. And more importantly, in this way, they are more likely to win the ranking reward. After hearing this, Lu Muxue also showed a hint of joy on her face. Then, she just stayed beside Chao Xing. The two watched the one-sided killing unfold in the camp. Assam rushed directly into the center of the camp, facing the siege of 7 or 8 hunters alone. There were 2 hunters shooting arrows nearby. However, their arrows hit Assam's armor, and 2 extremely small damage numbers suddenly appeared on it. -1. -1. The hunter's attack power was still good. At least it could still cause some damage to Assam. But the damage is too low. It can be said that the defense is broken, but it is not broken. The next second, a green +10 appeared above Assam's head, +10. The hunters were completely dumbfounded. How the hell is this? He didn't recover as much health as others. Is this too shameless? I want to report it. Someone is cheating. And Assam doesn't care what they think. 95 points of loyalty. He will put Chao Xing's order first. That is, kill all these hunters. Puff. 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 He wielded the Frost Wolf swordsmanship with great vigor. Every time the sword fell, it would surely take the life of a hunter. The Frost Wolf also took him with him, jumping around the camp constantly, changing positions. The second level Assam was simply invincible. Your territory member Assam Killed the hunter level 4. Gained 40 experience points. You gained 20 experience points. And Andrew on the side was even more terrifying. It directly transformed into a house-destroying form, and one tent after another was overturned by it. Andrew easily pulled out the hunter hiding inside, and then killed him with one claw. Andrew, under normal circumstances, exuded a sage-like tranquility and wisdom. When fighting, he was just like a violent beast. Roar! After a terrifying roar, Andrew directly held down a level 6 hunter scout and smashed its head. Chaoxing and Lu Muxua kept seeing the prompt of gaining experience points. After a while, a white light appeared on Lu Muxua's body. She has upgraded. It is very easy to upgrade from level 1 to level 2, and only 100 experience points are needed. However, to upgrade from level 2 to level 3, 1,000 experience points are needed. Each subsequent upgrade will increase 1,000 experience points. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly rushed out of the innermost tent of the camp. He seemed to know how terrible Andrew and Assam were. And the moment he rushed out of the camp, he ran wildly towards the snow, without any intention of fighting. Chaoxing took a quick glance, and saw the other party's attributes. Hunter Captain LV-10. Race, human. Attack power, 172 to 184. HP, 1,540. Skills, Cruel Cut, causes 80% of attack power damage to the enemy twice. And adds a level 1 bleeding effect. Slippery Foot, increases movement speed by 30% during escape. Oh my god. This is the captain inside. Chaoxing shouted immediately. Don't let him run away. This guy, although it is just a level 10 ordinary monster, has not yet advanced. But that skill of running away with oil on the soles of your feet is really outrageous. And it is a sure way to escape. At this moment, Andrew suddenly roared. Roar! It changed from its original human form to a giant bear covered with white hair, and rushed out like a cannonball. Boom! The speed of the instantaneous explosion even exceeded that of the ice giant bear. It was Andrew's skill. Giant bear form. Boom boom boom. The ground kept shaking. In giant bear form, Andrew's all attributes soared by 30%. And coupled with Eilena's Snake Man madness, the movement speed increased by 20%. Andrew easily caught up with the fleeing hunter leader. Then, in his horrified eyes, Andrew roared. Roar! The huge bear paw slapped down. Paw! The hunter leader was slapped into a pile of meat paste. On the cold snow, a bright flower made of flesh and blood appeared. This bloody scene made Lu Muxua's face pale. But she still gritted her teeth and made herself accept it. Because she knew, if she was to participate in the battle next, this kind of scene would be very common. Chaoxing heard a system prompt. Your territory member, Andrew, killed the hunter captain LV-10 and gained 300 experience points. You gained 150 experience points. At this moment, a white light rose from Chaoxing's body. Your level has been upgraded. Current level, level 4. This upgrade has gained Strength plus 2, Agility plus 2, Spirit plus 4, Constitution plus 2. Chaoxing was delighted. Upgraded again. A surge of energy emerged from his body. The brain became clearer, and the body became more energetic. Woohoo! This upgrade feels really good. Soon, Assam also resolved the battle. The hunters in the entire camp had been killed by them. The ground was full of corpses and broken arms. The system prompt appeared. You destroyed a hunter camp, and the territory reputation increased by 50. Attention! Because you completed a difficult crusade. According to your strength, you will get an additional reward. Phantom Assassin Recruitment Scroll, blue, *1. Huh? Another blue recruitment scroll? Chaoxing's eyes lit up, and he checked the properties of this scroll. Phantom Assassin Recruitment Scroll, blue. This scroll can be used to summon a Phantom Assassin with level 20 elite strength. Fuck. A level 20 elite creature, more powerful than Andrew. Chaoxing's eyes were filled with strong shock, and then ecstasy. Obviously, this recruitment scroll can greatly increase his strength. However, he did not summon it immediately, but took Lu Muxua to the camp. Let's go clean up the battlefield first. Then, the two of them came to the camp. The scene in front of him was a mess. Even the campfire had gone out. Chaoxing came to the corpse of a hunter, and was about to start. The system prompt appeared. Humanoid creature, cannot be decomposed. Chaoxing's mouth twitched. What does this system think of me? I don't want to decompose. This is slander, slander. Having said that, Chao Xing still reached out and fumbled around on the group of hunters. Obtained Hunter Mask, White, *1, obtained First Level Soldier Training Book, White, *1, obtained Coins *15. Mask? Chao Xing looked puzzled, and then checked the properties. Chapter 28 Goblin Treasure House Key Hunter Mask, White. Quality, Ordinary. Equipment Effect, increase 3 points of spiritual power. Note, after wearing the mask, you will be regarded as a follower of the evil god, and when you act on the continent, you will be listed as a wanted target by major towns. Chao Xing was stunned. This mask is also a power item. Shaking his head, Chao Xing put it in his backpack. After all, it is not worth it for 3 points of spiritual power. He continued to check another item. First Level Soldier Training Book, White. This training book can be used to train ordinary people in the territory into first-level soldiers with combat effectiveness. Chao Xing's eyes moved slightly. This is the early training book. You can train the Zhuang and Heir Zhuang to become combat soldiers. And you can also gain experience through combat later. Coins *15, the common currency of the continent. You can use coins to buy some supplies or recruit followers in the towns of this world. There is nothing much to say about this. Money makes the world go round. When you have enough coins, you can even go to the town to buy some pretty female slaves. Then, Chao Xing began to touch the corpses one by one. Get Hunter Mask, White, *1. Get Coins *13. Get First Level Soldier Training Book, White, *1. After touching the corpses, Chao Xing searched the tents in the camp. However, in those tents, Chao Xing saw a scene that made him feel sick. In each corner of the tent, there were some frozen corpses, and the limbs and heads on them were chopped off. Then the torso of the corpse was placed on a strange pattern. The limbs were placed in 4 directions, and the head was placed on the chest. It was like an evil ritual. Although he knew that the hunters were a group of people who believed in evil gods and were crazy at heart, the inhuman scene in front of him still made Chao Xing feel nauseous. As for Lu Muxue, her lips turned pale. Damn. These hunters are so cruel. Chao Xing suppressed his nausea and continued to search inside. He collected all the supplies he saw. Obtained wood *17, obtained stone *6, obtained iron *3, obtained food *7, obtained low-quality wine *3, obtained coins *71. Then, he walked out of the tent and continued to search the next room. There was also a poor guy who was dismembered inside. Chao Xing continued to search for supplies in every corner. Obtained stone *7, obtained wood *17, obtained iron *6, obtained coins *62. Obtained moldy nuts *3, obtained dry bread *5, obtained coins *34. Obtained. Lu Muxue, who was following behind him, looked at Chao Xing's extremely careful search in surprise. This is simply a swarm of locusts, not letting go of anything. Soon, Chao Xing searched all the tents in this camp. Excluding other resources, Chao Xing collected a total of 1,072 coins here, plus 9 first-level soldier training books. Chao Xing was delighted, because this money was enough for him to buy a pretty female slave, and bring her back to the territory to serve him and Lu Muxue. No! Why do I keep thinking about the female slave? Chao Xing shook his head quickly. At the same time, Andrew also came over. Lord, I found something different on that fallen guy. Chao Xing turned his head and asked in confusion, what is it? Andrew held a bronze key in his hand, and handed it directly to Chao Xing. Get the Goblin Treasure House key *1. With this key, you can go to the coordinates 32141, 23,513, 3521 to open the Goblin Treasure House. Note, there may be some special dangers hidden in this area. Please proceed with caution. Chao Xing? Fuck. Goblin Treasure House. In this world, the goblins are a weak race, but they are extremely good at digging holes and treasure hunting. Therefore, there are often some precious treasures in the goblins' treasure house. However, the system also prompted that place is dangerous. Chao Xing opened the small map and looked at the coordinates recorded on the key. It is about 40 kilometers away from him, not too far. But before the transportation is built, it will take more than a day to get there. It seems that this treasure house cannot be opened in the near future. Chao Xing shook his head and put the key into the backpack first. At this time, Assam also made a new discovery. Lord, I found the refugees captured by the hunters. But it seems that there are not many of them left. Assam frowned. After hearing this, Chao Xing immediately took Lu Muxue with him. They came to the camp, in front of the innermost tent. After opening the door curtain, Chao Xing saw that there were several humans tied up like a knot. There were both men and women, and among them, Chao Xing also saw a child. Just as Assam said, there were not many people left. Adding up, there were only 7 people left. After seeing Chao Xing coming in, the humans' eyes flashed with fear, and they begged for mercy. "My lord, please don't kill us. My lord, please let us go." Obviously, these humans were frightened by the hunter's methods, and they were begging for mercy frantically. Chao Xing glanced at their names. Colin Hopper LV3. Lucy O'Lore LV2. Maring Kun LV2. Survivor, Tong Chuchu LV1. When Chao Xing saw the last name, his eyes widened. Human? Lu Muxue also saw the name displayed above, and then said, axing, "It seems to be the little girl in the corner. She is also a human from our blue star." Chao Xing looked closely. Although the little girl was wearing a simple thatched coat, she was wearing a school uniform underneath, which still showed her identity. At this moment, the little girl was still in a state of panic, and her eyes looking at Chao Xing were full of fear. Lu Muxue walked over and whispered to comfort her, "Little sister, we are not hunters. We are humans from Blue Star just like you." The little girl raised her delicate face and looked at Lu Muxue attentively. After confirming that Lu Muxue was indeed a human survivor, she burst into tears. "Whoa! Daddy was captured by those masked men. He will never come back." "Whoa!" The little girl cried for a while, and seemed to realize something, and quickly stopped crying. She looked at Lu Muxue nervously, and apologized. "I'm sorry, big sister. Chuchu shouldn't have made such a loud noise. Please forgive me." Lu Muxue shook her head, and said distressfully, "It's okay. You can tell your sister." "What happened?" Tong Chuchu nodded, and seemed to be sorting out the voice. Then, she said in a childish voice, "Yesterday I followed my father out to look for food. We didn't go far when we were suddenly attacked by several arrows. Then we ran into those scary guys wearing masks. We were caught. They beat my father and took him away at night." Whoa! Chapter 29 Wheat Seeds, and the Letter from the Church. After the little girl finished speaking, she burst into tears again. Taken away, she mentioned, naturally. She was captured by the group of hunters, and held some evil rituals. Chao Xing and Lu Muxue looked at each other. It was obvious that the little girl who had lost her father had fallen into the hands of this group of crazy hunters. If Chao Xing hadn't come, her end could be imagined. Lu Muxue looked at Chao Xing and said softly, "Axing, can we take her back to the camp?" Chao Xing thought for a moment, and nodded. Now the camp is gradually getting back on track, and it's no big deal to have one more mouth to feed. And this little girl is also a survivor, and she might be able to help in the future. Lu Muxue comforted her softly, "Little sister, are you willing to follow your sister back to our camp?" The little girl named Tong Chuchu gradually stopped crying, and she asked in confusion, "Is there food in your camp?" Chuchu hasn't eaten for a long time. After listening to her, Lu Muxue stroked her head and said, "Of course there is. The owner of this territory is the big brother over there. He is very powerful." Her tone revealed admiration. Tong Chuchu immediately looked at Chao Xing after hearing this, with a hint of fear and curiosity in her eyes. Then, she remembered something and asked tentatively, "Can you take my mother with you? Dad won't be back. Mom is still alone in the camp." Chao Xing was stunned. Yes, this version is a family team mode. Since Tong Chuchu is with her father, her mother must be in the camp as well. However, this question made Chao Xing entangled. After all, human survivors are not the aboriginals, and they will not easily rebel against the Lord. Their loyalty can also be seen. He still knows the truth that people's hearts are separated by their stomachs. The reason why he is willing to take this little girl is because she has little fighting power, and poses no threat to Chao Xing. If it were those adults, it would be hard to say. So, Chao Xing clicked on the system interface and asked, "If I want other survivors to join my territory, what should I do?" The system prompt appeared immediately. The answer to this question is the territory merging function. There are currently 2 ways. Method 1. Invite the other party to join the territory as a new lord, and share building permissions, resources, etc. Method 2. Recruit the other party to join the territory as a citizen. The other party only has simple living permissions and construction permissions, and cannot attack friendly units. Seeing the second method, Chao Xing was sure. Very good, I can recruit other survivors into the territory as citizens. In this way, I don't have to worry that the newly recruited survivors will cause damage to my territory. Chao Xing looked at the little girl and then asked, "Do you remember where your camp is?" The little girl nodded and said, "I remember, my mother taught me to read the small map. Our camp is about 5 kilometers away from this place." Chao Xing and Lu Muxua looked at each other. "It's so close. No wonder those hunters are targeting it." Lu Muxua asked softly, "Axing, can we go over and take a look?" Chao Xing thought for a moment. "If it's 5 kilometers, we can go over. However, whether she is willing to join our territory depends on her mother's choice." After hearing this, Lu Muxua suddenly had a gentle smile on her face. She knew that Chao Xing would agree. Hearing this, the little girl gradually stopped crying, and then kept thanking Chao Xing. "Thank you, big brother. Chu-Chu will remember your kindness for the rest of her life." In this world, 2 days of cruel life have made her mature a lot. Chao Xing shook his head, and then looked at the other humans in the tent. "These are the natives of this world." Chao Xing said directly, "Do you know Jasmine and Sapphire?" The 6 humans on the ground looked at each other. One of the older humans said, "Yes. They are our companions." Chao Xing nodded. "Very good. They are now residents of my territory. And it was she who told me that you were captured by the hunters. So now, are you willing to submit to me and join my territory?" Chao Xing didn't waste words. His purpose this time was to expand the territory's military strength. The older human asked tentatively, "My lord, where are the hunters outside?" Chao Xing replied, "As you can see, I have killed them all." The next moment, these humans said respectfully at the same time, "We are willing, respected lord." Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction, then asked the tall Assam to walk over, cut the ropes on these humans, and rescue them. Recruitment successful. Colin Hopper, Lucio Lore, Marin Kuhn, joined your territory, territory population +6. Another group of Western names, 3 men and 3 women. Chao Xing's mouth twitched. He pointed directly at the slightly older human and said, "From today on, you are called Chao Yi, you are called Chao Er Chao San. Females start with Sihua, and are called Sihua, Wuhua, Lu Hua, respectively." The humans looked at each other, and then nodded and said, "Thank you, Lord, for the names." Then, a bunch of reminders of increased favorability sounded. Chao Xing looked at their attributes. Citizen, Chao Yi. Level 3. Talent, primary speech skills, give a speech, appease the emotions of the citizens. Loyalty, 70. Hunger, 44. Citizen, Sihua. Level 2. Talent, primary cooking skills, cooked food, adds 20% satiety. Loyalty, 72. Hunger, 47. Seeing the talents of these citizens, Chao Xing's eyes lit up. Wow! There are actually 2 people with special talents. Although the other people in the territory do not have talents, they are all at levels 2 to 4. The quality of this batch of people is very high. In this way, Chao Xing will have enough manpower to allocate and build various territory facilities. After recruiting this group of people, the population limit of his territory has become 25/50. After conquering all these refugees, Chao Xing saw a yellow wooden box in the corner of the camp. When he approached, the system prompt appeared. Hunter storage box, white can be opened. Chao Xing directly clicked to open it. Get white bread *17, get wheat seeds *72, get milk *5, get copper *7, get the letter of the church, special item. There are still a lot of supplies inside. Chao Xing began to check it out. White bread, 1 white bread equals 2 food. Wheat seeds, white can be planted on the reclaimed land. Chao Xing was delighted. Huh? Can I farm? In this way, I will have a fixed source of food. I don't have to worry about the problem of eating up the land. However, if you want to farm, you need to reclaim a piece of land near the territory first. In addition, you need to build a shed on it, otherwise, once you encounter a blizzard, the seeds you sow will all be ruined. Chao Xing continued to check it out. Chapter 30 The Hunter's Conspiracy and the Lord's Relic's Milk. After taking it, it can restore 10 points of satiety and 50 points of health. Some of it has gone bad, but it is still drinkable. Copper, a widely used metal, which can be used to make some simple electrical components. Chao Xing thought, copper is also an important metal in this world, after all. Many electrical appliances require copper. With copper, You can make wires, electrical lights and other things. Making some snow robots, and even some war robots, requires a lot of copper. At this time, a yellowed letter appeared in his hand. This is also the last item in the storage box. Letter from the Church of Light, special item. Click to read. Xiaoxing clicked it. And a line of text suddenly popped up in front of him. To all believers of the God of Light, the Lord has given a revelation, announcing that the seed of Savior is about to appear. In order to welcome the arrival of the seed of Savior, we will launch a blood sacrifice in the near future. All believers of light near the Ice Crystal Kingdom, please go to the base near the coordinates 71231, 5213, 23,719. After the number of believers reaches a certain scale, we will launch an attack on Dwelluin Lake City and sacrifice all the lives in the town to the seed of Savior. Note, this is a task item. You can send the letter to Dwelluin Lake City to expose the conspiracy of the Church of Light in advance. After reading the introduction of this letter, Xiaoxing frowned. Does this mean that the group of hunters will launch a massacre in the near future and directly kill all the residents of an entire town? Oh my god. It's really crazy. The system asked me to send a letter, but I don't even know where Dwelluin Lake City is. How can I send it? Xiaoxing rolled his eyes. Then, he checked the coordinates recorded in the letter. Xiaoxing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's more than 200 kilometers away from me. At such a long distance, it shouldn't affect my territory. However, although the hunter base is still some distance away from Xiaoxing, but in this area, there is such a big unstable factor, which is still worrying. After all, he has seen the madness of that group of hunters. Shaking his head, Xiaoxing has no solution now. The threat of the hunters could only be put aside temporarily. At least, during the novice protection period, he was safe. Xiaoxing took Lu Muxue, the 6 civilians, and the little girl Tong Chuchu out of the tent. He came outside and looked at the corpses and blood on the ground. Assam, Andrew, bring all these corpses here and burn them directly. The two powerful second-level creatures followed Xiaoxing's instructions and collected all the corpses of the hunters on the ground. 10 minutes later, a huge fire was burning, sweeping the entire camp. Looking at the rising smoke, the refugees burst into tears. During the time they were captured, they experienced the madness of the hunters. The companions around them were captured one by one, and then they screamed in the tent outside. They huddled on the cold ground, shivering, fearing that they would be the next one. And now, they were finally freed. The little girl Tong Chuchu, who was standing beside them, had her face soaked with tears. Xiaoxing turned around, looked at Tong Chuchu and said, "Let's go. Take me to your camp. I'll tell you the coordinates." "Big brother," Tong Chuchu said timidly. Xiaoxing nodded. Then, a group of more than 10 people rushed to the coordinates Tong Chuchu said. More than half an hour later, they saw a campfire camp in the snow from a distance. In this camp, there was only a simple lord's hut, and even the polar man's hut was not built. "This is it, big brother. Sister, I'll go call my mom out," Tong Chuchu said, and trotted into the campfire territory. Xiaoxing was about to follow him in, but was prompted by the system. During the novice protection period, you cannot enter other survivors' camps. Xiaoxing was stunned, and seemed to have remembered this. So, they waited silently outside the territory. After a while, the Lord's hut was opened. A very tall woman with a net height of at least 175 centimeters walked out. At this time, she was still wearing the jeans she'd brought from Blue Star, and a tight white t-shirt on her upper body. Her hot body, with a bit of flesh, showed her mature charm. The woman took Tong Chuchu's hand and walked over carefully. Her slightly mature face was still covered with tears, and she had obviously just cried. Xiaoxing also saw her name. Survivor, Xia Yani V1. As soon as Xia Yani came out, she saw so many people gathered outside the territory, and her shoulders trembled. Especially Assam riding a frost wolf, and Andrew as strong as a giant bear, brought her an extremely deadly sense of crisis. Xia Yani was so scared that her face turned pale. Tong Chuchu held her hand and comforted her. "Don't be afraid, Mom. They are the good people who rescued me from that place. That big brother and big sister are their lords." Xia Yani also calmed down at this time. She looked at Xiaoxing with misty eyes, and said gratefully, "Thank you for saving Chuchu. Thank you, benefactors." As she said, she was about to kneel down with Tong Chuchu. Xiaoxing hurriedly stopped her. "Madam, you don't have to be so polite. Choo Choo should have told you that my territory needs manpower now. If you are willing to join us, you can return to the territory with us. Help build the territory. And develop together. In return, we will guarantee your safety and provide food. Xia Yani had already heard what Choo Choo said. She tugged at the corner of her clothes and seemed to be making some kind of decision. Chao Xing did not urge her. He knew that it really took a lot of courage to leave his camp like this and join a stranger's forces. After a moment, Xia Yani whispered, I am willing to join you. Thank you, this kind little brother, for being willing to take us in. Chao Xing nodded and sent them a recruitment invitation. The system prompt appeared. Survivors, Tong Choo Choo LV1, Xia Yani LV1, joined your territory. And the territory population +2. All survivors in the territory have joined your forces and are currently ownerless. Do you want to occupy it? Chao Xing directly clicked Occupy. Occupation successful. Now, you can enter this territory. Chao Xing stepped into the campfire territory and then saw a big box next to him. Lord Tong Guangrong's relic box, do you want to open it? Yes. Open the relic box successfully, obtained with *54, stone *24, food *3, rat meat *2. These are the last resources of this territory. The remaining things are not even enough for the mother and daughter to survive for a day. In other words, if Chao Xing hadn't come, this woman would have died of starvation in 2 days, or frozen to death because of running out of food or wood. Chao Xing took a deep breath. This world is full of opportunities, but also full of dangers. At this moment, Chao Xing made up his mind. He had to develop his strength and territory as soon as possible. And he must not let his storage box become a relic box. Chapter 31 Territory Development, in full swing. Chao Xing directly collected the contents of Tong Guangrong's relic box. Then, he looked at everyone and said, Okay, now let's hurry back to the territory. Following the route they came from, they rushed to the camp. This time, it took them almost 2 hours to come back. There was no way, when there were too many people, the speed of travel would be slowed down. In fact, it was Chao Xing and his team who slowed down Assam and Andrew's speed. One of them rode a frost wolf, and the other moved on 4 legs. Their speed on the snow could reach at least 30 kilometers per hour. Chao Xing and his team could reach a speed of 5 kilometers per hour, which was considered good. The speed of moving in the snow was also a big problem. Chao Xing thought to himself, is there any way to speed up the movement in the snow? In his mind, he began to recall his experience when playing games. After a moment, Chao Xing thought, at present, it seems that there are 2 ways to speed up the movement in the snow. The first is to tame those wild creatures and make them mounts. The stronger the creature, the faster it will move in the snow. The second method is to develop technology. Click on Science and Technology Research Institute as soon as possible, and then use the blueprints to create snow bikes, motorcycles, transport vehicles, etc. Yes, you heard it right. In the middle of this game, you can build all kinds of technology. In addition to these vehicles, Chao Xing also built the first helicopter after spending 448 days in the game. This is also the longest archive he has ever played. In short, this world is a real world, full of infinite possibilities. When Chao Xing and his friends returned to the territory, it was almost dark. Chao Xing looked up at the time above his head. Due to the arrival of night, 0 hours and 50 minutes. Novice protection period remaining, 3 days and 12 hours. The survivors are about to end the 3rd day of exploration. The group of polar people, and Dahua and the others, also saw this huge group of people. Dahua exclaimed when she saw the familiar faces. Oh my god! You are really back! She flew over excitedly, and the 2 sides began to communicate as if they had survived a disaster. Dazhuang also came to Chao Xing with a hammer. Lord, the bonfire has been successfully upgraded, and your lord's hut is also being upgraded at an accelerated pace. Chao Xing nodded, and then looked at the center of the camp. The blazing bonfire. Campfire, level 5. Campfire effect can increase the temperature of the area within a radius of 160 meters by 10 to 20 degrees Celsius. Consumption, 10 minutes/4 wood or 25 minutes/2 coal. Materials required for the next level. Stone *60, wood *40, iron *20. Under the scorching flames, the surrounding ground covered with ice and snow gradually appeared. Only on these grounds can more buildings be built and various crops can be planted. So, the level of the campfire determines the area of your territory. However, when the campfire is upgraded to an energy tower in the later stage, the heating range alone can reach the area of a city. The survivors develop their territory by constantly building various buildings. In the future, they can even have their own city. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction and said, De Zhuang, you did a good job. Next, you take Wu Zhuang and Lu Zhuang to continue collecting resources. Focus on collecting the coal mine. The campfire will consume a lot of coal after the upgrade. We need to ensure the heating of the camp. The polar man De Zhuang straightened his body immediately and said respectfully, Yes, respected lord. Then, he hurried to work. Chao Xing called Heir Zhuang over again. Heir Zhuang, take Qi Zhuang and Ba Zhuang, and hurry up to build more small shelters, canteens, etc., and try to complete them before dark. Let our new members have a place to eat and sleep. Yes, lord. Heir Zhuang also received the order and led people to work. Chao Xing continued to give orders. San Zhuang, come here. San Zhuang, with a beard, came to Chao Xing. San Zhuang, you don't need to build too many things. Just take Si Zhuang to build a primary element arrow tower. Before dark. San Zhuang also said respectfully, guarantee to complete the task. Respected lord. For a while, the polar people were busy again. At this moment, the group of newly joined humans had also finished their communication. They saw the polar people working in the camp, and the slightly older Chao Yi's expression moved slightly. Chao Yi hurriedly brought the other refugees over, and then said respectfully, Lord, please give us more tasks. Chao Xing nodded. No hurry. I know you probably haven't eaten for several days. Before working, you must fill your stomach first. The group of newly joined people looked at each other and saw surprise and relief in each other's eyes. It seemed that this was the first time they had met such a considerate lord. Chao Xing continued. But there is no canteen now, so you can eat some bread first. Chao Xing glanced at Lu Muxue beside him. Lu Muxue understood and took out a dozen loaves of bread from the resources of the territory. She gave 2 pieces to each new member of the territory. At this moment, Chao Yi and Sihua looked at the bread in their hands, tears welling in their eyes, and they were deeply moved. Then, they all knelt down. Thank you, kind and generous lord. Thank you, beautiful and kind second lord. The next moment, Chao Xing and Lu Muxue heard many system prompts. Due to your generosity, the loyalty of the territory member Chao Yi has been improved. The current loyalty is 80. Due to your generosity, the loyalty of the territory member Si Hua has been improved. The current loyalty is 78. Due to you, after this wave, the loyalty of this group of newly joined refugees has been improved by 5 to 10 points. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Tong Chuchu and Xia Yani, who were standing by, looked at the white bread in the hands of the people and swallowed their saliva. They had been hungry for a while and were also eager for food. Chao Xing took out 4 pieces of bread from the resources of the territory and handed them to Xia Yani. Eat something first. The tall woman bent down slightly, reached out to take the bread, and then said gratefully, Thank you. Thank you. Tong Chuchu, who was standing by, also said with an innocent smile, Thank you, big brother. Chao Xing smiled. After they finished eating the bread, everyone's satiety also increased a little. At this time, Chao Xing slowly said, Chao Yi. Chao Yi immediately replied, Lord, I am here. Chao Xing, next. The group of people you brought will be under your command. Your next task is to continue to upgrade the campfire and collect resources. Wood, stones, all need to be collected. With extra manpower, help De Zhuang and others build some basic buildings. Chao Yi nodded quickly. I obey your orders. Then, Chao Xing looked at Da Hua again. Da Hua, I'll give you this batch of wheat seeds. You take someone with you to find a place near the territory to cultivate the fields, and then plant this batch of wheat. Da Hua, with cold white skin, took the seeds from Chao Xing and gently stroked them. This is a good wheat seed, which will definitely grow a batch of high-quality wheat. She nodded and said, Lord, I will complete the task you assigned. Then, this group of new residents in the territory also started to get busy. Chao Xing looked at the bustling scene in the territory and nodded with satisfaction. His territory started with a small bonfire, and gradually had so many people, and built more and more buildings. This is the fun of farming. Chapter 32 Ranking List announced. At this time, Chao Xing suddenly remembered something. He suddenly looked up and asked, "By the way, among you, does anyone know how to sew clothes?" He and Lu Muxue are still wearing wolf skins, which are not so effective in keeping out the cold. Although the sewing shop has been built, it needs people to work in it. People with sewing skills can speed up the process of making clothes. However, the polar people and the indigenous humans on the field looked at each other, and then shook their heads blankly. Chao Xing understood. Because when he conquered them, he saw the panels of these aborigines, and they had no talent for sewing. At this moment, Xia Yani raised her hand and whispered, I can. Oh! Hearing this, Chao Xing was a little surprised, and then looked at her. Xia Yani lowered her head timidly, and seemed a little afraid to look at Chao Xing. She whispered, when I was at home, I often did some handicrafts to supplement the family income, so I can sew a little. Tong Chu echoed, Big brother, Mom's craftsmanship is very good, and the clothes she made are very beautiful. Hearing her daughter's praise, Xia Yani blushed and said, Chu. Don't praise Mom. Mom only has some amateur skills, and can't compare with those professionals. Chao Xing nodded, then took off the wolf skin on himself and Lu Muxue, and handed it to Xia Yani. Then these 2 wolf skins, please help me make clothes, and see if the extra parts can be made into hats, gloves, etc. Yes, this is the best wolf skin. Xia Yani carefully finished, and then asked tentatively, tomorrow, can I give it to you? Chao Xing nodded, yes. Xia Yani breathed a sigh of relief, and then took her daughter, and entered the sewing shop. The other people in the territory also began to get busy. At this time, Lu Muxue stood by the campfire with her arms folded, watching Chao Xing assigning work to the people. Chao Xing looked up, and it was dark, and night was about to fall. In this world, the dark time occupied more than half of the time, and there were less than 10 hours of bright time during the day. Muxue, let's go into the hut first. Yes. Lu Muxue nodded gently. Then, the 2 of them got into the warm lord's hut together. Chao Xing was freezing, so he got into the bear skin quilt first. Lu Muxue hesitated, keeping her head down, and was too embarrassed to approach Chao Xing. Chao Xing saw Lu Muxue's embarrassment, and she needed some time to adapt. So he asked, Muxue, do you want to sleep separately tonight? Hearing this, Lu Muxue's eyes widened, and she shook her head quickly. No, don't sleep separately. After saying this, her cheeks flushed, and she carefully got into the bed with shame. Lu Muxue hugged Chao Xing's body tightly, as if she was afraid of being separated from him. After a while, the 2 people's slightly rapid breathing sounded in the room. At the same time, this unknown new world was gradually shrouded in the night. All human beings in the world, the second day of coming to this world is about to pass. Driven by the level rankings, a large number of survivors tried to walk out of the snow today. They were either with their families, or alone, carefully exploring around the camp, and all had some gains. And in the area where Area 174 is located, a corner of this huge ice field, Fan Long, holding a black iron sword, killed a wild boar with one sword. Then, a white light rose from his body. When Fan Long heard the upgrade prompt, he was delighted. Very good, I finally reached level 3 before dark. Since the ranking list was opened, I have been looking for low-level beasts that were alone and killed outside. There should be no one faster than me. This time, I will definitely get the first place in the ranking list. On the other side, a middle-aged man, with a face full of flesh, was also leading his family to kill a stupid roe deer. This middle-aged man was Zhou Bo from the Tiandao Society. He chose the profession of snow hunter, and he pulled a sandalwood longbow to its full length. Swish! The arrow shot out, and directly hit the neck of the silly roe deer. The silly roe deer felt pain, and ran away while jumping and looking back. Blood spilled on the snow, completely exposing its tracks. The silly roe deer was soon caught up by Zhou Bo, and then died under the hunting of his family. After killing the silly roe deer, Zhou Bo suddenly received a message. Boss, the coordinates of the brothers have been calculated. Within 30 kilometers of your camp, there are 2 brothers' camps in that area. If we develop today, they should be able to reach you tomorrow. Zhou Bo's face was full of flesh, and a grim smile appeared. Very good. Wait for the 2 brothers to come tomorrow, and we can team up to kill monsters together, and the upgrade efficiency can be greatly improved. By then, Fan Long, Wu Xinghu will all be trampled under my feet. After hanging up the call, Zhou Bo looked at the increasingly dark sky and said to his family, "It's getting late. Let's go back to the camp first." A large number of survivors, after a day of exploration, returned to the camp one after another. At this time, the chat channel gradually became lively. Su Shu, brothers. It turns out that it is not difficult to team up with family members to deal with those low-level monsters. We have killed a wild boar today, which is enough for our family to eat for a few days. Zhang Shi, ha ha ha. I chose the polar warrior, and I asked my father to choose the snow hunter. We are invincible together. Lin Danian, wow. You all killed the prey. I was so unlucky. I met a few frost goblins not long after I went out, and I couldn't beat them at all. They chased me all the way, and now they are guarding outside my camp. This is really unbearable. Yang Tao, the brothers upstairs are so miserable. Some are happy and some are sad. Most of the survivors have begun to contact this world. At this moment, a countdown appeared. The ranking list is being counted. In 3 minutes, the ranking list of survivors in each region will be announced. You can check your own level and related rankings in the ranking list. The ranking list is updated in real time. When the survivors saw this system prompt, their faces were immediately lifted. Lu Zile, woohoo! The ranking list is finally out. Who do you think will be the first or top 3? Shenzhen, not sure. I just reached level 2. And it takes 1,000 experience points to reach level 3. Which is a bit scary. Yuan Winley, needless to say, of course it's our Tiger Hall boss Wu Xinghu. Let me tell you, our boss has reached level 3. Guichang, you Tiger Hall think too much. Our boss Zhou Bo has also reached level 3. This time, the first place will definitely be our boss Zhou Bo. Chen Hailang, don't argue. The first place will definitely be our boss Fang Long. The survivors heard the speeches of these 3 forces, and said one after another. Chen Hao, it seems that the top 3 this time should have been taken by these 3 people. Xiao Bo, yes. Those who can reach level 3 today are those who have strength and resources. At this time, a voice prompt sounded. System announcement, all survivors. Please note that the level ranking has been updated. Chapter 33 Bear Bile Soup, Health Increase. System announcement, all survivors. Please note that the level ranking has been updated. Hearing this announcement, survivors from all regions around the world clicked on the ranking list, including the survivors in District 174. However, the ranking above exceeded everyone's expectations. Level ranking of District 174. First place, Chao Xing, level 41%. Second place, Wu Xinghu, level 3 25%. Third place, Zhou Bo, level 3 14%. Fourth place, Renishu, level 3 10%. Fifth place, Fang Long, level 3 7%. Sixth place. Seeing this ranking list, the entire chat channel of District 174 fell into silence for a moment. Then, there was an overwhelming screen swipe. Chenhua, fuck. It's not Fang Long, nor Wu Xinghu, but the first place is actually Chao Xing. Tao Mumu, I really didn't expect that Chao Xing would be the first place. He's so strong. Lu Dashu, how did Chao Xing do it? Everyone was expressing their shock. A survivor named Du Rong said, I think. You don't have to be so surprised. Chao Xing is the man who killed the bear. It's not surprising that he won the first place. Haha, I also think Chao Xing deserves the title. Thanks to his bear meat, my family has improved their attributes. Now we have not only survived the life and death crisis, but also gradually developed the territory. That's right. Chao Xing is the first place. I am convinced. In the chat channel, the comments about Chao Xing were almost one-sidedly positive. After all, the bear meat he sold did help a lot of people. At this time, Fang Long, Zhou Bo and others all looked a little ugly. Damn it! How come this guy got the first place? Fang Long had a trace of anger on his face, and was in disbelief. But he soon regained his composure. Fang Long slowly breathed a sigh of relief and said, Fortunately, it's only a 1-level difference. There are still 3 days before the end of the novice protection period, which is enough for me to catch up. Zhou Bo on the other side also had an interested smile on his face. Interesting. I originally thought that this guy was just lucky, and that he was finished after offending Fang Long. Now it seems that he does have some skills. Zhou Bo opened the friend list, and then clicked on the private chat and said, Go. Mobilize the network around you, and check the origin of this person called Chao Xing. At this time, in the Lord's hut, Outside the window, the snow reflected, and the cold wind whistled. In the room, the warm stove radiated heat. The small wooden bed creaked, and the temperature in the quilt was rising rapidly. The beauty blushed, turned her head away, and dared not look into Chao Xing's eyes, and clasped her hands tightly around his neck. Axing, axing. The beauty's call was long and ethereal. The room was filled with the sweetness of lovemaking. After a while, following a long and ethereal charming voice, the noise in the room gradually subsided. Lu Muxue collapsed in Chao Xing's arms. Her eyes were full of confusion. At this time, they also heard the system announcement. Lu Muxue bent her swan-like neck, and said with excitement in her eyes, Axing, you are the first place. You are awesome. Chao Xing shook his head and said indifferently, it's just the temporary first place. You can't relax before you get the reward. Lu Muxue looked at him admiringly. That's awesome. After all, there are tens of thousands of people in District 174. Chao Xing smiled. We will continue to work hard tomorrow to see if we can give you a top 10 reward. Lu Muxue nodded her head lightly, and responded with a fist, yeah, I'll try my best. It seemed that because the movement was too large and touched some parts. Lu Muxue's face turned red again. She looked at Chao Xing cautiously, but found that he was also looking at her. Chao Xing lowered his head and kissed her again. The beauty was gentle and soft. From the initial stiffness, she gradually relaxed. Her body twisted like a water snake, and she took the initiative to wrap around Chao Xing. The temperature at night began to drop rapidly. However, the temperature in the room was still rising. The two spent a wonderful night. The next morning, Chao Xing saw several system prompts. Your territory building, small shelter. Construction is successful. Your territory building, primary element arrow tower. Construction is successful. Chao Xing's eyes lit up immediately. The arrow tower is built successfully. Through the window of the Lord's hut, Chao Xing saw, at the edge of the campfire, a 15-meter-high hexagonal tower appeared. This tower is made of stone, and the elemental fluctuations coming from it are full of deterrence. If an enemy approaches the 600-meter area near the camp, this arrow tower will automatically attack. Very powerful. Chao Xing said with satisfaction. Very good, this way, at least there is no need to worry about the safety near the territory, and those polar people can also go out to collect resources better. At the same time, there was a knock on the door. Chao Xing and Lu Muxue put on their clothes, looked at the door and said, come in. Sihua, the leader, brought in a bowl of bear bao soup and a piece of roasted bear meat. A rich aroma of meat came. Sihua said softly, Lord, the bear bao soup and roasted bear meat you asked me to make are ready. Please enjoy. Chao Xing nodded. Put it on the wooden table. These two ingredients are things that can improve attributes. Bear bao can directly increase 200 points of health, and bear meat can increase 2 points of strength and constitution. For Chao Xing and Lu Muxue, it was a big improvement. This was also what Chao Xing explained to the people yesterday. Sihua nodded, and then respectfully took his leave. Chao Xing, on the other hand, brought Lu Muxue to the dining table. He took the lead in eating a few bites of bear meat. In an instant, his mouth was full of the aroma of meat. Chao Xing praised, professional chef. The cooking skills are really good. A system prompt appeared. Eating bear meat, blue, successfully. Attributes improved. Strength +2. Constitution +2. As expected, the attributes were improved. Then, Chao Xing used chopsticks to pick up the bear bao in the bowl. What surprised him was that after eating several bites, Chao Xing did not get any system prompts for attribute improvement. Huh? Chao Xing was a little confused, and continued to eat the bear bao. It was not until he was almost full that the system prompt appeared. Successful consumption of bear bao. Maximum health increased by 200. Chao Xing looked happy. It turns out that you have to eat half of the bear bao to get attribute improvement. So, the remaining half can be improved once more. So, he looked at Lu Muxue on the side and said, Muxue, come here too. There is still half of this bear bao left, which should allow you to get attribute improvement as well. Lu Muxue walked over obediently, picked up the chopsticks used by Chao Xing, and started eating directly. The bear bao soup was delicious. Lu Muxue took several minutes to finish it. Then, she looked at Chao Xing excitedly and said, Axing, my health has also increased. Chao Xing nodded. One bear bao brought them 400 points of health increase, which is quite good. Unfortunately, this kind of food is only effective when eaten for the first time. At this time, a system prompt sounded. Survivors, congratulations on having survived the third night of the Frozen Age. The remaining time of the Novice Protection Period, 2 days 2200 hours. Weather forecast, there will be a small snowfall tonight, the lowest temperature will reach -70 C. Please pay attention to keep warm. Chapter 34 Phantom Assassin, reporting to you. Chao Xing's heart moved. There are still 3 days left in the Novice Protection Period, which should be enough for him to reach level 10. Lu Muxua asked softly, Axing, will it snow tonight? Chao Xing nodded. Yes, it will snow, but fortunately, it's okay as long as it's not a blizzard. With the current facilities in our territory, it's enough to survive. Lu Muxua nodded gently. Then, Chao Xing took her with him, and pushed open the door of the Lord's hut together. Outside, the polar people and the newly joined subjects had been waiting here for a long time. After seeing Chao Xing coming out, they said in unison, My lord, how are you? Good morning. My lord, please arrange our work for today. The subjects were enthusiastic. Before this, they had lived a life of hunger. On the first day of arriving in Chao Xing's territory, they felt the development prospects of this territory. Therefore, they cherished this opportunity very much. Chao Xing nodded. Today, continue the work I ordered yesterday. Collect more resources, and upgrade the bonfire and the Lord's hut. Let's build a more prosperous territory together. The people in the territory immediately replied respectfully, Yes, Lord. I am willing to give everything for the development of the territory. They all left in all directions and started a day's work. At this time, Xia Yanni and Tong Chu Chu, each holding a set of thick clothes, stood by the side and waited silently. After seeing Chao Xing arrange the work, Xia Yanni came over carefully and said, Sir, the clothes are ready. As a modern person, she seemed not used to this kind of a dress. Chao Xing nodded. Thank you for your hard work. It's okay. Xia Yanni replied softly. After that, she and Tong Chu Chu handed the sewn wolfskin coats to Chao Xing and Lu Muxua respectively. Get wolfskin coat, white, *1. Get wolfskin hat, white, *1. These two clothes do not have any additional attributes, but they can play a good role in keeping out the cold. After the two put on the two warm clothes, they instantly felt that the severe coldness of this world was isolated. Looking at Xia Yanni's pupils covered with dark circles, Chao Xing knew that she must have stayed up late last night. So, Chao Xing took out 2 pieces of bear meat and a bottle of milk and handed them to Xia Yanni. After Xia Yanni took it, there was a strong look of surprise in her eyes. Lord, can you really give me such precious meat and milk? Chao Xing nodded and said, Chu Chu is still young. Give her some nourishment. Xia Yanni's eyes suddenly turned slightly red. She held Tong Chu Chu's hand, nodded solemnly and said, Thank you. Thank you. Tong Chu Chu also happily hugged the milk, and said happily, Thank you, big brother. After arranging the work, Chao Xing called Assam over again. Assam, when you went out yesterday, in addition to rescuing Dahua and the others, did you find anything else? Assam replied respectfully, Yes, Lord. I drew a map of the surrounding area according to your instructions. It's just that I haven't finished exploring, so the map is not yet completed. After hearing this, Chao Xing was immediately happy and said, It's okay if it's not completed. Let me see it first. Assam nodded, then took out a yellowed parchment from the back of the frost wolf, and handed it to Chao Xing. The system prompt appears. Get the unfinished map *1. Chao Xing saw that. This map recorded Assam's route. Lu Muxua also came to Chao Xing's side, looking at the map with curiosity in her eyes. However, after seeing the rough simplified Chinese style on this parchment, she immediately laughed out loud. Some resource points were marked on it. For example, a tree means that there are wood resources in that place. A chicken means that there are wild beasts in that place. A piece of stone means that there are mineral resources in that place. Thanks to Chao Xing's excellent understanding ability, otherwise, I really can't understand the meaning. A bit of embarrassment appeared on Assam's resolute face. He scratched his head and said, I have never learned to paint. I can only draw it simply. Lu Muxua comforted. It's okay, as long as you can understand it. Assam nodded gratefully. Thank you, beautiful and kind second lord. At this time, Chao Xing pointed to a dark hole near the territory and asked, Assam, what is this? Assam replied embarrassedly, Lord, it's a mine. But it has been occupied by a group of mole people. I heard the roar of machines nearby. Machine roar? Chao Xing's eyes lit up. Because this means that there are probably some technological creations in that mine. Chao Xing asked, Assam, how strong are those mole people? Assam shook his head and said, My lord, I didn't go in to investigate. But mole people are underground creatures. And their general strength is around level 1. Occasionally, there may be some level 2 or 3 mole people appearing. After listening to this, Chao Xing already had an idea in his mind. The mine is about 6 kilometers away from the territory. And it takes about 2 hours to go back and forth. So, Chao Xing nodded and said, Very good. Then our goal today is to explore this mole man mine. Try to raise the level of Mushui and me. Assam saluted respectfully and said, I am at your disposal at any time. Respected lord. Andrew on the side had a pious look in his eyes. And he was also ready for battle. However, before setting off, Chao Xing still had one thing to do. That is, to use the recruitment scroll to strengthen the strength of his team. Chao Xing took out a scroll from his backpack. Phantom Assassin Recruitment Scroll. Blue. This scroll can be used to summon a Phantom Assassin with level 20 elite strength. Without a doubt, this will be the most powerful creature recruited by Chao Xing. Recruit? Chao Xing directly clicked yes. The picture in front of him flashed. This time, what appeared in front of Chao Xing was not a hexagram, but a black mist. This black mist was expanding rapidly, and in a few seconds, it enveloped the entire camp. Chao Xing saw a figure moving inside. There was no breath coming out of that figure, but it gave Chao Xing a deadly sense of crisis. The next moment, the fog dissipated. In front of Chao Xing, a woman wearing a black cloak and tied black leather armor appeared. This outfit brought out her perfect body curves. On her head, a black helmet covered most of her face, and only a slightly red lip could be seen under her cyan skin. She slowly said, The Shadow Temple needs to be protected. And that's why I'm here. Phantom Assassin, Sarah Blade Dance reports to you. Chapter 35 The Powerful Phantom Assassin. The Phantom Assassin named Sarah saluted slightly to Chao Xing, and the 2 shadow blades in her hands emitted a chilling cold light. Chao Xing nodded. Welcome to join us, Sarah Blade Dance. Sarah did not respond. Lu Mushua also whispered at this time, Welcome, Sarah. Hearing the voice, the cold Phantom Assassin looked at Lu Mushua, and then responded, Thank you, this beautiful lady, Sarah Blade Dance is at your service. Chao Xing rolled his eyes. This Phantom Assassin is a bit aloof. He only responds to Lu Mushua and ignores me. However, he has long been accustomed to these newcomers, their cold reactions when they were first recruited, and a barely detectable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, Chao Xing checked the attributes of this Phantom Assassin. Phantom Assassin, Sarah Blade Dance. Race, Dark Elf. Level 207613/100000. Second level elite creature. HP, 6713, equipment bonus. Attack power, 731 to 754, weapon bonus. Armor, 134 to 151, equipment bonus. Attributes, strength 234, agility 307, spirit 227, constitution 251. Skills, obstruction dagger, throws a dagger, causes 130% of the attack power to the enemy, reduce the enemy's agility by 135 points, cooling time 180 seconds. Phantom Invisible, blurs your own figure, hides your own breath, when in stealth mode, increases dodge probability by 30%, increases movement speed by 20%. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 8 minutes, blessing of release, when attacking. There is a 30% chance of causing 225% damage. A 15% chance of causing 315% damage, and a 5% chance of causing 432% damage. Talent, Shadow Body, in the hidden state. An additional 15% dodge rate is increased. Bond, Assassin, when there are more than 3 assassins in the team. The probability of triggering the gift of release increases by 5%. And when there are more than 10 assassins, the probability of triggering increases by 10%. Satisfaction, 63. Loyalty, 59. Chao Xing's eyes showed an expression of surprise that could not be concealed. Obviously, this is a very terrifying existence. With an attack power of nearly 700, a random strike can trigger a critical hit, which is even comparable to a shot from a Barrett. If Blessing of Liberation is triggered, the damage of that strike can directly cut off the enemy's skull. Chao Xing sighed at this time. This is not an assassin. This is simply a berserker. One strike kills a kid. However, although Sarah is very strong now, after Chaoxing's permanent talent blessing, she can be upgraded to a few more levels. So Chaoxing looked at Sarah with interest and said, "Then, Sarah, I am going to bless you now. Are you willing to accept it?" Sarah opened her lips slightly and asked doubtfully, "Blessing?" Chaoxing nodded. "Yes." Sarah did not answer, seemingly hesitant. One reason was that she did not trust the new lord, and the other was that, with the other party's weak strength, what powerful blessing effect could he bestow on her? After waiting for a while, Sarah nodded slightly. "Okay, please bless me." Then, there was no need for Chaoxing to say more. Alina then cast Snake Man Madness and Scale Armor on her. Sarah's body trembled. She clearly felt the power. Her thin lips slightly opened before she could speak. Chaoxing also threw Ice Healing, Ice Armor, and Lu Mushue's Aurora Blessing. After 5 permanent buffs were applied in a row, Sarah froze in place. Then, Chaoxing saw that her shoulders were trembling slightly. As an assassin who often carries out assassination missions, Sarah knows better than anyone how terrible these permanent states are. Not only can they greatly increase her endurance, but they can also increase her ability to survive. Especially Alina's Snakeman Frenzy, which is a percentage bonus buff. Sarah can feel that her movement speed and attack speed have increased again. Under the helmet, there is a heavy gasp. Then, she put the shadow blade in her hand on her chest and respectfully saluted Chaoxing. "Thank you for your blessing, great lord." Sarah Blade Dance. "I am willing to offer my loyalty to you." Sarah's salute was sincere. A system prompt also appeared beside Chaoxing's ear. "You helped the follower, Sarah Blade Dance, to improve strength. Loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty is 71. A smile appeared on Chaoxing's face. Then, he looked at the other people in the territory. "Then, let's continue our journey now. Destination, Mole Man Mine." Assam and Andrew responded one after another. "Follow the Lord's will." The cold Sarah also whispered at this time, "The Shadow Temple will guide me forward." Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction. Then, he took Lu Muxiu with him. A total of 5 figures in the group walked out of the camp and headed for the boundless snowfield. An hour later, they appeared in the vast ice field. In the snow behind them, a large number of footprints were left. The weather forecast said that it would snow tonight, and these footprints would be covered up soon. Chaoxing stopped, because they had come to the marked location on Assam's map. It was a snow-covered mountain, and there seemed to be a passage leading to the underground at the foot of the mountain. Assam took the lead and said, "Lord, that is the mine I found yesterday." Chaoxing nodded and continued to lead people forward. When they approached, a system prompt appeared in front of them. Mole Man Mine, Special Area. There are a large number of mole men active in it, and some special dangers. Please approach with caution. Danger level, extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous again. But Chaoxing didn't care. Compared to when he was in the hunter camp, his strength has improved a lot. Chaoxing waved his hand and said, "Go in." Everyone understood, and then moved towards the mine together. Andrew, who had the highest defense, walked in front, and Assam was the second to enter. As for Sarah, when she entered the mine, she disappeared into the darkness. Chaoxing didn't sense her presence at all. But he knew Sarah was by his side. Lu Muxiu held up her shield and looked around vigilantly. She knew that her mission was to protect Chaoxing from harm. When they entered the mine, a system prompt appeared. "You have entered a special area, Mole Man Mine. Current temperature, -34°C. The temperature inside the mine was higher, which gradually dispelled the chill in her body. Chaoxing saw 1 or 2 torches emitting blue flames on the wall of the mine. Assam, help me take down these torches. Assam did as he was told. Get a Magic Stone Torch *1. Magic Stone Torch, a low-energy lighting tool. 1 magic stone can provide lighting for up to half a year. Note, you can take out the magic stone from the torch. Chapter 36 Rails and Minecarts, take them all away. Chaoxing's eyes lit up. This thing is a good thing. Some mechanical creations in this world need energy to operate, and this energy is based on magic stone. In the later stage, energy tower, and some other buildings, all need magic stone to provide energy. This thing is like elemental crystals, also a hard currency. Chaoxing nodded and said, Assam, Andrew, take down all the magic stone torches for me. The two did as they were told, taking down the torches one by one. Magic Stone Torch +1. Magic Stone Torch +1. System prompts kept appearing beside Chaoxing's ears. Then, Chaoxing saw the rails on the ground, and the mine cart lying on the side. Abandoned mine cart, white mole man's mining tool. You can disassemble it, and get 8 pieces of iron, or take it back to the territory, and use 4 pieces of iron to repair it. Railway, white you can build a railroad track, and speed up the transportation of minerals. You can disassemble it, and get 4 pieces of iron. Chaoxing's eyes lit up immediately. These two are also good stuff. As long as there are enough rails, you can even build a track near the territory, and then connect it to the mine. In this way, you can greatly speed up the mining of minerals. Take it away. Take it all away. Chaoxing directly collected all the mine carts and rails. Get abandoned mine cart, white, *1. Get rail, white, *1. Get. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction. From the entrance area, a total of 17 magic stone torches, 3 abandoned mine carts, and 15 railroad tracks were harvested. 1 rail equals 1 meter in length. The harvest was good. Chaoxing continued to lead his men forward. After walking for a while, they heard the sound of clang, clang, of chiseling from the front. When they got closer, there were dozens of short creatures with short limbs and rat heads. Mole Miner, level 5. Race Beast. HP, 440. Attack power, 41 to 45. Attributes, Strength 21, Agility 15, Spirit 18, Constitution 22. Skills, Chiseling, wielding a pickaxe, causing 110% of the attack power to the enemy. Talent, Night Vision, living underground for a long time, the mole people have completed the evolution of their vision, and they can see more clearly in the dark. Mole Supervisor, level 7. Race, Beast/Humanoid. HP, 620. Attack, 57 to 59. Attributes, Strength 31, Agility 24, Spirit 25, Constitution 33. Skills, Whip, waving the whip in hand, making the mole miner work 10% faster. The effect lasts for 5 minutes. Cower, when the HP drops below 30%, the mole supervisor moves 20% faster, and will choose to run away. Talent, Night Vision. See Andrew and others coming over. The mole men immediately made threatening sounds of chi chi chi. The mole man supervisor waved the long whip in his hand. Snap! It's the invaders, go kill them! The mole men were afraid of the whip in the supervisor's hand, and they all picked up their picks and rushed towards Chaoxing and his men. Chi! Chi chi chi! Chaoxing didn't need to say more. Assam and Andrew, and the Frost Wolf Winter rushed over together. Roar! The narrow mine was directly filled with 3 huge monsters. Andrew took the lead, like a mad giant bear, running wildly on the ground, knocking down the mole men one by one. Bang! -173. -178. -164. The damage numbers floated up one by one. With Andrew's terrifying power, the impact damage alone was enough to cause these mole men to lose a lot of blood. Before the fallen mole men could get up, they saw Assam's long sword stabbing at them. Puff! -437. Because Assam's sword directly pierced its head, it caused critical damage. Your subject, Assam, killed the LV5 mole man, gained 50 experience points. You gained 25 experience points. The Frost Wolf Winter on the side also pounced on a mole man, and then began to bite it madly. Shiji. Shiji. After a confrontation, the mole man miners were defeated. What was even more terrifying was that a flash of cold light continued to flash in the darkness. Every time the cold light floated, it would bring a terrifying damage number. -704. -753. -1614. The mole men, without even screaming, were killed on the spot. Your subject, Sarah Blade Dance, killed the mole man LV6, gained 60 experience points. You gained 30 experience points. Experience gain prompts kept coming. Chaoxing said in surprise at the back, "Oh my! This damage. As expected of a level 20 elite assassin, it's like chopping melons and vegetables." Sarah's attack power is very strong. Chaoxing laughed so hard at the back. He and Lu Mushua stood directly at the back, and didn't even need to do anything. The number of mole men gradually decreased. Although they were numerous, they could not withstand such a terrifying killing speed. Even the mole man supervisor had a look of fear in his eyes. The experience value prompt sound kept coming. After a while, a white light rose from Lu Mushua's body. She said excitedly, "Axing, I've upgraded." Congratulations. Chao Xing smiled. He glanced at Lu Mushua's current attributes. Survivor, Lu Mushua. Race, Blue Star Human. Level 320/2000. Detailed attributes, click to expand. Chao Xing nodded. After Lu Mushua reached level 3, her attributes were greatly improved. With the equipment and buffs, her defense is much stronger than some level 7 or 8 monsters. Lu Mushua said softly. Axing. The system prompted me that I have entered the top 20 of the rankings. It seems that more people have reached level 3 now. Chao Xing said. It's okay. The upgrade is still very fast at the beginning, and the difficulty will increase at the end. Our speed is not comparable to that of ordinary survivors. Lu Mushua nodded gently. Chao Xing looked at his experience value. Level 441% now, he is still the first in the ranking. Zhou Bo, Fan Long and others below are also catching up. Lu Mushua looked at the battlefield in front of her, and then asked tentatively, Axing, can I go to fight too? Chao Xing saw the seriousness on her face, and knew that Lu Mushua really needed more experience. Moreover, with her current defense, it is not a problem to hold off a mole miner. So Chao Xing nodded and said, you go. Mushua, remember to be careful. Okay, Axing, I will be careful. Lu Mushua took a deep breath, raised her shield, held the long sword in her right hand, and rushed over. She soon faced a mole miner. The mole opened its fawn-filled mouth, and swung its pickaxe, attacking Lu Mushua's shield fiercely. Bang bang. The mole miner swung his pickaxe, and attacked continuously. Lu Mushua gritted her teeth, and withstood the enemy's attack with difficulty. -8. -13. Faint damage numbers floated above her head. However, the next second, her health points were directly restored to full by ice healing. +10. +10. The green recovery number floated. Chapter 37. Can I give you a slap? +10. +10. Reply numbers appeared above Lu Mushua's head. When she found out that the mole man could not harm her, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then she remembered the scene when Chao Xing taught her how to fight. She felt a little shy, but also gradually found the feeling of fighting. So Lu Mushua thrust out a sword and hit the mole man's chest. -32. The mole man's chest was bleeding, and he kept making a chi sound. It swung the pickaxe and struck again. Lu Mushua was shocked and took 2 steps back. Then she raised her sword and stabbed again. Puff! Then it was. The mole man gave her a pickaxe. And then Lu Mushua stabbed it back with a sword. The two sides started a round-based battle. This scene made Chao Xing want to laugh. However, Lu Mushua was able to do this, which was already good. After a minute or two, the number of mole men in the mine became fewer and fewer. Looking at his recruited creatures fighting in front, Chao Xing also raised his staff. A large amount of frost power gathered between his staff. Then, 3 40-centimeter long ice cones appeared in front of Chao Xing. Their surfaces were crystal clear, and exuded a chill. Chao Xing waved his staff. Go! The next moment, 3 ice cones shot out. All hit one of the mole miners. -68. -71. -103. The 3 ice cones took away more than 200 HP of the mole miner. For this damage, Chao Xing was quite satisfied. After all, he was only a level 4 frost mage now. However, compared to Sarah's casual blow, the damage was more than 700 or 800, which was still a huge gap. After a while, all the mole miners here were killed by them. At this moment, the mole supervisor holding a long whip had a look of fear in his eyes. He turned around and ran deep into the mine. At this moment, Sarah emerged from the shadows. With a raised right hand, he threw a black dagger and hit the back of the mole supervisor directly. The mole man supervisor screamed, and then a damage number appeared above his head. -843. With one knife, his health points were directly reduced to 0. Sarah at level 20 was too strong. Sarah, you did a good job. Chao Xing praised from behind. Sarah still reacted coldly as usual, but this time she had one more line. The Shadow Temple is guiding me forward. Chao Xing nodded, thinking to himself, Sarah's level has reached the advancement requirement. If we can get a 2nd level power heart at this time, Sarah can be promoted to a 3rd level creature. By then, her strength can double. However, the 2nd level power heart is not so easy to obtain. I will see when I have a chance in the future. After the battle, it was natural to start cleaning the battlefield. Chao Xing was under the bodies of the mole men, preparing to start searching for spoils. At this time, a system prompt appeared again. Humanoid creature. Cannot be decomposed. Chao Xing's mouth twitched. Why did the system always think that it would do such a thing? Under the mole man, Chao Xing fumbled around and found a lot of things. Get dry food *5. Get chaos book weak *1. Get viscous liquid *1. Iron ingot *1. Iron pickaxe *1. Chao Xing began to check the introductions of these things. Dry food, white food that is hard to swallow. 1 piece of dry food equals 1 food. Book of Chaos weak. Randomly increase the 4-dimensional attribute of friendly units by 1 point. Note, cannot be used on lords. Viscous liquid, white black viscous liquid, the function is unknown. It seems to be some kind of alchemical material. If you meet a merchant in the wild, you can try to sell it. Iron ingot, white after decomposition, you can get iron *5. Iron pickaxe, white attack power 4 to 5, can be used to mine ore. Chao Xing thought to himself. This book of chaos seems to be pretty good. If the number of explosions is large enough, you can even stack the attributes of one of the recruited creatures to a terrifying level. Unfortunately, I can't use it on myself. Then, Chao Xing spent about 5 minutes, quickly cleaning the battlefield. Cumulatively obtained, dry food. *130. Book of Chaos weak. *3 In addition to these, there are some materials, and 1 piece of equipment. Viscous liquid white. *31. Iron pickaxe white. *27 Iron ingot white. For Mole Man Overseer whip, green 1. Interesting, is the last piece of equipment. Mole Man Overseer whip, green special equipment. Quality, excellent. Attack power, 13 to 15. Attached special effect 1. Whipping, using a whip to whip the target, speed up the work, increasing its movement speed by 10% in the next 5 minutes. Attached special effect 2. Deepening pain, a whip covered with olive oil, increasing the pain caused by whipping by 50%. After reading the above introduction, Chao Xing's expression was a little strange. This thing. Wouldn't it also be an amplification effect? If it is combined with my hidden talent, can it become a permanent state? Chao Xing decided to experiment first, after all. 10% movement speed is still quite good. So, under the surprised eyes of Lu Muxua and Andrew, Chao Xing whipped himself hard. Snap! -7. After a crisp sound, Chao Xing took a deep breath. Hiss. It hurts. Although the damage of this thing is not high, but because of the existence of the second special effect deepen pain, it really hurts to be whipped. Before Chao Xing recovered from the pain, a system prompt was received in front of him. You are under the effect of whipping. Movement speed increases by 10%. The effect lasts for 5 minutes. Talent Eternal Power. Activated. Whip. Has become a permanent amplification state. Chao Xing. Oh my god, it really works? Chao Xing was directly confused. Then, he seemed to have thought of something, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Because in this way, with the skill Snakeman Frenzy, it is equivalent to permanently increasing the movement speed of yourself and other friendly units by 30%. This is a huge improvement. Lu Muxua and others on the side were confused. They saw with their own eyes that after Chao Xing whipped him, he grimaced in pain. Then, his eyes suddenly became excited. It was as if he had awakened some strange attribute. And now, he looked at them with that excited look. The upright Assam didn't know what happened. He asked, Lord, what's wrong with you? Chao Xing raised his head, looked at him and said, Assam, let me whip you. Okay. Assam. Lu Muxua. Sarah. Although this request was strange, Assam's loyalty was as high as 95. He would not disobey Chao Xing's orders. He seemed to have made a difficult decision. And nodded, if the Lord wants. You can. Chao Xing was not polite, waving the long whip, and directly whipped Assam. Snap. Chapter 38 Mansion or Bifurcation. Assam frowned because of pain. After a moment, he also felt a power in his body. There is a surprise in my eyes. Turn out to be, is this the intention of the Lord? It's amazing. Thank you for your whip, dear Lord. Assam said respectfully. At this time, Assam said it a little bit interestingly. Lord. Adult, can you draw me a few more times? Assam wants to become stronger. Chao Xing shook his head and said, No, only the first whip is effective. Hearing this, Assam nodded some regrets. The people around them, listening to their conversation, were completely confused. Although they knew that Chao Xing's actions might have some intention, it was too strange. Chao Xing knew that they were thinking wrongly. So he coughed twice and explained the effect of the whip to them. After hearing this, everyone's eyes suddenly became clear. At this time, Chao Xing said, "Then, Andrew, Sarah, let me also bless you." Andrew and Sarah looked at each other and nodded. Chao Xing whipped them one by one. Snap! Snap! In this deep mine, there was a sound of whipping. Andrew was fine, his skin was thick, and this little pain had no effect on him. And Sarah, who was standing by, was trembling slightly. When it was Lu Mushua's turn, she looked at the whip in Chao Xing's hand with some fear, and whispered, "Ah Xing, should I have one too?" Chao Xing thought for a moment, nodded. Well, 10% movement speed is a big improvement. Besides, you only need to whip him for the first time, and you can bear it. Lu Mushua thought for a moment, nodded and said, "Well." Chao Xing had no extra thoughts, and whipped him directly. "Ugh!" Lu Mushua groaned, and then looked at Chao Xing pitifully. It hurt so much. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing couldn't help but think of what happened last night. And for a moment, some blood rushed up. But he soon calmed down. Chao Xing coughed twice and said, "The state has been strengthened. Let's continue to move forward." Andrew and Assam continued to move forward. There was a rail in the passage. Extending deeper, Chao Xing moved forward along the route and collected the rail on the ground. Railway +1. Railway +1. After walking for a while, Chao Xing had collected hundreds of meters of rails. Even if they were broken down into iron, there were still hundreds of pieces. Chao Xing said happily, "If I pick up a few more rails, I can connect that coal mine with my territory, and the speed of collecting resources will be greatly improved." Just then, a fork in the road appeared in the mine ahead. The road on the left seemed to lead to the depths of the mine, and the roar of machines could be heard faintly from inside. The road on the right was sealed with wooden boards, and a red X was drawn on it. This seems to be a restricted area. Everyone stopped where they were, waiting for Chao Xing's decision. Chao Xing thought for a moment and said, "Andrew, take down the wooden board. I'll see what's inside first." Andrew obeyed the order and waved his huge bare claws to hit it. Crack! Crack! The wooden board was smashed directly, and the scene inside the mine appeared. Chao Xing saw that there seemed to be several collapsed mine cars in the mine ahead, and there were some excavated ores scattered on the ground. The group of mole people, it seems, encountered something, and they were left here without evacuating in time. Sarah in the shadow suddenly said, "I sensed a dangerous breath inside." Chao Xing frowned after hearing this. Sarah was a level 20 elite monster, and even she felt dangerous, which meant that there was some kind of terrible creature inside. Chao Xing said, "Sarah, go and investigate." Sarah nodded, and then disappeared directly into the shadow. A minute later, Sarah's figure appeared again, and then said, "Detection completed. Inside is the nest of a second-level monster." Second-level monster? How strong is it? Sarah thought for a moment, and replied, "It should have the same strength as me." Chao Xing nodded suddenly. It was on par with Sarah. That was a level 20 elite monster. Chao Xing asked, "Are you sure you can handle it?" Sarah thought for a moment and replied, "With the Lord's additional blessing, it shouldn't be a big problem. If you cooperate with these two companions, then you will basically win." After hearing this, Chao Xing was determined. "Very good, then let's go in directly." After saying that, Andrew and Assam walked directly to the mine on the right. Chao Xing and Lu Mushua followed behind. He soon came to one of the collapsed mine carts, with some ores scattered around. Chao Xing directly packed up the mine cart and the ores on the ground and took them away. Obtained mine cart *1, iron or *31, cursed metal *7, mithril or *8, magic stone *17, stone *64. Huh? So many mithril and magic stone? Chao Xing was delighted. You know, these are all high-grade materials, and they are worth a lot. Chao Xing began to check. Iron ore can be processed in an ore processing plant. 1 piece of ore can be processed into 5 pieces of iron. Cursed metal, a metal that incorporates the resentment of the dead, can be used to make some evil alchemical tools. Mithril ore can be processed in an ore processing plant. 1 piece of mithril ore can be processed into 3 pieces of mithril. Note, requires a level 3 ore processing plant. Magic stone, a stone containing energy, can provide energy for some special devices. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction and looked at the other mine carts on the ground, then packed them all up and take them away. Get minecart *1, get iron or *42, cursed metal *9, mithril or *7, magic stone *19, stone *72. In addition to these, the rails on the ground are not spared. Get rails *42, get abandoned minecart *7, get. Chao Xing followed Andrew Assam all the way, and then packed up various ores on the ground and took them away. Lu Muxue was also helping to collect. While picking up, she said with a happy smile, "Axing, there are a lot of iron ores, and a lot of mithril ores." Chao Xing nodded. "This trip is really good, just these ores and mine carts, it's worth the trip." Lu Muxue's face also had the joy of harvest. Obviously, the Mole Man mine is a high-level area. At least with the current survivors. There is no way to get in. Chao Xing, because he has 3 generals under him, can enter the Mole Man mine to search for treasure at this level. The harvest can be said to be quite rich. So far, Chao Xing has collected nearly 200 sections of rails. Fortunately, the survivors carry-on backpack function as 20 grids of storage space. And materials of the same type, like this, can be stacked into 400 pieces and put together. Large items like mine carts can be stacked up to 100 times, taking up only 1 grid of space. The backpacks are still quite large. The crowd began to move forward, until they came to the depths of the passage. The light here dimmed, however, as Chao Xing took out the magic stone torch from his backpack. The darkness inside was immediately dispelled. They noticed that some white spider webs appeared on the top and sides of the mine. The further they went in, the denser the spider webs became. There were even some large webs that filled the passage, blocking everyone's way. At the same time, an evil, powerful breath came to their faces. Chapter 39, The Cave Spider's Nest. Deep in the cave, an evil, powerful breath came to my face. Chao Xing frowned, then ordered, "Assam, clear the passage." Assam waved his sword and chopped directly at the spider webs. Poof! However, his sharp sword was like chopping at jelly, and its power was greatly reduced. It took several chops to clear the spider webs. Chao Xing thought secretly. Obviously, the best way to deal with these spider webs is to use fire. But in this world, fire is a relatively rare element. Chao Xing is a frost mage, so he can't control fire. At this time, Sarah said, "Lord, let me open the way for you." Chao Xing looked at her. "Go, Sarah. Show us your power." Sarah nodded. Her figure flashed, and she appeared directly in front of the spider web. Then she waved the shadow blade in her hand. Swish! With one cut, she split the tough spider webs into a large gap. Shwa shwa! After a few cuts, the passage was cleared. Chao Xing was amazed. Sarah once again showed her powerful attack to everyone. "Keep going," Chao Xing ordered. They continued to walk deeper into the mine. The deeper they went, the darker the surrounding environment became. Lu Muxue almost stuck to Chao Xing. She had an instinctive fear of such a deep cave. Chao Xing didn't care, and let her hold his hand and continue to move forward. The hunters in this area also seemed to have noticed that prey had entered the mine. Rustle! Rustle! There was a crawling sound inside. "Be on guard." Chao Xing's expression suddenly became serious, and everyone entered a combat state. Lu Muxue also raised her shield and guarded Chao Xing nervously. After waiting for a while, no monster appeared. Chao Xing, however, found that there were faint green lights in front of him. Chao Xing continued to order, "Sarah, look at what's ahead." Sarah nodded, and then disappeared into the darkness. After a moment, Sarah reappeared. "Lord, there is a cave inside, which should be the lair of the monster." Chao Xing nodded, and then led everyone in. A system prompt appeared. "You have entered a special area, the lair of the crypt spider. A powerful predator lives here. Please stay alert and don't become its nutrients." Chao Xing saw that the cave in front of him was covered with spider webs, and large white cocoons wrapped like dumplings were hanging upside down above everyone's heads. On the ground, there are also glowing balls of green mucus, some large and some small. The big ones are nearly 1 meter high, and the small ones are more than 10 centimeters high. The green light is emitted by these balls. Chao Xing looked over. Demon spider eggs, small after they are exploded. 3 to 8 level 3 small demon spiders will appear. Don't underestimate them because they are small. They are small but deadly. Demon spider eggs, large after they are exploded. 1 to 2 level 15 large demon spiders will appear. Large demon spiders are big. Be careful not to be swallowed. Chao Xing looked over. On the ground of this nest, there are at least dozens of demon spider eggs. Oh my god! There are so many demon spider eggs. If they all explode, there will be at least dozens of underground demon spiders. Chao Xing couldn't help but feel a little numb. He was just about to say, "Get rid of these demon spider eggs first." At this time, the spider web above everyone's head began to tremble. Buzz! Buzz! Chao Xing only felt that an evil and powerful breath was approaching him quickly. Under the pressure of this breath, he was like a bug caught in a spider web, without any chance of resistance. Lu Muxue beside him also looked pale. This monster brought them a sense of oppression from the depths of their souls. The next moment, a terrifying figure over 5 meters tall, covered with hair, occupied everyone's sight. Under the bulging belly, green mucus was dripping. 8 compound eyes, emitting a creepy light in the dark environment, seemed to be able to read all the thoughts of the prey below. The real owner appeared. At this moment, the moment this huge spider saw the people below, it directly launched an attack. It swung its belly, and a stream of pure white spider silk gushed out. The target was Andrew, who was the largest in size. The spider silk instantly wrapped around Andrew's body, and the system prompt appeared. Your follower Andrew was attacked by the spider web of the crypt spider, and his movements have been restricted. However, at this moment, Andrew roared, and his body swelled rapidly. Evil guy, let nature punish you. It did not hesitate and entered the giant bear form. A snow-white big white bear appeared, and then Andrew violently tore the spider web on his body into pieces, and forced himself out. Knock it down. Chao Xing suppressed the fear in his heart, and gave an order directly. Roar! Andrew, who turned into a giant bear, suddenly jumped up, rushed into the air, and pounced on the demon spider. However, the big spider knew what its advantage was. It quickly retreated, and Andrew's claws missed. Swish! Andrew's claws tore up a large piece of spider web. At this moment, in the dark shadow, a cold light flew out silently. Whoosh! Puff! Sarah's dagger of obstruction hit the crypt spider. -643. A large damage number floated up. Hiss! Hiss! The crypt spider felt pain and twitched all over. At the same time, 3 ice cones shot out at the same time. It was Chao Xing who also launched an attack. Whoosh! 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 All the ice cones hit. -17. -15. -17. 3 weak damage numbers appeared. However, damage is not the main thing. The main thing is that one of the ice cones triggered the freezing effect. The huge body of the crypt spider was immediately covered with a layer of frost. Its body stiffened, and it fell from the top of its head like a kite with a broken string. Plop! Chao Xing said happily, the skill of ice cone is really useful. Each ice cone has a 30% freezing probability. If all hit, it is likely to cause a short-term control effect on the enemy. At this time, the crypt spider that fell from the sky lost its long-range advantage. Chao Xing ordered go. Surround and kill it! Andrew, Assam, and Frost Wolf Winter all rushed over. Roar! Accept the judgment of the Frost Wolf Knight. The crypt demon spider had recovered from its brief freezing state. It wanted to climb back into the sky. However, 3 tall creatures had surrounded it, leaving it no chance to escape. The crypt demon spider had no choice but to engage in a head-on battle. It flicked its limbs and bit Andrew. Puff! A damage number appeared above Andrew's head. -304. -8. -8. Andrew in the giant bear form, his attributes were greatly improved. His health almost broke through 8,000. Adding the 2 armor effects added by Chao Xing, he can be said to be a blood cow. However, the bite of the underground demon spider not only caused more than 300 damage, but also added the poisoning state. From this, it can be seen how terrifying the attack power of this spider is. However, the next second, green numbers +10, +10, appeared above Andrew's head. Chapter 40 Stop. Leave the head to me. Andrew felt his vitality recovering, and said devoutly, this is the power given to me by the Lord, the evil will be punished. He slapped it. -243. The system prompt appeared. Andrew caused damage to the crypt spider. The skill of Mark of the Wild has taken effect. On the head of the crypt spider, a bear claw symbol appeared, and its defense value also dropped sharply. Then, Assam and Frost Wolf also attacked the huge body of the Crypt Spider. -152. -78. These two damage numbers were caused by Assam and Frost Wolf. Although Assam's attack power was very strong, the strong defense of this Crypt Spider still reduced a lot of damage. At this time, Sarah also came over. She waved the shadow blade in her hand and slashed it directly. -572. A terrifying damage number appeared. Hiss. The body of the Crypt Spider suddenly shrank, seemingly having suffered a severe injury. Although the Crypt Spider had amazing defense, Sarah's attack power was even stronger. For powerful summoned creatures began to besiege the Crypt Spider. Chao Xing ordered from behind, "Andrew, your main goal is to withstand the damage of this spider. Assam, if Andrew's health drops below half, you will take over. Sarah, Winter, attack with all your strength." Under Chao Xing's command, they attacked the Crypt Spider in an orderly manner. -1124. -246. -172. -84. A bunch of damage numbers were floating up. Seeing that the battle gradually entered a rhythm, Chao Xing also breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he began to check the properties of this spider monster. Crypt Spider, level 20. Race, insect. Level, second order elite creature. HP, 6614/10255. Attack power, 513 to 545. Attributes, Strength 312, Agility 287, Spirit 334, Constitution 357. Skills, Powerful Spider Web. Sprays out a powerful spider web, causing control effects on the enemy. If the enemy is not strong enough, will be trapped permanently. Egg laying, hatching a large number of small spiders on the spot. The number is between 20 and 50, causing interference effects on the enemy. Spider Rage. When the HP of the cave spider drops below 30%, all spider eggs will be hatched in advance, driving all spiders to attack the enemy. Talent. Neurotoxin, attacking with one layer of level 2 neurotoxin effect. What a strong guy. Over 10,000 HP, plus attacks with its own toxins. What's even more terrifying is that it can hatch all spider eggs after its health drops below 30%. At this moment, Chao Xing suddenly realized that all the spider eggs around him were threats. So, Chao Xing ordered, "Assam, take Frost Wolf Winter away from the battlefield and clear the nearby demon spider eggs first. Andrew, Sarah, do your best to hold back this crypt demon spider." "Yes, Lord." Assam retracted his sword and rushed directly to a small demon spider egg nearby. Poof! -287. The small spider egg burst open, and a ball of green mucus gushed out from it, with 5 or 6 small spiders in it. As the system introduced, these small spiders were extremely fast, and they crawled to Assam's feet in an instant. Assam was in danger, and he chopped down with his sword. -246. -235. -244. He stabbed these small spiders with his sword almost one by one. At the same time, Chao Xing also continued to gather the power of frost, and threw down ice balls one by one. Pa! -63. The body of a small spider suddenly exploded, turning into a ball of green slime. Successfully killed the small demon spider LV3, gained 30 experience points. Huh? Killing these small demon spiders also gives experience points? Chao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. According to the number of demon spider eggs in this cave, this is also a lot of experience points. Lu Muxua held a shield on the side, waiting for battle. Her mission is to protect Chao Xing's safety. Puff puff puff. The demon spider eggs were blown up by Assam in advance. Under the siege of 2 second-level elite creatures, the health of the crypt spider began to pour out like water. Those spider eggs were also blown up one by Assam. Chao Xing followed behind, and kept finishing off the enemies. And his experience value began to rise rapidly. At the same time, as time passed, the survivors in the outside world also began to sprint for the level rankings. In the chat channel, there was a heated discussion. Brothers, look at the rankings. Boss Fan Long has reached level 4, and has entered the top 3. Fuck. So fast. Should I say that he is worthy of being Fan Long of the 3 heroes? It's true that if he doesn't explode, it's fine. But once he explodes, he will be a big hit. Indeed, Fan Long is still capable. Other survivors saw the discussion in the chat channel, and clicked on the rankings to check. Rankings of District 174. First place, Chao Xing, level 4 52%. Second place, Zhou Bo, level 4 25%. Third place, Fan Long, level 4 17%. Fourth place. When the survivors saw this ranking, they immediately frowned and said, Zhou Bo seems to be catching up. It seems that Xiaoxing's first place is about to be lost. Yes, although I saw Xiaoxing's experience move today, but compared with Fan Long and Zhou Bo's speed, it is still too far behind. I heard everyone's discussion about Fan Long. The survivors of the Three Heroes Society said proudly in the chat channel, Xiaoxing is just a lucky guy. What's that? Let me tell you, we have several brothers who have united together, and when we form a team, we can explore faster. And our boss Fan Long will soon surpass this Xiaoxing. Wait 2 more days. As soon as the novice protection period ends, those guys who offended our Three Heroes Society will all be liquidated. In the chat channel, there were some supporters of Xiaoxing. Now, with the threat from the Three Heroes Society, no one dared to speak. At this time, a survivor named Fu Jiafeng said, the Three Heroes Society is indeed powerful. But our Tiandao Society is not bad either. This time, our boss Zhou Bo is not sure of first place. But second place is a sure thing. That's right. Our Tiger Hall boss, Wu Xinghu, is also in the top 3. The survivor of the Three Heroes Society also came out and said, it seems that the top 3 positions have been determined this time. Haha. Just when they had already booked the top 3 places in advance. Someone suddenly said in the chat channel, look, Boss Xiaoxing's experience bar is moving. And it's moving so fast. What? Everyone clicked on the leaderboard. First place, Xiaoxing level 4. 55%. It was just 52% just now, and it jumped to 55% in an instant. And what's even more terrifying is that his experience bar is still increasing. Level 4. 56%. Level 4. 58%. Level 4. 60%. Almost every few seconds, you can see his experience value jump. Oh my god! So fast! Seeing this scene, the survivors of the Three Heroes Society and the Heavenly Sword Society all had unbelievable looks in their eyes. At the same time, the battle in the cave was about to come to an end. The crypt spider was covered with claw marks and deep knife marks. Xiaoxing noticed its health. HP 1203/10255. The last 1000 HP. Sarah chopped it off. Minus 638. The crypt spider's HP had dropped below 600. Seeing that Sarah still wanted to attack, Xiaoxing shouted, Sarah, stop. Let me do it. Sarah stopped there in a daze. The crypt demon spider thought it was doomed, but suddenly saw the 2 guys besieging it stop. It seemed to see a glimmer of hope again. The crypt demon spider bent its 8 legs on the spot, then suddenly bounced, as if ready to jump into the air. Sarah was about to attack, but when she thought of Xiaoxing's order, she finally held back. At this moment, Xiaoxing took out the Barret. Without hesitation, when the crypt demon spider jumped into the air, he fired directly. Bang! Minus 804. A large damage number floated up. Chapter 41 Killing the Demon Spider. Big Bang. Bang! A gunshot. A blood hole suddenly appeared on the body of the crypt demon spider. Plop! The crypt demon spider fell down, struggled on the spot for a while, and then fell down completely. The system prompt appeared. Successfully killed the crypt demon spider, 20th level elite creature, killed a monster above the level, gained experience value 500 * 500%, gained 2,500 experience points. Combatants: Lu Mushua, Sarah Blade Dance, Andrew, Eilina, Assam gained experience value 1,250 points. Your level has been upgraded, current level, level 5. This upgrade has gained Strength +2, Agility +1, Spirit +3, Physique +2. A white light rose from Xiaoxing and Lu Mushua at the same time. They upgraded at the same time. Xiaoxing said excitedly, haha, I am a human-headed dog. Then, the second system prompt appeared. Successfully killed the crypt spider, obtained the loot primary power heart *1. Obtained primary element crystal *12. Obtained primary pet contract *1. Obtained spider spirit, elite *1. Obtained chaos book medium *3. Obtained spider staff, blue. A lot of rewards appeared. Oh my god, it is worthy of being a level 20 elite monster, and the explosion rate is too high. Not only that, Sarah, Andrew and others, after seeing the battle, All looked at Chao Xing with admiration. The crypt spider is a powerful creature. But they were not seriously injured. The lost blood volume has almost been replenished. Due to your proper command, you have demonstrated excellent combat capabilities. Assam's loyalty to you has increased. Current loyalty, 100. When loyalty reaches the maximum value, the follower will put your orders first, and will be willing to sacrifice his life to complete your instructions. Andrew's loyalty to you has increased. Current loyalty, 80. Sarah Blade Dance's loyalty to you has increased. Current loyalty, 79. At the same time, the survivors who were watching the leaderboard suddenly saw Chao Xing's experience value. From 65% at level 4. Directly jumped to 30% at level 5. At this moment, the entire chat channel of Area 174 fell into a stagnation. Oh my god, what happened? Didn't Fan Long and Zhou Bo say that they would soon surpass Chao Xing? How come they were so far apart? How terrifying. So much experience was gained all of a sudden. Did Boss Chao Xing kill some terrifying creature? At this moment, the survivors of the Three Heroes Association spoke up in the chat channel. Impossible. There must be something wrong with the ranking list. That's right. From level 4 to level 5. It takes at least several thousand experience points. How could he get so much experience all of a sudden? However, the other survivors couldn't stand it anymore. You guys from the Three Heroes Society, don't be so stubborn. You can even say that there is something wrong with the ranking list. That's right, the facts are all there, and you still refuse to admit it. Seeing more and more people supporting Chao Xing, the speeches of those people from the Three Heroes Society were soon drowned out. In the Mole Man mine, Lu Muxua came over with a happy look on her face, and whispered, "Axing, I've also upgraded. The system also prompts that I have entered the top 10 of the ranking list." Chao Xing nodded and said, "Not bad, it seems that this time the ranking list is over, there is hope to bring you to the top 3. He rubbed Lu Muxia's hair. This intimate action made Lu Muxua a little shy. She hummed softly. Then, Chao Xing began to check the rewards he had just received. Except for Primary Heart of Power and Primary Element Crystal. Everything else was new. Chao Xing began to check. Primary Pet Contract. Greenness contract can be used on a wild creature to make it your exclusive pet, with a success rate of 5% to 20%. Tip: you can try to tame it with force, which can greatly increase the success rate. Book of Chaos Medium. A rune with medium power. Can be used on a follower to randomly increase 3 four-dimensional attributes. Demon Spider Essence. Elite essence with powerful soul power. Can be used on a follower below the 2nd level to make it evolve into an elite creature with a high probability of success of 50% to 80%. When Chao Xing saw this Demon Spider Essence, his eyes lit up. Oh my god! This spirit can actually make ordinary creatures evolve into elite creatures. Although there is a chance of failure, the chance of success is obviously higher. Chao Xing looked around, and then stopped at Assam. Assam is now just a 2nd level ordinary creature. If he can be upgraded to the elite level, he can become even stronger. So, Chao Xing called Assam, and threw the demon spider spirit directly to him. Assam, use it. It will make you stronger. Assam looked at the cluster of blue will-o'-the-wisp in his hand, and without any hesitation, he slapped it directly into his body. The next moment, Assam suddenly stiffened. He felt a powerful force flowing through his body, and began to transform his body. Then, everyone felt at the same time that an extremely powerful aura rose from Assam. The system prompt appeared. Your follower, Assam, used the magic spider spirit, and successfully evolved into an elite creature. The potential has been improved, and all attributes have increased by 30%. Each upgrade will gain more attribute improvements. Additional activation skills. Frost Sword Chi, concentrate the power of frost, and slash out a sword with a freezing effect. The maximum attack distance is 30 meters, and it causes 166% attack damage to all enemies along the way. The cooling time is 60 seconds. Chao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. New skill. And it's a long-range skill. This wave of improvement is really fierce. Assam also felt that after using the will-o'-the-wisp, his strength became much stronger. He looked at Chao Xing excitedly, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully, "Thank you for the power given by the Lord. Assam has no way to repay you." Chao Xing nodded and said, "This is what you deserve. Knight Assam. You will work with me in the future to build a territory full of glory." Assam was moved to tears, and he choked and said, "It's Assam's luck to meet a lord like you." Assam's loyalty has reached the maximum value. So there is no more system prompts. Xiaoxing nodded in satisfaction. And then checked Assam's attributes. Frost Wolf Knight. Assam, 2nd level elite creature. Race, human. Level 103635/10000. Health, 2660. Attack power, 312 to 327. Armor, 24 to 27. Attributes, strength 148. Agility 140. Spirit 135. Constitution 133. Skills, riding mastery. Frost Wolf swordsmanship. Frost sword chi. Hunger, 80. Loyalty, 100. As expected, all attributes have been greatly improved. Now he has 3 2nd-level elite creatures under his command. Xiaoxing looked at the items in his backpack and took out another primary power crystal. This thing can be used by the Lord or summoned creatures. Xiaoxing thought, this time, Mu Shui and I should have no problem getting into the top 10. So, this power crystal can be used first to improve the strength of the subordinates. Chapter 42 The Spider Staff, opening the silver treasure box. Xiaoxing glanced at the Frost Wolf Winter beside him. It was also a level 10 creature, which met the conditions for advancement. As long as it was upgraded to level 2, then all the creatures he recruited, except Eilina, would be level 2. So, he gave the Heart of Power to Assam. Assam, go, let your Winter complete the advancement. A powerful knight needs a powerful mount to exert his combat power. After hearing this, Assam trembled and took the red crystal in Xiaoxing's hand. He looked at Xiaoxing gratefully and said no more. Instead, he turned around and came directly to Frost Wolf Winter. Winter, accept the power bestowed by the Lord. Let us defend the Lord's honor together. After saying that, he threw the power crystal directly over. Frost Wolf Winter seemed to know that this was something that could make it stronger. The moment Assam threw the crystal down, he opened his mouth wide and bit it directly. Snap! The sound of the crystal breaking rang out, and a strong power surged in its body. In an instant, the breath of Winter was growing at a terrifying speed. Xiaoxing saw that the already strong limbs of Winter had grown 2 times bigger. Not only that, its body was still growing rapidly. From the original 3 meters long, it directly increased to nearly 4 meters. Roar! A terrifying roar echoed in the cave. This ferocious giant wolf, just standing there, gave people a strong sense of oppression. Xiaoxing nodded again with satisfaction. Then, the last reward was Magic Spider Staff, Blue. This thing was the first blue equipment that Xiaoxing had dropped. Xiaoxing was very much looking forward to its properties. Magic Spider Staff, Blue. Quality, excellent. Attack power, 31 to 37. Attached Special Effect 1, Spirit plus 10. Attached Special Effect 2, Primary Magic Power Amplification. When launching a magic attack, there is a 40% chance to increase the magic damage of this attack by 10%. Attached Special Effect 3, Drive Magic Spiders. Summon 5 level 10 First Order Magic Spiders to help you fight. The Magic Spiders exist for 60 seconds. The special effect cooldown time is 300 seconds. After reading the equipment description, Xiaoxing's eyes showed joy. Is this the blue equipment? So powerful. Not only does it increase 10 points of mental power, it also comes with a special effect of summoning a demon spider. He equipped it directly, and his mental power increased a lot. Xiaoxing nodded with satisfaction. Then, he looked at Assam and others and ordered, search in the cave, see if you can find any treasures. Assam and others received the order and began to act. A few minutes later, Sarah made a discovery in a corner of the cave. There is a treasure chest here. After hearing this, Xiaoxing was delighted and walked over. In the corner of the cave, covered by spider webs, there was indeed a white treasure chest. Wow, another silver treasure chest, Xiaoxing said happily. After tearing the spider web, the system prompt appeared. Found an unlocked silver treasure chest. Do you want to open it? Xiaoxing directly clicked to open it. Dang! Successfully opened the silver treasure chest. Obtained a noble backpack, green, *1. Obtained a railroad production blueprint, *1. Obtained a medium-sized shelter construction blueprint, *1. Obtained large dry food, *12. Obtained a medical kit, *3. Oh! The backpack came out? And there is also a railroad production blueprint? Xiaoxing's eyes showed joy. Very good, this way, I can make more rails, and connect all the mines near the territory. Xiaoxing nodded with satisfaction, and began to check the properties of the backpack and another shelter blueprint. Noble backpack, green. Backpack capacity, 40 slots. Additional special effects, charm +4. Note, charm is an invisible attribute and will not be reflected on the panel. Medium-sized shelter construction blueprint. Surrounding area, 40 square meters. Possible population, 6 people. Additional effect, provides life recovery effect for friendly units resting inside, recovering 0.5 health points per second. Construction requirements, stone *120, wood *240, iron *20, primary element crystals *5. Railway production drawings, available in the blacksmith shop. Consume materials, make a section of railroad. Length, 1 meter. Required, iron *8, level 1 blacksmith shop. 1 backpack, 2 drawings, still very good. Chaoxing equipped the backpack with satisfaction. Then, he looked at the silver treasure chest on the ground. Do you want to decompose the open silver treasure chest *1? Yes. Decomposition successful. Get mithril *10. So far, the things in this underground demon spider, almost all of them have been looted by Chaoxing. At this time, Chaoxing looked up at the large cocoons wrapped in spider webs. He suddenly thought, Mushua, do you think there are any treasures in these cocoons? Lu Mushua looked a little puzzled. Chaoxing thought for a moment, and said directly, Assam, help me knock down these cocoons. Assam obeyed the order, and slashed with a frost sword. Swish! A white cocoon fell down with a plop. Chaoxing came in front of the white cocoon, and then looked at the druid beside him, and said, Andrew, help me peel off the cocoon. Andrew looked a little hesitant. Lord, this is a blasphemy against the bodies of these dead. But if it is your order, Andrew is willing to execute it. It waved its claws, and with 2 swishes, it peeled off the cocoon. Then, a pale face appeared inside. It's actually a human? Seeing this scene, everyone was a little surprised. Chaoxing bent down, fumbled around on his body, and found an emblem with petals and a long sword, and some coins. Obtain the cartel family's crest *1. Obtain coins *72. Chaoxing checked the properties of this emblem. Cartel family's crest, accessory. Quality, ordinary. Equipment effect, strength +1. Agility +1. Chaoxing nodded. Although the added attributes are not much, because it is an accessory, it does not occupy the equipment slot, so it is better than nothing. Then, Chaoxing knocked down the other cocoons. Inside, he found many corpses, both mole people and humans. Chaoxing found 17 iron ingots, 452 coins, 6 primary element crystals, and 11 clan emblems on these corpses. The profit was not bad. At this time, Chaoxing looked at the druid, who had a guilty look on his face. Andrew, this is not a blasphemy to the dead, but to let them return to their roots. Only by rescuing them can the souls of the dead be liberated. Now, bury their bodies in the land you love most. Chaoxing's tone was very solemn, as if it was real. Hearing this, Andrew's frown suddenly relaxed. He placed one hand on his chest, bowed respectfully and said, So this is the Lord's intention. Forgive Andrew for being ignorant and misunderstanding your meaning. The system prompt appeared. Your behavior has impressed Andrew, and his loyalty has been improved. The current loyalty is 88. Chaoxing nodded and secretly rejoiced. These guys like to hear these polite words. Then, they spent about 10 minutes to deal with these bodies. Seeing that there was nothing left to search in the cave, Chaoxing continued to order, return along the original route, and go to another passage. Follow your orders, Lord. The 4 powerful second-level creatures, obeying Chaoxing's instructions, began to return along the original route. Boom, boom, boom. The advanced frost wolf's steps were heavy, and its power was amazing. Its heavy footsteps could be heard throughout the entire mine. Soon, they returned to the original fork in the road. This time, everyone was going to the passage on the left. The 4 recruited creatures were still in the front. Chaoxing and Lu Mushua followed behind, constantly collecting the rails on the ground, and some scattered ores. Rail +1. Rail +1. Magic stone +3. Chapter 43 Magic crystal and drilling robot railway +1. Magic stone +3. Magic crystal +1. System prompts kept appearing. Chaoxing and Lu Mushua were in the back, picking up these precious minerals with great pleasure. With a new backpack, Chao no longer had to worry about the capacity of the backpack. Even the stones on the ground were not spared, picking up everything that could be picked up. Axing, here are some magic crystals, which can be decomposed into 5 magic stones. Lu Muxue said happily, holding 2 crystals in her hand. Chao Xing's eyes lit up. Magic crystal, good stuff, Muxue. Take it away. Yeah. Lu Muxue chuckled and agreed. As they moved forward, Chao Xing raised his staff and refreshed the effects of ice armor and ice healing for them. After moving forward for almost 100 meters, they encountered another wave of mole miners. Chirp! Chirp! There were about 15 of these mole miners, making threatening sounds. Among them, Chao Xing also saw several mole miners holding iron swords and spears. Moleman Soldier LV9. HP, 960. Attack, 67 to 71. Moleman Spearman LV10. HP, 1040. Attack, 76 to 79. Several of the molemen have upgraded their levels a lot. And they also have some simple combat skills. This time, there is no need for Chao Xing to give orders. The 4 powerful recruited creatures have already rushed up. Bang bang bang. Frost Wolf Winter took the lead, running in the mine with its sturdy limbs, smacking the molemen one by one. Then, it opened its mouth wide, and bit down on a moleman. Minus 273. Blood spurted out. Chiji. Chiji. The moleman screamed, and began to struggle, but soon his body was bitten off, and he died instantly. The attacks of other mole men, which hit the Frost Wolf, immediately triggered a layer of scale armor, and a layer of frost armor. Minus 34. Minus 27. Minus 15. A few pitiful damage numbers floated up, before they could attack again. A few green numbers plus 22 appeared above the Frost Wolf's head. In a few seconds, it restored its health to full. After Chao Xing's mental strength was improved, the recovery amount of ice healing was also greatly improved. This scene almost made these mole people despair. Then, Assam and Andrew also launched an attack. Minus 437. Minus 8. Minus 312. Minus 8. Minus 784. Minus 8. The damage numbers floated up one by one. Assam's strength, for these mole miners, was simply a dimensionality reduction attack. In addition, Sarah was wielding the shadow blade in the dark. Molemen fell down in droves as they chopped down melons and vegetables along the way. Chao Xing, with Lu Muxue, was picking up the spoils easily behind them. Railway +1. Dry food +7. Viscous liquid +1. I have to say, this kind of battle is really comfortable. You don't need to do anything at all. You just need to follow behind and pick up things. And you can also gain experience points. Your territory member Sarah Blade Dance kills Moleman LV7 and gains 70 experience points. You gain half of the experience points, 35. Your territory members. Tips for gaining experience points kept appearing. After a while, Chao Xing's experience bar reached 33% of level 5, and Lu Muxue's experience value reached 34% of level 4. The two of them showed joy. At this time, Lu Muxue's eyes showed a complicated look again. She knew how difficult it was for the survivors to fight now. If they encountered wild creatures, they would be in danger of death if they were not careful. Among the top 10 in the current ranking, even Fan Long, Zhou Bo and others were facing the risk of death at any time when fighting. The battle that Chao Xing and his men were in was too comfortable. A few minutes later, the battle was over. Chao Xing picked up a lot of pickaxes from the molemen, as well as some iron ingots and viscous liquid. There were also 4 Book of Chaos Week, which was a pretty good harvest. Chao Xing said with satisfaction, "Keep going." Dong dong. Frost Wolf Winter walked in the front with a cool breeze. They advanced almost 500 meters, and Chao Xing picked up a lot of rails again. The mine in front of him became much wider. Just then, a monster nearly 2 meters tall, covered with iron sheets, and with a head like a big drill, blocked everyone's way. Seeing this figure, Chao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. Mechanical monster? The other party's attributes appeared in front of him. Mole Man technology, drilling robot. Level 15. Attack power, 237 to 250. Armor, 115 to 124. Durability, 2000. Skills, drilling form, start the drill, switch to drilling form, increase the movement speed by 30%, cause multiple cutting damage to enemies along the way. Drill ejection. Eject the drill out of the head. Cause 5 stages of 80% attack to the enemy. Maximum attack distance 50 meters. Add 3 layers of level 1 bleeding effect. Can only be used once. This drilling robot has no health points. As long as its durability is cleared, it is equivalent to losing its combat effectiveness. At this moment, the drilling robot also saw Chao Xing and the others, and it made intermittent mechanical synthesized sounds. There are enemies that need to be eliminated. Then, it lowered its body. From its original human form, it changed into a car form. Just like the transformation of the Autobots. The drill on its head started instantly. And it hummed. If it was hit by such a drill, it would be easy to get skin and flesh torn. At this moment, the drilling robot had already rushed towards the crowd. Chao Xing gave the order directly. Go ahead, deal with it. The 4 recruited creatures received the order and rushed forward at the same time. Roar! The advanced Frost Wolf took the lead. It slapped down with one claw. -31. A black damage number floated up. It looks like the damage is not high, but it is actually because the armor value of this mechanical creature is very high. This drilling robot was attacked, and it turned its head directly, and rushed towards the Frost Wolf Winter. Buzz! Buzz! The drill bit rotated at high speed, and attacked the Frost Wolf, rolling up a large piece of hair and flesh. Ouch! The Frost Wolf cried out in pain. Damage numbers appeared on its head. -131. -15. -144. -15. Seeing this, Chao Xing was surprised and said, "Oh my god, this thing has such a high attack power?" Even the Frost Wolf was almost blown away by it. And at this moment, a snow-white figure suddenly jumped up, and then slapped the shell of the drill robot directly. Paw! -95. Andrew's attack was very impressive, directly causing the robot to lose nearly 1/20th of its durability. Moreover, a bear claw symbol appeared on the head of the drilling robot, and its defense power dropped sharply. At this time, Assam and Sarah had also arrived, for powerful creatures began to besiege the drilling robot. Bang! Crack! Assam's long sword, Andrew's claws, and Sarah's shadow blade continuously slashed at the drilling robot. -102. -8. -156. -8. -454. -8. Sarah's attack was as sharp as ever. With one slash, Blessing Release was triggered, and nearly a quarter of the robot's durability was directly taken away. Chapter 44 Repair Successful, Territory Population +1. Everyone concentrated their fire, and 1/3 of the durability of the burrowing robot was gone. At the same time, the attack Frost Wolf Winter also had green recovery numbers of +22 appearing on its head. Its HP was recovering rapidly. The next battle was no longer suspenseful. After a dozen seconds, as a burst of black smoke rose from the burrowing robot, it returned from the burrowing form to the human form, and said in a frustrated voice, "The robot lost. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed the 15th level drilling robot, gained 150 experience points. All combatants gained 75 experience points. This combatant not only includes everyone on the field, but also Eilina, who is in the territory." Chao Xing laughed again. "I feel that Eilina should have reached level 6 now. Right?" Lu Muxue, who was standing by, saw Sarah's graceful attacking movements and powerful attacking power, and couldn't help but praise her. "Sarah, so amazing." Sarah heard Lu Muxue's praise, and nodded slightly. "I am honored to receive your appreciation, my beautiful lord." Chao Xing rolled his eyes. This woman, she didn't react at all when he praised her. She was so happy when Lu Muxue praised her. Shaking his head, Chao Xing came to the scrapped drilling robot. Mole Man technology, drilling robot, destroyed. Can be decomposed into primary energy core *1, iron *120, copper *41, mithril *27, magic stone *6. Or use iron *100, mithril *10, magic stone *5 to repair it. The repaired drilling robot will become a friendly unit, and you can give it simple commands. Seeing the second effect, Chao Xing's eyes lit up. Huh? Can it become a friendly unit? Chao Xing has seen the powerful attack power of the burrowing robot. In a one-on-one situation, the Frost Wolf is no match for it. In addition, this thing can also be used to mine, which can be called a multifunctional robot. Chao Xing glanced at the materials in his backpack. Iron *1723. Mithril * 133. Magic Stone * 164. Fortunately, I picked up a lot of these materials along the way, which are more than enough to repair the burrowing robot. So, Chaoxing directly clicked on the repair. Repairing. Crack. Crack. The sound of the machine turning appeared. At the same time, the scrapped robot seemed to be moving again. The parts of its body that were attacked, the iron shell was cut off, exposing the electrical components inside. And with the input of various materials, it began to repair quickly, and it was restored to its original state in a short while. The system prompt appeared. Repair successful. You lost iron * 100, mithril * 10, magic stone * 5. You gained drilling robot * 1, territory population +1. Chaoxing was stunned. This thing is also counted as a population unit? Thinking about it, he didn't care. Anyway, he still has a lot of population limit now. At this moment, the drilling robot stood up again. I am a robot. Master, please give me your orders. Seeing this scene, Sarah, Andrew and others all cast curious eyes over. It seemed strange that the guy who had just been knocked down by them stood up again. Chaoxing took a look at the status of the drilling robot. Mole Man technology, drilling robot. Level 15. Attack power, 237 to 250. Armor, 115 to 124. Durability, 100/2000. Maximum movement speed, 30 km per hour. Energy consumption, 1 magic stone / 30 days. Low energy standby state, 1 magic stone / 1 day. High energy combat state. Skills, drilling form, drill head ejection. Other attributes, the same as seen before. After becoming a friendly unit, Chaoxing could already see its energy consumption and movement values. In low energy state, it only consumes 1 magic stone per month, which is still very low energy consumption. Moreover, the durability of the drill robot that had just been repaired was very low. Just when Chaoxing wanted to restore its durability, Chaoxing suddenly felt a dangerous breath approaching rapidly. Assam's perception was extremely sharp. He drew out his sword in an instant and warned, Lord, be careful. At the same time, many pairs of red eyes suddenly appeared in the darkness. Tap, tap, buzz, buzz. Dozens or even hundreds of footsteps, rushing towards Chaoxing and the others at the same time, accompanied by the sound of machines turning. Andrew and Sarah's faces condensed, and they all entered the state. When Chaoxing looked over, a large group of mole men holding swords, spears, and halberds appeared in large numbers. Among them, there were also several robots with a height of 2 to 3 meters. Chaoxing looked over and saw the attributes of these monsters. Mole Man Archer LV-11. HP, 1760. Attack, 133 to 135. Mole Man Soldier LV-7. HP, 640. Attack, 54 to 59. Mole Man Technology, Forklift Robot. Level 15. Attack, 377 to 394. Armor, 134 to 139. Durability, 2500. Skill, Forklift form, start the bucket, enter the excavator form, movement speed increased by 20%. Skill, Rampage, full power forward, pushing all enemies in front of you, causing 130% heavy damage to enemies along the way, with a 50% chance of knocking enemies away. In addition to this forklift robot, Chaoxing also saw a tracked robot with tank tracks, and another drilling robot. Oh my god! Have we stirred up a hornet's nest? Chaoxing couldn't help but wonder. Hundreds of mole men surrounded them, plus 3 powerful robots. Even Chaoxing felt a sense of pressure. However, when he thought of the strength of Sarah and others, Chaoxing felt relieved. The creatures he recruited were not vegetarians either. After multiple buffs, their survivability and endurance were qualitatively improved. They were completely enough to deal with the situation in front of them. So, Chaoxing directly ordered, Assam, come and protect us. Andrew, Sarah, Winter, you go. At this moment, the 3 powerful second-level creatures received the order and rushed over without hesitation. Facing the scene in front of her, Sarah was not afraid, but seemed very excited. She licked the corners of her rosy mouth and murmured, my prey is nearby. Now, let the hunt begin. The next moment, she disappeared directly into the darkness. Andrew also entered the giant bear form. without hesitation. Roar! A frost wolf, a white bear, and a group of black shadows quickly rushed to the mole army to attack. The two sides fought directly. Boom! Boom! Andrew and the frost wolf, two huge monsters, jumped directly into the mole monster group, waving their claws. Minus 372. Minus 8. Minus 234. Minus 8. 257. Minus 8. A long list of damage numbers floated up. The mole men were swept away in large numbers. Shiji. Shiji. They were hit against the wall of the mine and screamed. And at this moment, several second-level mole men archers in the distance launched an attack at the same time. Swish. 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 The sound of breaking through the air continued to come, hitting Andrew and Frost Wolf, and triggering 2 layers of armor. Minus 54. Minus 93. The damage was not high. Other mole men could only deal a dozen or 20 damage. Seeing this scene, Chaoxing felt relieved, because with their recovery ability, they could survive this siege. Roar! Andrew was completely in a frenzy at this moment. He waved his millstone-sized bear paw, smashing the heads of the low-level mole men one by one. Puff puff puff. Although the frost wolf next to him was not so terrifying. 2 or 3 claws could also kill a mole man. In addition, Sarah in the shadows was constantly waving the shadow blade. Mole men were killed one by one. Tips for gaining experience kept appearing. At the same time, Assam's loyal guards were by Chaoxing's side, protecting him and Lu Mushua's safety. Chaoxing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Andrew and the others are strong enough. So many mole men appeared at once, I was really scared. Chaoxing saw the drill robot that had just been repaired, because it only had 100 points of durability, so he didn't let it participate in the battle. He tried to throw an ice healing spell over. The system prompt appeared. Successfully cast ice healing spell. The talent Eternal Power took effect. The skill has become permanent. Chapter 45. Both enter the ranking. Plus 22, plus 22. The recovery numbers floated up one by one, and the durability of the burrowing robot was recovering rapidly. Chaoxing's eyes lit up. Oh my god, it really works. Then, he cast an ice armor spell on the robot, and Lu Mushua also cast an Aurora blessing on it. After a while, the burrowing robot announced that it was fully revived. At this moment, it said in a mechanical voice, I feel in good condition. Chaoxing nodded and said, Okay. Okay. Since you have recovered, then go and join the battle. Received, Master. Under Chaoxing's command, the robot took steel steps and joined the battle group. Buzz! The drill bit started to turn, and the drilling robot rushed into the mole men and sent each one flying. Minus 254. Minus 233. Minus 213. Minus 247. The damage numbers floated up one by one, causing the mole men to scream in groups. Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi. Chaoxing's eyes returned to the battlefield. On the field, the 3 robots had the highest attack power. The robots' strong defense and attack power were as difficult to deal with as elite monsters of the same level. If they were fighting alone, Andrew and the Frost Wolf might not be afraid of them. But now, there were so many mole men surrounding them. So, while they were fighting, they moved to avoid them. Chirp! Chirp! The nearby mole man warriors kept slashing at Andrew and the Frost Wolf with their weapons. Minus 37. Minus 63. Minus 54. After being weakened by the scale armor and the frost armor and their own defense, the damage caused by these mole men was minimal. And immediately, above the heads of Frost Wolf, Winter, and Andrew, there would be plus 22. Plus 22 healing numbers. Nearly 3 minutes had passed since the battle, and their health had not dropped by more than 30%. At the same time, Sarah also kept appearing in the shadows, attacking the 3 robots. She knew that as long as these robots were dealt with first, the remaining mole men would not be a threat. Crack! The shadow blade swung. Minus 674. An exaggerated damage number floated up. This attack actually triggered the double critical strike effect of Gift of Liberation. The last tracked robot was also killed by Sarah on the spot. Seeing this scene, Chaoxing felt relieved. Ha ha. Let me show you what a phantom assassin with infinite blood recovery is. Sarah, chop them down. At the same time, several mole men also noticed Chaoxing behind them, and seemed to know that he was the mastermind behind the scenes. One of the mole men captains wearing a hat pointed at Chaoxing. Kill him! After hearing this, the other Molemen cast their eyes. Chirp! Chirp! They rushed towards Chao Xing with spears and iron swords in their hands. Assam, who was acting as a guard on the side, moved instantly. A bunch of shady guys, don't offend the Lord. A cold light flashed, and the Frost Wolf sword technique was whirring as he danced. Schwa schwa schwa. Minus 322. Minus 335. Minus 493. Moleman died tragically under Assam's sword. After advancing to an elite creature. Assam is truly invincible. Your territory member, Assam killed the Moleman soldier LV-11 and gained 110 experience points. You gained 55 experience points. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance killed the Moleman soldier LV-13 and gained 130 experience points. You gained 65 experience points. Experience acquisition prompts kept coming. There are hundreds of Molemen here. Chao Xing almost watched his experience bar soaring rapidly. Seeing that, it has reached 86% of level 5. At this moment, Lu Muxue on the side is still in a state of nervous tension. After the battle began, she looked around vigilantly, guarding around Chao Xing. Chao Xing patted Lu Muxue on the shoulder and said, "Okay, you can relax a little." Lu Muxue's shoulders trembled, then turned her head, and breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, a white light suddenly rose from Lu Muxue's body. Her beautiful eyes flashed slightly, and she said excitedly, "Axing, I have reached level 5. Chao Xing smiled and said, "Not bad, it seems that this time there is hope for you to enter the top 3. Chao Xing checked the level rankings. Level ranking of District 174. First place, Chao Xing, level 586%. Second place, Lu Muxue, level 52%. Third place, Zhou Bo, level 443%. Fourth place, Fan Long, level 421%. Lu Muxue jumped to the second place. At this moment, the chat channel of District 174 was completely blown up. Lu Jing, fuck. Big Boss Chao Xing is so scary. When he upgrades, it's like he took hormones. Chen Yu, yeah, it's outrageous. It's only been a short time, and he's almost reached level 6. Inkaway, who is this Lu Muxue? She actually surpassed Zhou Bo and Fan Long in one fell swoop and rushed to the second place. Huang Shanhe, our District 174 is really full of hidden talents. Another hidden big boss has appeared. And it seems to be a girl from the name. The survivors were all very moved. At this time, a survivor named Chen Yi said, "Wait a minute. Do you think the name Lu Muxue is familiar?" Hearing him mention it, the other survivors were thoughtful. It is indeed familiar. I remember that one of the top 10 goddesses listed in our Xiangjiang fashion magazine is called Lu Muxue. Damn! It can't really be Goddess Muxue. Right? Shui Baosheng, I think it is very likely. Except for Goddess Lu Muxue. There should be no one else who has this ability. Right? Oh my! It turned out to be Goddess Lu Muxue. This is not surprising. At the same time, other survivors also saw the changes in the rankings. Fan Long was in a snowy field, having just killed a snow wolf. After receiving the news from his subordinates, his face changed. This guy is almost at level 6? And Lu Muxue has also reached level 5? Fan Long's face turned pale. He had originally wanted to catch up with Chao Xing today. But now it seems that the gap is getting bigger and bigger. This made him feel a sense of pressure. If this continues, this guy will really take first place. When he uses the first place reward to summon a leader-level creature, he will be no match for him. We have to think of a way. Fan Long opened his friend list, found a survivor named Ji Jun, and sent a message. "I asked you to find the coordinates of that guy's camp. How's it going?" The other party quickly replied, "Boss, now no one can go too far from the camp, and no one has found the boy's trace. It's not easy to find." Waste. Fan Long cursed, and hung up the call directly. But he also knew that, at the current stage, it is very difficult to find the coordinates of a person's camp. If the other party does not actively expose himself, it is a difficult thing. Fan Long fell into thought. After a moment, he suddenly thought of something. I remember that Muxue seemed to be with that guy. And Lu Muxue's family contacted me yesterday. I wonder if we can start from her family and find the coordinates of their camp. Fan Long's eyes suddenly lit up. It seems possible. It is said that Lu Muxue has been controlled by her family since she was a child. All her whereabouts need to be reported. And she also listens to her parents. And Lu Zhenjie is a profit-seeking guy. Just get him a few more pieces of food, and he can be bribed. Thinking of this, Fan Long suddenly showed an interested smile at the corner of his mouth. So, he opened the friend list. Then, he called Lu Xinjie. Chapter 46 asking for the campsite coordinates. At this moment, the battle in the Mole Man mine has come to an end. Chao Xing and Lu Muxue are behind Assam, easily launching attacks one after another. 3 40-centimeter long ice cones condensed and shot out. Puff puff puff. -84. -87. -85. One of the level 10 mole men was targeted by Chao Xing and died on the spot. Successfully killed the mole man LV-10, gained 100 experience points. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. After changing to the magic spider staff, his attack power also changed significantly. Compared to Chao Xing, Sarah's side was even more terrifying. After realizing that the attacks of these mole people could not cause effective damage to her, Sarah gave up hiding directly and began to slaughter head-on. The shadow blade kept swinging, like a death god harvesting lives on the battlefield. -792. -847. -1657. One after another. Exaggerated damage floated up. These mole men fell one by one with a knife, like cutting melons and vegetables. Chao Xing and Lu Muxue almost watched Sarah's performance throughout. At this time, Lu Muxue suddenly received a video call request. At a glance, it was her father calling. Lu Muxue looked at Chao Xing and asked softly, "Axing, my father called again, leaving a message saying it was urgent. Should I answer it?" Now, her trust in Chao Xing was completely greater than that in her family. Chao Xing thought for a moment, and wondered why Lu Muxue's father called at this time. Could it be that, seeing Lu Muxue on the list, he wanted some benefits? Chao Xing thought about it, and then said, "Answer it, and see what he wants to do. But, just pretend that I'm not around and talk to him." Lu Muxue nodded. Then, she answered the phone. At this moment, Lu Xinjie looked at the video screen and said excitedly, "Xiaoxue, you finally answered the phone. You kid. We sent you so many messages, and you didn't reply. What do you want to do?" When Lu Muxue heard the latter sentence, her face suddenly turned cold. "What do you want to talk to me about?" The experience of the past 2 days has gradually made her stronger, and she is no longer the Lu Muxue who was controlled by her family before. Hearing Lu Muxue's tone, Lu Xinjie seemed to realize that something was wrong. The anger that had just appeared on his face quickly subsided, and he put on a smile and said, "Oh, it's nothing. I just want to ask, how are you doing over there? I see you're on the list. So amazing. Your mother and your brother are proud of you." After hearing this, Lu Muxue felt a little cold in her heart. She knew the hypocrisy of Lu Xinjie's words. He said he was proud of himself, but during the time when she became famous, she never felt that her family was proud of her. "I just use myself as a tool to make money," she said coldly. "If you have anything to say, just say it directly. I don't have any food here." When Lu Xinjie heard this, his smile froze, and he seemed surprised by her tough attitude. But he still said with a smile, "Xiaoxue, Daddy doesn't want food. I just want to ask, where is your campsite? These 2 days, your mother and I have reflected for a long time, and we know that we were too mean to you in the past, and we feel very guilty. I want to wait until the novice protection period is lifted, and bring your 2 brothers to see you." Lu Xinjie said with deep emotion, and seemed to really feel regretful. However, Lu Muxue is a smart woman. Hearing this, she was not happy about her family's confession, but she was keenly aware of something wrong. She turned off the video screen and sound, turned around and asked, "Axing, my dad suddenly asked me for the coordinates. I felt that something was wrong with him. With their temper, it is impossible for them to suddenly feel guilty about me." After hearing this, Chao Xing was stunned for a moment, and asked in confusion, "He wants our coordinates?" Lu Muxue nodded. Chao Xing fell into deep thought, and he also felt something was wrong. After all, at the current stage, it was difficult for the survivors to even go out of the camp within 10 kilometers, and they would not even think about looking for other survivors' bases. Moreover, with Lu Muxue's father and her mother's life-saving character, they would not take this risk. There was something wrong. Then, it was someone else who asked Lu Xinjie to come and ask. Interesting. They actually thought of using Muxue's family to get the coordinates of my camp. These guys, they do have some ideas. As for who instructed them, Chaoxing knew it in his heart. It was just those few people on the leaderboard who wanted to compete with me for the first place. Obviously, Fang Long was the most suspicious. After all, I had offended him. Chaoxing smiled with interest and said, Mushu, tell him a coordinate. 71,231. 5,213. 23,719. Lu Mushua was a little confused, because this coordinate was not the location of their camp at all. It was hundreds of kilometers away. What she didn't know was that this coordinate was a large gathering place for hunters. There is a group of crazy hunters there, and they are planning a horrific massacre. If they don't go, it's fine. If they go, they will suffer. I'm afraid that they will be sacrificed like Tong Chuchu's father, Chaoxing added. By the way, remind your father that at this stage, he has no way to cross hundreds of kilometers of snow. So it's better for him not to come to us. This is also Chaoxing's last reminder to him. Lu Mushua nodded lightly. I understand, Axing. Lu Mushua opened the video screen. Then she told Lu Xinjie the coordinates. After Lu Xinjie saw the coordinates, he had no doubts, and was very happy. He said excitedly, Okay, Xiaoxue. You are really our good daughter. We will bring people to find you in a while. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. Lu Mushua glanced at Chaoxing. Chaoxing nodded. After this episode, the battle in front was over. Chaoxing glanced at his experience points. Level 5 90% is almost up to level 6. On the field, piles of moleman corpses fell to the ground. Only 4 powerful second-level creatures, plus a drill robot, were left standing. Chaoxing said, Start cleaning the battlefield. Lu Mushua also laughed, and started collecting spoils with Chaoxing. Get dry food *7. Get sticky liquid *1. Get iron ingot *1. Get moleman standard short sword, white, *1. Get moleman standard spear, white, *1. System prompts kept appearing. It took about 10 minutes. They cleared the battlefield. Cumulatively obtained. Dry food *372. Viscous liquid *79. Chaos book weak *5. Iron ingot *43. Then, there were more than 40 various blank weapons. In addition, Chaoxing also saw 3 robots standing quietly next to him, emitting black smoke. Mole Man technology, bucket robot destroyed. Mole Man technology, tracked robot destroyed. Mole Man technology, drilling robot destroyed. Chapter 47 The Lone Mammoth. There are 3 robots in total, all of which can be repaired. Chaoxing directly spent a lot of materials, clicked on repair. The system prompt appeared. Repairing. Hunk. Hunk. The 3 scarred robots, the damaged parts of their bodies are recovering rapidly, including the electronic components inside. Repair successful. You have obtained Bucket Robot LV-15*1, Track Robot LV-15*1, Drilling Robot LV-15*1, Territory Population +3. The 3 robots made a mechanical synthesized sound, looking at Chaoxing and said, Master, please give me your orders. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction. These robots all have the strength comparable to elite monsters of the same level. And with Chaoxing's talent, it is equivalent to a qualitative change. It can also increase his combat power. Then, he ordered, keep moving forward. For robots, plus 4 second-level creatures, walked forward in a mighty manner. Chaoxing and Lu Mushua continued to follow behind. Because all the mole people in this mine had been killed by Chaoxing, he had almost nothing to worry about. Whatever I saw on the road, I took it all away. Obtained minecart *1. Obtained iron or *67. Cursed metal *12. Mithril or *5. Magic stone *23. Stone *112. Obtained rails *42. Obtained magic crystal *1. Obtained. I picked up everything along the way. And it can be said to be a great harvest. Chaoxing looked at the materials in his backpack, and his eyes showed excitement. Minecart *27. Railways *1334. Iron or *1023. Cursed metal *357. Mithril or *135. Magic stone *274. These are the harvests from entering the mine this time. And it can be said to be a great harvest. Chaoxing said happily, more than 1,000 meters of rails. This is enough to lay in the mine near the camp. However, Chaoxing felt something strange. Since this is a mine, Those mole people have obviously been working here for a while. So where did the ore that these mole people mined before go? So, Chao-Shing said to Andrew and others in front of him, pay attention, see if there are any forks in this mine, and look for the ore warehouse of these mole people. Hearing this, Assam, Andrew and others, all began to look around. However, they kept moving forward along the depths of the mine while groping. Soon, a bright light appeared in front of them. Through the light, they found that this was also the entrance to a mine. This indicated that they had already walked through the deep mine. Assam, who was walking in front, said, Lord, I found many traces of wheel tracks at the entrance of the mine. The mole people may have transported the mine ore through this passage. Chao-Shing was stunned for a moment, looking at the wheel tracks extending deep into the snow. It was obvious that the mole people's convoy had left for some time, and they were a step late. Chao-Shing shook his head. Forget it. Let's go back first. This time, their harvest was already big enough. Not only did they get a lot of ore, but also a lot of experience. 4 powerful robots were added to the team. And the key is that these 4 robots are very maneuverable in the snow. Especially the huge tracked robot, with a height of 3 meters and 2 huge tracks. It can adapt to many terrains. Chao-Shing thought, for a robot like this, it shouldn't be a problem to carry 2 people walking in the snow. Right? Thinking of this, Chao-Shing climbed onto the back of the tracked robot first, and found a flat place to sit. Then he patted its shoulder and said, forward. The crawler robot received the order, and the 2 crawlers began to rotate rapidly. Crunch! Crunch! On the snow in front, there were 2 tracks nearly 50 centimeters wide. The crawler robot moved forward at a rapid speed, and Chao-Shing felt the whistling wind in his ears, and was very surprised. So fast! The maneuverability of this crawler robot is beyond my imagination. So, Chao-Shing continued, crawler robot, full speed ahead. The crawler robot responded with a mechanical sound, received. Master. Buzz. Its energy core began to rotate rapidly, and switched to a high-energy state. At this moment, the moving speed of the crawler robot increased significantly, reaching 30 kilometers per hour. You know, this is on the snow. 30 kilometers per hour is already quite amazing. Woohoo! So fast! Chao-Shing excitedly looked at the scene around him that was rapidly retreating. Andrew and others who were at the entrance of the mine looked at Chao-Shing riding the crawler robot in the snow in front of them, and looked at each other. After turning a few circles, Chao-Shing controlled the crawler robot and walked back again. Then, he looked at Lu Mushua standing beside him and said, Mushu, come up. Chao-Shing controlled the crawler robot to extend its arm, inviting him. Lu Mushua stepped on the mechanical hand with a curious look in her eyes, and then was lifted up steadily. Her sight began to rise. After a while, she sat next to Chao-Shing. Chao-Shing asked, Are you sitting firmly? Lu Mushua nodded gently. Yes, Chao-Shing said. Okay, let's go. Return. Andrew, Assam and others received the order and began to move towards the vast snow. 4 robots followed closely behind. Boom, boom, boom. The 8 figures moved forward very quickly. With the robots, their mobility has been greatly improved. This place is 7 kilometers away from the camp. It took more than an hour to get there before. However, now, at this speed, it only takes more than 10 minutes to return to the camp. It can be said to be a huge improvement. Whoosh, whoosh. A cold wind blew past my ears. The tracked robot moved very fast, and very steadily. But under the ice and snow, there may be some obstacles such as gravel or branches. Although they will be run over by the tracks, they will also cause some bumps. Lu Mushua was a little nervous, and grabbed Chao-Shing's wrist involuntarily. Then, she seemed to have found her backbone and felt relieved. In front, Andrew rode on the Frost Wolf. Assam was on all 4s. And there were 4 robots. The group walked in the vast snow. As for Sarah, she was sent by Chao-Shing to explore the surrounding environment. A few minutes later, they advanced about 3 kilometers. At this moment, Sarah appeared in front of Chao-Shing. Stop. Chao-Shing quickly stopped the team and asked, Sarah, what happened? Sarah replied calmly, there was a battle ahead. Fight? Chao-Shing asked in confusion. Who? Sarah replied, a group of hunters. They are besieging an icefield mammoth. Hunters and mammoths? At this time, the druid on the side was also a little puzzled. Icefield mammoths are migrators of the snowfield, and are a kind of social creature. With the strength of the hunters, They can't deal with such a powerful creature. It seems that Andrew's doubts are known. Sarah shook her head. It was a lone young mammoth. But it fell into the hunter's trap. Chapter 48 Leader Level Creatures. Sarah shook her head and said, it was a lone young mammoth. But it fell into the trap of the hunters. Hearing this, the druid's eyes showed anger. These damn hunters, destroying those city-states is not enough. They have extended their claws to the sacred mammoths. These destroyers of nature must be punished. He looked at Chaoxing, saluted respectfully, and said, Lord, please help the poor mammoth. Chaoxing thought for a moment, then said, let's go over and take a look. He did not say that he must take action, but he wanted to see the strength of the hunters first. Sarah nodded, then turned around and led the way. The group changed direction and moved forward. A minute or two later, they arrived at the place where Sarah discovered the battle. This was a canyon, with a nearly 100-meter wide crack in front. On the crack, there were several 100-meter-long giant tree trunks, acting as bridges. One of the giant tree bridges seemed to have broken, and something fell down. However, this canyon was not deep, only a few dozen meters high. They heard shouting from the bottom of the canyon. Throw the net. Throw the net quickly. Pull in the chain. Restrict its movement. Don't let this mammoth run away. He looked in the direction of the voice. Below the canyon, there was a group of masked humans, holding swords and spears in their hands, besieging a gray-white, huge creature. The body was nearly 5 meters tall, covered with gray-white hair, and had 2-meter-long curved fangs. Chaoxing's heart moved. This was the extinct creature on the blue planet, the mammoth. At this moment, many spears were pierced into the body of this ice mammoth, and blood was oozing out of the blood holes. Thorn nets covered its body, and the spikes pierced its flesh. In addition, its limbs were wrapped with iron chains, and more than a dozen hunters grabbed the chains, restricting its movements. The mammoth kept making angry noises. Moo! Moo! Chaoxing looked at the mammoth's attributes. Ice mammoth, level 20. Race beast. Level, second level boss level creature. HP, 3823/15023. Attack power, 974 to 1056. Attributes, strength 414, agility 358, spirit 361, constitution 495. Skills, ice roar, makes a deafening roar, stuns surrounding enemies, reduces defense by 100, and lasts for 3 seconds. Tusk strike, lifts enemies, causes 180% of attack damage, comes with 2 layers of level 5 bleeding effect. Mammoth tramples, mammoth raises its forelimbs, stomps down heavily, causing 300% to enemies underfoot damage, and causes 80% shock damage to enemies within a 100-meter area, causing them to fall into a dizzy state for 1 to 3 seconds. Furious charge, the ice mammoth falls into a frenzy, running at full speed, increasing its movement speed by 200%, causing targets with less strength than itself to be knocked away 100% of the time. Talent 1. Giant beast physique, additional 30% increase in health. Talent 2. Cold resistance. Status, bleeding, poisoning, serious injury, bone fracture. Chaoxing's eyes moved slightly. Wow, a level 20 boss monster, this attribute is really strong. But it is obvious that this mammoth is in a very bad state now. It fell into the trap carefully prepared by the hunters. And the key point is that it was still besieged by at least 20 or 30 hunters. Spears stabbed its skin, causing blood to spurt. Its blood volume was constantly decreasing. The snow-covered ground was already dyed red by the blood of the mammoth. Moo! The mammoth raised its head and roared angrily, as if trying to break free from the hunter's control. However, its hind legs were severely fractured, and it was difficult for it to even stand. The hunters nearby were still struggling to hold the chain, not giving it any chance to escape. One of the elite hunters laughed loudly. Hold on. Brothers, this mammoth is dying. We haven't had meat in our camp for a long time. After killing this mammoth, we will have enough food for at least half a month. The leader will definitely reward us well. After hearing this, the other hunters were full of fighting spirit. At this moment, one of the skinny hunters, in order to show his bravery, he held a spear in his hand and rushed forward at high speed. Then, while the ice mammoth was not paying attention, he jumped high, held the spear in his hand, and stabbed the mammoth's neck fiercely. Puff! Half of the spear went in. Moo! The mammoth raised its head and screamed. But the hunter said excitedly, I did it! I did it! I hit the mammoth's vital point. I am the bravest warrior of our Church of Light. The leader will definitely appreciate me. And at this moment, the mammoth swung its trunk and slammed forward. Bang! The hunter was instantly blown away. Minus 1074. A large damage number floated up. The hunter flew dozens of meters away, and hit a rock hard, and died instantly. The hunters were terrified and angry. Damn it! Little Jack is dead. Attack with all your strength. Don't let Little Jack's death be in vain. A large number of long-range attacks hit the head of the Icefield Mammoth. Minus 24. Minus 37. Minus 56. Minus 32. Minus 147. A long list of damage numbers floated up. There was a lot of bleeding damage. The mammoth's health points were pouring down like water, and soon dropped below 2,000. This mammoth seemed to have used up its last bit of strength. With a whimper, it fell down like a small mountain. Rumble. The sound of the mammoth falling to the ground was very shocking. The hunter said excitedly, "The mammoth has fallen, kill it quickly." The hunter rushed up like a group of hungry wolves. This mammoth is still in its infancy, and is not as strong as those adult mammoths. You know, any adult mammoth is more than 10 meters tall, and at least 30 or 40 levels of strength. The mammoth lying on the ground seemed to know that its death was approaching, and tears were still flashing in its eyes. Seeing this scene, Andrew's eyes showed pity. He knelt on his knees, came to Chao Xing and begged, "Lord, please help. Save this poor child." Chao Xing nodded and said, "Get up, Andrew. These evil God-believers. Everyone can kill them. I will go to save this mammoth." Just now, Chao Xing was just observing the strength of the group of hunters below. And now, he has come to a conclusion. Below, there is one elite hunter of level 15, 5 second-level hunters above level 10, and the others are ordinary hunters below level 10. With this strength, his recruited creatures can easily deal with it. Hearing this, Andrew's eyes were filled with tears, and he said with emotion, "Nature will thank you, merciful Lord. Your behavior has touched Andrew. Loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty is 93. Chao Xing nodded secretly. Andrew's loyalty has also been raised. Soon he will be the second, a member of the territory, with a loyalty of 100. Chao Xing stood up from the back of the crawler robot and ordered, "Now, everyone, go out and kill all the hunters below." Assam was the first to draw his sword. "Defend the honor of the Lord to the death. Frost Wolf Knight, go out." He rode the Frost Wolf, and took the lead in making a leap of faith. However, at such a high place, even if the Frost Wolf jumped down, it would be seriously injured. So Assam would not be so stupid, but took advantage of the protruding rocks on the edge of the canyon, and with a few flexible leaps, he landed safely underground. At the same time, the remaining 3 robots and Sarah all started to act. Chapter 49 Pet Contract. Save the Mammoth. Andrew transformed into a giant bear, and then roared. Roar! The terrifying sound echoed in the canyon. The group of hunters stopped attacking and looked up in confusion. What is that? It looks like a white bear, and other humans? At the same time, Assam, riding a frost wolf, has rushed to the front of the group of hunters. There is an enemy! Stop him! The elite hunter shouted. The other hunters all entered the battle state. 5 or 6 hunters rushed up in an instant, and came to besiege Assam. Assam took the lead, facing enemies that were several times his number. He showed no fear, and drew his sword. Swish! Minus 372. Minus 243. Minus 354. Minus 271. He wielded the Frost Wolf sword with great vigor. The Frost Wolf under his feet also kept waving its claws, knocking the hunters away. Bang bang. The elite hunter saw his companion being knocked away, and knew that he was a tough guy. He ordered, "Let's go together, catch this guy, and get him to the leader." And at this moment, on the other side of the canyon, 3 robots have slid down a steep slope. Boom! The sound of the machine roared. Any help? The face of the elite hunter was shocked. And at this moment, he suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. A sense of death enveloped him. Sarah had touched the back of this elite hunter without knowing when. The shadow blade was delivered silently. Puff! Minus 1764. A terrifying injury appeared. This elite hunter felt a terrible wound on his back. Hiss! What kind of attack is this? The elite hunter took a breath of cold air, and was about to run away. But the shadow behind him was like a maggot attached to his bones and entangled with him again. The enemy targeted by Sarah, there is absolutely no chance of escape. And Andrew next to him turned into a violent giant bear, slapped all the hunters next to the mammoth away one by one, and tore them to pieces. Your territory member, Andrew killed the hunter LV8, gained 80 experience points. Combatant gained 40 experience points. Your territory member, Assam killed the hunter LV7, gained 70 experience points. Combatant gained 35 experience points. Experience point acquisition prompts kept coming. Chao Xing stood above the canyon, watching the battle below quietly. In this kind of scene, he didn't need to take action. 2 minutes later, the battle came to an end. On the battlefield below, only the last few hunters were still struggling to hold on. Let's go, Mushu. Let's go down too. After saying that, Chao Xing and Lu Mushua jumped off the back of the tracked robot. After leaving the tracked robot on the canyon, he slowly slid down with Lu Mushua. When he came down, the battle was over. Sarah killed the level 15 elite hunter with one knife. The system prompt appeared. Territory member, Sarah Blade Dance killed the elite hunter LV15 and gained 450 experience points. You gained experience points, 225 points. At the same time, a white light rose from Chao Xing's body. Your level has been upgraded, current level, level 6. This upgrade gives you Strength +1, Agility +2, Spirit +4, Constitution +2. Chao Xing felt that there was another magical power in his body. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction, then directly ordered, Assam, Sarah, clean up the battlefield. Andrew, come with me. The blood in Andrew's eyes gradually faded. The killing just now turned him into a complete beast. After a moment, his eyes reappeared a pious look. At this moment, Andrew respectfully followed Chao Xing, and then came to the front of the ice mammoth. Chao Xing glanced at the current state of the mammoth. Ice mammoth. HP 1104/15023. Status: bleeding, fracture, poisoning, dying. A lot of negative states. The situation of this ice mammoth is not optimistic. It has fallen into a dying state. And, because of bleeding and poisoning, its health value is still losing. Purple numbers, like -5 and -6, kept popping up above his head. Chao Xing frowned. This mammoth is too badly injured. It's a bit troublesome. Lu Mushua clenched her fists involuntarily, with a distressed look on her face. Woo! The mammoth fell to the ground, making a faint cry. It seemed to know that its time was up. Andrew walked forward with a sympathetic look and gently stroked the mammoth's head. Poor child. Andrew turned around, looking at Chao Xing with a pleading look. Lord, do you have a way to save this mammoth? Chao Xing did not answer, but tried to cast ice healing on the mammoth. The system prompt appeared. Cannot cast healing skills on non-friendly units. Chao Xing frowned slightly, then shook his head. Andrew, my power can only be used on my own people, not on mammoths. Hearing this, Andrew's eyes suddenly flashed with despair. How could this happen? The damage number on the mammoth on the ground continued to appear, and it seemed to have dropped below 1,000. Andrew sighed. He knew that he could do nothing more. He could only accompany the mammoth and spend the last journey of its life. Woo! Woo! The mammoth's breath was getting weaker and weaker. Chao Xing seemed to remember something at this time. When he killed a big spider before, the system gave him a pet contract. I just don't know if it can be used on a powerful creature like the mammoth. If it can be used, the mammoth will become a friendly creature, and I should be able to treat it. Right? Thinking of this, Chao Xing decided to give it a try. Andrew, can you talk to it? Andrew raised his head and replied, Lord, I can do some simple communication. Chao Xing nodded. Okay, you communicate with it, ask it if it is willing to be my pet, and sign a pet contract with me. Only if it becomes my pet, can I help it. Andrew was stunned, and then, as if he saw some hope, he said excitedly, I will try my best to persuade this child. The mammoth clan is powerful, and also arrogant. In Andrew's memory, there were not many warriors who could tame this creature. The mammoth would rather die than succumb to other creatures. But now, in order to keep it alive, Andrew could only try his best to persuade it. Andrew put his bare paw on the mammoth's body and uttered some strange syllables. The mammoth moved its pupils with difficulty, looked at Chao Xing, and then looked at Andrew. It seemed to be making some difficult decision. After a moment, it made a low whimper. Woo! The next moment, Andrew's eyes suddenly showed joy. Chapter 50. Conquer the mammoth, named successfully. Andrew turned around and said happily, Lord, this mammoth agreed, it is willing to be your pet. Please take it in now and treat it. Andrew seemed very anxious, because the blood volume of this mammoth was decreasing with the passage of time. Only the last 500 blood volume was left. The breath was getting weaker and weaker. Hearing the mammoth's agreement, Chao Xing was also a little surprised, and then he was surprised. After all, this mammoth is a leader-level creature, and it is still in its infancy. It can be said that it has great potential. If it can become your pet, combined with its talent, it will definitely grow to a powerful height in the future. But now, it is better to sign a contract with it first. Chao Xing took out the pet contract scroll from his backpack. Primary pet contract. Greenness contract can be used on a wild creature to make it your exclusive pet, with a success rate of 5% to 20%. The success rate of this contract scroll is very low. But now, because the mammoth has agreed, it will not resist. So, the success rate of this contract scroll has reached 100%. Do you want to use the pet contract scroll and sign a contract with the mammoth LV20? Yes. The scroll in Chao Xing's hand disappeared, turned into a ball of white light, and hit the mammoth. At the same time, the mammoth seemed to be affected by something. Its body moved. After a moment, Chao Xing also had a strange feeling in his heart. Somehow, he felt that he seemed to have established some kind of connection with this mammoth. The system prompt appeared. Contract successful. Ice mammoth has become your pet. Territory population +5. Chao Xing was startled. It actually took up 5 of my people? However, considering the strength of this mammoth, it was not so surprising. In front of Chao Xing, an attribute panel appeared. Ice mammoth, unnamed. Race, beast. Detailed attributes, same as above. Satisfaction, 75. Loyalty, 80. Status, near death. You can still name it. Chao Xing thought for a moment, then said, From now on, you will be called Dubai. Mammoth, Dubai was named successfully. Woo. Dubai responded in a low voice on the ground. Chao Xing looked at its health value, that was still decreasing, and then looked at Lu Muxue beside him, and said, Muxue, cast a few purification spells on Dubai first. Your current purification spell level is not high. You may need to cast a few more to clear all its negative states. Lu Muxue nodded. Okay. Axing. Then, she raised the knight's long sword, and raised it above her head. The colorful aurora gathered from the tip of her sword, and then fell directly into the body of the mammoth. May the holy aurora bless you. In an instant, the poisoning state on the mammoth was cleared by one layer. At the same time, Chao Xing also raised his staff, and threw an ice healing spell. The system prompt for the activation of the talent appeared. Above Dubai's head, green +25. +25 recovery numbers appeared one by one. Dubai's health was slowly recovering. However, because of the serious injuries, the recovery effect was not obvious. Similarly, damage numbers continued to appear above its head. -14. -7. -8. The amount of health recovered per second could only barely offset the amount of health lost by Dubai. If Chao Xing did not have the talent of eternal power, if another Frost Mage came, even if he accepted the mammoth as a pet, he would have watched it die because of insufficient treatment. The problem now is to stop the mammoth's injuries first. Chao Xing said, Andrew, clean up the spears and chains on Dubai's body, and stop the bleeding from its wounds first. Andrew's loyalty is almost catching up with Assam, and he almost obeys Chao Xing's orders. He said respectfully, As you command, my merciful lord. Then, he stretched out his bare claws, and pulled out the spears and arrows from the mammoth one by one. Puff puff puff. -74. -56. Every time he pulled out an arrow, the mammoth would make a painful whine, and a damage number would appear on its head. Fortunately, with Lu Muxue's continuous release of the purification book, and the continuous treatment of ice healing, the wounds quickly stopped bleeding. At the same time, the damage number on the mammoth's head was also gradually decreasing. Chao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Next, all he had to do was wait for Dubai's health to slowly recover. However, with its full 15,000 health points, it would take a long time to recover. Everyone waited silently. At the same time, Assam and Sarah had also cleaned up the battlefield. Assam came to Chao Xing and handed him a few cloth bags. Lord, These are what we found from those hunters. Chaoxing nodded. And then took them. Get coins *642. Today's income is 642 yuan, Chaoxing smiled. At the same time, Sarah handed Chaoxing something. It was a pair of gray pants. I don't know what material it was made of, and it was covered with layers of scales. After Chaoxing took it, the system prompt appeared. Get scale armor bottoms, green, *1. Another green outfit. Chaoxing looked at Sarah in surprise. This is, Sarah said calmly. This was taken from the captain of the Rangers. I think this is the only thing on him that is more valuable. Chaoxing laughed and praised, Sarah, you did a good job. Sarah pursed her lips, turned her head away, seemingly not caring about Chaoxing's praise. Chaoxing didn't care, checking the properties of this equipment. Scale armor bottoms, green. Quality, excellent. Armor, 5 to 7. Attached special effect 1. Agility plus 3. Attached special effect 2. Fish scale armor, when attacked physically, offsets 5 points of damage caused by strength. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, this pair of pants can give me a lot of armor. He put it on directly, and his survivability was improved again. After a few minutes of waiting, the health of the ice mammoth has recovered to more than 10,000. However, when its health returned to 12,000, it stopped rising, because it entered a serious fracture state. Its upper limit of health was reduced by 20%. Moo. Moo. Dabai stood up vigorously, as if trying to stand up again. However, because of the broken bone in its right leg, it tried several times before it could barely stand in place. Moreover, in this state, even if he stood up, Dabai couldn't move anymore. Chaoxing said, Andrew, help Dabai recover. Andrew nodded. He understood what Chaoxing meant. He came behind Dabai, lifted its thick elephant legs, and comforted, child. Bear with it for a while. As soon as he finished speaking, it suddenly broke. Crack. A crisp sound of bone dislocation appeared. Minus 2,724. Moo. Dabai screamed in pain, and its huge body kept shaking. Andrew stroked it gently, as if to comfort it. Dabai also stood obediently, trembling all over and persisting. After a while, as ice healing continued to recover, Dabai's health rose again. As its health gradually recovered, Dabai also returned to its prime. Compared to the mammoth lying on the ground dying a few minutes ago, it is now like a new life. The mammoth raised its trunk and roared. Moo. This roar was full of energy, and had strong penetrating power. The snow on both sides of the canyon was shaken down. Everyone couldn't help but cover their ears. This roar made their blood surge. A level 20 boss creature, really very powerful. Chaoxing covered his ears and shouted, Dabai, don't shout too loudly. Hearing Chaoxing's voice, the mammoth stopped roaring immediately, and then lowered its head. The big eyes stared at the man in front of him. It knew that it was this human who saved it. Dabai walked to Chaoxing, and gently rubbed his body with his nose. Woo, woo. It seemed very close to Chaoxing. Chaoxing also happily touched its trunk. A system prompt appeared. Because you saved the pet, Dabai, the loyalty has been improved. The current loyalty, 90. After the loyalty reaches 100, you will completely gain the trust of the pet, and can unlock the mount function. Chapter 51 Canyon discovered a medium-sized camp. Chaoxing's eyes lit up. Can you unlock a mount with 100 loyalty? Woohoo! That's great. After all, compared to riding on these robots, it's still cooler to ride a mammoth. At the same time, after exploring the surrounding terrain, Assam came over to report, Lord, I looked at both sides of the nearby canyon, and I didn't find a place for the mammoth to go up. Its body is too big. After listening to Assam's report, Chaoxing glanced around. This canyon is about 70 to 80 meters deep. The terrain on both sides is quite steep, and you can occasionally see a few large rocks protruding from it. Chaoxing and his team can climb up easily, but it is a bit difficult to climb up with Dabai's size. Chaoxing can't just leave Dabai here and take people up by himself. After all, this is a level 20 boss creature with very strong combat power. After thinking for a while, Chaoxing said, let's go. Move forward along the depths of this canyon, and see if there is any other place to go up. Yes, Lord. Follow your instructions. Andrew is willing to charge for you. Assam and others received the order, and moved forward to the depths of the canyon. As for the tracked robot above, under Chaoxing's command, it stuck to the edge of the crack and followed the crowd's footsteps. Dabai followed behind the team, and its huge body looked very powerful. Dong dong dong. Its thick elephant legs, every step, made a heavy sound like an earthquake. With the addition of the mammoth, Chao Xing's team became even stronger. At the same time, because the track robot did not come down, Chao Xing lost his means of transportation. He looked at the forklift robot on the side. Its bucket is 50 centimeters deep and nearly 1 meter wide, which is enough for him and Lu Muxue to sit in. So, Chao Xing commanded the bucket robot to put down the bucket and took Lu Muxue to sit in. Creak! The sound of the mechanical arm turning appeared. Chao Xing's vision began to rise. He looked ahead and said happily, "Start the excavator." The team started to move forward again and maintained a good speed. At this time, Chao Xing glanced at the time above his head. Countdown to dark, 2:17. Current temperature, -53°C. It will be dark in 2 hours. It seems that we have to hurry up to find the way up and return to the camp. At this time, Lu Muxue, who was sitting next to him, reminded, axing, "It seems that there will be a snowfall tonight." Chao Xing nodded, and he also remembered this. Although there is no sign of snowfall now, once it starts snowing, the temperature will drop rapidly, and the road conditions will become more complicated due to the accumulation of snow. This will slow down their pace even more. He had to bring people back to the camp as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would have to spend the night outside. Chao Xing ordered, "Everyone, speed up. Sarah, go ahead and explore first." Everyone sped up their pace, and the 4 robots also entered a high energy consumption state. Sarah's figure also disappeared from the spot. Tap, tap. The dense footsteps sounded. The surrounding scene was rapidly receding. This canyon seemed to be formed by some kind of geological movement. The ground was relatively flat, and occasionally 1 or 2 boulders covered by wind and snow could be seen. Half an hour later, they had advanced about 3 or 4 kilometers. Sarah appeared again silently. As an assassin, she not only had extremely strong assassination ability, but also had strong reconnaissance ability, and was more suitable for exploration work than Assam. Sarah said calmly, 1 kilometer ahead, there is a camp, where a large number of hunters gather. After listening to Sarah's report, Chao Xing was stunned. There is actually a hunter camp in this place? However, thinking of the scene of the hunters just rounding up to buy, it is not surprising that there is a hunter camp nearby. Chao Xing nodded and continued to ask, "How strong are the hunters?" Sarah replied, "There are about 40 hunters in the camp. Most of them are ants, and there are 4 second-level strongmen among them. However, there is a breath that gives me a strong feeling, which is about the same strength as the breath of this mammoth." After Sarah finished speaking, Chao Xing also fell into thought. It's similar to Dabai. That is to say, there may be a level 20 boss creature there. Plus there are 3 or 4 elite hunters. This is a very powerful force. Chao Xing weighed the combat power of both sides in his mind, and came to a conclusion. That is, they are almost evenly matched. However, if they really fight, the opponent has the advantage of numbers. On his side, all creatures have their own ice healing and frost armor, which naturally brings unlimited blood recovery. Very good at this kind of one-on-many battle. Just as Chao Xing was thinking, Sarah added at this time, "Next to the camp, I saw a staircase made of boulders. We can climb up from there." Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes lit up. There are stairs, which means they can let the mammoth climb up and then follow him back to the camp. Chao Xing directly announced, "Then what are you waiting for? Everyone, let's impose sanctions on these crazy cultists." Assam drew out his sword directly, and was the first to respond. "I am willing to charge for the Lord." Andrew also stretched out his claws. "The power of nature will guide me forward." The group began to rush forward quickly. 2 minutes later, they saw from afar that in the canyon ahead, there were small bases built with wood and stones. There were also several hunters with swords and knives patrolling nearby. At this moment, several hunters were looking ahead and whispering to each other. "Strange. Why haven't Ramush and the others come back yet?" "Yes, they have been out for most of the day. In the past, they would only come back in half a day at most when they went out hunting. Do you think Ramush has been out for so long this time? Will he catch any big prey?" As soon as this was said, the other hunters also became a little excited. At this moment, they vaguely saw several figures appearing in front of them. It seems that someone is coming. Is it Ramush and the others? When the hunters looked carefully, they immediately saw an armored knight riding a frost wolf, and a druid on all fours. There were also 3 robots running wildly beside them, running towards them. After the initial confusion, the hunters exclaimed, "It's the enemy! Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Warnings came one after another. The hunters are a well-known cult force on this continent. Basically, everyone wants to fight against them. Any creature they see is their enemy. At the same time, the entire hunter camp was in chaos, and a large number of hunters rushed out of the tent with weapons in hand. Chapter 52 Powerful Mammoth. The camp was in chaos. A large number of hunters rushed out of the tent with weapons in hand. Chao Xing and Lu Muxue were still sitting on the robot's bucket. In front of them, a system prompt appeared. Special area found. Medium-sized hunter camp. This is a medium-sized gathering place for hunters. A black-robed priest of the Church of Light is stationed here. It is extremely dangerous. Please approach with caution. The black-robed priest should be the leader-level strongman that Sarah mentioned. However, Chao Xing did not hesitate at all at this moment. He directly asked Assam and others to continue to rush forward. The hunters also rushed over, shouting as they advanced, "Kill all these invaders. Give them to the leader." The two sides approached each other. Assam and Andrew, as well as the other 2 robots, instantly engaged in battle with the hunters. Swish! The long sword in Assam's hand flashed with a cold light, leaving several sword wounds on the hunters around him. -274. -295. -285. A row of damage numbers floated up. Roar! The frost wolf at his feet directly knocked down a ranger, and then began to bite it madly. "Ah! Damn it! Get this guy off me, ah!" The ranger screamed, and then it was silent in the blink of an eye. Andrew was equally brave, and almost completely gave up defense. He directly entered the giant bear form, and swung his huge bear paw to slap it. Bang! Every ranger hit by his bear paw would be seriously injured if not killed. -427. -463. -485. Within 10 seconds of the battle, at least 4 or 5 hunters were killed directly by Assam and Andrew. Chao Xing's ears kept ringing with reminders of experience gain. At the same time, various long-range attacks such as thrown spears and arrows all fell on Andrew and Assam. A long list of damage numbers floated up. -27. -56. -32. -47. They let the hunters' attacks fall on them, unmoved, because they believed that the Lord's Ice healing could restore their health, and the hunters who attacked them would soon be counterattacked by Assam and Andrew. Roar! Kill! At the same time, the 2 drilling robots also transformed into attacking forms, and the huge drills began to spin wildly, rushing all the way. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The hunters were knocked to the ground, their skin and flesh torn. -237. -231. -222. -234. The dense damage numbers floated up. Ah! What the hell is this? My leg. Ah! The hunters attacked by their drills all let out heart-wrenching screams. As for Sarah, she quietly approached the hunters holding bows and arrows. She handed out the shadow blade silently. -734. -796. -1672. One after another, terrifying damage numbers floated up, and these hunter archers fell silently. The battle started in less than a minute. The hunters were about to collapse. At this moment, 4 hunters wearing black cloaks, who were obviously stronger, rushed out. They also saw Andrew and others, who were killing crazily, and the defeated hunters. One of the hunters holding a chain hammer looked extremely ugly. He ordered, "Go, I will deal with the giant bear, you each choose an opponent, 1 each." The next moment, he accelerated instantly, and rushed towards Andrew. Whoosh! Whoosh! The huge chain hammer made a whirring sound when he swung it. Then when he rushed in front of Andrew, he threw out the chain hammer in his hand and shouted, "Die!" Bang! A dull sound of flesh. Caught off guard, Andrew was hit directly by the hammer, and his back was severely injured. -388. Andrew's health dropped instantly. The hunter showed a smug look in his eyes. However, this completely aroused the murderous intent in Andrew's heart. Roar! Andrew roared, and rushed towards him like a mad beast. At the same time, the other 3 hunters wearing cloaks also faced Assam and 2 drilling robots. These 4 hunters were very strong and were evenly matched with Andrew and Assam. Although the attack power of the other two robots was comparable to that of elite creatures of the same level, they were also suppressed unilaterally in a one-on-one battle. After Andrew and others were dragged down, the killing in the camp gradually stopped. Then, more and more hunters surrounded them. The situation seemed to be getting a little pessimistic. At the same time, Chao Xing, who was watching the battle 200 meters away, also saw the attributes of those hunters. Hunter Vanguard Warrior LV-15. Level, 2nd level elite creature. Health, 3724/4537. Attack power, 354 to 377. Skills, Chain Hammer Smash, throwing Chain Hammer, causing 120% attack damage to the enemy, with a 50% chance of stunning the enemy, maximum attack distance 15 meters, parry, taking a defensive stance, with a 50% chance of offsetting 80% of the damage received, pendulum, swinging the chain hammer, entering a high-speed rotation state, causing multiple attack damage to all enemies. Hunter Vanguard Swordsman LV-15. Level, 2nd level elite creature. Health, 4131/4368. Attack power, 343 to 366. Skills, Upward Blow, Cross Slash, Eagle Strike. These 4 hunters are all level 15 elite creatures, with very strong attributes. Lu Mushua said with some concern, "Axing, should we go up to help?" Chao Xing shook his head and said, "No, it's not time for us to show up yet." After all, Chao Xing still had a trump card that he hadn't used yet. Then, he looked behind him and said, "Dabai, go." Hearing Chao Xing's order, behind a huge rock, there was a terrifying roar. Moo! The terrifying sound kept echoing in the canyon, making the faces of these hunters change immediately. What kind of animal is that? What a terrifying momentum! The next moment, a 5-meter-tall, horrible creature with 2 ferocious fangs ran over from not far away. Boom! 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 The ground shook wildly. Dabai in his prime was like a giant beast running wildly. The hunters looked terrified. Mammoth! It's a mammoth! Damn! How could there be a mammoth here? It seems to be coming for us. Before the hunters could react, Dabai had already rushed into the battlefield. It seemed to know that. It was these guys who had just been surrounding it, and almost killed it. Dabai rushed directly to the side of several hunters. With its head raised, its curved fangs flashed coldly. Puff! Minus 1,247. Minus 1,341. The bodies of the 2 hunters were pierced through. They were deader than dead. Then, it raised its front hooves and stepped down heavily. Boom! After a terrifying vibration, the other 2 hunters were also trampled into meat paste. The strength of the level 20 boss creature was revealed at this moment. At this moment, the 4 black-cloaked hunters who were dealing with Assam had ugly faces. Send a few more people to trap this mammoth. Wait until we solve the battle here, and then we will go over to help you. However, before he finished speaking, a terrifying long howl sounded again. Moo! Dabai actually activated the Furious Charge. Skill directly. Chapter 53 Blackrobe Priest, the leader-level creature appears. Dabai directly activates the Furious Charge. Skill. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the mammoth, like a runaway train, ran rampaging through the entire camp. Tents and houses were overturned by it. All the hunters along the way were directly knocked away. Puff puff puff. Minus 742. Minus 854. Minus 763. In the Furious Charge state, Dabai's movement speed increased by 200%. This impact alone can directly kill ordinary hunters. At this moment, a black shadow quickly jumped out of the camp. His movements were very fast. Even faster than Sarah. Like a ghost, he appeared behind Dabai. Then a cold light flashed. Swish. Minus 673. Minus 672. 2 damage numbers floated up, directly taking away nearly 1,000 blood points of Dabai. Dabai felt pain instantly, turned his head, and slapped his nose. However, this guy's movements were extremely flexible, and he dodged Dabai's attack with a flash. The 2 sides separated briefly. At this time, Chao Xing saw the guy clearly. He was a man wearing a black robe, who seemed to be shrouded in shadows, and a black mask. The 2 short knives in his hands emitted a cold light. The other party's attributes appeared in front of him. Hunter Black Robe Priest LV-20. Level, 2nd level boss level creature. HP, 8764/8764. Attack power, 843 to 856. Skills. Double Cut. Causes 2 stages of 80% of the attack power to the enemy. Smoke Bomb. Throws a cloud of choking smoke to cover the enemy, causing the enemy to enter a state of blindness for 1 to 3 seconds, and reducing 50 points of agility. Sneak Attack. Cleverly goes behind the enemy, causing 130% backstab damage to the enemy. Throwing Knife. Sends 3 throwing knives continuously to attack the enemy. Each throwing knife causes 70% damage to the enemy, and adds 1 layer of bleeding effect. Chao Xing's eyes condensed. Finally came out. This guy is what Sarah said, the most powerful aura in this camp. At the same time, the black-robed assassin, after a brief pause, rushed up again. A black shadow flashed, and this time he appeared directly on Debai's abdomen. Swish. 2 slashes, and Debai's health dropped again. Doomsday also raised his hoof frantically, and continued to launch violent attacks. Boom! Boom! The ground kept shaking. Gravel flew. -23. -27. A few weak splash damage appeared on the black-robed assassin's head. At this moment, although Doomsday's attack power and vitality were stronger than his, however, due to the opponent's flexible body movements, Doomsday was almost fooled around. Moreover, he was attacked from time to time, and his health was constantly decreasing. -725. -733. -754. In less than 20 seconds of fighting, Doomsday had lost nearly 3,000 health points. The black-robed assassin stopped where he was, and then made a provocative gesture of slicing Doomsday's throat. This completely angered Doomsday. Roar! Doomsday fell into a violent mode, raising its front hooves and trampling madly. Lu Muxue, who was standing by, watched the battle on the field nervously. Axing. Doomsday can't seem to beat him. Chao Xing nodded. As both of them were leader-level creatures, Doomsday was indeed no match for the black-robed assassin. This was because Doomsday's huge size gave it a strong killing power, but its movements were clumsy. Chao Xing said, "Don't worry, this guy won't be arrogant for long. Doomsday will have helpers soon." At this time, the tracked robot also slid down the giant stone stairs and joined the battle. On Sarah's side, she had already solved all the enemies silently. Under Chao Xing's command, Sarah went straight to the black-robed priest of the hunter. A shadow blade slashed across. The black-robed priest suddenly felt a chill on his back, and his face changed drastically. At the critical moment, he turned around quickly and held out the dagger. Ding! After a metal collision sound, both sides saw each other's faces clearly. The black-robed priest of the hunter looked at Sarah in surprise. "There are still masters?" Sarah did not speak, and the shadow blade slashed down again without hesitation. The black-robed assassin was not to be outdone, and he swung 2 daggers, leaving after images. Ding! 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 The 2 high-end assassins started a close-range fight in an instant. 2 seconds later, Sarah was quickly suppressed because her attributes were far behind his. A triumphant smile appeared in the eyes of the black-robed assassin. "You are too young to deal with me." However, before the smile on his face disappeared, Doomsday behind him had already seized the opportunity, and took advantage of the moment when he was distracted, and directly threw out an elephant trunk. Bang! The hunter black-robed assassin was instantly blown away. -1123. A large damage number floated up. The black-robed assassin fell to the ground, spitting blood. "Ahem, mammoth, I'm going to kill you." Before he could speak, Doomsday had transformed into a violent beast, rushing towards him. The black-robed assassin was about to stand up to fight. A shadow blade silently passed by his ear. The black-robed assassin's heart tightened, and he dodged in a hurry. However, his action was still a step slower. Swish. -684. A damage number floated up. The black-robed assassin touched the scar on his head, and said angrily, "Damn it! How dare you besiege this priest? The Church of Light will not let you go." However, Sarah and Doomsday ignored his threat, and directly launched a siege. The advantage instantly tilted towards Chao Xing. As for Assam, with the addition of the crawler robot, Chao Xing also sent the bucket robot over. In a situation of 6 against 4, these hunter elites were suppressed in all aspects. After a while, a hunter elite holding an axe was knocked unconscious by a shovel robot. Then, he was stabbed through the heart by Assam's sword. Your territory member, Assam successfully killed the hunter pioneer LV-15, gained 450 experience points. Assam's level has been upgraded, current level, level 11. Combatants gain 225 experience points. Chao Xing's eyes lit up. Assam also upgraded. Although it takes more experience to upgrade from level 10 to level 11, but after these few days of fighting, Assam can be said to have outstanding performance. It's not surprising to reach level 11. The remaining 3 elite hunters watched their companions die in horror. Damn it, Matai is dead. At this moment, the situation has become 6 against 3. Roar! As Andrew roared, the elite hunter holding the chain hammer was held by his throat on the spot. Then Andrew stabbed with his claws without hesitation. Poof! The head of this elite hunter was pierced through. Your territory member, Andrew successfully killed the hunter pioneer LV-15 and gained 450 experience points. Frost Wolf. Winter level has been upgraded, current level, level 11. Combatants gain 225 experience points. At this moment, the situation has become 6 against 2. Chao Xing took a look and directly ordered, Assam, Andrew, go to help Dubai. Leave the battle here to the robots. Chapter 54. First kill the leader, big explosion. Received Chao Xing's order. Assam and Andrew abandoned the opponent in front of them without hesitation and rushed to Dubai. At this moment, under the siege of Sarah and Dubai, the black-robed assassin's face became even gloomier. He was struggling to deal with these 2 powerful creatures. Now 2 strong guys rushed over. If this goes on, he will almost certainly lose. Damn, where did these masters come from? How did they find my camp? And what are those robots? The black-robed assassin was full of doubts. Besides these, he discovered something even more terrifying. These guys, they all seemed to have infinite vitality. This dark elf woman and the mammoth were clearly attacked by him. But not long after, their injuries were completely healed, and they became full of energy again. The black-robed assassin thought to himself, this won't work. I can't outlast these guys. We have to find a way to leave here as soon as possible. He frowned and was about to run away. However, every time this happened, Sarah would come around like a maggot on the tarsal bone again. Both of them were assassins, and their combat awareness was extremely strong. Even Sarah Blade Dance, a dark elf, had a stronger combat awareness than him. If this black-robed assassin was not stronger than Sarah, in a one-on-one situation, he would never be Sarah's opponent. Who are you? The black-robed assassin asked in horror. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a gust of wind coming from above his head. A thick elephant hoof suddenly stepped down. The black-robed assassin felt his scalp tingle. He rolled on the ground and managed to avoid Dubai's heavy blow. Boom! However, before he could stand firm, Assan's long sword and Andrew's sharp claws suddenly slapped him. This time, he did not dodge. Puff! Minus 327. Minus 247. The mark of the beast took effect. The black-robed assassin rolled on the ground. His health had dropped below 3,500. The shadow blade had rapidly enlarged in his pupils. In the critical moment, he could only roll back again, and at this moment, the phantom assassin Sarah, Andrew and Assam had all rushed up. At this moment, the hunter assassin had a premonition of death in his heart. Damn it! You damned fellows, the leader will not let you go. Sarah, Assam and others completely ignored his threat. Puff puff puff. Minus 1,341. Minus 345. Minus 473. The 3 attacked in a wave, and knocked down more than 2,000 HP of the hunter priest. Puff! The black-robed priest spat out blood again, ignoring his own pain, and rolled quickly to distance himself. He took a deep breath, looking at the mammoth running wildly beside him, and the 4 robots. He seemed to know that if he didn't leave, he would have to stay here forever today. His eyes swept over everyone, and his voice was low. I remember your appearance. After I leave, I will report this to the leader. You will be hunted down by our Church of Light endlessly throughout the snowy plains. After he finished speaking, a round ball suddenly appeared in his hand, and he threw it to the ground. Bang! A cloud of smoke rose up quickly, enveloping everyone on the field. Chao Xing, who was far away, laughed after hearing this. Oh! You dare to threaten me! At the same time, Assam and others also lost their target. A moment later, a figure quickly jumped out of the mist. Chao Xing, who was watching the battle not far away, saw the figure and quickly warned, that guy has escaped, stop him. Sarah noticed it immediately, and she quickly rushed out of the mist. At this moment, the black-robed assassin had already escaped 30 meters away. Sarah took out a dagger without hesitation and threw it directly. Swish. Hindering dagger. Hit. The hunter priest groaned, and a large damage number appeared above his head. -943. However, he still ignored the attack from behind and the negative status on his body, and limped forward. If a level 20 leader assassin wanted to escape, it would be difficult to stop him. Damn it. You can't let the duck fly away? At this moment, a 1 meter long, pitch-black metal object appeared in Chao Xing's hand. It was Barrett. Now that his physique had improved, he could aim directly on his shoulder. At the same time, the leader of the Rangers had already fled more than 100 meters away. He was more than 200 meters away from Chao Xing. Chao Xing took a deep breath. He looked at the crosshairs of Barrett. When the target overlapped with the crosshairs, he fired without hesitation. Bang! A gunshot! -874. This shot triggered the armor-breaking effect. The hunter leader, who was running wildly, suddenly had a blood hole on his back, and his body suddenly stiffened. He turned around with difficulty, and finally looked at Chao Xing. His eyes seemed to be filled with disbelief. Then, he fell down directly. The system prompt appeared. Successfully killed the hunter black-robed priest, level 20 leader. Killed the monster above the level. Obtained experience points 1,200 by 400%. Obtained 4,800 experience points. Your level has been upgraded. Current level, level 7. This upgrade has obtained Strength +2. Agility +1. Spirit +5. Constitution +3. A white light suddenly appeared on Chao Xing's body. Everyone stared blankly at the fallen corpse of the hunter leader. They all thought that this time the hunter assassin would really escape. But at the critical moment, their lord suddenly used a magical move and saw the opponent from a distance of several hundred meters. The lord's methods are really unfathomable. Looking at the admiring eyes of his subjects, Chao Xing had a barely detectable smile on his face. At this moment, the second system prompt made Chao Xing look surprised. Kill the hunter priest, get the loot, primary heart of strength *1. Get a strong boss level soul, purple *1. Get the silent thorn, blue *1. Get the tavern construction blueprint *1. Get the rune of dexterity, medium *1. The prompt is not over yet. Congratulations. Because you are the first survivor in the server to kill a boss level creature, get the first kill reward, Frost Shield skill book, purple *1. You destroyed a medium-sized hunter camp, get 200 reputation points. Fuck. 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 Chao Xing exclaimed. Big bang. This is a real big bang. Chao Xing first checked the purple soul in his backpack. Strong boss level soul, purple contains extremely strong soul fluctuations. Can be used on an elite follower below level 2, making it evolve into a boss level creature with a high probability, with a success probability of 50% to 80%. At this moment, Chao Xing's eyes showed a strong joy. Chapter 55 Frost Shield Skill Book. Oh my god. I can actually make elite creatures evolve into boss level creatures. Chao Xing was shocked, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. When an elite creature is upgraded to a boss, not only will all attributes be improved, but a new skill can also be learned. It can be called a qualitative improvement. Although, this boss level soul has a probability of failure when used to upgrade the level, but the probability of success is obviously higher. Once successful, Chao Xing will have 2 boss level creatures in his hands. Chao Xing looked around. Assam, Andrew, and Sarah on the field all met the conditions for using this soul. At the same time, all the members of the territory could see the magical power of this soul. It could allow them to complete their transformation and advance to a higher level. There was a look of desire in everyone's eyes. Even Sarah, who was always aloof, couldn't help but look at Chao Xing. After thinking for a moment, Chao Xing threw the soul to Sarah. Sarah caught it blankly, looking at Chao Xing in disbelief. Are you sure you want to give it to me? Chao Xing nodded calmly. Obviously, among the 3 recruited creatures on the field, Sarah is the most suitable to use this soul. After becoming a leader, her already strong combat power will be greatly improved. Use it. I hope you can become the strongest assassin and rebuild the glory of the Shadow Temple. Sarah's breathing was a little rapid. Under the tights, her chest, which had begun to take shape, rose and fell violently. After a moment, she nodded calmly, then turned her back and pretended not to care. However, Chao Xing saw a system prompt. Due to your generosity, you have impressed the territory member, Sarah Blade Dance. And her loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty, 91. A smile appeared on Chao Xing's lips. Although Sarah acted indifferent, she had already felt a strong sense of gratitude and recognition towards Chao Xing. Because loyalty will not lie. With 91 points of loyalty, she was almost at the point of sacrificing her life. At that time, she would even be willing to sacrifice her life for Chao Xing. At this moment, after Sarah received the soul, she slapped it directly into her body. A strong breath rose from her body. Chao Xing nodded. The transformation from elite to boss takes some time. Moreover, this spirit has a chance of failure. So Chao Xing is not sure whether Sarah can successfully evolve into a boss-level creature. Shaking his head, he began to check the second purple item, which was the first kill reward given by the system. Frost Shield Skill Book, Purple Frost Mage Hidden Skill. It is said that it comes from a Great Lich. Skill effect: apply a frost shield around yourself or friendly units, reducing the damage received by 20%. Every second, it releases frost breath to nearby enemy units, causing freezing damage equal to Spirit *1, and reducing their movement speed and attack speed by 20%. The shield effect lasts for 60 seconds, and the cooling time is 120 seconds, can be turned off or on. Fuck. Chao Xing was shocked again. The strength of this frost shield exceeded his expectations. This is a powerful skill that combines damage reduction, damage, and control, and the effect is very powerful. If this skill was available at the time, to buy alone could suppress the Blackrobe Priest. After all, 20% damage reduction and deceleration are no joke. It's a purple skill. It's really powerful. Chao Xing was overjoyed and clicked to learn without hesitation. Then he released a skill on himself. Cast Frost Shield. The skill was successful. The talent Eternal Power has taken effect, and the skill has become permanent. Chao Xing instantly felt a circle of ice shield appeared around his body. This ice shield seemed extremely hard, and it was spewing out a terrible cold air every second. Chao Xing took a look. The maximum attack range of this cold air was 1 meter area of himself. It didn't seem to have a large range, but there was no doubt that it was also a group attack damage. Chao Xing's eyes showed a strong joy. Very good. This way, his men's survival and combat capabilities will be greatly improved. At the same time, Sarah has also completed the transformation. The system prompt appears. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, has completed the transformation, has been upgraded to a boss-level creature, all attributes increased by 30%, learned a new skill, Arc Flash. Chao Xing's face was happy. Huh? It actually succeeded. It seems that my face is not so black after all. Then he checked. Sarah obtained new skill attributes. Arc Flash, at an extremely fast speed. It instantly rushes forward a certain distance, and causes 110% cutting damage to enemies along the way. This skill is good. Not only does it have extremely strong mobility, but it also has good damage. Sarah was also very satisfied with her current state at this time. Looking at Chao Xing, she placed the shadow blade on her chest, bent down slightly and said, "At your service, Lord." Chao Xing nodded and took a look at her attributes. Phantom Assassin, Sarah Blade Dance. Race, Dark Elf. Level 210624/100000. Second level boss level creature. Detailed attributes, click to expand. Both HP and attack power have been greatly improved. If Sarah now faces the black-robed assassin just now, in a one-on-one situation, Sarah will definitely crush him unilaterally. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Then, he announced, "Search all the supplies in this camp. We will prepare to return immediately." After hearing this, the recruited creatures on the field all took action. Then, Chao Xing took Lu Muxua with him, opened the gate of the hunter's camp. They began to search the rooms one by one. Everything inside was collected by Chao Xing. Obtained wood *62, obtained stones *23, obtained refined iron *7, obtained dry cheese *14, obtained salt *13, obtained coins *164, obtained refined iron *6, obtained raw meat *7, obtained Everest wine *3, obtained vinegar *7, obtained coins *76. Obtained. In each house, there were some supplies, in addition to those seasonings and food. Chao Xing also found 2 new things. Refined iron, blue finely forged metal, with strong toughness. This thing is actually steel. which can be used to mass-produce blue-quality armor. Everruth wine. Drinking it can restore 200 health points. But there is a 30% chance of entering a drunken state. Produced from Ruth Winery. Loved by nobles and knights. Chao Xing put these two things away again. It took about 10 minutes. And Chao Xing and Lu Muxue finally searched all the things in the camp. They collected a lot of seasonings such as vinegar, sugar, and olive oil. Looking at the bottles and cans in the backpack, Chao Xing smiled and said, "It's a good harvest. We can eat food with seasonings in the future." Then, Chao Xing brought Lu Muxue to the last room in the camp. Chapter 56 Looting the Camp, a rich harvest of resources. This is also where the leader-level assassin rushed out. When he went in, he saw a stove burning in the cabin, and a small wooden table next to it. On the wooden table, there was also a yellowed parchment map. It seemed that because the incident happened suddenly, the black-robed priest rushed out without putting away the map. Chao Xing went over and put it away. Get the map of the snowy plain *1. Click to expand and view. Chao Xing clicked it. The map in front of him was spread out, and various patterns suddenly appeared on it. There were rivers, mountains, wild animals, and towns. In the upper left corner of the map, Chao Xing saw the sign of a large town, with its name written on it, Duoluan Lake City. Chao Xing was stunned. Wow! It turns out that Duoluan Lake City is there. Chao Xing looked at the distance, which was more than 1,000 kilometers away from his current location. From the icons on the map, it can be roughly seen that Duoluan Lake City should be a large town with a large population. Chao Xing thought, the distance is too far. It seems that the letter delivery mission cannot be completed in a short time. I don't know if the residents of this town have received the news that the hunters will launch a massacre in the near future. He shook his head and put these thoughts aside. In addition to these icons, Chao Xing also saw on the map that there were sun symbols on it. These suns were large or small. There was a slightly larger sun located where they were. And if you continue to go deeper into the canyon for about 10 kilometers, you will find a bigger sun. Chao Xing suddenly thought of something and said in surprise, "Oh my god! Aren't all the locations of the hunter camps marked here? This map marks all the hunter nests in the entire snowstorm plain?" Chao Xing's breathing stagnated, and he immediately understood the importance of this map. From the previous battle, it can be seen that destroying these hunter camps can not only get rewards, but also reputation points. Mastering these locations is equivalent to mastering a lot of benefits. Chao Xing said excitedly, "I just happen to have a blueprint of a tavern in my hand. After the tavern is built, if you want to attract some powerful followers, you need a high enough reputation. When the reputation is not enough in the future, find a few hunter camps to brush a wave, and the reputation will increase." Chao Xing thought happily. At this time, Lu Muxue's words interrupted his thoughts. "Axing, there is a storage box here." Chao Xing looked over and saw a yellow wooden box in the corner. So he nodded and said, "Okay. I'll come and take a look." Hunter storage box, blue openable. It's actually a blue-grade storage box. This is a medium-sized camp, and the storage box should be of a higher grade. Similarly, there may be some good things in it. Chao Xing rubbed his hands, and he was looking forward to it. Then, he clicked to open it. Open the hunter storage box successfully. Get smoked fish meat *6. Get honey *3 cans. Get milk *5. Get complete white bear skin *1. Get primary watchtower construction drawing *1. Get Redanian centaur liquor *7. Get skill book, blessing of courage. Get black diamond *1. So many things. And honey and milk. In this icy and snowy place with scarce supplies, the value of these two resources can be imagined. Especially honey, which is a delicacy that only nobles can enjoy. If the subjects Dahua and others knew that Chao Xing brought back honey, they would definitely jump for joy. In addition, there is a skill book and a blueprint. Chao Xing checked the properties of this skill book. Courage blessing, blue concentrate the power of the aurora, enable friendly creatures within a certain range to increase their physical attack power and magic attack power by 1.5 of spirit *. The effect lasts for 90 seconds, and the cooling time is 200 seconds. After reading the properties of this skill book, Chao Xing was shocked. Oh my god! Isn't this one of the Aurora Knight's early auxiliary skills? Blessing of Courage? Although Lu Muxue's current mental power is not high, the increased attack power is not as strong as imagined. However, as long as she levels up a few more levels, her mental power will be improved. and a blessing can make the attack power of all members soar. So, Chao Xing directly gave her this skilled book. Mushu. Learn it. Yes. Lu Mushu nodded lightly, and then directly clicked to learn. After a moment, Lu Mushu said with a happy smile, "It's ready." Ah Xing. Chao Xing nodded. At this time, a diamond with a black crystal luster appeared in his hand. The diamond was the size of a thumb, and it was very transparent under the light of the fire. Black diamond, special material, inlaid on equipment. It can increase 20 points of charm. An extremely rare mineral. The nobles regard it as a symbol of status. Any black diamond will cause a rush, and can be auctioned at a very high price. Seeing the above introduction, Chao Xing was stunned, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. Oh my god! One gem can increase 20 points of charm? This is too outrageous. No wonder those nobles are eager to own a black diamond. This black diamond, whether Chao Xing uses it for himself, or takes it to the town for trading, can bring huge profits. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction, and then put the black diamond back into his backpack. So far, everything in this camp has been searched out by them. It can be said to be a great harvest. Let's go, get ready to go home. After saying that, they walked out of the camp again. Then, everyone climbed up along the pile of boulders on the edge of the cliff. Boom, boom, boom. As Dubai climbed up from the bottom of the cliff, Chao Xing's team members gathered again. He glanced at the time above his head. Due to nightfall, 1 hour and 17 minutes. Current temperature, -56°C. Chao Xing was sure in his heart. There is still more than an hour before dark, which is enough time for me to return to the camp. Then, he sat on the back of the crawler robot and continued to move forward. A group of people, together with 4 machines, plus a mammoth, were moving quickly in the vast ice field. After a while, snowflakes actually floated overhead. It's snowing. Ah Xing. Lu Mushu stretched out her right hand and whispered. So beautiful. Chao Xing looked around. Although the weather forecast said it would be a light snowfall. In this kind of snowfield, a light snowfall is comparable to the heavy snowfall on Blue Star. The cold wind was howling, and the temperature began to drop sharply. The heavy snow was flying, and the scene in front of her became desolate, and she couldn't even tell the directions. Fortunately, Chao Xing has a small map function built into the system. Under his leadership, the team marched steadily in the wind and snow. After a while, they saw the location of their camp. From a distance, they could see a large bonfire, which was burning. Snowflakes drifted near the bonfire, and were quickly melted by the heat from the flames. Compared to the white outside, Chao Xing's camp was like an independent world in the ice and snow. At this moment, the group of polar people were still working hard in the heavy snow. Lu Mushu said, axing, "Our territory has become much larger, and there seem to be many more buildings." She looked a little excited. After all, this is the territory of her and Chao Xing. Chao Xing nodded, and he also saw the changes in the territory, compared to when they went out. The current territory has increased a lot. In other words, during this period, Dazhuang and his team at least upgraded the campfire by 2 levels. In addition, there are many more small shelters in the territory. There are also blacksmith shop and canteen, which have been built. Let's go back to the camp. Chao Xing and his team gradually approached. The group of polar people saw the large group of figures walking in the snow from a distance, with strong vigilance and fear in their eyes. And when they saw Chao Xing sitting on the tracked robot, their pupils suddenly widened. Oh God! It's the Lord! How come there are so many creatures all of a sudden? Oh my God! And mammoths, even such sacred creatures can be tamed. How did the Lord do it? These polar people saw Chao Xing go out and bring back so many powerful creatures, and they were shocked. At the same time, all the people stopped their work and stood together respectfully waiting. Xia Yani, wearing tight jeans and tall, stood out among the group. She exuded a strong mature aura, like a ripe peach. Xia Yani held Tong Chuchu's hand and looked at the big guys around Chao Xing nervously. Chao Xing jumped off the tracked robot and asked, "Dazhuang, nothing happened during the time I was away, right?" Dazhuang hurriedly stepped forward and reported, "Lord, nothing special happened. Everyone was working hard. Except at noon. There were a few frost goblins who wanted to attack us, but were shot and killed by Ms. Eilina with a powerful elemental arrow tower." Chao Xing nodded after hearing this. Frost goblins are also a common monster in the wild. Although these wild creatures cannot enter the territory, they can attack staff outside the territory. Fortunately, before Chaoxing left, he left Eilina to guard the territory and built a primary element arrow tower. Chaoxing looked at the snakeman Eilina and said, "Eilina, you did a good job." Eilina twisted her body, spit out a scarlet tongue and said, "I am happy to serve you, my lord." De Zhuang respectfully took out a few azure stones and said, "My lord, these are the things dropped by those goblins, and they contain the breath of magic." Chaoxing took them. Obtain Ice Crystal Stone *4. Ice Crystal Stone, green as stone that explodes from some ice element monsters, containing a strong icy aura, can be used to build some special buildings, or to create some ice attribute equipment. Chaoxing's eyes lit up. Huh, it's this kind of stone? Chapter 57 Level 7 Bonfire. Ice Crystal Stone. It is also a widely used material, which can be used in the early, middle and late stages. And when the game develops to the middle stage, there is a key defensive building, which requires a large amount of ice crystal stone. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction, then put it away, and looked at the countdown above his head. Due to dark, 0 hours and 50 minutes. Current temperature, -61°C. The temperature is getting lower and lower. At this time, there is still some time before it is completely dark. Chaoxing wants to use this time to build a shelter for the mammoth. There are 4 robots, and they also need to be given a place to hide from the wind and snow. In extremely low temperatures, even machines cannot withstand it. So, Chaoxing took out the medium shelter manufacturing drawing from his backpack and directly clicked to learn. Then he ordered De Zhuang, "Take 3 people and build 2 medium-sized shelters before dark. Our new members are all big guys, and they need enough space to move around." De Zhuang nodded. "Yes, Lord." Then, De Zhuang took the 3 polar people and went to work. Chaoxing still has 2 blueprints in his hand, namely Tavern and Primary Watchtower. He checked the blueprint description. Tavern Construction Blueprint. You can build a tavern for drinking and entertainment in your territory. When the reputation value reaches a certain level, it will attract some special heroes to your territory. Armor value, 30 points. Durability value, 2500/2500. Area of land, 230 square meters. Materials required for construction: wood *150, stone *80, iron *30, copper *20, primary element crystal *10. Construction time, 8 hours and 32 minutes. Staff, bartender 0/1, bartender 0/1. Tips: a good bartender can attract more guests. Chaoxing pondered. To run the tavern, you need 2 staff members. And for the bartender, you have to find aboriginals with bartending skills to serve as the bartender. Currently, among Chaoxing's subjects, no one has this talent. However, Chaoxing had a map of the snowstorm plains in his hand, on which nearby towns were marked. Among these towns, there must be a number of indigenous people with bartending skills. Chaoxing continued to look at the next map. Primary Sentry Tower Construction Blueprint. You can build a sentry tower in the territory to patrol the security around the territory. The residents with long-range attacks can attack from the sentry tower. Armor value, 40 points. Durability, 2500/2500. Site area, 20 square meters. Building height, 18 meters. Guards, 0 out of 2. Materials required for construction: wood *100, stone *50, iron *20, copper *10, primary element crystal *5. Construction time, 6 hours and 12 minutes. Chaoxing nodded secretly. This sentry tower is not bad, and its function is similar to that of the primary element arrow tower, but the difference is that one is manual attack, and the other is automatic attack. I don't have long-range troops yet, so I'm not in a hurry to build it. So Chaoxing called Wu Zhuang over again. "Wu Zhuang, come here." Wu Zhuang said respectfully, "My lord, please give me your orders." Chaoxing nodded. "You and Lu Zhuang's mission is to upgrade all the small shelters in our territory to medium-sized shelters. It doesn't matter if you can't finish it today. You can continue tomorrow." Wu Zhuang immediately stood up and said respectfully, "Got it, my lord." Qi Zhuang and Ba Zhuang, you will continue to build elemental arrow towers tomorrow, and try to build 2 per day. Is there any problem? Now, Chaoxing has sufficient resources, but because one elemental arrow tower requires 6 hours to build, so 2 a day is their limit. Qi Shuang and Ba Zhuang received the order at the same time, and solemnly said, "No problem, Lord. I will complete the task." Then, Chao Xing checked the properties of the territory bonfire again. Big bonfire, level 7. Bonfire effect can increase the temperature of the area within a radius of 300 meters by 10 to 20 degrees. Consumption, 10 minutes/5 wood or 20 minutes/2 coal. Materials required for the next level: stone *100, wood *50, iron *30. Chao Xing pondered, it's level 7. After the campfire is upgraded to level 5, the heating range will be increased by 100 meters each time it is upgraded. After it is upgraded to level 11, it will become a furnace, and the heating range can also usher in a qualitative change. Thinking of this, Chao Xing also called Chao Yi's group of humans over. Then he gave them all tasks, which were to upgrade the campfire, and build 2 primary watchtowers, and the tavern, which was also put into construction. Chao Yi respectfully accepted the order. "Yes, merciful Lord." Chao Xing called Dahua over again, and gave her all kinds of salt, pepper powder, oil, vinaigrette, and other seasonings. After thinking for a while, he gave them some of the ingredients he had obtained, including honey, dry cheese, etc. Dahua held the bottles and jars in his hands, with a look of shock on his face. "This is the platinum sand that the nobles eat. Oh my God! Come and see." The Lord brought back platinum sand. Erhua and Sanhua also gathered around. The platinum sand they were discussing was salt. As civilians, Dahua and his friends usually ate rye bread that was difficult to swallow, and even white bread was a luxury. As for salt, only the nobles would want to use it. With an innocent face, Rika looked at the 3 jars of golden liquid beside her and said in surprise, "Are these golden honey? This is something more precious than platinum sand. Oh my God! I actually saw the legendary golden honey." The people were very excited. Chao Xing smiled and said, "Go. Use these seasonings to make a delicious meal for everyone tonight." Dahua nodded respectfully, and brought these bottles and jars into the canteen, as if they were treasures. For a moment, everyone started to get busy. Then, only Xia Yani and Tong Chu, as well as Eileen on the side, were left on the field. Xia Yani asked awkwardly, Master, is there anything you need us to do?" Chao Xing looked at their thin clothes. Xia Yani was wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt, with most of her arms exposed. Because of the drop in temperature, her skin was already red from the cold. She and Tong Chu were both trembling slightly. So, Chao Xing took out a complete bear skin from his backpack. "Is this bear skin enough for you to make 2 sets of clothes?" Xia Yani shrank her body. Her 2 voluptuous legs pressed tightly together, and nodded gently. "Enough? Enough?" Chao Xing nodded. "Then use this bear skin to make a set of clothes for yourself and Chu. It will be cold tonight. Don't freeze." Hearing this, Xia Yani was stunned. I thought Chao Xing wanted her to sew other things, such as quilts, windbreakers, etc. However, he said that he wanted her to make a set of clothes for himself and his daughter. Chapter 58 Delicious Meal. Loyalty skyrocketed. After a while, Xia Yani raised her head, and mist gradually appeared in her eyes. She had crystal tears in her eyes, and looked at Chao Xing with an aggrieved expression. Chao Xing was stunned, and he looked at the woman in front of him blankly. Did I say something wrong? Why did she suddenly cry? Xia Yani wiped her tears. Since she came into this world, she has been living a life of fear, and she is always in a state of nervous tension. Cold, hunger, had been eroding her mental defenses. She didn't even have time to feel sad about the death of her relatives. She thought that she and her daughter would freeze to death in the snow. Unexpectedly, she met this man. He not only provided her with a warm home and delicious food, but also gave her cold-proof clothes. Xia Yani was deeply moved. When she thought of her daughter watching beside her, she suddenly felt ashamed. Her cheeks flushed, and she said embarrassedly, "Yes, I'm sorry. Sir, I lost my composure. Thank you for taking care of us, mother and daughter." Xia Yani bent down slightly and bowed solemnly to Chao Xing. However, because the neckline of the dress was loose, coupled with Xia Yani's exaggerated size, this action suddenly exposed a white patch. With just a slight glance, Chao Xing saw how exaggerated the figure of this woman was. It must be at least 30-60. Right? Xia Yani seemed to notice that her movements were a bit too large. and subconsciously covered her neckline with her hands. Her pretty face also turned red, and she lowered her head, somewhat afraid to look Chao Xing in the face. Chao Xing turned his eyes away, and did not care, but handed the bear's skin in his hand to Xia Yanni. Xia Yanni took it very gently, and then looked at Chao Xing carefully. After thanking him again, she took Tong Chuchu's hand and entered the sewing shop. Tong Chuchu turned her head when she left and showed a bright smile to Chao Xing. Beside her, Lu Muxua whispered, axing, "You are so good to your people." However, Chao Xing shook his head and smiled. Give them high-quality living conditions, so that they can feel a sense of belonging to the territory. Otherwise, if they are hungry and cold, who will work for you? Lu Muxua also nodded secretly, clenched her little pink fist, and seemed to have learned some little knowledge. Time flies, and soon it is night. Just as the weather forecast said, heavy snow has fallen from the sky. Except for the area where their own territory is located, the sky and the earth seem to be covered in white. Fortunately, they finally built 2 medium-sized shelters before dark, for robots and the huge mammoths all got in. Then, the people gathered in the cafeteria and began to enjoy today's food. This was also one of the few big meals they had in their lives. Looking at the bread, cheese, milk, and meat carefully placed on the wooden table, these people, including the polar people, all had extremely eager looks in their eyes. Their saliva was secreted crazily, and they even wanted to rush over immediately. At this time, Chao Yi, a citizen of the territory, began to use his elementary speech skills. After a generous speech, Chao Yi, a citizen of the territory, slowly said, "We must remember that all this is given to us by the Lord. Thank you for the gift from the Lord. And I am willing to shed my last drop of sweat for the development of the territory." The other people of the territory were infected one after another, and they shouted together, "Thank you for the gift from the Lord." Then, they began to enjoy this rich food to their heart's content. Gulp, gulp, a sound of wolfing down food appeared. On everyone's face, a look of satisfaction appeared. Your territory member, Chao Yi, enjoyed a delicious dinner. His loyalty has been improved, and his current loyalty is 85. Your territory member, Lu Zhuang, enjoyed a delicious dinner. His loyalty has been improved, and his current loyalty is 83. Your territory member. System prompts kept appearing. Chao Xing sat in the Lord's hut, and a look of joy appeared on his lips. Yes, it seems that Chao Yi's speech was very effective. He and Lu Muxua did not go to the cafeteria to eat. As lords, they naturally had their own separate eating area. At this time, the two were sitting at a small wooden table, looking at the golden bear meat on the table. They immediately felt their appetites twitching. It was roasted bear meat brushed with honey, with good color, aroma and taste. Chao Xing couldn't wait to take the first bite, and the delicious meat melted in his mouth. He couldn't help but sigh, "Oh my! This taste is really amazing." Muxua, come and try it too. Lu Muxua, who was standing beside him, also laughed and enjoyed it. The two of them quickly finished this delicious dinner. Meanwhile, as night fell, the survivors rushed back to their camps, and the chat channel became lively again. They either shared their experiences of the day, or traded supplies in the market. After eating, Chao Xing moved a small stool and sat next to the stove to keep warm, while clicking on the world channel. He wanted to see how other survivors were progressing. A lot of news appeared. Lu Wei, who in my family understands. I just found out now that my territory is on a snowy mountain. There seems to be a cave of mole men under the snowy mountain. Every day, I can see a group of mole men coming in and out, pulling mini trucks. Belle, friends, we meet again. Today I will report my survival progress to you. I found a glacier near my territory, carved an ice hole on it, and then made a simple fishing rod for ice fishing. You can learn how to make a fishing rod from me. The method is Mohandas. When I was out exploring, I met a group of wandering merchants. I wanted to exchange the rupee for a weapon, but was driven away by the other party. Alas, Ishizaki Kazumasa, Yoshi. I killed a seriously injured wild boar today, and got a wild boar warrior recruitment scroll. Now I have my first level 5 combat soldier, who will lead me to the top of the list. Jiang Zhenchuan, reminder, don't just go into the hole when you see it. In addition to the beast, there may be some different things inside. My 2 polar people fell into it. After a look around, Chao Xing nodded. Currently, the progress of survivors around the world is similar. They have gradually walked out of their territories and started to explore the world. Because everyone's territories are in different locations, the events they encounter are also different. Then, Chaoxing clicked on 174 area channel. Tiancheng, fuck. It's really snowing. I just brought a sheep back from outside today. I didn't remember to build a shelter. Will it freeze to death? Song Jinkai, brother. Give me 2 pieces of mutton tomorrow. Thank you. Ji Xinhua, who passed by my camp today? I saw human footprints. Xiejiqi, I have an extra medical box here. Does anyone have weapons or skill books used by polar warriors? Wang Gang, 2 pieces of iron for 20 stones. Is there anyone willing to trade? As everyone explored outside, everyone had some supplies in their hands. And more survivors built markets. They all saw trades in the chat channel and discussed survival strategies. Of course, not everyone could gain anything, and many people died in the exploration in the wild. This can be seen from the current number of online users. Number of online users in Zone 174, 35272/40173. Compared with yesterday, several hundred people died. This world is full of opportunities, and it is also very cruel. Some are happy and some are sad. In addition to the above discussion, some people are complaining. Shan Chumpeng, alas, I finally managed to kill a stupid roe deer when I went out today, but I encountered a white tiger on the way, which chased me all the way, and not only did I not get anything, I even broke a leg. Chen Jing, +1, I didn't get anything today either. Zhang Yong, me too, in this world, it's really too hard to get some supplies. The monsters in the snow are so powerful, let alone rushing to the top. If you're not careful, you'll be killed. Zhao Renhai, that's right, I explored outside for so long today, and barely reached level 2, which is still halfway to level 3. Those powerful monsters don't dare to provoke me at all. I can only kill some rabbits, small snakes and the like. I really don't know how those monsters on the top are upgraded. As the topic was being discussed, it turned to the level rankings. Huang Qi, speaking of which, Big Boss Chaoxing is really awesome. He reached level 7 in one day. He must have killed a lot of monsters today. He's so strong. Su Rongfa, yeah, we have to be careful when dealing with a lone snow wolf. Big Boss Chaoxing is already fighting a stronger monster. I think he is the first place this time. Qin Xiushu, +1, I also think that Big Boss Chaoxing is the first place. The fastest show Bo has just reached level 5. He is too far behind. Zheng Yuquan, brothers, don't you find the goddess Mushui is also very powerful? She has already reached level 6. She will definitely be the second place this time. The survivors nodded in agreement. Obviously, the most popular thing now is the level ranking list. The rewards on it are enough to make everyone eager. At this time, a survivor named Fu Yu suddenly said sinisterly, "Heh, isn't it too early for you to say that Chaoxing can get the first place now? He has just reached level 7 now, and it will take at least 2 or 3 days to reach level 10. Later, it will be more and more difficult to level up, and the monsters will become stronger. Besides, if Chaoxing encounters an accident halfway, then all efforts will be in vain." This guy's tone was weird, and he was obviously cursing Chaoxing. Someone in the chat channel couldn't stand it anymore. Ji Xinhua, is this all you 3 heroes are capable of? You can't compete? So you come to the chat channel to curse others. Aren't you ashamed? Chapter 59 Skill Book, Summon Frust Els. Ji Xinhua, is this all you singing we have? You can't win the competition. So you come to the chat channel to curse others, aren't you ashamed? Because the Seningui people are often active, so everyone has almost remembered which survivors are members of the Seningui. Without waiting for Fu Yu to speak, a survivor named Huang Qi also echoed, that's right, the Seningui people are shouting very happily, but in the end, except for Fang Long, no one made it into the top 10, it's really funny. Jiang Kaiwan, ha ha ha, you're right. I think Chaoxing called them the Three Bird Society, which is not wrong at all, they are all a bunch of rabble. The survivor named Fu Yu said in a gloomy tone, you guys, are you looking for death? In 2 days, the novice protection period will end, are you sure you want to go against us? If before that, they heard the threat of the Seningui, they might be afraid. However, because Chaoxing took the lead in attacking the prestige of the Three Heroes Society. In addition, after living for a few days, the survivors have also accepted the fact that they have come to a new world. The original order has collapsed. In this world, it all depends on who has the bigger fist. And they can also develop their territory and have a strong power. So, they are not so afraid of the threat of the Three Heroes Society. Xiejiqi, what's the matter? You Three Heroes Society still want to deal with all of us in District 174. Shuikayun, that's right, you are so powerful. Ren Yuanhu, your Three Heroes Society has only a few hundred people. Don't think you are really invincible. Gushuan, I advise you Three Heroes Society, it's better not to be too arrogant. Seeing these survivors, not only did they not fear them as before, but they attracted the attacks of everyone. Fu Yu's heart sank. And then a surge of anger emerged. Very good. You guys. Wait for me. The survivor named Ji Xinyue said again, just wait. If you dare to come, I will summon Ascalon warriors to kill you all. Hee hee. Lu Wenong, my centaur archers are no joke. Be careful of the holes on your body. Renhu, brother. Your attack angle is very tricky. The other survivors also echoed. The Three Heroes Society became the target of public criticism. Fu Yu wanted to speak, but his speech was soon drowned out by a large amount of survivors' information. Fan Long also noticed the situation in the chat channel at this moment, and realized that the deterrent power of the Three Heroes Society was no longer as strong as before. His eyes gradually became cold. He also knew that all these signs were caused by Chao Xing. Only by getting rid of Chao Xing could the deterrent power of the Three Heroes Society be restored. So, Fan Long opened the friend list, and found the survivor named Ji Jun again. Have you counted all the brothers near that coordinate? Ji Jun immediately replied, we have counted them. Boss. That area. About 30 kilometers away. There are more than a dozen of our brothers, including their families. At least more than 30 people with combat effectiveness. With so many people, it is absolutely no problem to deal with Chao Xing. The tone of the other party seemed very confident. Fan Long nodded, and added, this Chao Xing can be upgraded to level 7. He must have some skills. To be on the safe side, you continue to gather other brothers tomorrow, and wait until the number is about 50 before taking action. Also, it is now the novice protection period. You cannot enter other people's territories. You must observe first, and wait for Chao Xing to leave the territory, and then attack as a whole. Try to kill him completely in one wave. Understand? Ji Jun was stunned after hearing this, and then replied, boss is still thoughtful. I will do it now. Just then, he seemed to have thought of something, and asked again, boss, after we kill Chao Xing, what should we do with Lu Muxue? After hearing this, Fan Long's mouth curled up slightly. What should we do with her? Of course. Bring her to me. This woman, back in Xiangjiang City, rejected me so many times. Now that she has come to this world, I wonder how she can reject me again. Ji Jun nodded quickly and said, okay. Boss. After hanging up the call, Fan Long sat in his lord's hut, watching the outside world. After a moment, a grim smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chao Xing, I will let you be arrogant for one more day. After tomorrow, I will let you know the consequences of offending our Three Heroes Association. At this time, Chao Xing did not know that Fan Long was already taking action, and was preparing to go to that coordinate location to deal with him. If he knew, Chao Xing would die of laughter on the spot. Because no matter how many people they went, they would die when they arrived at that place. At this moment, Chao Xing was browsing the regional channel by himself. Just then, he suddenly received a private message from a survivor named Ding Liang. Ding Liang, hello. Mr. Chao Xing. You have a skill book for a mechanic. Do you need to exchange it for a skill book for another profession? Chao Xing was stunned. And he remembered that before he set out, he had also put a skill book for a mechanic on the market for sale. Yes. I need a skill book for a knight or a frost mage. Do you have it? Ding Liang quickly replied, yes. I have a skill book for a frost mage here. Can you take a look? His tone was a little nervous. After all, in District 174 now, Chao Xing can be said to be a celebrity. Chao Xing nodded. Okay. Send it to me. Ding Liang quickly posted the attributes of the skill book. Skill book, summon frost elves, green. Skill effect, concentrate the power of ice. Summon 2 frost elves that inherit 80% of the survivor's attributes, and assist in the battle. The frost elves have the skills of frost shell and frost arrow. The summoning duration is 180 seconds, and the cooling time is 300 seconds. Seeing this skill, Chao Xing's heart moved. This is actually a summoning spell skill. Combined with his magic spider staff, it is equivalent to being able to summon 7 creatures at once to assist in the battle. Very powerful. Obviously, This skill book is as valuable as the mechanic's skill book in Chao Xing's hand. So Chao Xing directly replied, "Okay, let's trade now." After hearing this, the other party also breathed a sigh of relief. Then the two sides quickly completed a wave of transactions. Transaction successful, you get the skill book. Summon Frost Elves, you lose the skill book. GZ Mark Robot. Chao Xing's backpack has an ancient book, and then he directly clicks on this skill book to learn. Skill learning successful. Ding Liang sent a message again. "Thank you, Mr. Chao Xing." Chao Xing replied, "What are you thanking me for? We just take what we need." Hearing this, Ding Liang felt that Chao Xing seemed to be easy to talk to. Chapter 60 Trading, Ice Archer Training Barracks. Ding Liang felt that Chao Xing seemed to be easy to talk to, so he asked tentatively, "By the way, Boss Chao Xing, I remember you still have some bear meat with added attributes, right?" Chao Xing, "Yes, but the quantity is not much, and it is only used to trade some blueprints or skill books at present." "Do you still have blueprints or skill books?" Ding Liang replied, "No at present, but I can go to the chat channel to speak for Boss Chao Xing, haha." After that, he returned to the chat channel and said, "Brothers, I just completed a wave of transactions with Boss Chao Xing, and he still has blue-grade bear meat. Any of you who have blueprints, skill books, or equipment can go to Boss Chao Xing to trade. The quantity is not much, first come first served." After Ding Liang finished speaking, the other survivors also seemed to remember this. Jin Yin, fuck. I've been exploring all day today, and I almost forgot about this. I just happened to get a blueprint, and let's see if Master Chao Xing can use it. Tao Ran, haha, I also got a piece of equipment when I opened a box today, but it's not for my own use. I wonder if Master Chao Xing is willing to trade with me. Sun Miao Miao, I also have a recipe, I'll try it too. They clicked on private chat and sent messages to Chao Xing. For a while, Chao Xing received a large number of private chat messages. Chao Xing took a look. There are many interesting blueprints and skill books in it. For example, Basement Construction Blueprint, Lighthouse Construction Blueprint, Trap Blueprint, Rabbit Meat Pie Recipe, Shield Counter Skill Book, and so on. But what Chao Xing paid the most attention to was a blueprint called Ice Archer Barracks. Ice Archer Barracks Blueprint. You can build a training camp in the territory and train ordinary non-professional residents into ice archers with combat capabilities. Armor, 50. Durability, 3000/3000. Area of land, 54 square meters. Oh! It's a special barracks blueprint. Chao Xing's face suddenly lit up. This archer barracks blueprint is very useful to him. It can train people like Chao Yi and Chao Er into archers, then let them stand on the sentry tower for defense, and can also be sent out to fight. Then, Chao Xing took another look at the materials needed to build this barracks. Materials required for construction: wood *500, stone *300, iron *200, mithril *50, ice crystal stone *50, ice archer training manual *1. Not bad, although the materials required are more. But with my reserves, it is completely enough. The only troublesome thing is the training manual. Chao Xing thought to himself, I remember that this kind of training manual needs to be killed in the wild to have a chance to explode. After thinking for a moment, Chao Xing shook his head and said, who cares? Let's exchange all these blueprints first. Then, Chao Xing spent a total of 20 pieces of bear meat to exchange all these blueprints. I used an additional 10 pieces of bear meat to exchange for the Ice Archer Barracks blueprint. Transaction prompts kept appearing. Transaction successful. You got the basement construction blueprint *1. You lost bear meat *5. Transaction successful. You got the lighthouse construction blueprint *1. You lost bear meat *2. Transaction successful. You got the shield counter skill book *1. You lost bear meat *5. Transaction successful. After a while, Chao Xing had 4 or 5 more blueprints in his backpack, plus a skill book. Chao Xing's eyes showed joy. Obviously, he made a lot of money in this transaction. If these blueprints were traded normally, they would not be exchanged for food at all. Even in the midterm, these blueprints would still be very useful. However, what Chao Xing had in his hand was food with added attributes, and there was no competitor at all. So he could exchange all these precious blueprints and skill books at a low price. Chao Xing began to check the attributes and construction requirements of these blueprints. Basement construction blueprint. A 5m x 5m x 3m basement can be dug out in the territory, used to store supplies, or as a temporary shelter. Armor, 40. Durability, 1500/1500. Space, 75 cubic meters. Materials required for construction, wood * 20. Stone * 10. Iron * 10. My lord, perhaps we can change the direction of development and try to develop underground. Lighthouse construction drawings. You can build a lighthouse in the territory. Armor, 30. Durability, 2500/2500. Building height, 18 meters. Floor area, 25 square meters. Materials required, wood * 200. Stone * 100. Iron * 50. Copper * 20. Magic stone * 1. The lighthouse can provide lighting at night. A mature lord must learn to make use of the night time. Trap drawings, green special props. You can use the blacksmith shop to create a trap to trap prey. Quality, excellent. Attack power, 57-61. Effect, causes 120% damage to the target who steps on the trap. Reduces its movement speed by 30%. And has a continuous bleeding effect. Required for crafting, blacksmith shop level 1, iron * 5, copper * 1. Tips. Small traps can only deal with some small creatures. You don't want to use it against dragons. Do you? Seeing the introduction of the trap, Chao Xing's eyes lit up. This thing is a good thing to trick people. When the time comes, just make a bunch of them. Put a few circles of traps around the territory. See who dares to invade my territory. Moreover, the materials needed to craft the trap are not much. It can be made in batches. But the only thing to be careful about is that don't let your own people step on it otherwise. It will be fun. Chao Xing smiled, then clicked to learn directly. Study the blueprint successfully. The relevant information has been automatically recorded in the production interface. Chao Xing now has a recipe and a skill book in his hand. Chao Xing continued to check. Rabbit meat pie recipe. Production requirements. Rabbit meat, flour, carrot. Effect. After eating, within 300 seconds, increase the upper limit of life by 200 points and slightly speed up the recovery of physical strength. Chao Xing thought, is this thing considered a buff effect? If it is considered, it is equivalent to permanently increasing the upper limit of life by 200 points and greatly increasing the survivability. He decided to give it a try when he had the chance. Then he continued to check the next skill book. Skill book, shield counter. Skill effect, at the moment of being attacked, wave the shield to deflect the enemy's attack, and start to determine the strength attributes of both parties. If the strength is lower than the target, the damage received this time is reduced by 30%. If the strength is higher than the target, then the damage is immune to this time. Cooling time is 20 seconds. If the shield counter is used well, the princess can't escape. Not bad, this is also a survival skill. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Shield counter is one of the key skills of Aurora Knight in the early stage. And it is also very powerful. If used well, it can greatly improve the survivability. Of course, this requires a lot of practice. Chao Xing first clicked on all the drawings and recipes to learn. Then he prepared to give the shield counter skill book to Lu Muxue. At this time, Lu Muxue was wiping her body with warm water. Because she likes to be clean, Chao Xing used a few wooden boards to separate a small compartment, which served as a temporary bathroom. Walala. Listening to the sound of gurgling water in the ear, it can arouse people's infinite reverie. After a while, I saw a beautiful woman sticking her head out, and then walked out from the corner of the hut barefoot. After seeing Chao Xing, Lu Muxue lowered her head embarrassedly. After a while, she took the lead in getting into the bearskin quilt, showing her little head, and said shyly, "Axing, it's time to rest." Chao Xing nodded. "Okay, I'll take a bath first." However, Lu Muxue whispered, No need to take a bath, you don't smell." Chao Xing was stunned after hearing this, and he didn't act pretentiously. Then, Chao Xing took off his wolfskin coat and got into bed wearing only his underwear. Instantly, waves of warmth came over him. At this moment, a naked, warm body came up to him. This body exuded a faint fragrance, like the only source of heat in the cold night, making people subconsciously embrace it. Chao Xing felt the warmth from the skin touching each other, and the smooth touch of Lu Muxue's body. The two of them got into bed together. After a while, there were bursts of creaking sounds coming from the cabin again. The temperature in the quilt gradually rose. In the cabin, there were bursts of breathing sounds. Axing. The rapid breathing sounds, after a burst of lovemaking, turned into a long empty sigh. An hour later, Lu Muxua lay softly and weakly in Chao Xing's arms. Her slender legs were hooked around the soles of Chao Xing's feet, stroking them gently. After a moment, Lu Muxua asked softly, "Axing, have you become stronger?" Chao Xing was stunned and asked in confusion, "Huh? Why do you say that?" "No, nothing. I just feel you are stronger than yesterday." As she spoke, Lu Muxua's face turned red, and her voice became smaller and smaller, like a whisper. Chao Xing smiled and gently stroked her smooth jade-like back. "Maybe it's because we leveled up a few more times today. Every time we level up, we will gain improved attributes, and these attributes can increase our physical fitness. When we level up dozens of levels in the future, we may all have superhuman physiques." The beauty in his arms listened and responded softly, "Muxua, I'll be gentler next time." The beauty raised her head quickly, shook her head and said, "No, no need. I like you like this." After saying this, Lu Muxua's neck turned red with shame, and her body twisted unnaturally. At this moment, her thighs seemed to touch a certain place, and her beautiful eyes widened and her body stiffened. Chao Xing turned his head, and seemed to be aroused by some thoughts from the beauty in his arms. In the cabin, the sweetness of the clouds and rain came again. An hour later, the beauty collapsed weakly. Her face was flushed with satisfaction, and she soon fell asleep. In her sleep, her arms also hugged Chao Xing tightly. The body temperature of the two people made the temperature in the quilt continue to rise, and also isolated the cold and darkness of this doomsday world. Chapter 61. It's broken. Is this woman attracted to me? Late at night, Chao Xing and Lu Muxua embraced each other and fell asleep. Outside, the wind was howling, and the snow was falling. The bonfire in the center of the territory was burning, providing heat for the entire territory. Chao Xing's subjects also returned to their own small shelters and began a day's rest. However, there was still a building in the territory with lights on. That was the sewing shop. The stove in the sewing shop was burning, making a crackling sound. Xia Yani sat at the workbench, processing the bear skin, while Tong Chu-Chu squatted beside her, curiously watching her mother's movements. "Chu-Chu, wait a little longer. We can wear warm bear skin coats tomorrow." Tong Chu-Chu held her cheeks with both hands, nodded and said, "Okay, Mom." Chu-Chu is not in a hurry. "Mom, Brother Chao Xing is so kind. He gave us food, a place to live, and now he's giving us clothes to wear." Xia Yani tilted her head and glanced at Tong Chu-Chu, her eyes full of doting. "Yes, little Chu-Chu, we are lucky to meet Lord Chao Xing. I saw in the chat channel that a winter coat is being snatched up like crazy. So, we must do a good job for Brother Chao Xing, understand?" Tong Chu-Chu nodded heavily. Xia Yani turned her attention back to the work in front of her. At this time, she seemed to remember what happened during the day. Her pretty face turned red, and she quickly lowered her head. The next day, a system prompt appeared. "Survivors, congratulations on having survived the 4th night of the Frozen Age. The remaining time of the Novice Protection Period, 1 day 22 hours. Weather forecast, the wind and snow have stopped. It is suitable to go out today." Chao Xing woke up first, and then saw the beauty next to him at a glance. Lu Muxua was still asleep. Her slender and warm legs were pressed against Chao Xing. The warm body twisted slightly, seemingly sleeping soundly. Chao Xing gently rubbed her hair and said, "Muxua, it's dawn." Hearing this, Lu Muxua gradually woke up. She had misty eyes. Ah Xing. Is it morning so soon?" "Yeah," Lu Muxua said softly. "I slept so well last night. I don't even want to get up." Chao Xing smiled. "Let's get up first. We still have to arrange work for the people, and we still have to explore the snow today." Hearing this, Lu Muxua nodded. After they put on their clothes and washed up, they opened the Lord's hut. At first glance, Chao Xing looked at the vast expanse of white outside the territory. A night of heavy snow, making the world covered in silver, and many things were covered under the thick snow. At this moment, the people in the territory were already waiting at the door of the hut. After seeing Chao Xing and the others, they greeted them respectfully. "Powerful Lord, may you be healthy. Beautiful Lady Lord, may you stay young forever." When Lu Muxua heard the people in the territory call her Lady Lord, her face immediately turned red. But she still said, softly. Chao Xing smiled, and then called, "De Zhuang. De Zhuang." with a simple face, walked over and said, "Lord, please give me your orders." Chao Xing nodded and said, "I have a batch of rails and mine cars. You lay them and connect them to the coal mine to speed up our mining progress." De Shuang was stunned, and then asked, "Lord, this place is 300 or 400 meters away from the coal mine. Do we have so many rails?" Chao Xing smiled. When? De Shuang was immediately excited, and said happily, "That's great. If we have rails and mine carts, our mining efficiency can be increased by more than 10 times. It only takes 2 days to mine all the coal in that mine." Chao Xing nodded. "Very good. Then you can take people to do it. The rails and mine carts are in the storage box." "Yes, Lord." After De Zhuang finished speaking, he took his short legs to lead people to lay rails. Then, Chao Xing looked at the Lord Chao Yi and his people. Chao Yi, the mature-looking Chao Yi, came over and said, "Dear Lord." Chao Xing nodded and said, "In addition to the rails, there is also a batch of ore in the storage box, which needs to be refined into metal. This batch of ore is given to you, and you arrange for someone to handle it. In addition to a large amount of iron ore, Chao Xing also had some copper ore and mithril ore. Of course, in order to refine high-level materials such as mithril, the ore processing plant needs to be upgraded to level 3. So now, we can only process iron ore and sort coal." After hearing this, Chao Yi, a citizen of the territory, said respectfully, "The Lord's order is our mission. I will complete the task." After that, Chao Yi also started to work. Chao Xing continued, "Then the others, follow the tasks I issued to you yesterday, and do it. Let's work together to build a more prosperous territory." All the citizens immediately said respectfully, "I am willing to work hard for the Lord." Then, the group of people gradually dispersed. At this moment, Eilina twisted her body, walked over and said, "Lord, Eilina has something to report to you." Chao Xing nodded and said, "What is it?" Eilina stared at the snow in the distance. "Yesterday, several frost goblins came to attack our territory. After being shot by the arrow tower, I followed their footprints to search for a while. 2 kilometers away from the territory, I found a mine cave, which seemed to be occupied by many frost goblins." Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. "The cave of the frost goblins? How strong are they?" Eilina replied, "They are all level 1 and 2 creatures, a little stronger than me." Chao Xing nodded. Eilina has leveled up twice while lying at home during this period, and now her level has reached level 7. But she said that group of goblins is stronger than her, that is, at least level 8 or 9. However, for Chao Xing, these goblins cannot pose any threat at all. At this time, Chao Xing took out a red crystal from his backpack and threw it directly to Eilina. Eilina took it with both hands, looking at Chao Xing in confusion. "This is, I promise you, the heart of primary power. When you reach level 10, you can use it to advance to a second-level creature." Eilina's shoulders trembled after hearing this. Chao Xing did say this, but Eilina didn't expect that. He actually took it to heart. The narrow snake eyes stared at the man, and there seemed to be a trace of fluctuations that did not belong to cold-blooded animals in his eyes. "Thank you, respected Lord. Eilina of the Snake Tribe is willing to give everything for you." A system prompt appeared. "Territory member, Eilina has been touched by your behavior. Her loyalty has been improved, and her current loyalty is 95. Chao Xing was stunned. Eilina's loyalty was 85 before, but he didn't expect it to increase so much all of a sudden. At the same time, Chao Xing felt a fiery gaze appeared behind him. He turned around, and just saw Eilina spitting out scarlet tongue, looking at him, with a charming smile in her eyes. Chao Xing suddenly remembered the mechanism of this game. The higher the loyalty, the more trust the people under him have in the Lord. When the value reaches the maximum, they will be like a psalm, and regard the Lord's orders as more important than their own lives. Some special creatures will even transform this loyalty into some special emotions. "Oh no! Eilina won't fall in love with me, right?" Chao Xing was startled. Fortunately, Eilina only looked at him for a while, and then turned her eyes away. Chao Xing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He calmed down for a while, and then looked at other members of the territory. "Assam, Andrew, Sarah, come with me." 3 powerful second-level creatures came to Chao Xing one after another. Assam beat his chest with one hand and said respectfully, "I am waiting for your order at any time." "Respected Lord." Chao Xing nodded. However, before leaving, Chao Xing still had one thing to do. He first gave the shield counter skill book to Lu Muxue. Then he began to condense the skill, Frost Magic Shield. Prepare to attach it to each recruited creature, including the 4 robots and the huge mammoth. Chaoxing raised his staff, and a cold air suddenly appeared, and then fell on Assam. The system prompt appeared. Skill Frost Shield was successfully cast, and the talent Eternal Power has taken effect. This skill has become permanent. At the same time, Assam felt that a thick ice shield suddenly appeared around him. This shield was like a transparent ice crystal, surrounding his whole body. Not only that, the shield would also emit an astonishing cold air every second. Crack! Visible frost burst out. Everyone near Assam could feel the freezing. But fortunately, the shield can be turned off or on at any time. Assam said in surprise, Lord, this shield can greatly improve my combat ability. Thank you for your blessing. Chaoxing also laughed, very satisfied with the performance of Frost Shield. Very good. Chaoxing looked at Ilena next to him. Use your 2 skills to bless our new partners. And Muxue, your blessing of courage can also bless us all. Ilena and Lu Muxue nodded together. Then, I saw Ilena raise her spear, and red energy hit the mammoth and 4 robots. Lu Muxue stood in the middle of the crowd, holding a shield in one hand and holding a long sword in the other. The sacred aurora gathered on her sword again. Lu Muxue whispered, Courage is a kind of power. The power of the mind and soul. This power does not exist in the value of war horses and weapons, but is the embodiment of wisdom and bravery. May the light of courage bless you. Buzz. The sacred aurora enveloped everyone on the field. A system prompt appeared in Chaoxing's ears. You are affected by the courage blessing of the friendly unit, Lu Muxue. Magic attack power plus 18. Talent activated. This effect has become permanent. Chapter 62 Attack the Goblin's Nest. Chaoxing was delighted. An 18-point attack power increase is very good. Then, he continued to release Frost Shield for other members of the territory. Since this skill has a 120-second cooldown time, Chaoxing deliberately spent nearly half an hour to bless everyone. In an instant, everyone was covered with a layer of ice crystal shield, and from time to time, a shocking cold air gushed out. Sarah and Andrew were looking at their bodies in surprise. They could feel that their survivability had been greatly enhanced. Everything is ready. Chaoxing nodded and said, Then Ilena, take us to the mine cave. Ilena's beautiful human head nodded slightly, and then said respectfully, Okay, respected lord. After that, she twisted her slender waist and moved towards the thick snow. Under Chaoxing's order, Assam, Andrew, including Sarah and 4 robots all went out. In order to ensure that there would be no accidents, even Dubai was brought out by Chaoxing. A group of figures marched towards the snow in a mighty manner. Crunch! Creak! The crawler robot began to turn. The tracks rolled over in nearly 50-centimeter thick snow, leaving 2 deep ruts. Lu Muxue said softly, What a thick snow! Sitting on the crawler robot, Chaoxing nodded. Indeed, if a person is thrown in, they will be buried directly. And this is just a light snowfall. If there is a heavy snowfall, a blizzard, I really don't know how severe it will be. Lu Muxue nodded in agreement. In addition, Chaoxing also knew that after the game passed the early stage, there would be more terrifying natural phenomena, such as avalanches, earthquakes, heavy snowfall lasting nearly half a month, extreme cold currents, and even low temperatures below -80 degrees Celsius. The severity of the weather in this world far exceeded everyone's imagination. Now, everything is just an appetizer. Ilena still led the way in front. Soon, they arrived at their destination. A deep cave appeared in front, which was not very conspicuous because of the snow. Chaoxing looked at it. In front of him, the system prompt of this mine appeared. Medium-sized copper mine, special resource point. Number of remaining mineable resources, copper or *7862, iron or *3215, stone *10893. Current status, unoccupiable. Chaoxing's eyes lit up immediately. This is actually a copper mine. The importance of copper is self-evident. He needs this metal to build many things now. With control of this mine, in a short period of time, there is no need to worry about copper resources. Chaoxing was delighted, and began to move closer to observe the entrance of the mine. The entrance of the mine was not big, and could only accommodate 1 adult. Chaoxing thought to himself, that is to say, in this case, those big guys can't enter the mine? The 4 robots, including Dubai and Frostwolf, and Andrew could only stay outside. Chao-Shing didn't care much. After all, according to what Elena said, the strength of the Frost goblins inside was not very strong. With Sarah, who had become a leader, all the goblins inside could be wiped out. So Chao-Shing calmed down and then ordered, Assam, Sarah, let's go in. Andrew, Irina, you stay outside and guard the surroundings. Other creatures, wait where you are. Andrew and Irina nodded respectfully, standing in the snow, waiting for the 4 robots and to buy. At the same time, Assam turned over and got off the wolf's back. Then he drew out his long sword with a swish sound and took the lead in entering the mine. As for Sarah, she also hid in the darkness at the first time. Mushia, let's go in too. After Chao-Shing finished speaking, he took the lead and stepped into the mine. Lu Mushia followed closely behind. After entering the mine, his eyes went dark, and the system prompt appeared. You have entered the resource point, medium-sized copper mine. Current temperature, -32°C. Chao-Shing saw the temperature display above his head and said happily, it's quite warm in here. No wonder those goblins chose this place as their nest. At this moment, Assam had already walked in front of Chao-Shing. He wanted to help his lord eliminate all possible dangers. Lord, please be careful of your steps. There are spike traps set by goblins here. Assam warned from the front. Chao-Shing lowered his head and took a look. He indeed saw a wooden board covered with spikes under his feet. Once he stepped on it, his feet would be pierced, and the mechanisms on both sides of the cave would be triggered. Spike trap, level 1. Quality, ordinary. Durability, 100/100. Attack power, 23 to 25. Effect, causes 100% damage to the target that steps on the trap. Reduces its movement speed by 20%. And has 3 layers of bleeding effect. Obviously, this is the same type of item as Beast Trap. Chao-Shing decided to remove these traps when he came out. If he removed them now, it might alert the frost goblins in the cave. Chao-Shing took out a torch from his backpack and threw it to Assam. Assam, take it. Assam took it and raised it high above his head. The blue light instantly dispelled the darkness and illuminated the interior of the mine. The cave walls here were bronze in color, and there were indeed rich copper and iron or resources inside. Then, Assam led Chao-Shing and Lu Mushua to go deeper into the mine. Not long after they went forward, the space inside gradually became wider, and it seemed that they had entered the mine. At this moment, Chao-Shing saw a group of creatures with blue skin. Big noses and pointed ears appeared in front of them. They were holding spears or short knives in their hands, and they all rested on the haystacks. In front of Chao-Shing, the attributes of these goblins appeared. Frost Goblin Pitcher, Level 8. Race, Goblin. HP, 620. Attack, 54 to 57. Frost Goblin Shooter, Level 10. Race, Goblin. HP, 720. Attack, 67 to 69. Frost Goblin Archer, Level 12. Race, Goblin. Level, 2nd level Elite Creature. HP, 3,240. Attack, 263 to 274. Skills. Frost Arrow, fires an arrow with an icy aura, causing 120% of the attack power damage, and slowing down the enemy, multiple continuous shots. Fires 3 arrows in a row, each causing 80% of the attack power damage. Talent, Goblin Bloodline, can reproduce with any race of the opposite sex. Seeing the talent introduction above, Chao-Shing couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Should we say that they are worthy of being called the Goblin race? At this moment, a frost goblin holding a spear seemed to sense Assam's breath and wakened from his sleep. Then he saw the Frost Wolf Knight holding a long sword at a glance. The frost goblin immediately exclaimed, "There are humans. Brothers, quickly grab your weapons." Chapter 63, Cutting Melons and Vegetables, the Powerful Phantom Assassin. There are humans. Brothers, quickly grab your weapons. Hearing the cry of the frost goblin, in the entire mine, more than a dozen frost goblins looked over at the same time. It's really humans, but there are only 3 of them. Kill them! And at this moment, one of the goblin pitchers seemed to see Lu Mushua beside Chao-Shing. It said excitedly, "There are women. What a beautiful human woman." The other goblins also looked in the direction it pointed. Suddenly, his eyes turned red, and his eyes were filled with lust. Wow! These women are so beautiful. Kill the men and drag the women into the cave to give birth. Lu Mushua's pretty face turned pale, and she subconsciously grabbed the shield. Chao Xing glared and ordered directly, Assam. Sarah, deal with him. Sarah was in the shadows, and heard the obscene tone of these goblins. She was filled with murderous intent. These dirty creatures. The Shadow Temple will punish them. After the words fell, Sarah and Assam rushed over instantly. The group of goblins also instantly entered combat mode. Swish, swish, swish. Several arrows shot towards them. However, Sarah and Assam both had activated the frost shield. At this time, when these arrows hit them, there was a crisp collision sound. Ding, ding, ding. After being weakened by the frost shield, scale armor, ice shield, and their own equipment, the arrows fell to the ground weakly. A few pitiful damage numbers appeared above Sarah and Assam's heads. -8. -7. -9. Compared to their health points of several thousand, this damage is totally insignificant. The goblins were dumbfounded. Damn it, these humans have such high armor. Boss, our attacks don't seem to work on them. Before the goblins could react, Sarah rushed over like a ghost. Swish. A flash of light passed by. Sarah rushed over more than 10 meters in an instant. A bloodstain suddenly appeared on the bodies of several goblins along the way. The next moment, these bloodstains turned into horrible wounds. Puff, puff, puff. Blood flowers flew. -904. -857. -1874. The horrible damage numbers soared one after another. In an instant, all 4 Frost Goblins were killed. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed a Frost Goblin level 9 and gained 90 experience points. Combatants gained experience points, 45 points. Experience gain prompts kept appearing. The other goblins were terrified. They shouted, "It's the Dark Elf! Come on! Catch her!" The goblins were about to rush over to attack Sarah. At this moment, Sarah suddenly emitted a strong chill. Crack! The chill turned into a white mist and spread instantly. The 4 goblins nearby suddenly felt their blood run cold, and their bodies became extremely stiff. It was the effect of the frost shield. Then, Sarah's shadow blade silently slashed across their necks. Swish. 2 goblins were killed instantly. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed Frost Goblin LV8, gained 80 experience points. Combatants gain experience points, 40 points. Your territory member. From the beginning of the battle to now, less than 10 seconds have passed. Sarah, like a ghost, killed 6 goblins. So strong. Is this the leader-level assassin? Chao Xing was pleasantly surprised. Up to now in the battle, he had not even raised his staff. This place has completely become Sarah's personal show. Not only Chao Xing, but also Assam beside him, have no chance to show off. Assam stood there awkwardly, then picked up the long sword, and rushed over directly, to fight against the elite goblin. As both are elite creatures, Assam is 1 level lower than this goblin. But because of Chao Xing's active permanent buff, now Assam, the real combat power, is completely regarded as that of a boss-level creature. Swish. The silver sword passed by. A bloodstain suddenly appeared on the blue skin of the elite goblin. -327. Ouch! The elite goblin cried out in pain, rolled over, and quickly distanced itself. It pulled the bowstring. And then an arrow with an icy aura shot out instantly. Ding! -102. The damage barely exceeded 100. The elite goblin's damage was still very high, but compared to Assam's defense, it was still far behind. And immediately, a +25. +25 recovery number appeared above Assam's head. Human. What kind of magic shield is this? The elite goblin was furious. Assam didn't want to communicate at all, and rushed over again. Swish. Silver light flashed continuously, and the elite goblin could only passively defend again and again, with no chance to counterattack. With Assam alone, it was enough to unilaterally suppress the elite monsters of the same level. At this moment, Sarah also killed the other small goblins in the cave. She quickly set her sights on the elite goblin, who was fighting with Assam. The next moment, Sarah disappeared from the spot. The elite goblin that was fighting Assam. The moment Sarah disappeared, it had a bad feeling in its heart. Before it could react, Sarah's shadow blade appeared silently. Swish. -784. This knife directly cut into the aorta of the Frost Goblin. Its health dropped sharply. For an elite monster like this, Sarah only needed 5 knives to kill it directly. under the siege of Chaoxing's two generals. The next battle was no longer suspenseful. Only 5 seconds had passed. The Frost Goblin's health had already reached the bottom. Current health 156/3240. At this time, Chaoxing shouted directly, "Assam, Sarah, stop!" The two recruited creatures had cooperated with Chaoxing so many times. When Chaoxing opened his mouth, they already understood what he meant. They all stopped attacking. The elite goblin was still standing there in a daze. And at this moment, 3 ice cones more than 40 centimeters long shot out instantly. Swish, swish, swish. All the ice cones hit. -63. -65. -66. 3 damages appeared, and took away the last bit of its health. Ouch! The elite goblin wailed, and fell directly. Successfully killed the Frost Goblin, elite creature of level 12, killed a monster above the level, gained 200 by 300% experience points, gained 600 experience points. Obtained loot, Ice Crystal Stone *7. Obtained Ascalon Archer Recruitment Scroll, blue, *1. Obtained Dark Elite Soul *1. Obtained Book of Agility Medium *1. Obtained Ice Crystal Stone Longbow, green, *1. 600 experience points, still quite good. Chaoxing nodded in satisfaction. In addition, this elite creature also dropped a lot of things. He did not check them immediately, but started to clean up the battlefield with Lu Muxue. Chaoxing began to explore the goblins killed by Sarah. Then he collected all the materials, stones, and so on. Chapter 64 Black Lion Chamber of Commerce. Obtained Ice Crystals *16. Obtained Chaos Book Week *4. Obtained Frozen Meat *72. Obtained Rusty Iron Spear *3. For Chaos Books, 16 Ice Crystals, not bad. After clearing the loot on the ground, the monsters here were completely cleared. The system prompt appeared. Found an ownerless medium-sized copper mine. Do you want to occupy it? Just like before, Chaoxing directly clicked yes. Occupation successful. Obtained medium-sized copper mine *1. Obtained bronze treasure chest *1. Hearing the latter prompt, Chaoxing's eyes lit up. Huh? Another treasure chest? Chaoxing stepped over the corpses of the goblins and began to search in the mine. Soon, he found an ancient bronze treasure chest in the corner. Looking closer, the system prompt appeared again. Found an unlocked bronze treasure chest. Do you want to open it? Yes. Opened successfully. Obtained primary elemental arrow tower blueprint *1. Obtained refined iron *6. Obtained small resource pack *1. Obtained ice archer training manual *1. The bronze treasure chest would not contain anything too powerful. Chaoxing had no expectations in the first place. When he saw the last prompt, his eyes suddenly lit up. A training manual has been issued? Woohoo! Can't we build a training barracks directly? Chaoxing's face showed joy. Good. Next, we just need to recruit some more people. And then we can train them into combat troops in batches. However, it is not the right time yet, because Chaoxing has few people under his command, and they still need to work. After decomposing the bronze treasure chest that was opened on the ground into 6 pieces of copper, Chaoxing said, "Let's go. It's time to go out." Then, he took Sarah and Assam and walked out of the mine. Along the way, he also dismantled several spike traps. Soon, Chaoxing got out of the mine. After seeing Chaoxing come out, Andrew, who was waiting outside the mine, said respectfully, "God of nature bless you." Chaoxing nodded and returned to the territory with his men. Crunch! Crunch! The track robot continued to crush the thick snow. After a while, they returned to the territory. At this time, a railway track had been laid. One end of the railway track connected to the ore processing plant, and the other end connected to the coal mine a few hundred meters away. 2 mining cars were working back and forth on it, and they were loaded with a large amount of coal. It had already taken the initial form of industrialized mining. Chaoxing sat on the robot and shouted directly, "Chao Yi." At this time, Chao Yi, who was working in the ore processing plant, came out immediately after hearing the shout. "Lord." Chaoxing nodded, and then said, "We just found a copper mine, which is 2 kilometers away from the territory. I need you to lead people to lay a railroad track and then start mining." After hearing this, the chieftain Chao thought, "Lord, for a 2-kilometer distance, our railroad seems to be not long enough?" Chaoxing glanced at his storage box. Railroad track *972. although we got more than 1,000 railroad tracks from the mole man's mine last time. But because a batch of them were consumed to connect the coal mine, the remaining railroad tracks can no longer connect the copper mine 2 kilometers away. Chao Xing waved his hand and said, "It's okay. I have a blueprint for making rails here. Send someone to the blacksmith shop to make rails in batches, and then connect them together." Hearing this, the chieftain Chao Yi was delighted, and then said respectfully, "Okay, Lord, I'll do it right away." After that, he arranged the work. The territory has entered a hot development state again. Looking at the busy appearance of the chieftains, Chao Xing also nodded with satisfaction. Of course, the people who do the work are Chao Yi and De Zhuang. As combatants, Sarah and Andrew will not participate in these. However, after their loyalty reaches 100, Chao Xing can also force them to give orders. Chao Xing thought to himself, "We have to find something for these guys to do." And just at this moment, Chao Xing suddenly saw a group of people appearing in the white snow in front of him. There was still some distance between them, but it could be seen that there were many people. Chao Xing's eyes suddenly fixed. "Be alert." Swish. In an instant, all the recruited creatures in the territory drew their weapons and were ready for battle. In this snowy land, it is difficult for ordinary people to walk. It is indeed a bit abnormal for such a large number of people to suddenly appear. Sarah has entered stealth mode at this time, including all the people working outside. They also ran back to the territory as soon as possible. Only in the territory are they absolutely safe, which has been proved in the past few days. Lu Muxua has prepared for the battle and stood nervously beside Chao Xing. Xia Yani, who was standing beside her, also took Tong Chu Chu and hid in a shelter. This was the first time they encountered other humans approaching the territory, and the group of figures seemed to be walking towards them. However, when they got closer, Chao Xing found that it seemed to be a caravan. A group of people were guarding 5 carriages, and there was a huge momentum. Chao Xing saw that there was a black lion pattern printed on those carriages. Assam said at this time, "Lord, it seems to be the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce's convoy." Black Lion Chamber of Commerce? Yes. Assam nodded and said, Black Lion Chamber of Commerce is one of the 3 strongest chambers of commerce in the Western continent, and its members are spread all over the continent. It is said that this Chamber of Commerce does all kinds of business, and its business scope covers the Western continent and the Northern continent. Hearing Assam's explanation, Chao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a group of merchants, so there was no need to be so nervous. At the same time, the group of caravan members had also arrived at Chao Xing's territory. As the name suggests, everything in this Chamber of Commerce is black. Black horses, black vehicles, and the armor on the guards are all black. However, among them, Chao Xing saw 2 tall creatures who did not look like humans at all. Huh? Cat head? Assam was still introducing Chao Xing. Lord, those 2 creatures with cat heads and long tails are from the Char tribe. This is a race born for fighting, and they often take on some mercenary tasks. Chao Xing nodded. He also saw that among these guards, especially the 2 Char mercenaries, gave him a strong sense of threat. Chao Xing glanced at their attributes. Black Lion Guard, Ruber LV-25. Race, Char. Level, Elite Level 3. Attack Power, 1654 to 1723. Armor, 312 to 323. Skills, Rock Crushing, Headbutt Slam, Regroup. Talent, Survival of the Fittest, able to quickly adapt to extremely cruel environments. Black Lion Guard, Ezra LV-26. Race, Char. Level, Elite Level 3. Attack Power, 1712 to 1755. Armor, 251 to 261. Skills, Slam, Strength Flag, Discipline Flag. Talent, Survival of the Fittest. Chao Xing narrowed his eyes. 2 Level 3 elite creatures, plus a group of guards at least Level 2 or above. No wonder this caravan dared to do business in the dangerous snowy plain. The more dangerous the environment, the higher the profit. As long as they can pass through the harsh environment and reach some towns, they can sell the materials in their hands at a price several times or even dozens of times higher than the cost. At this time, a short merchant who looked like a barrel walked down from a carriage. He came to Chao Xing's territory, looked at the territory that appeared in the snow, and exclaimed, "The territory that suddenly appeared. As long as there is fuel, the bonfire will never go out." Could it be that you are the chosen lord chosen by the world's will and summoned from another world? He looked at Chao Xing excitedly, and subconsciously wanted to come over and shake hands. When he came to the edge of the territory, he was blocked outside by an invisible wall of air. The businessman was shocked. There is a force blocking me from entering. This is really the chosen territory. Oh my god. Then, he looked at Chao Xing and performed a standard etiquette. This chosen lord. Black Lion Chamber of Commerce. Hilton greets you. Chao Xing didn't know why the other party reacted so strongly. If he knew that there were billions of chosen lords in this world, wouldn't he be shocked to death? Chao Xing nodded slightly. Lord Chao Xing, greetings, Mr. Hilton. Hearing the response, the merchant Hilton breathed a sigh of relief. The reactions of Chao Xing and others just now made him nervous. He saluted again, and Chao Xing also expressed his friendliness and asked everyone to put down their weapons. Then, Chao Xing checked Hilton's attributes. Black Lion Chamber of Commerce. Hilton LV6. Race, human. HP, 480/480. Attack power, 37 to 41. Skills, negotiation skills, bargaining, danger perception, money instinct, observing words and expressions. Talent, linguistics proficiency. Wow, a lot of life skills. No wonder this guy can lead such a caravan in the snow. This is a talent. Chao Xing spoke first. Mr. Hilton, you come to my territory. Is there anything? Hilton was not surprised by Chao Xing's question. He explained, Lord Chao Xing, sorry to bother you. Our Black Lion Chamber of Commerce travels all over the continent, and also trades with some lords and nobles. After seeing your territory, I wanted to come and see if you need to trade materials with our Black Lion Chamber of Commerce. Trade? Yes, if you have any precious, or some items that are difficult to determine the price, you can sell them to us, and I will buy them at a reasonable price. Similarly, you can also take a look at the goods of our caravan. Are there any items that make you excited? Chao Xing was stunned. This was his first time to meet a chamber of commerce, a role similar to that of a wandering merchant. So he asked, what goods do you have? Merchant Hilton smiled mysteriously. Then, a system prompt appeared. Black Lion Chamber of Commerce. Hilton is disclosing his cargo list to you. Do you accept it? Chapter 65 The Shock of the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce. Black Lion Chamber of Commerce. Hilton will disclose his goods list to you. Do you accept it? Yes. The next moment, a large number of dazzling items appeared in front of Chao Xing. After seeing the names of those items, Chao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. Secret Vitality Potion, blue, price 30,000 crowns. Polar Ice Crystal Flower, purple, price 50,000 crowns. Ancient Weapon Piece Defender, purple, price 400,000 crowns. 12.7mm bullet, price 200 crowns per piece. Rock Crusher, purple, price 310,000 crowns. Paladin Shield, gold, price 900,000 crowns. There are a lot of things. Although I can't see the attributes, but just by hearing the name, I know that it must be very extraordinary. Among them, Chao Xing even saw a piece of golden equipment. In this world, both materials and equipment are divided into grades. White is ordinary, green is excellent, blue is excellent, purple is rare, gold is precious. The golden props often have irreplaceable functions and preciousness. You know, at this stage, most survivors are still fighting with white weapons. Having 1 or 2 green equipment is considered a master. And now, there is a golden equipment in front of him. You can imagine how precious its value is. However, the price of this golden equipment is also very outrageous, directly reaching 900,000 kronor. Chao Xing even couldn't help wanting to rob this caravan. Damn, there are too many good things. Seeing Chao Xing's eyes shining, the merchant Hilton smiled and said, Lord Chao Xing, what do you think? Is there anything that makes you excited? Chao Xing turned his head and glanced at him. Yes, but I can't afford it. His entire net worth is only more than 10,000 kronor, which he got by knocking over 200 camps. Let alone Chao Xing. Even among the survivors of the entire Blue Star, there are not many people who have more than 10,000 crowns. Hearing Chao Xing's frank admission, the businessman Hilton chuckled and said, It's okay. Lord Chao Xing can take a look. If you have any special things, and you can't decide the price, you can let me take a look. If it's suitable, we will purchase it. Chao Xing remembered that he did have some things in his hand that could be sold. So, Chao Xing took out the viscous liquid. First, he asked tentatively, Will you take this? Hilton took it. Oh, This is a lubricating material. After processing, it can be made into high-quality engine oil. Chao Xing's mouth twitched. This mucus bursting out of the mole man is made into engine oil. It's really a joke in hell. Hilton asked, Lord Chao Xing, do you have a lot of black liquid on your hand? Chao Xing did not answer, but asked, Mr. Hilton, what price are you going to offer? Hilton's eyes showed a thoughtful look. After a moment, he said, how about 50 crowns for one ball of liquid? Chao Xing nodded secretly. This price should be considered fair. After all, viscous liquid is just a white material, and it is not bad to sell it at this price. Chao Xing has more than 300 balls of viscous liquid in his hand. If he sells them all, it will also be a considerable income. Okay, Mr. Hilton, let's trade at this price. Hilton smiled happily and quickly exchanged materials with both accounts. Transaction successful. You lost the sticky liquid asterisk 346. You gained coins asterisk 17300. Then, Chao Xing looked at the amount of his coins. Coins asterisk 31063. More than 30,000 yuan is already a huge sum of money. According to Hilton's selling price, it is enough to buy a piece of blue quality equipment. And at this moment, Chao Xing remembered that he still had something to sell. It was found in the hunter camp. It was a black diamond. The system said that this black diamond was of high value, but Chao Xing was not sure of its exact price. So, he took it out tentatively. At this moment, the black diamond in Chao Xing's hand reflected beautiful colorful aurora. Before Chao Xing could speak, the moment he saw it, the businessman Hilton's pupils widened and he exclaimed, this is it. This is a black diamond. You may not find a black diamond in 10 crystal mines. Oh my God! What did I see? At this moment, not only Hilton, but also the guards next to him, were shocked to see the black diamond in Chao Xing's hand, because they clearly knew how precious this thing was. Some guards even had greedy eyes. Assam noticed their gazes, and instantly drew his sword and stood guard beside Chao Xing. Andrew also entered combat mode. Swish! Chao Xing's reaction also made all the guards draw their weapons. Both sides instantly entered a state of tension. Hilton also realized something, and he quickly turned around and shouted at the guards behind him, what are you doing? Who allowed you to point your weapons at the Honorable Lord Chao Xing? Put down your weapons. Put them down. Hilton's face flushed and his neck thickened, and he looked extremely angry. The guards obeyed the order and gradually put down their weapons. Hilton said with a face full of anger, everyone, apologize to this lord. Immediately, seeing Hilton's big reaction, Chao Xing was also a little surprised. But soon, he understood the reason. If anyone ruins this business for me, I will report to the Frost Eater mercenary group and make you all pack up and leave. Hearing this, the faces of the group of mercenaries suddenly changed, including the two strong Charles. They all put down their weapons. They knelt on one knee in the snow and said respectfully, I am very sorry, Lord Chosen. It is really the first time we have seen such a big black diamond. We are too shocked and scared everyone. We express our deep remorse. Please forgive our recklessness. Lord Chosen. Seeing the sincere apology of the group of mercenaries, Chao Xing waved his hand. It's okay. Put down your weapons. Assam and others obeyed the order and put away their swords. Sarah, who had already touched the back of the caravan, gradually showed up. Seeing this scene, Hilton breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Chao Xing would stop doing business with him because of the actions of these guards. He knew better than anyone that this black diamond contained amazing value. At this moment, Hilton asked tentatively, this respected chosen lord, I wonder if you are willing to sell this black diamond in your hand to our Black Lion Chamber of Commerce. Chao Xing held the black diamond in his hand, and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. From their reactions, it can be seen that the price of this black diamond must be very high. In fact, it is definitely more than a piece of purple equipment. As for whether it can be comparable to gold equipment, it is hard to say. So, Chao Xing asked, Mr. Hilton, what price are you going to offer? Chapter 66 Sky-High Price Black Diamonds, Buy Gold Equipment. When Hilton heard this, he also fell into thought. According to the instinct of a businessman, he would definitely use his exquisite rhetoric at this time, and lower the value of black diamonds. Then, he would bargain hard, and buy them at a very low price, to obtain the maximum profit. However, because of Chao Xing's identity as the chosen lord, and because he took out such a precious thing as black diamonds, for his first transaction. This made Hilton feel that Chao Xing was a lord with great potential. If he could leave a good impression on him, there might be a chance for cooperation again in the future, between short-term and long-term interests. He chose the latter. So, Hilton said, the market price of ordinary black diamonds is between 200,000 and 400,000 kronor. Black diamonds of high quality can be sold for 500,000 kronor. After hearing this, Chao Xing's mouth was already happy. 500,000 kronor. This is a real huge sum of money, and it is indeed more than the price of a piece of purple equipment. However, Hilton's next word surprised him even more. And the black diamond in your hand is of top quality. Hilton thought for a moment and set a price. 950,000 crowns. What do you think? When he quoted the price, Chao Xing's eyes flashed with surprise, because this price was far beyond his expectations. Even, it exceeded the price of the golden shield. Although Chao Xing did not understand the prices in this world. But obviously, this is a reasonable price, because it is higher than the price of the golden shield. Chao Xing sighed. Unexpectedly, the black diamond he looted in the hunter camp could actually be exchanged for a golden equipment. This made Chao Xing secretly decide that if there is a chance in the future, he should clear out a few more hunter camps, just in case there are some good things. So, Chao Xing said, how about this? I want that golden shield, plus 100,000 crowns, which is exactly 1 million. Hearing that Chao Xing raised the price by 50,000, Hilton thought for a moment, and then nodded. Deal? Both of them showed joy on their faces. After saying that, Hilton gestured to the mercenaries behind him. 2 mercenaries, each holding a large black box, came over. Then, they opened the box in front of Chao Xing. In one of the boxes, there lay a hexagonal shield that was more than 1 meter high and golden in color. It was engraved with intricate patterns, which was beautiful and heavy. The appearance of this shield was so gorgeous that it was even comparable to some works of art. In another big box, they were full of crown coins. Hilton praised, Lord Chao Xing. You have a good eye. I collected this shield from an ancient tribe. It has a history of at least thousands of years. Its craftsmanship even amazed the dwarf forging master, Tidek. Master Tidek said that this forging method is likely to have been lost. So, this may be the last such shield in the entire continent. And it has a very high collection value. Chao Xing nodded. He could also see that this shield was precious. Even the group of natives, looking at the box with eager eyes. Of course, as for the out-of-print items mentioned by Hilton, Chao Xing didn't care. After all, these merchants always like to exaggerate their products to increase their added value. Then, they exchanged the materials. Transaction successful. You get Paladin Shield Gold. Coins. Asterisk 100, 000, you lose Black Diamond. Asterisk 1. When the transaction was completed, both parties showed joy on their faces. Chao Xing, also looking at the golden shield in his backpack, was very excited. After all, this was the first golden equipment he had obtained. At this time, Hilton looked at Chao Xing again with eager eyes and said, Respected Lord of Heaven's Choice, I wonder if you have any special items. He seemed to be reluctant to leave. After all, although the purchase price of this black diamond was very high, he still had a way to make huge profits. Chao Xing shook his head. No more for the time being. Lord Hilton. Hilton's face was also a little regretful, but he quickly recovered and said, It doesn't matter. Lord Chao Xing, I will come to the snowstorm field often in the future. If you have anything special, please try to trade with me. Chao Xing also smiled and nodded. Okay, Lord Hilton. Happy cooperation. After that, Chao Xing took the initiative to step out of the territory and shook hands with Hilton to show his sincerity. Hilton also extended his chubby hand. Happy cooperation. At this time, Hilton glanced at the territory behind Chao Xing. His eyes stayed on the Lord's hut and the primary element arrow tower. For a moment, he nodded secretly. Then, his eyes were fixed on the tavern, which was already half built. Hilton's eyes lit up, and he seemed to have made some kind of decision. Lord Chao Xing, I see that your territory has taken shape, and even a tavern is almost built. I wonder if you are willing to establish trade relations with our Black Lion Chamber of Commerce. Trade relations? Yes. Hilton nodded and said, Later, when our Black Lion merchants travel in the snowy plains, we will come to your territory and use it as a trading point. Of course, We will also pay a certain fee. At the same time, if you become our partner, you will enjoy a 9.5% discount when you purchase items from the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce in the future. Hilton finished speaking in one breath, and Chaoxing understood what he meant. This is because he has set his sights on the development prospects of his territory. He plans to come here frequently to trade in the future. The system prompt appears. Your territory's prosperity has reached the requirements. Hilton of the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce has applied to establish a trade relationship with your territory. Do you accept it? Chaoxing thought to himself. Obviously, this condition is not bad for him. And because of the influence of the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce, more people will come to his territory in the future. And the probability of recruiting some powerful heroes will also become higher. Chaoxing replied, Mr. Hilton, I am happy to establish a cooperative relationship with the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce. After hearing this, Hilton smiled happily. Trade has been successfully established. Black Lion Chamber of Commerce's favorability has increased. Current favorability, friendly. The two sides shook hands happily again. At this time, Chaoxing added, Mr. Hilton, my territory is still under construction, and it will take some time to improve the facilities. After hearing this, Hilton waved his hand and said, It's okay, Lord Chaoxing. We are not in a hurry. At this time, Hilton's two eyes on his fat face turned, as if he thought of something. Lord Chaoxing, the construction of the territory requires more manpower. Do you need to recruit a group of new people? Chaoxing frowned slightly after hearing this. Mr. Hilton, what do you mean? Hilton smiled mysteriously. Then, he asked someone to unveil the black curtains on the last two carriages. Chaoxing immediately saw a group of humanoid creatures with white skin, clothes made of white leaves, and even white hair, curled up in the carriage. What is this? Chaoxing asked in confusion. Hilton explained, This is the Tree Spirit Clan. They are the guardians of the pale sacred tree. But because of the awakening of the ancient dragon Zayton, their home was destroyed. A large number of tree spirits are homeless. They fled all the way from the northern continent to our western continent. The president of our Black Lion Chamber of Commerce couldn't bear to see these former guardians displaced. So he asked us merchants to bring the tree spirits with us when we do business, and see if we can find a kind lord to take them in. At this point, Hilton added, Lord Chaoxing, please rest assured that the tree spirits have lived in the northern continent all year round, are hardworking, and will not be lazy when working. After listening to Hilton's introduction, Chaoxing understood. These tree spirits were not captured by them, but because they were homeless, they took the initiative to join the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce. Now, the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce is looking for a place for these fugitives to stay. From this point of view, the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce is not like those traditional businessmen, who are not dishonest. At least they still retain a little conscience. Of course, these tree spirits must have brought them a lot of benefits. Chaoxing couldn't help thinking, it seems that this world is not peaceful. There are all kinds of cultists, evil gods, and now even the ancient dragons have come out. From a distance, Chaoxing saw the attributes of these tree spirits. Tree Spirit, Valerie LV6. HP, 360/360. Attack Power, 27 to 31. Skill, None. Talent, Pale Tree Guardian, restores 0.1% HP per second within the range of the Pale Tree. Tree Spirit, Voino LV4. HP, 280/280. Attack Power, 23 to 25. Skill, None. Talent, Pale Tree Guardian. Pale Seed, Neve LV5. Level, First Elite. HP, 420/420. Skill, Forest Eye, can share vision with a nearby plant. Talent, Pale Tree Guardian. Seeing the attributes of this Neve, Chaoxing's eyes lit up immediately. It was actually an elite, and had a special skill. Chaoxing's eyes were fixed on a petite tree spirit in the carriage. She also stared at Chaoxing with curiosity. With eyes like ice crystals and snow-white skin, she looked like a crystal doll. However, the moment she looked at Chaoxing, Eve lowered her head. It is estimated that Eve herself did not realize her own specialness. After all, the elite only has 30% more attributes than ordinary creatures. At a lower level, this advantage is not so obvious. The attributes of other tree spirits are not bad either. They can be used as labor units. They can also be trained into frost archers after the training barracks are built. At this moment, Chaoxing was really moved. Chapter 67 Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 68 Lord's Hut Upgrade. At this moment, Chao Xing was indeed moved. He really wanted to take all these tree spirits. However, there are 14 tree spirits here, and the population of Chao Xing's territory has almost reached the upper limit. Current population, 41/50. But this is not a big problem. My lord's hut will be upgraded to level 2 soon. By then, the population can be doubled. Chao Xing looked at the territory behind him. Under the construction of the 4 people, the lord's hut has gradually changed from a 1-story wooden house to a 2-story stone house, with ventilation windows on it. Chao Xing took a look. Level 1 lord's hut. Construction progress 87%. It's almost done. It will only take half an hour to complete the construction. So, Chao Xing asked, I can accept these tree spirits. Hearing this, not only the businessman Hilton, but also the tree spirits showed joy on their faces. Mr. Hilton, what price are you going to offer for these tree spirits? Hilton thought for a moment. The tree spirits are a powerful race, and they have good fighting talents. There are 14 tree spirits here. According to the market price, it's about 5,000 crowns per person. 14 tree spirits is 70,000 crowns. And with a discount, it's 65,000 crowns. Lord Chao Xing, what do you think? Chao Xing complained in his heart. It's really expensive. You know, even if you go to the city, buying those ordinary human slaves, it's only about 1 or 2,000 crowns. The price has tripled or quadrupled. As expected, the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce was willing to accept the Tree Spirit clan, but still made a huge profit from them. However, considering the special nature of the Tree Spirit clan, Chao Xing nodded. Okay, in addition, I need 112.7mm bullets, and a bottle of Vitality secret medicine. Chao Xing's bullets were almost used up, and it was a good opportunity to replenish them. After hearing this, Hilton's smile became even bigger. He squinted his eyes and said, the bullets and secret medicine add up to 50,000 kronor, and 45,000 kronor after discount. Total, you only need to pay me 110,000 kronor. Chao Xing nodded, and then took out 110,000 kronor coins, and felt extremely speechless in his heart. This is fucking ridiculous. I just earned over 100,000 from the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce. And I traded it out again in the blink of an eye. It's true that you spend money wherever you earn it. And you want to take it home as soon as you part with it. The two sides completed another round of transactions. Hilton's eyes almost squinted with laughter. He found that this Chao Xing was his lucky star. Not only did he get precious black diamonds from him, he also sold a batch of tree spirits and earned a lot of crown coins. The more he looked at Chao Xing, the more he liked him. At the same time, the tree spirits were also brought over by the guards. Hilton looked at the pale-skinned tree spirits and said, from today on, you belong to Lord Chao Xing. He is an important partner of our Black Lion Chamber of Commerce. You must obey Lord Chao Xing's orders and never disobey. After hearing this, the tree spirits all knelt down and said gratefully, thank you, Lord. Chao Xing nodded. At this time, Hilton saw that the transaction was over. So he said tactfully, Lord Chao Xing, the transaction is complete. I will not bother you for now. Chao Xing replied, okay, Mr. Hilton, I wish you a safe journey. Hilton made a prayer gesture to Chao Xing. Father of the gods bless you. After that, Hilton led the caravan again and disappeared in the vast snow. Only the 14 tree spirits were left, still kneeling on the ground. As the guardians of the pale tree, they were naturally very cold resistant. Even if they were only wearing clothes made of leaves, they could survive for a long time in extremely low temperatures. Chao Xing did not immediately issue a recruitment invitation to them, but said, get up, follow me into the territory first. Although it is the novice protection period, the Lord has the authority to open the territory to other NPCs. These tree spirits stood up obediently, and then stepped into Chao Xing's territory carefully. Neve, who has elite potential, stood in the crowd and seemed very inconspicuous. De Zhuang and Chao Yi and others were all curiously looking at the new people. Chao Xing said directly, Chao Yi, speed up the upgrade of the Lord's hut. The Lord Chao Yi immediately responded, yes, Lord. De Zhuang, upgrade more shelters so that our new members have a place to live. Glad to serve you, my master. De Hua, go prepare food for our new members. De Hua also received the order and began to lead people into the canteen to prepare the second meal of the day. The group of tree spirits were nervous as they watched the man give orders one by one. Then, they stood by the campfire and waited silently. Half an hour later, Chao Xing heard a system prompt. Your lord's hut has been upgraded successfully. Current level, level 2. Population limit plus 50. Reputation plus 200. Current population, 41 out of 100. Blacksmith shop, or processing plant, sewing shop, canteen, etc. Territory buildings can be upgraded to level 2. Seeing this 2-story stone house completely formed, Chao Xing showed joy on his face. Very good. Finally upgraded to level 2. However, this time the system did not give any rewards. After thinking about it, it was normal. After all, with such a large number of people in the world, it was normal for someone to build a level 2 lord hut before him. Chao Xing turned around, looked at the tree spirits waiting on the side, and asked, Then, I now invite you to join my territory. Are you willing? The tree spirits immediately knelt down. I am willing to serve you. Respected Lord. A lot of system prompts appeared. Recruitment successful. Tree spirits, Yubel LV5. Tree spirits, Anita LV6. Tree spirits, Neve LV5. Joined your territory. Chao Xing nodded. Very good. Then he looked at the loyalty of these people. All of them were between 60 and 70, which was not too high. As for the elite tree spirit among them, when Chao Xing looked over, Neve subconsciously lowered her head, not daring to look him in the eye. Chao Xing did not care. A first-level elite was not that important to him. As long as she was obedient and willing to work, it would be fine. So, Chao Xing said, Then, you can go to the cafeteria now and eat some food to replenish your energy. Hearing this, the group of tree spirits looked at Chao Xing nervously, but did not move. Chao Xing was stunned and asked, What's wrong? At this time, a tall, mature-looking tree spirit woman stood up and said, Dear Lord, our tree spirits are used to living in the wild. Give us some dry bread, and we can eat it outside, so as not to dirty your floor. Chapter 69 New Expansion Pack, The Dragon Resurrects. Hearing this, Chao Xing immediately understood something. The tree spirits have been protecting the pale tree since they were born. That forest is their territory, and also their home. Since their home was destroyed, they have assumed that they are homeless. Now that they have come to someone else's territory, they subconsciously think that they are outsiders. This is their deep-rooted thought. Chao Xing shook his head. In my territory, there are not so many rules. Since you have become my subjects, I will treat you equally. Now, I invite you to enter the cafeteria in the name of the Lord. Chao Xing's words were not to be refused. The tree spirits looked at each other again, and the tree spirit woman said, Thank you, kind Lord. Then, they went into the dining hall together. When the tree spirits saw the various delicious dishes on the table, they couldn't help but drool. The tree spirits looked like creatures carved out of ice. But in fact, they also had flesh and blood and needed to eat daily. The food in front of them directly aroused their deep desire. Chao Xing said, Then, let's enjoy it. After getting Chao Xing's permission, the tree spirits could no longer control themselves. They came to the dining table, raised the roasted bear meat, wolf meat, and cheese, and ate with relish. As they ate, they exclaimed in admiration, Oh my God! Such delicious bear meat! Such delicious wolf meat! My tongue is almost melting. Woo! It's so delicious. I have never had such a sumptuous meal since I was a child. Praise this kind Lord. It's him who gave us such a sumptuous food. The other tree spirits also said, Praise the great Lord. In front of Chao Xing, a lot of system prompts appeared. Your territory member, Arnie enjoyed delicious food. Loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty is 74. Your territory member, Carla enjoyed delicious food. Loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty is 72. Your territory member, Neve enjoyed delicious food. Loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty is 71. The favorability of all members has increased. The living environment of the tree spirits is also very bad, because the pale tree is sacred and inviolable. Therefore, there were not many supplies within their range of activities. At this time, the petite Neve was wolfing down the food on the table while looking at Chao Xing, as if she wanted to say something. But in the end, she still didn't muster up the courage. While the group of tree spirits were eating, Chao Xing turned around and went outside. because he couldn't wait to see the properties of the things he had traded from Hilton. Especially that golden shield. Paladin shield, gold, LV10. Quality, rare. Armor, 123 to 129. Additional effect 1, Constitution plus 20. Spirit plus 20. Additional effect 2, intermediate force removal when attacked physically. Reduce the damage caused by the opponent's strength by 20 points. Additional effect 3, intermediate magic resistance when attacked by magic. Reduce the damage caused by the opponent's spirit by 25 points. Additional effect 4, Knight's Blessing, add a layer of shield to all friendly units. With a durability of 20% of the current friendly unit's health. A duration of 120 seconds. And a cooling time of 20 minutes. Oh my god! What a strong attribute! More than 100 pieces of armor. Plus several special effects. All increase the survivability of the shield user. It is conceivable that Lu Muxua holding the Paladin's shield would have amazing defense. Moreover, the most powerful one is naturally the last Knight's Blessing. Special effect. Combined with her own talent. It is equivalent to permanently increasing the maximum health of all friendly units by 20%. This is a huge improvement. If it is given to a mammoth, it can directly increase the health by 3,000 points. Unfortunately, this equipment has wearing requirements. It needs to be upgraded to level 10 before it can be equipped. However, for Chaoxing, it is not too difficult to reach level 10. Chaoxing looked happy and began to check the second item, which was a bottle of secret medicine. Secret Vitality Medicine, blue after taking it. It can increase physical fitness by 10 points within 180 minutes. Want to know the secret of the Earl's nightly revelry? Yes, this is it. It is indeed a secret medicine that increases physical strength. Although Chaoxing did not see the attributes, he used his previous experience of playing on the tablet to judge the effect of this secret medicine. 10 points of physical fitness is not low. It is comparable to the improvement of his level 3 or 4. Of course, it is limited to the second level. After the second level, each upgrade will get more attribute improvements. Chaoxing drank it without hesitation. Because he is a fragile mage, he naturally has to improve his survivability as much as possible. Taking Secret Vitality Potion. Successfully, physique has been improved, the talent Eternal Power takes effect, this state has become permanent. Sure enough, potions can also be enhanced by talents. 10 points of physical fitness, and it adds 200 health points to me, really good. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction, and threw the Paladin shield to Lu Muxua. Lu Muxua looked at the gorgeous golden shield in her hand with surprise. She had just been by Chaoxing's side, and had seen the transaction between him and Hilton. She knew how valuable this golden shield was. If it was thrown into the trading market, it would definitely shock the survivors of District 174. However, Lu Muxua had secretly made up her mind to develop the territory with Chaoxing. She didn't need to say any more words of gratitude, but quietly put the shield into her backpack. Besides, she belonged to Chaoxing, so a piece of golden equipment was nothing. At this moment, Chaoxing and Lu Muxua suddenly felt a violent vibration under their feet. Boom! The vibration came so suddenly that the buildings in the entire territory were slightly shaken. Lu Muxua subconsciously grabbed Chaoxing's shoulders. The people in the territory were so scared that they stopped their work. The group of polar people were in a panic, shouting with exaggerated expressions. Oh! God! What happened? Is the earth shaking? No. It's the mother goddess of the earth who is hungry. She wants to eat the filthy polar people. Woo! Mother goddess, please forgive us. All the polar people knelt on the ground, cowed out continuously, and prayed. Living underground for many years, earthquakes are the most terrible natural disaster for them, and they can take away many polar people's lives every time. Fortunately, the earthquake comes quickly and goes away quickly. However, Chaoxing and Lu Muxua both saw surprise in each other's eyes, because the earthquake just now was not felt in their area, but in the entire snowy plain, and even the entire western continent. World Channel. It has become a mess, and a large number of survivors are speaking frantically inside. Is it really an earthquake? Chaoxing was puzzled. Before they could react, a system prompt appeared. Attention all survivors. The remaining time of the novice protection period is 39 hours and 17 minutes. After the novice protection period ends, the game content will change. New expansion pack, Dragon Resurrection is about to start. The sleeping ancient dragon, Drama, is gradually waking up. and the dragon power it exudes has turned into ice nests, which appear frequently all over the world. A large number of ice nest beasts, ice nest eyes, Zomar minions, and other monsters will appear in the ice nest. As time goes by, the power of the dragon continues to recover, and the monsters that appear in the ice nest will become more and more powerful. Your goal is to protect your respective territories under the attacks of these ice nest beasts, and destroy more ice nests. Note: ice nests appear randomly. In order to allow survivors to adapt as quickly as possible, small-scale ice nests will appear during the novice protection period. The prompt just ended. All the survivors saw that there seemed to be a meteor shower in the sky. Those meteor showers fell all over the world, creating huge pits. Boom! Boom! Violent vibrations continued to occur. The world chat channel was suddenly in chaos. Li Jing, wow! What happened? The system said that a giant dragon is about to awaken? Leonardo, a new expansion pack is about to be released. This is the system's way for us to adapt in advance. Murata Kenichi, giant dragon? It seems that this hero will finally be a dragon slayer. Muhammad, you are wrong. This is a punishment from heaven. It is a punishment for us. In fact, we should have died long ago. We came to this world just to pay for our sins. Everyone will die. Ha ha ha. Everyone will die. Wang Zhuang, the person above, don't go crazy here. Including the chat channel of Area 174, a large number of speeches emerged in an instant. One of the survivors named Jiang Na exclaimed, "Oh my god. A meteor fell near my territory. It turned into an ice nest. And many monsters covered with ice spikes came out of it." When the other survivors in Area 174 heard this, they were immediately surprised. Oh my god, it turns out that these meteors are the ice nests mentioned by the system. Sister Jiang Na, how strong are those monsters? Jiang Na was silent for a moment, and then spoke again. It seems okay. They are all level 4 or 5 monsters. I can still deal with them. Hearing this, the other survivors also breathed a sigh of relief. However, the system also prompted that it was the early stage of the dragon's revival, and it was just a slight leakage of power. So the monsters in the ice nest were not strong. When the dragon gradually awakens, the level of the ice nest monsters will gradually increase. At this time, Ji Xinyue also shouted in the chat channel, "An ice nest appeared outside my territory. God! So many monsters came out. La Hongyu, I saw it too. Damn it! Xiao Wei Chao, fuck! This ice nest killed my polar people. Damn it! Zhang Yujie, brothers, go back to your own territory quickly. The ice nest will not hit our territory." The survivors heard the warning and went back to their own territories. The sudden change caught everyone off guard. Chao Xing looked around and then closed the chat channel. It seems that there are dragon ice nests near many survivors' territories. But fortunately, this is the system's advanced warm-up. The level of the monsters that appear is not high, and it is also to allow the survivors to adapt to the game changes after the novice protection period ends. Chao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. The sudden vibration did make him a little flustered. Lu Muxia blinked her beautiful eyes and whispered, "Axing, the system said that the dragon is about to wake up. Is the dragon very powerful?" Chao Xing nodded and said, "Of course, didn't you hear Hilton say that the northern continent was almost destroyed because of the awakening of a dragon? This ancient dragon on our continent is probably about the same." "Ah? So scary." Lu Muxia was worried. Chao Xing smiled and said, "Don't worry. According to the system prompt, it will probably take some time for the dragon to wake up. Besides, if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. The natives of this world are much stronger than us. If we really encounter a dragon awakening, they will be the first to hold it up. If even they can't hold it up, then we can't do anything about it." Hearing this, the worry on Lu Muxia's face also dissipated a little. With a fascinated look in her eyes, she looked at this man. He seemed to always have a way to solve various difficulties. At this moment, Chao Xing suddenly felt a gust of wind above his head. He looked up and saw a meteor streaking across the sky. Then, it directly hit his territory. Boom! The violent vibration was greater than any previous one. The snow on the ground was blown away, and the buildings in the territory shook violently. Chao Xing was stunned. What the hell? Did it hit my head? Before Chao Xing could check, Chao Yi, a citizen of the territory, exclaimed outside, "Lord, something has hit our territory." Chao Xing hurried over, including the tree spirits, who were eating in the cafeteria. They were also alarmed and came out one after another. Then, everyone saw that about 800 meters away from the territory, there appeared a snow-white nest, like an ice sculpture, and a strong power fluctuation continued to appear inside. Roar! Roar! A series of beast-like roars appeared. Chao Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. So this is the ice nest. At this time, the group of tree spirits stared at the ice nest. One of the tree spirits exclaimed, "Oh my God! That's the power of the ancient dragon." Hearing the words ancient dragon, all the tree spirits were extremely terrified. Why? We have already come to the western continent. But the dragon still won't let us go? The dragon has destroyed our home. Will it destroy our last habitat? Whoa! We are a cursed race, and we should sink with the pale tree. The tree spirits were extremely desperate at this time. Need even collapsed to the ground. The other people in the territory looked at this group of pale-skinned people. However, they did not think that the reaction of the tree spirits was exaggerated. After all, these people had experienced a dragon disaster, their homes were destroyed, and their people died in large numbers. This incident left them with a deep psychological trauma. Chapter 70, Speech Talent. Talent. This incident left them with a deep psychological trauma. Now that the dragon has reappeared, it has opened their wounds alive. At the same time, the fallen ice nest suddenly trembled. Then four-legged creatures covered with ice spikes, like hyenas, emerged from it. As soon as they appeared on the snow, they lowered their heads and sniffed the snow, as if they were catching some smell. Then, the ice nest monsters locked onto Chao Xing's territory a few hundred meters away at a glance. Roar! Roar! The group of ice nest monsters rushed towards Chao Xing's territory in an instant. Seeing this, Chao Xing directly ordered Chao Yi, "Appease our new members. Others, follow me out to destroy these ice nest monsters." After saying that, Chao Xing directly led 4 robots, plus Assam and others, and rushed out together. Boom! Everyone rushed out of the territory together. Assam was still the first. He rode the Frost Wolf, leaping flexibly on the snow, and was about to rush to the front of the group of ice nest monsters. At this moment, in the territory, the polar people and other members of the territory all looked nervous, watching the battle outside, especially when they heard that this was the power of the dragon. They became even more worried. After all, in their impression, the dragon was a creature that brought destruction and disaster. It was a symbol of invincibility. They couldn't help but wonder, with the power of the Lord, could he fight against these monsters? The older Chao Yi, at this time, was comforting the tree spirits in a gentle tone. "Dear new family members, don't sink into despair. We should believe in the Lord. He will protect us." The tree spirits still knelt on the ground, without any response to Chao Yi's words. The leader Chao Yi continued to comfort them. "Everyone, I can understand your fear and pain. Like you, I have lost my home. We used to live in Bingfeng City, which was a prosperous town. But then, the army of the aliens appeared and destroyed everything in the town. A large number of soldiers and civilians fell in a pool of blood. Although we were lucky to escape, we have been living a displaced life. During the escape, we watched the death of our relatives and friends and were powerless. This kind of pain, the feeling of almost heartbreak, we have all experienced it before." Hearing Chao Yi's mature and penetrating voice, all the tree spirits gradually stopped trembling, and they looked at Chao Yi blankly. It seemed that they did not expect that the elderly human in front of them had also experienced the same tragic experience. Chao Yi still had a gentle smile on his face. The tree spirits said blankly, "Sir, after you have experienced so much, can you still maintain such an optimistic attitude?" Chao Yi smiled and said, "No. I used to be like you, despairing of my future. When we were caught by that group of crazy cultists, I even felt the evil of human hearts for a time. But later, we met the Lord. It was He who saved us in our darkest time. He not only rescued all of us, but also gave us a warm shelter and sufficient food. Everyone lives happily here. This makes me feel the journey towards hope is bound to be full of wind and frost, and full of pain. Don't be afraid. That is the test of the gods for us. Perhaps the dragon disaster in the past brought you endless pain and made you homeless. But now, you have a new home and new partners. Here, you don't have to starve or freeze anymore. Everyone just needs to contribute their own strength, and they can get enough food. Believe in the Lord. Believe that He can protect us." Chao Yi's voice is like a clear spring. It is a voice that hits the heart directly. All the tree spirits gradually felt the fear in their hearts being dispelled. They seemed to have awakened some hope in their hearts. Everyone looked at the figures rushing out in front of them. Their eyes were full of desire. At this time, Chao Xing did not know the speech of the leader Chao Yi, because they were about to come into contact with the rushing ice nest monsters. Chao Xing also saw the attributes of the group of monsters. Ice Nest Monster LV6. Level: First level Ordinary Monster. Health: 520/520. Attack Power: 49 to 52. Armor: 11 to 15, extra plus 10. Skills: Ice Bite, Ice Shell. Talent: None. For Chao Xing, this first level Ice Nest Monster no longer poses any threat. Assam directly slashed out a Frost Wolf Sword Chi. Swish. -537. -544. -872. -527. The sword chi fell into the group of ice nest monsters, causing a large amount of exaggerated damage. In an instant, at least 7 or 8 ice nest monsters were killed directly. The Frostwolf Sword Chi is a burst skill that Assam has just learned. The damage coefficient of 166% is enough to kill these level 5 or 6 ice nest monsters on the spot. This scene directly made the pupils of the spectators widen. They only knew before that Assam and Andrew were very powerful. However, they had no concrete concept of this power. Now, they knew. These monsters born from the power of the dragon could be killed by Assam with one sword. De Zhuang's face flushed, and he raised his hammer excitedly, shouting, "Assam Knight is so brave." Other polar people also shouted, "With such a powerful Assam Knight, the Lord will definitely defeat them," including the tree spirits next to them. There was a look of shock in their eyes. They didn't know that these were just weakened versions of the ice nest monsters. They only knew that it was the power of the dragon. But under the sword of the knight, they were like paper, and were killed with one sword. Chao Yi continued, "See? This is our knight Assam. He is the loyal guard of the Lord. Andrew and Lady Sarah both have power no less than him." These tree spirits nodded like chicks pecking at rice, and they gradually believed Chao Yi's words. At this moment, Assam had directly killed into the group of ice nest monsters. The long sword was swung continuously, killing all the ice nest monsters. At the same time, Sarah and Andrew and the 4 robots also arrived. Although there were many ice nest monsters, Andrew could basically kill them with one slap under the pressure of level. The 4 robots were buzzing, reaping the lives of the ice nest monsters. Even Chao Xing was constantly raising his staff in the back. Ice cones shot out one by one. Swish. 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 -85. -87. -88. 3 ice cones took away half of the lives of the ice nest monsters. At the same time, the forklift robot used a bucket to smash the head of the ice nest monster. -274. The bucket robot killed the ice nest monster LV6 and gained experience points 0. The combatant gained experience points 30 points. These mechanical creations do not have experience bars, so they cannot be upgraded by killing monsters. They can only upgrade their accessories later to improve their performance. Sarah also killed them one by one with a knife, easily killing all the ice nest monsters. Kill ice nest monster LV7, get 70 experience points. Kill ice nest monster LV6, get 60 experience points. System prompts kept appearing. From the start of the battle, less than 2 minutes. The 30 or 40 ice nest monsters that appeared in the ice nest had all been killed by Assam and his men. The newly joined tree spirits stood there blankly, looking at the fighting figures outside the territory in shock. The chieftain Chao Yi raised his voice. "Everyone, this is the power of the Lord. The Lord is mighty." Other polar people, including other chieftains, also shouted at the same time. "Lord, your majesty is so great." The tree spirits looked at each other, and saw surprise and shock in each other's eyes. In their hearts, hope seemed to be rekindled. Even the petite Neve, she tightly grasped the corner of her clothes, with a fiery look in her eyes. They completely believed Chao Yi's words. The power of this territory is very strong, enough to protect their safety. At the same time, Chao Xing suddenly saw that. System prompts kept appearing. Territory member, Valina, I have been impressed by your territory's power. Loyalty has been improved, current loyalty, 81. Territory member, Neve, I have been impressed by your territory's power. Loyalty has been improved, current loyalty, 82. Territory member, Chao Xing looked back in surprise, and saw Chao Yi standing next to the tree spirits. He speculated that the changes in the tree spirits may be related to Chao Yi. After all, he has a basic speech mastery. Chao Xing secretly said, "This Chao Yi is a talent. Let's see if we can find him a job transfer book in the future, so that he can also have combat capabilities. This kind of talent needs to be well cultivated." Then, he took Lu Muxue to clean up the battlefield. Under the bodies of these ice nest monsters, he saw some fragments and some white stones. Obtain ice crystal stone, green, *1. Obtain glacier flake, *1. Obtain ice dragon mark, *1. What are glacier flakes and ice dragon marks? Chao Xing took a look. Glacier flakes, special materials. Flakes containing a little dragon power, can be used to make equipment and props of the Zhuama series. Ice dragon mark, special props. Collect a certain number, after the new expansion is released, can be used to exchange for some precious items, including Zhuama series equipment blueprints, props. After looking at these two materials, Chao Xing nodded suddenly. It seems that these two materials are related to the later expansions, and can be used to exchange for good things. At this time, he seemed to have thought of something. This thing seems to be traded in the market. If that's the case, can I stock up a little more? Once the new version is updated, I can exchange it directly. Although I don't know what these ice dragon marks can be exchanged for. But it is related to the dragon. It must be something very complicated. Chao Xing's thoughts suddenly became active. Of course, the other survivors are not stupid either. After seeing the props introduction above, they will know the preciousness of these materials. Unless they can take out something that makes them excited and the most urgent thing to have. Now, the most urgent thing for the survivors is still food and various cold-resistant clothing. Of course, weapons and equipment are also in short supply. Chao Xing has nothing that can be traded in bulk for the time being. Forget it, I'll look at it later. Anyway, there's still a long time before the end of today, and I'll probably go out to explore in the afternoon. He shook his head, putting these thoughts aside for the time being. Then he continued to collect spoils. From these ice nest monsters, a total of ice crystal stone, green, *17. Glacier flakes, *24. Ice dragon mark, *14. Magic book week, *3. The harvest was not bad, after all. These were just a group of small fish monsters that were less than level 1. At the same time, Chao Xing also saw that the ice nest was still beating. Gudong! Gudong! Like an active heart. Chao Xing brought the members of the territory, and came to the ice nest, and the properties of this thing suddenly appeared. Power of Zhuama, ice nest LV10. Level, first level. Armor, 200. Durability, 2000/2000. Effect, every once in a while, absorb the power of the dragon, hatch the first level ice nest monster, and there is a certain probability of elite ice nest monsters appearing. Hatching ice nest monster upper limit, 45/500. If you see this kind of ice nest in the wild, please destroy it as soon as possible, otherwise a large number of ice nest monsters will be hatched soon. Chao Xing was stunned, so this is how this thing works. Fortunately, the number of monsters that can be hatched in these ice nests is also limited. Otherwise, if ice nests can be hatched endlessly, one ice nest alone, as long as it lasts long enough, can hatch a large number of ice nest monsters, causing a disaster to the entire continent. Sarah, destroy this ice nest. Chao Xing gave the order directly. Sarah followed the order and directly slashed with a shadow blade. -734. Sarah's attack is very impressive. 3 slashes can directly chop up this ice nest. At this moment, Sarah's attack seemed to stimulate the revival of the ice nest. Boom! The ice nest shook violently. Then a rhinoceros-like monster, covered with ice armor and about 3 meters tall, emerged from it. Back off. Out of caution, Chao Xing quickly asked everyone to retreat. Then, he began to check the monster's attributes. Ice Nest Hoof LV10. Level, first level elite creature. HP, 1340. Attack power, 167-172. Armor, 34-37, plus 20. Skills, Death Charge, enters charge state, attack power increased by 30%, movement speed increased by 50%, Frost Trampling, immediately raises front hooves, causing 178% trampling damage to the enemy, and causing it to fall into a 1 to 2 second dizziness state. Ice Shell, adds 20 points of armor. Talent, none. This ice nest hoof, as soon as it appeared, it let out a dull bull cry. Moo. The terrifying sound shook the snow on the ground, and spread all the way to the distant camp. The faces of the polar people and tree spirits turned pale. They knew that this was a more terrifying creature than those ice nest monsters. However, Chaoxing rolled his eyes. He thought that this rhino monster was a very terrifying creature, but it turned out to be a first-level elite monster. Seeing that the ice nest hoof was still opening its mouth, Chaoxing ordered, "Dabai, make it shut up." Chapter 71 Commission Task. Pale Seed. Dabai. Tell it to shut up. Dabai, who was standing by, heard this and rushed over. Boom! The heavy footsteps were like a war machine approaching. The ice nest hoof saw Dabai rushing over and showed no weakness. It lowered its head and wanted to compete with Dabai in strength. Boom! Boom! The two giants came into contact. However, the moment its horns collided with Dabai's fangs, the rhino was directly hit and flew out. At this moment, Dabai continued to rush forward. With a fang, he trampled on the rhino. -934. -877. Crack! Dabai's strong front hoof directly crushed the rhino's head, and it died. A system prompt appeared in front of Chaoxing. Your pet, Dabai killed Ice Nest Hoof LV10 and gained experience points, 180. Combatants gained experience points, 90. At this time, Dabai was still stepping on the rhino's body, looking at Chaoxing with hope. Chaoxing patted its elephant hoof and praised, "Well done, Dabai." Dabai shook his head, seeming to be a little happy to be praised by his master. At the same time, the people in the territory looked at this scene blankly. They thought that they would experience a fierce battle. In the end, the winner was decided in just a moment. What a powerful mammoth! They were once again impressed by the powerful force of Chaoxing's territory. Chaoxing picked up 4 ice dragon marks and 3 glacier flakes under the body of the ice nest hoof. The harvest was not bad. Unfortunately, this kind of monster hatched from the ice nest will not drop equipment. Then, Chaoxing continued to order, "Sarah, destroy this ice nest." Sarah nodded, and the shadow blade swept across. -745. -777. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance successfully destroyed the ice nest, gained 100 experience points. Combatants gain experience points, 50 points. Gain 20 ice dragon marks. Huh? You actually gave me 20 ice dragon marks directly? Chaoxing's eyes lit up. Destroying an ice nest is equivalent to killing dozens of monsters, which is not bad. He nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "Let's go home." Chaoxing led the team and rushed back to the territory. As soon as they returned to the territory, all the people knelt down respectfully. Chao Yi, a citizen, took the lead and shouted, "Welcome to the triumphant return of the Lord. The Lord is mighty." Other people also shouted, "The Lord is mighty." They all raised their heads and looked at this group of powerful warriors excitedly, their eyes burning. Chaoxing was stunned, shook his head, and said nothing more. However, he had a higher opinion of this lord. Chao Yi. This guy is really smart. He is a master of pyramid selling. Chaoxing nodded slightly. Get up, my lords. After receiving the order, the lords stood up one after another, but their eyes looking at the warriors were still hot, including the tree spirits on the side. They also felt a great sense of belonging to this territory. Surrounded by the crowd, Neve seemed extremely inconspicuous. She kept raising her head, and then lowering it again and again, her little hands nervously pinching the corners of her clothes, as if she was making some difficult decisions. Chaoxing noticed this ice princess-like girl, and saw that she seemed to be worried. So he said, "Neve, do you have anything to report to me?" When Chaoxing called her name, Neve's body trembled. Everyone looked at her, under the gaze of the crowd. Neve seemed to have mustered up her courage. With a nervous expression, she slowly walked to Chaoxing, and then knelt down respectfully. "My lord, Neve needs your help with something." Behind her, the mature-looking tree spirit wanted to say something but hesitated, but in the end, he did not speak. The other subjects also looked over. Chaoxing knew that it was time for him to show his ability. "Neve, you are my subject. If you have any questions, you can tell me. Now tell me what difficulties you have encountered." Neve, kneeling on the ground, took a deep breath and then said solemnly, My lord, my sister, Juliet, and I got separated on the road. Neve asks you to help find her. If you can bring my sister back, Neve is willing to give you everything she has, including the pale seed in her body." Hearing the words pale seed, the pupils of the tree spirits suddenly widened. They looked at Neve in shock, as if they had not expected her to say this. Among them, the mature-looking tree spirit even subconsciously wanted to come over to stop Neve. However, when she thought that this was their lord, the female tree spirit finally sighed. Xiaoxing asked in confusion, "What is the pale seed?" At this time, Andrew on the side also showed a look of shock in his eyes. Andrew explained, "My lord, the pale holy tree is the most sacred giant tree in the northern continent. It is said that it is as high as the sky, has infinite power, and can even predict the future. Every once in a while, the guardians can ask this holy tree a question, and no matter what the question is, the holy tree can give an answer. In addition to the only pale holy tree, there are also seeds sown by some holy trees. When these seeds grow up, they will become new pale trees. Although not as magical as the pale holy tree, it also has strange power. It is said that the territory where the pale tree is planted will also receive a magical blessing." After listening to Andrew's explanation, Xiaoxing's pupils suddenly widened, and he also understood the importance of the pale seed mentioned by Neve. "You mean, there is a pale seed in your body?" Neve nodded gently, with an expectant look on her delicate face, as if carved. Xiaoxing nodded suddenly. "There is no doubt that the pale sacred tree is sacred and powerful. The ability to predict the future alone is very abnormal no matter where it is placed. But unfortunately, such a sacred pale sacred tree was also destroyed in the disaster of the dragon's revival. And the seeds of this sacred tree, even if they cannot predict the future, must have extremely magical power. Didn't you hear Andrew say that the territory that plants the pale tree will be blessed?" Seeing Xiaoxing thinking, Neve said with a trembling voice, "Lord, please, as long as you can bring my sister back, I will agree to anything you want." Neve looked at him with a pleading look. Xiaoxing did not agree rashly, but wanted to collect some information first. So he asked, "Neve, do you remember where you and your sister got separated?" Neve quickly replied, "It was in the Borlees Mountains. We camped in a forest with Uncle Hilton, and then we were attacked by trolls on the top of the mountain. The whole camp was in chaos. In the melee, a troll targeted our tent. In order to protect me, my sister took the initiative to lead the troll away. By the time the escort team repelled the group of trolls, my sister had disappeared. Later, we searched for a long time, but couldn't find any trace of my sister. Uncle Hilton said that my sister had died. Whoa, Lord, I can sense that my sister is not dead yet. She is still alive. She must be helpless alone in that cold mountain range. Please, save my sister?" After Neve finished speaking, she buried her head in the ground. A system prompt appeared. "Your territory member, Neve asks you for help. Go to the Borlees Mountains, find her lost sister. Mission reward, Pale Seed *1. Do you accept?" Xiaoxing fell into thought again. Mainly, he didn't know how far the Borlees Mountains were from him, and how dangerous it was. So, he opened the snowstorm map, and found the location Borlees Mountains. On it, at a glance, this mountain range is very large, consisting of more than a dozen high mountains, and stretching for dozens of kilometers. It is more than 30 kilometers away from the camp. At this time, Dahua, a citizen beside him, said cautiously, "Lord, the Borlees Mountains are a relatively dangerous mountain range nearby, and many caravans will pass through there. There are many powerful monsters living there, and even those experienced caravans may encounter accidents." After hearing Dahua's explanation, everyone understood the danger of the mountain range. Obviously, rescuing Neve's sister at this time would be a relatively large risk. Everyone was waiting for Xiaoxing's decision. When he noticed the coordinates of the Borlees Mountains, his eyes suddenly lit up. These coordinates seem to be similar to the coordinates on the Goblin Treasure House key I got. Xiaoxing was stunned, and he quickly took a look at the key introduction in his backpack. With this key, you can go to the coordinates 32141, 23513, 3521 to open the Goblin Treasure House. Oh my god! It's true! Does this mean that Xiaoxing can go find Juliet first, and then do the task of this key at the same time? Thinking of this, he immediately made a decision. That is, accept this mission. 1 action. 2 gains. Why not do it? Even if there are risks. He will accept it. Chao Xing bent down and held Neve's arm. This was his first physical contact with the tree spirits. It was not as cold as he imagined, but warm. Neve was startled by Chao Xing's action, and she stopped crying in an instant, and a bit of shame flashed in her eyes. However, Chao Xing just helped her up and said softly, "Neve, since you have joined my territory, you are one of us. Your family is naturally our family. As your lord, it is my duty to protect my family. Don't worry. No matter how dangerous the Borlis Mountains are, I will find your sister." Hearing this, mist appeared in Neve's blue eyes again. She was completely moved by Chao Xing's words. Thank you, respected lord. You have successfully accepted the mission, Neve's commission. Landlord, Neve's favorability has increased, current favorability, 87. At the same time, other landlords also heard Chao Xing's speech just now. Everyone's heart seemed to have a warm current flowing through. They didn't expect that, just because of a new landlord, Chao Xing was willing to take the risk, go to such a dangerous mountain range, to find her family. The citizen Chao Yi took the lead and said, "Praise the merciful Lord." Other citizens also expressed their feelings. Praise the merciful Lord. Then, a lot of system prompts for loyalty improvement appeared. The loyalty of all citizens all reached above 85 points. This is a huge improvement. A slight smile of joy appeared on Chao Xing's lips. And Lu Muxia also came to Chao Xing's side, looking at her with admiration. "Ah Xing, are we going to rescue Neve's sister now?" Chao Xing said, "Yes, but in addition to rescuing her sister, I have another thing to do there. Although the Borlis Mountains are dangerous, our strength is not weak. If Hilton and the others can pass safely, we should be able to do it too." Lu Muxia nodded and said excitedly, "Yes, let's go together." Assam and Andrew were ready for battle, including Sarah on the side. They all looked at Chao Xing with respect. After all, who doesn't want their lord to be a good lord who cares about his subordinates? However, before setting off, Chao Xing also needs to check the things that exploded from the Frost Goblin to see if they can be used to improve their strength. Dim Elite Soul, soul containing weak soul power, can be used on a follower below the second level, making it evolve into an elite creature with a small probability, with a success probability of 5% to 15%. This thing is the same type as the Demon Spider Essence, which can make ordinary creatures advance to elites. However, the success rate was so low that it was a little shocking. So he didn't have any hope at all. Chao Xing checked the second item. Ascalon Archer Recruitment Scroll, blue. Through this scroll, you can summon an Ascalon Archer with rich combat experience, whose strength is level 12 elite. Chao Xing was stunned, and then said happily, "Another elite creature. And an archer? Great. This way, I can have a long-range attack unit." So, he directly clicked to use it. System prompts appear. "Do you want to consume the scroll and summon the Ascalon Archer?" "Yes." At the same time, Chao Xing suddenly felt a cold wind blowing through the territory. Whoosh. This cold wind brought snowflakes from outside the territory and drifted past. Everyone's vision was blocked, and they also felt their body temperature drop rapidly. Snowflakes were flying in the territory, like petals all over the sky. After a while, when the cold wind dissipated, everything was settled. In front of Chao Xing, there appeared a slender female archer wearing azure light armor and a longbow on her back. On the cold white face of the Westerner, there was a firm look. The high ponytail added a dashing heroic look to her. The kingdom that sank into the ground, the lost glory. Ascalon Archer Ronis Hawkeye reports to you. Chapter 72 Elite Archer. Ascalon Archer Renus Hawkeye reports to you. Chao Xing looked into the other party's sharp eyes, and then said solemnly, "Welcome, Renus Hawkeye. Let's build a glorious territory together." This time, Chao Xing's words seemed to have no effect. When Renus heard the word glory, her expression became a little depressed. "Dear Lord, Ascalon Kingdom has been destroyed, and my glory has disappeared." After hearing this, Chao Xing was a little embarrassed. He didn't know that the kingdom of Ascalon had been destroyed. These words were like opening the scars of Renus. At this time, Lu Muxia gently walked to Renus, took her hand and said, "Renus, the glory of the past is certainly worth pursuing, but more importantly, it is to cherish everything in the present. Are you willing to join us and regain your glory?" Hearing this, Renus raised her blue eyes. She nodded and said, "I do." Then, she said gratefully, "Thank you, this beautiful lord." Lu Muxia turned around and showed a gentle smile to Chao Xing. Chao Xing was delighted. He did not expect Lu Muxua to have such talent. He could not help but give her a thumbs up. Seeing that Rennie's gradually regained her fighting spirit, Chao Xing said, as usual, "Then Rennie's, please accept the blessing we bestow upon you." Rennie's did not refuse and nodded. Chao Xing raised his staff and released 3 buffs: Ice Armor, Ice Healing, and Frost Armor. Then Lu Muxua also released Aurora Blessing and Courage Blessing, in succession, together with Eilena's Scale Armor and Snake Man Madness. A total of 7 permanent states were added. Everyone could feel that Rennie's aura had become much stronger. Her body froze in place. Like the other members who had just joined, her face was filled with shock. Then, she bent down slightly and said to Chao Xing respectfully, "Thank you for the blessing of the Lord. Your power is as dazzling as the stars." At the same time, a system prompt appeared in Chao Xing's ears. "You helped the territory member Rennie's Hawkeye improve his strength. His loyalty has been improved. His current loyalty is 74. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Then I started to check Rennie's attributes. Ascalon Archer, Rennie's Hawkeye. Race, Human. Level 12 1099/30,000. HP, 3460, Equipment Bonus. Attack Power, 312 to 331. Armor, 107 to 114. Attributes, Strength 144, Agility 157, Spirit 141, Constitution 140. Skills, Weakness Strike, aim at the enemy's weakness, cause critical damage. Wind Chaser Arrow, shoots an arrow at high speed, causes 135% damage to the enemy. Hunting Eye. In the next 10 seconds, activate the Hunting Eye state for yourself, increase the critical hit rate by 30%, increase the accuracy by 20%, and have the ability to see through illusions. Talent, None. Bond, Archer, when there are more than 3 archers in the team, the critical hit rate increases by 10%. When there are more than 10 archers, the critical hit rate increases by 20%. Satisfaction, 76. Loyalty, 74. Chao Xing nodded. Not bad. As an elite archer, Renai's strength can be said to be very strong. Now, everything is ready. After Chao Xing asked Neve about the approximate location where she and her sister got separated, he nodded. Neve whispered, "Lord, do you need me to go with the team?" Chao Xing shook his head and said, "No. I already know the location. Leave it to us next." Neve has little fighting power. And this time, they still have to open the Goblin Treasure House. And they may encounter some problems inside. So, they will not take her with them. Chao Xing looked at his followers below, and then shouted, "Let's go!" The target is the Borlees Mountains. Dubai raised his head first, and let out a long roar. Moo! Assam and Andrew turned around and walked out of the snow. 3 robots followed behind. The group left in a mighty manner. Chao Xing still left Eilena to guard the territory. Anyway, she could level up by sitting in the territory. Then, Chao Xing also left a drilling robot to assist in mining and defend the territory. Mechanical creations like this don't have experience bars, so it doesn't matter whether you bring it or not. Under the gaze of the people, Chao Xing and his party quickly disappeared into the vast snowfield. At the same time, in another corner of the snowfield, a group of survivors gathered in a camp. There were as many as 40 or 50 people. They seemed to be discussing something. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a black cotton-padded jacket stood in the middle of the team and said, "Let me tell you again, the plan for this operation. After we reach that coordinate, we will observe the situation first, and let the little monkey go to investigate. Then wait for the little monkey to send a signal. And then we will all rush up together. Do you understand?" The other survivors responded one after another, "I understand." A survivor who looked younger next to him said, "Boss Ji Jun, don't worry. Among our group, many brothers have already recruited creatures, such as level 5 wild boar warriors, and level 7 Ascalon monks. Brother Huang one is even more exaggerated. He actually has an elite assassin of level 8. Including ourselves, there are at least 60 people. As long as this Chao Xing dares to come out, we can trample him to death with 1 foot each." After the survivor finished speaking, the other members of the 3 Heroes Association on the field also showed a relaxed smile, because what he said was indeed true. At the current stage, so many survivors, plus the powerful recruiting creatures, this is a very powerful force. The middle-aged man wrapped in a black cotton jacket also nodded and said, "That being said, we have to be careful. This time, It is our Three Heroes Association's battle to establish our prestige. We must let those guys know that, even in this world, the Three Heroes Association is not something that anyone can mess with. The survivors on the field nodded one after another. Soon, they took action. The target is exactly the coordinate point given by Chao Xing. At this time, Chao Xing, after more than 10 minutes of rushing, has been about 8 kilometers away from the territory. Behind him, there are footprints of him. Especially Dubai, with his thick elephant hoof, every step he takes is a huge footprint. As Chao Xing moves forward, he opens the snowstorm map. There are many terrains marked on it, and some places marked with red X. When Chao Xing passes one of the marked locations, he sees a frozen lake. Before they got close, Sarah warned them, "Lord, don't go any further. That lake is the territory of a terrifying creature. If we disturb it, we will be easily torn to pieces and swallowed." Chao Xing was stunned for a moment, and then led his men to take a detour without hesitation. Later, he understood that these marked locations were inhabited by some terrifying monsters. After that, he tried to avoid these areas as much as possible. The crowd continued to move forward, and after walking a few kilometers in the vast snowfield, Chao Xing found a blazing bonfire in the snow, and there were a few simple buildings next to it. Lu Muxiu said, axing, "That seems to be the territory of other survivors." Chao Xing took a look and saw that in addition to the Lord's hut, the Polar Man's hut had also been built. The camp bonfire took shape and seemed to have been upgraded to level 3 or 4. The level of construction of this territory was quite good among other survivors. However, the survivors inside had already gone out, and only a few polar men were left to collect supplies near the territory. Chao Xing shook his head and said, "Let's go." He didn't want to have any contact with other survivors yet. Besides, he still had to go find Ni's sister, so he couldn't waste time here. Buzz! The tracked robot was moving at full speed. The other followers were also moving their legs, or running wildly on all fours. Boom! They bypassed several high mountains and jungles along the way. After moving forward for about 30 kilometers, they saw a continuous mountain range in front of them, blocking the way for Chao Xing and others. A system prompt appeared. The Borlease Mountains have been discovered. Map introduction. The Borlease Mountains are covered with snow all year round, and many species of creatures live on them, such as snow monsters, cave dwellers, snow trolls, etc. In addition, the Borlease Mountains also contain rich mineral deposits and some strange plants. After reading the map introduction, Chao Xing understood that this mountain range should be a high-level area, and there may be many powerful creatures in it, so he needs to be cautious. Sarah suddenly showed up and reported again, "Lord, about 1 kilometer to the right, there is a small path into the mountain. We can go in from there." Chao Xing nodded, then led the team to the place Sarah said. In a dense forest of silver fir trees, a small mountain trail about 2 or 3 meters wide appeared. There were traces of wheel tracks on it, which showed that other caravans had passed by this place not long ago. Assam rode the Frost Wolf and took the lead in entering the mountains. Chao Xing and others followed behind. As soon as they entered the forest, strange monkey-like cries kept coming from their ears. "Oh! Oh oh oh! Woo!" Lu Muxiu had grabbed Chao Xing's sleeve in fear. Assam turned around and explained, "My lord, those are the cries of cave dwellers, a group of creatures with low intelligence. As long as we don't get close to their territory, these cave dwellers will not attack us." Chao Xing nodded. "Okay, let's move on." This time, he was going to go to a place called Tella Mountain, in this mountain range, to find the whereabouts of Ni's sister, Juliet. Then, he would go deep into the mountains to open the Goblin Treasure House. Creak! Creak! The tracked robot continued to turn. Chapter 73. Picking up money on the way. The tracked robot started to turn again, covering the ruts on the ground. After a while, they completely entered the mountain range. As the path climbed, the terrain gradually became higher. But fortunately, the tracked robot is an all-terrain robot, and this kind of road condition is not difficult for it at all. Chao Xing and Lu Muxiu sat on the robot's back easily, and Chao Xing took out a handful of nuts from his backpack and gave half to Lu Muxiu. While chewing nuts, the two of them enjoyed the beautiful scenery on the snow-capped mountains. In this scene, it seems that they are not going on an adventure at all, but rather they are traveling. Not far away, Chao Xing suddenly saw that there seemed to be signs of a battle on the road ahead. 2 or 3 overturned carriages looked messy. On the cold snow, the pools of blood were particularly eye-catching. Swish. Assam drew his sword first and entered a state of alert. Chaoxing said, Assam, go and check what happened ahead. Yes, Lord. Assam received the order and instantly controlled the frost wolf to rush over. After a while, he turned back and reported, Lord, that is a human caravan ahead of us. They seem to have been attacked and have been completely wiped out. Chaoxing frowned and asked in confusion, Chamber of Commerce? Could it be Hilton and his men? Assam shook his head. No. It's the carriage of the giant Chamber of Commerce. I saw a fist symbol on it. Chaoxing nodded in sudden realization. The giant Chamber of Commerce is one of the 3 major chambers of commerce, along with the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce and the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce. Hilton had mentioned it before. Attack? Do you know who did it? Assam nodded. Judging from the traces of battle at the scene and the footprints on the ground, they should have encountered a forest snow monster. This is a ferocious, violent monster. When it can't find food in the snow, it will attack humans. Chaoxing frowned. How strong is the forest snow monster? Assam pondered. Forest snow monsters are creatures. Some are strong and some are weak, but most of them are not strong. It is said that they are the guardians of the mountain gods. Chaoxing nodded. After hearing Assam say that the group of forest snow monsters were not strong, he gradually felt relieved. Otherwise, he would have to run away with his men right now. Chaoxing nodded and said, Let's go and take a look. Then, he came to the 3 overturned carriages. When Chaoxing saw the things on the carriages, his eyes suddenly lit up. In the overturned carriages, there were several cargo boxes, which seemed to be loaded with miscellaneous goods. Chaoxing walked down directly and came to one of the carriages. System prompts appeared. Found the giant Chamber of Commerce cargo box. Do you want to open it? Chaoxing directly clicked yes. Opened successfully. Obtained 32 pieces of Medina Rose wine. Obtained 30 pieces of Vizima Champion liquor. Obtained 7 bottles of goat milk. Obtained 372 pieces of yak meat. Obtained 172 pieces of ceviche. In the first truck, most of the items were food and some alcohol. In this icy and snowy place, these supplies are extremely precious. Take it to those towns and sell it at a very high price. When Chaoxing saw the introduction of the 2 kinds of wine, his eyes suddenly lit up. Medina Rose red wine. After taking it, it can instantly restore 400 points of health and increase 10 points of spirit within 300 seconds. But there is a 50% chance of entering a drunken state. A red wine loved by some knights. Sold in the Territory Tavern. And there is a chance that it will attract some powerful knights. Vizima Champion liquor. After taking it, it can instantly restore 300 points of health and increase 10 points of strength within 300 seconds. And there is an 80% chance of entering a drunken state. A liquor loved by some polar warriors. Sold in the Territory Tavern. And there is a chance that it will attract some powerful warriors. Huh? It can actually increase attributes and attract powerful knights and warriors. Chaoxing was delighted. Just from these 2 points, we can see the preciousness of these 2 kinds of wine. And the key is, because he has SSS level talent. If he takes it, maybe he can permanently increase his attributes. Chaoxing even wanted to show off 2 bottles on the spot. But drinking these drinks will make him drunk. So, Chaoxing can only wait until he returns to the territory to test it again. The first truck gave him a lot of gains. And next to it, there are 2 overturned trucks. Chaoxing couldn't help but look forward to it even more. He came to the second truck, and the system prompt appeared. Found the giant Chamber of Commerce cargo box. Do you want to open it? Yes. Opened successfully. Obtain complete snow wolf skin *7. Obtain complete deerskin *8. Obtain wool cloth roll, white, *12 pieces. Obtain linen cloth roll, white, *15 pieces. Obtain silk cloth roll, green, *13 pieces. Chaoxing was delighted again. Wow, there are all kinds of cloth in here. After having cloth, you can make some warm clothes in bulk at the tailor's shop. At this stage, the preciousness of a piece of cold-proof clothing is self-evident. In the market, many survivors may not be able to exchange weapons and equipment for clothes. Chaoxing can use these cloths to make clothes, and then exchange them with other survivors for precious resources. However, there are green-grade cloth rolls in it. Does it have any special effect? Chaoxing checked it out. Silk cloth roll, green, a kind of cloth roll that is deeply loved by nobles. With a light texture and strong cold-proof effect. When made into clothes, there is a greater probability of adding additional charm attributes. After reading the introduction, Chaoxing nodded and put it away. He came to the third truck again and clicked to open it. Opened successfully. Obtained coins asterisk 47203. Obtained magic stones asterisk 172. Obtained special pet rations asterisk 17 green. Obtained refined iron, blue, asterisk 72. Obtained amber pebbles, green, asterisk 12. Another large amount of precious materials came in. And a huge sum of more than 40,000 yuan. I have to say, it feels so good to pick up money. Chaoxing almost fell in love with this feeling. No wonder those hunters like to rob the Chamber of Commerce. The profit is too high. But unfortunately, the resources of this caravan are not as good as those of Hilton. You know, Hilton has 2 purple equipment, hundreds of thousands of crowns, potions, etc. After thinking about it, Chaoxing also thought it was natural. After all, Hilton brought a large group of guards, plus 2 third-level elite guards. With such a strong guard force, he would not be killed by a group of snow monsters. Then, Chaoxing checked the properties of the 2 new materials as usual. Special pet ration, green added with a lot of animal viscera, special rations for eyeballs, loved by all kinds of pets. After feeding, it can increase 1 point of loyalty. The upper limit of feeding a single pet is 5 times. Note, although the ration is good, don't feed it too many times. Amber pebble, green can be embedded in weapons, increases weapon attack power by 5 points. Amber buried deep underground, seems to have some kind of weak power. Huh? This pet ration can also increase loyalty? Chaoxing laughed, then took out a piece directly, and threw it towards Dubai. Dubai also subconsciously opened his mouth. The next moment, Dubai's pupils suddenly widened, as if he had encountered some delicious food, and he swallowed it voraciously. At this time, a system prompt appeared. Your pet, Dubai has taken special pet food, loyalty +1, satiety +3. Ha. Loyalty has increased indeed. Chaoxing began to continue feeding. After the 5th feeding, the system prompts. The number of feedings has reached the upper limit. And Dubai's loyalty has reached 95 points, and the mount function can be activated immediately. At this time, Dubai was still looking at Chaoxing eagerly, and seemed to be very eager to taste the delicious food again. Chaoxing touched its head and said, "This thing can't eat too much in a day. I'll feed you next time. Be good." Dubai understood what he said, and reluctantly turned his head to one side. At this point, the supplies in the 3 trucks had been collected by Chaoxing. Looking at the overturned carriage, and the blood on the ground, Chaoxing said, "If there is a chance, I will kill the group of snow monsters for you, just as a reward for taking away this batch of supplies." After that, he led everyone to move forward, along this path into the mountain. Chaoxing and his team advanced about 2 kilometers again. Along the way, Chaoxing was not attacked by those monsters, whether because of the fear of Dubai's huge size, or because of their number. Half an hour later, they had penetrated into the mountains for about 3 kilometers. The terrain here is already very high, with an altitude of at least 800 meters. Chaoxing opened the map again, and took a look at the distance to Tella Mountain. Then he said, "It's almost there. We will reach Tella Mountain soon. This is where Neve and her sister were separated. From now on, observe the surrounding situation, and see if there are any signs of fighting or escape." After all, Neve's sister was being hunted by the trolls at the time, and in order to avoid it, she might escape from the range of Tella Mountain. After hearing Chaoxing's instructions, everyone began to observe the surroundings. Sarah, however, disappeared from the spot and began to explore. The team searched and advanced at the same time. Soon they arrived at Mount Trollo. On the map, this is a high mountain also covered with thick snow, with some birch trees and shrubs growing sparsely on it. The terrain is extremely steep, and normal people can't climb up at all. This place is so steep. How did those caravans get through? Chaoxing couldn't help thinking about this question. Mount Trollo is the only way to pass through the Borlis Mountains. If you can't cross this mountain, you can only return the same way, which will take dozens or hundreds of kilometers and delay a lot of time. At this time, Assam reported, "Lord, there is a small path ahead, and it seems that you can pass through Mount Trollo from that path." Chapter 74 Discover the Hidden Area. Under Assam's leadership, Chaoxing came to the side of Mount Trollo, a 2-meter wide path. This path was built close to the edge of Mount Trollo, and next to it was a cliff, and if you were not careful, You would fall down. The system prompt appeared. Discover the Mount Trollo Business Road. This is a path opened up by a group of merchants who offered sacrifices and asked the cave dwellers to help them. When passing by, you need to take out meat to offer, otherwise you will be attacked by the cave dwellers. Xiaoxing laughed. You have to offer meat to cross the road, and these cave dwellers are also a group of bandits. However, because this is the only passage, those chambers of commerce can only pass through Mount Trollo from here, and they must also abide by the rules here. Neve and the others may have come from here before. At this time, Sarah suddenly appeared, reporting, Lord, we found traces of camping in a nearby forest. Hearing this, Xiaoxing's expression suddenly brightened. Take us there. He was just worried about not finding any clues. Sarah nodded. Then, everyone followed Sarah and came to a forest where there was an extinguished bonfire and some destroyed tents. The messy footprints and several fallen birch trees nearby indicated that a battle had taken place here. Seeing this, Xiaoxing ordered, Look carefully. See if you can find clues about Sister Neve. Everyone began to search. However, because of the heavy snow last night, many traces were covered. They could only barely distinguish the situation at that time based on the footprints on the ground. A moment later, Andrew made a new discovery. He said calmly, Lord, there is a footprint here, which seems to lead to the depths of the woods. But there are too many footprints. Too messy. I am not sure if this is Sister Neve's. Hearing this, Xiaoxing nodded. It doesn't matter. Let's search along this footprint first. Andrew didn't say much, but turned around and led the way. The group continued to go deeper. However, the messy footsteps seemed to have run a long way, until they passed through the woods and came to a wide area. This seemed to be a cliff. Not far away, a cliff blocked everyone's way. Stop! Xiaoxing gestured. This cliff was bottomless, surrounded by clouds and mist, and there was no way to know what was happening below. There were footprints all around. It can be seen that Hilton and his team also followed this footprint to search, and it is very likely that they stopped here. Assam said, Lord, with such a deep cliff, no one can survive unless they are a 4th level expert. Xiaoxing nodded. All the signs in front of him showed that Neve's sister, Juliet, might have fallen off the cliff and died here. Hilton and the others also thought so. So they gave up the search. However, Neve told Xiaoxing that she could sense that her sister was still alive. Xiaoxing didn't know if what the little girl said was true, but as a tree spirit, she might have some special sensing ability. So, Xiaoxing gave the order. Keep searching nearby. Don't miss any corner. After hearing this, everyone started searching again. Although, they didn't have much hope for this search. The area near the cliff was bare, and there was no place to hide. If there was anyone, they would be able to see it at a glance. They quickly searched the area of several hundred meters nearby, and everyone shook their heads with some regret. Lord, I didn't find anything. The same is true for me. Assam and Sarah reported one after another. Xiaoxing sighed with regret, because this means that he cannot find Juliet, and the mission will be declared a failure. Lu Muxue beside him also looked worried. At this moment, the newly recruited archer, Rennie's found something unusual. I felt a slight fluctuation of magic power near here. Xiaoxing asked in confusion, Magic fluctuation? Rennie's did not answer, but directly activated the hunting eye skill. At this moment, her pupils suddenly changed color, like a pair of real eagle eyes. Her sharp eyes swept around inch by inch, and then stopped on a patch of grass. Rennie said directly, There is something wrong with that patch of grass. Xiaoxing was stunned, and then he looked in the direction of her gaze, but found that it was just a pile of ordinary weeds. What's the problem? Rennie's replied, It's a trap. A hunting trap set by cave dwellers. Some wild animals will be attracted by the smell on it, and then they will be caught in the trap. Xiaoxing's expression lifted after hearing this. Good guy, he can find this. This new member is quite good. However, there's a paragraph on Rennie's hunting eye, which says that it can see through illusions, so it is normal. Rennie's, you have a pair of eyes comparable to those of gods. Well done. Xiaoxing praised casually. Rennie shook her head, and her high ponytail swayed slightly. You are too kind, Lord. She acted calmly, but a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. At this time, a system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Rennie's Hawkeye, was touched by your words, and his loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty, 76. Xiaoxing was stunned. This was just a casual compliment from him. He didn't expect it to increase his favorability. Although the increase was not much. Only 2 points. It was not bad. Xiaoxing said happily. Sure enough. Women love to hear words of praise. It seems that I have to praise my subordinates more when I have the chance in the future. For Xiaoxing, this was just a matter of talking. Gather. All follow me. Xiaoxing led his men directly and walked towards the bush. After approaching, a system prompt appeared in front of him. Caveman hunting trap. Armor, 10. Durability, 300. Effect, lure nearby wandering monsters and make them fall into the cave of cavemen. Seeing the effect behind, Xiaoxing suddenly became excited. There seems to be a cave of cavemen below. And this means that Ni's sister may have fallen from here. Lu Muxua beside him also became excited. Sarah, take down this trap. Sarah immediately started to execute. Swish. In a few strokes, this hunting trap was taken down. Take down the caveman hunting trap. Gain experience points. 20 points. After the trap was taken down, Xiaoxing saw a deep cave below. He threw a stone down, and soon heard a sound. This showed that the cave below was not deep, about 3 or 4 meters. However, the diameter of this cave was very small, and could only accommodate an adult. That is to say, the strong Andrew, the mammoth Dubai, and several robots can only stay outside. Xiaoxing thought about it. Fortunately, his strongest fighter, Sarah, can follow him down. So, Xiaoxing directly ordered, Assam, Sarah, Renus, follow me down. Others, stay up there. Assam turned over and jumped off the back of the frost wolf. Follow your orders, respected lord. He took the lead and jumped directly into the cave. The second person to go down was Sarah. And then Renus. Xiaoxing and Lu Muxua also jumped down at last. They are now level 6 and level 7, respectively. And their attributes have been greatly improved. This height is not a problem for them. Plop. After the two landed steadily, they appeared in a dim environment. You have discovered the hidden area, the Cave Dweller's Cliff Cave. Seeing the system prompt, Xiaoxing's eyes lit up. Huh? This is actually a hidden area. Based on Xiaoxing's previous experience. Hidden area means there may be some special props inside. These special props have some unexpected effects. Lu Muxua also had a happy look on her face. Great, axing, little Ni's sister is probably in there too. Xiaoxing nodded. The cave of the cave dwellers was very dark, and there were bursts of monkey-like cries from inside. Oh. Woo. Xiaoxing did not delay, and asked the recruited creatures to quickly clear the way ahead. Following the passage, they advanced about 700 to 800 meters. It can be seen from this that this cave is really deep. Fortunately, there is no fork in this passage. Moreover, they did not encounter cave dwellers. Xiaoxing wondered, strange. Where did these cave dwellers go? At this moment, Xiaoxing suddenly saw a small wooden door on the wall next to him. The wooden door was not locked and could be easily pushed open. Creaky. As the wooden door opened, a system prompt appeared. Found the cave dweller's bedroom. Damn. Ran to the cave dweller's sleeping room? Xiaoxing went in and searched. And found some materials in the corner of the cave. And collected them all. Get dry food *5. Get sticky liquid *3. Get wool scraps *7. Get caveman totem *1. Xiaoxing nodded. Although they are all sundries, the sticky liquid is still good, and can be sold at a good price. In addition, there is a wooden totem, with a beast skull carved on it. Caveman totem, ornament. Item attribute, increase strength by 2 points after wearing. This totem is engraved with the mark of the mountain god, and can obtain a weak blessing from the mountain god. Increase strength by 2 points, not bad. Xiaoxing now has an ornament on him, which is the emblem of the carrot family. Survivors can equip up to 4 accessories at the same time. Xiaoxing equipped them directly. Then, Xiaoxing walked out of the caveman's bedroom, and continued to move deeper into the passage. There seemed to be many small wooden doors here, which were the rooms where the cavemen slept, so there should be some gains. But now, Xiaoxing had to hurry up to find Juliet, and couldn't stay here for too long. So, he could only suppress his desire to search and continue to move forward into the cave. After moving forward about 200 or 300 meters, Xiaoxing vaguely saw it. In the passage ahead, 3 hunched, tall and thin creatures with long arms appeared. They were covered with gray hair and looked like a variant of a gorilla. Caveman Warrior LV-13. Race, Caveman. HP, 2140/2140. Attack power, 243 to 257. Skill. Huge strength, increases strength by 20%, grapple throwing rubble, causing 60% of the attack damage to the enemy. Talent, none. The three cavemen warriors also discovered Xiaoxing and others. They opened their mouths wide. Oh, it's humans. We can't let them disturb the mountain god's sacrifice. Catch them. The cavemen immediately raised their weapons and jumped towards them. Seeing this, Xiaoxing's mouth twitched. These cavemen can't run normally, and can only rely on jumping to move forward. This way of moving is really a bit abstract. Xiaoxing ordered, quick battle and quick decision. The next moment, Sarah, Renis, and Assam all launched the attack. Rennie stood straight, like a strong pine tree, making her already large chest look even rounder and fuller. The bowstring in her hand was fully pulled. And then she released the arrow. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air was heard, and an arrow was shot out instantly. It directly hit the chest of a caveman who was bouncing. Puff! Minus 574. This arrow triggered a weak point attack. Ouch! The caveman screamed. And at this moment, a shadow blade was handed out silently. Swish! Sarah directly started the continuous slash mode. Minus 874. Minus 853. Two terrifying damage numbers floated up. The health of the caveman warrior was reduced to 0 on the spot, and he fell down. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed the caveman LV-13 and gained 140 experience points. Combatants gained 70 experience points. The other two cavemen saw their companions die, and their eyes flashed with surprise. Panama is dead, revenge for it. However, before they could rush over, Assam had already rushed over. The Frost Wolf sword technique continued to emit cold light. He directly held the two cave dwellers with his own strength. The cave dweller waved the spear in his hand, and suddenly stabbed at Assam. Ding ding. Minus 46. Minus 44. After two crisp sounds, two negligible damage numbers appeared above Assam's head. And at this moment, a burst of cold air suddenly erupted from Assam's body. Swish. A minus 7. Damage number appeared above the two cave dwellers' heads. However, the damage is not the main thing. The main thing is that the cavemen are covered with a layer of frost, which greatly reduces their mobility, making it easier for Assam to deal with them. This is the effect of Frost Shield, which is very powerful. Rennies kept pulling the bowstring in the back, causing considerable damage. In the dark, Sarah was wielding the terrifying Shadow Blade. In less than 10 seconds, the remaining two cavemen were also killed by them. With the blessing of a lot of states, they all have the combat power to fight against the same level of boss-level creatures. So this kind of battle, for them, is completely stress-free. Well done. You are all the best warriors. Xiaoxing praised casually, looking at the corpses of the three cavemen on the ground. Next, it is time to harvest the spoils. In his eyes, there is a little expectation. Chapter 75 Evil Sacrifice, Caveman Shaman. Xiaoxing collected the spoils on the ground. Get large dry food *4. Get viscous liquid *9. Get caveman totem *3. Get book of strength weak *1. Get stone spear white *3. The profit is not bad, after all. These are just three ordinary monsters. Xiaoxing nodded and said, keep going. Assam took the lead and moved forward into the depths of the cave again. The further in, the passage seemed to become wider. At this time, they seemed to have found a cave. In the distance, a bright light appeared inside, and noisy cave dwellers' voices came. Oh! 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 Praise the great mountain god. He provides warm caves for cave dwellers, and delicious food for cave dwellers. There was a chorus of echoes from inside. Praise the great mountain god. Xiaoxing frowned and asked in confusion. It seems that some kind of ceremony is being held inside. He cautiously led everyone to continue to approach. At this time, Xiaoxing saw a cave in front of him. This cave was very large, and at least hundreds of cave dwellers gathered inside. At this moment, all of these cave dwellers knelt on the ground and kept worshipping. The object of their worship was an altar made of stones. On the altar, a young woman with white skin and a graceful figure lay quietly. Seeing this scene, Xiaoxing's pupils shrank immediately. Found it. Although the woman's attributes could not be seen, it was obvious that she was most likely Ni's sister, Juliet. Lu Mushua's eyes also showed excitement, but she did not make any other moves. Lu Muxue knew that she had to keep quiet at this time, so as not to be noticed by the cave dwellers. Chao Xing continued to observe the situation inside. He noticed that the tree spirit woman placed on the boulder was tied up tightly with ropes and could not move. Above her head, there was a boulder nearly 2 meters high. The boulder was hung by a rope. As long as the rope broke, the boulder would fall down, and the tree spirit woman would be smashed into a pulp. At this moment, the cave dwellers were worshipping and making strange noises. Oh, priest, hold the ceremony quickly and sacrifice this woman to the great mountain god. Chao Xing took a glance and found that most of the cave dwellers were small fry below level 10. There were about 20 cave dweller warriors with combat power above level 10. Among them, there were 3 elite cave dweller berserkers. And this was not the most difficult one. The difficult one was that next to the pile of boulders, there was a cave dweller shaman wearing a grass crown and painted with blue paint. This is a boss level creature. Chao Xing took a look. The attributes of this shaman. Caveman Frost Shaman LV15. Level, 2nd level boss level creature. HP, 6240/6240. Attack power, 431 to 447. Armor, 74 to 78. Skills, Ice Arrow Rain, summons a small ice rain in the target area, causing 3 to 6 waves of 88% magic damage to the enemy, cooling time 120 seconds. Ice Cone Spray, sprays ice explosions in the cone area in front, damaging enemies and healing allies. Damage coefficient is 112%, healing coefficient is. Attack power asterisk 150%, cooling time 60 seconds. Frost Totem, summons a totem with a frost aura, reducing the movement speed of enemies within the range by 25%. Mountain God Protection, every 30 seconds, forms a layer of Mountain God shield around itself. Shield durability is attack power asterisk 1.2. Talent, Caveman Leader, when the number of cavemen on the field is more than 20, the skill cooling time is reduced by 20%. This is a magic type boss level creature, very powerful. The other 3 elite cavemen are pure melee fighters, all level 15 creatures, with slightly stronger attributes than Assam. However, Assam has so many statuses, and in actual combat, is even stronger than these 3 elite monsters. Chao Xing is analyzing the combat power of both sides, and quickly formulating tactics in his mind. At this moment, the ceremony is still going on. The caveman shaman spoke. Great mountain god, please accept the sacrifice, and bless the caveman to catch more prey. The caveman shaman kept waving his staff, as if he would cut the rope at any time, and then smash Neve's sister into pulp. The tree spirit woman lying on the boulder pile had panic in her eyes. Chao Xing had almost figured out a battle plan by now. He gestured to Sarah. Sarah understood, and nodded. She disappeared directly into the shadows. In the dark cave, a shadow silently moved to the side of the caveman shaman. As both were boss-level creatures, Sarah was 5 levels higher than the shaman. Until Sarah got close to its back. The caveman shaman still didn't notice. Silently, Sarah threw out a dagger of obstruction. Puff! -723. A large damage number floated up. And the caveman shaman's health dropped a lot in an instant. Ouch! The caveman shaman screamed and quickly warned. There are enemies. Cavemen, pick up your weapons. The sudden change made all the cavemen look confused. They seemed to have never expected that there would be an enemy invading their nest. At the same time, the caveman shaman quickly dropped a frost totem. The frost power spread, and also reflected Sarah's figure. The blasphemer. It's the damn blasphemer. The blasphemer is here. Caveman warriors. Take her down. Oh. 20 or 30 caveman warriors, holding weapons, jumped and rushed toward Sarah. At this moment, Chao Xing ordered, start the action. After hearing this, Assam rushed out instantly. Rennies, who had been ready to go, let the arrow in her hand fly out. Puff! -473. An arrow was deeply inserted into the back of one of the caveman berserkers. There are also blasphemers behind us. Damn it! Our sacred territory has been invaded. Kill them! The atmosphere in this cave suddenly became extremely solemn. Dozens of cavemen rushed towards Assam. Although Assam was an elite creature, it could not resist facing so many enemies at the same time. Chao Xing certainly would not let him fight alone. He raised his staff and quickly used the special effect, summon demon spiders. A cloud of black air flashed by, and in front of Chao Xing, 5 underground demon spiders, nearly 1 meter in size, appeared. He did not rush to let these demon spiders rush forward. Instead, he gathered his magic power and quickly released the skill, Summon Frost Elves. Frost Elves wandering between heaven and earth. I summon you in the name of Goddess Pays. After chanting, a wave of magic power appeared in front of Chao Xing. 2 Frost Elves, about 1.5 meters tall and aqua blue in color, appeared. Like the magic spiders, these summoned creatures were not in a buff state, so they could not be enhanced by the eternal power, talent, and would disappear when the time was up. Chao Xing said, Mushu. Add status. Lu Muxuan nodded immediately after hearing this. May the light of courage bless you. In an instant, all the magic spiders and Frost Elves were strengthened in attack power. Then, Chao Xing also gave one of the magic spiders a frost shield, ice healing, ice armor and other statuses. At this moment, Assam was besieged by a group of cave dwellers, and a dense patch of damage appeared above his head. Although the damage was not high, there were too many cave dwellers besieging him. Assam's blood volume was pouring out like water. Chao Xing directly ordered, and let the 5 magic spiders and 2 frost elves rush out to support Assam. Russell. Then, he looked at the archer next to him. Renis, you also go to help Assam fight and share the firepower. Renis did not hesitate at all and rushed directly into the cave. When a group of cave dwellers noticed Renis, their eyes suddenly lit up. There is a blasphemer here. It seems to be a woman. Catch her and offer her to the mountain god together. Instantly, more than a dozen cave dwellers rushed towards Renis, including an elite cave dweller, and the pressure on Assam was greatly reduced. At the same time, 5 magic spiders and 2 frost elves also fought with a group of cave dwellers. Now, Assam was fighting 2 elite cave dwellers alone, plus more than a dozen ordinary cave dwellers, and he was not at all inferior. On the contrary, the cavemen were unable to suppress Assam in numbers, which allowed this powerful knight to fully explode. Assam held the long sword with both hands, and stood in front of his chest. Defend the honor of the Lord to the death. Frost sword energy. Cut! Swish. The sword energy passed by, causing a series of damage numbers. And the caveman screamed. Not only that, Assam erupted with a ball of icy breath, which greatly reduced the ability of the caveman who besieged him to move. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing felt relieved. Mushu, protect me. After saying that, Chao Xing took out the Barrett. After buying 100 bullets from Hilton, he no longer had to worry about the problem of insufficient ammunition. Lu Muxuan nodded seriously. She held a shield and guarded Chao Xing. Chao Xing, after aiming at the target with the crosshairs of the Barrett, pulled the trigger directly. Bang! A gunshot sounded, and a bloody hole suddenly appeared on the head of one of the cavemen. Minus 1,374. Headshot. The caveman's health points were immediately reduced to 0. And he was deader than dead. Successfully killed caveman LV7, gained 70 experience points. 2 seconds later. Bang! Another gunshot. Minus 1,121. Armor break. This time, it was also an exaggerated damage, and also took the life of a caveman. Bang bang. In the empty cave, the sound of gunshots continued to echo. And every gunshot would definitely take the life of a caveman. Woohoo! This feeling of fire suppression is really cool. Chao Xing was shooting from behind, and a smile gradually appeared on his lips. After all, they were all living targets. However, Chao Xing's wanton killing naturally attracted the attention of those cavemen. The cavemen all locked their eyes on Chao Xing. Chapter 76 Kill the leader-level creature. The caveman locked his eyes on Chao Xing, then picked up a stone on the ground and threw it at him. At this moment, Lu Muxua raised her shield and blocked in front of Chao Xing. Bang! Minus 7. Minus 12. Minus 6. The stones hit Lu Muxua's shield, causing slight damage. Chao Xing was overjoyed. Ha ha, you bastard. You still want to throw stones at me? After saying that, he moved the muzzle of his gun directly and fired a shot. Bang! Successfully killed the caveman level 6, gained 60 experience points. At this moment, the battle gradually got on track. Assam fought more than a dozen cavemen alone, and was not at a disadvantage at all. His armor was too high, and he also had the frost shield that would occasionally emit cold air, causing damage to these cavemen and slowing them down. In addition, there were Renis and 2 frost elves next to him, continuously issuing long-range damage. More and more cavemen, Their health points dropped to 0, and they fell down. Chao Xing watched his experience points continue to increase. Level 7 16%. Level 7 18%. After a while, it reached 36% of level 7. The tree spirit woman bound to the stone was watching the battle below with the corner of her eye. I thought that I was going to die today. But suddenly several humans came out. And they were so powerful that they could deal with so many cave dwellers. In her eyes, there was hope of life. At this moment, Sarah was unilaterally suppressing the cave dweller shaman. With a level difference of 5 levels. And an assassin. The caveman shaman had no ability to fight back. The health of this leader-level creature had been reduced to less than 3,000. After Sarah resolved the battle, she would be able to support Assam. And the remaining cavemen would not be a concern. Damn blasphemer. At this moment, the caveman shaman was very angry. He raised his staff, pointed at Chao Xing in the distance and shouted, hashtag 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 hashtag. The next moment, Chao Xing felt that a ball of frost energy suddenly appeared above his head. Damn it! Are you coming for me? Mushua, run! Chao Xing felt his scalp tingling, and he quickly retreated with Lu Mushua. However, the caveman shaman's attack speed was too fast, and the attack range was also very wide. Clang! Before Chao Xing ran far, the first wave of ice arrow rain fell. Puff puff puff. These ice arrows pierced Chao Xing and Lu Mushua, and a cold stinging feeling appeared. Minus 374. Minus 335. A damage number appeared above their heads, and their health instantly dropped to less than half. Damn it! Chao Xing didn't care about the pain and stiffness in his body. He rolled over and quickly rolled out of the area covered by the rain of ice arrows. Lu Mushua also held the shield and escaped the attack without any danger. However, this scene just now made Assam and Sarah look terrified. They saw that Chao Xing was almost killed by the caveman shaman. Assam was so anxious that he wanted to rush over. But after seeing that they were safe, they were relieved at the same time. Sarah looked extremely angry at this moment. You lowly creature. Dare you offend the Lord? The next moment, she went into a frenzy. Like a tigress, she pounced fiercely on the caveman shaman and slashed with the shadow blade. Puff! Puff! The caveman shaman's mountain god's protection was ruthlessly chopped to pieces by Sarah. Terrifying damage numbers floated up one after another. Ah! Damn it! The caveman shaman's screams continued to come, and his blood volume continued to drop. After experiencing that scene, Chao Xing also became more cautious. At the same time, he held up the barret, keeping an eye on the health of the caveman shaman, and was ready to grab the head at any time. Seeing that the health of the leader dropped below 1,000. At this moment, the caveman shaman raised his staff and blew a stream of cold air at himself. A green number of plus 650 suddenly appeared above his head. Damn! It can still recover health? Chao Xing was stunned. Although it recovered a lot. For Sarah, it was just a matter of one knife. She slashed with one knife. Poof! Minus 773. This time, she stopped attacking without Chao Xing's signal. At the same time, Chao Xing, who had been waiting for a long time, pulled the trigger directly. Bang! Minus 664. The health of the caveman shaman was instantly reduced to 0. The system prompt appeared. Successfully killed the caveman frost shaman. A second-level boss creature. Killed the monster above the level. Gained experience points 1000 * 200%. Gained 2000 experience points. Obtained loot. Primary heart of power. Obtained. Shaman soul covered by chill * 1. Obtained. Shaman necklace. Purple * 1. Obtained. Ice arrow rain skill book. Blue * 1. Obtained. Char shaman recruitment scroll * 1. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing laughed so hard that his legs couldn't close. Wow! Killing a leader brings a lot of rewards. Not only a purple necklace, but also a skill book. At the same time, the cave dwellers were horrified when they saw the death of the shaman. Ah! The priest is dead. These damn blasphemers. They killed the priest. The great mountain god will punish them. The cave dwellers looked at Chao Xing and his men with hateful eyes. However, Chao Xing ignored the look and gave an order. Sarah, go help Assam solve the battle here. Sarah received Chao Xing's order and rushed into the battle group quickly. With the addition of this kitchen knife assassin, the caveman died faster. And Chao Xing aimed at the opportunity to finish off the enemy and kept pulling the trigger. Bang! With a gunshot, an elite caveman holding a battle axe fell down. Successfully killed the caveman berserker, a second-level elite creature, killed a monster above the level, gained experience points. 300 * 200%, gained 600 experience points. There were still 2 elite creatures left on the field. At this moment, Assam slashed out a frost sword again, and then stabbed out with a sword. Puff! -466. -314. The second elite caveman died randomly. Your territory member, Assam, killed the caveman berserker and gained 300 experience points. Assam's level has been upgraded. Current level, level 13. Haha. My knight has also been upgraded. Chao Xing was happy. After a while, a white light appeared on his body. Your level has been upgraded, current level, level 8. This upgrade, total attribute upgrades, strength +2, agility +1, spirit +5, constitution +2. Then, is Lu Muxue. She also reached level 7. In this cave, there are a lot of cave dwellers, providing them with a lot of experience. When the last cave dweller was killed, the cave became completely quiet. At this moment, after fighting bloody battles, Assam returned to Chao Xing, and then said, "Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission, Lord." His health has dropped below 20%. If it weren't for the bonus of so many buffs, Assam wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Chao Xing nodded. Assam, you are a brave knight, and the light of glory shines on you. Now you guys take a break, and then clean up the battlefield. Assam nodded respectfully. Then he cleaned up the battlefield with Sarah and Rennie's. Chao Xing brought Lu Muxue to the stone altar. Then, the two began to climb up. When they climbed onto the pile of stones, the tree spirit woman was staring at Chao Xing with wide eyes, looking at him in horror. Her whole body was tightly bound by ropes, revealing white flesh, as white as porcelain. Her long legs were exposed, and the scene was somewhat erotic. Chao Xing also saw the other party's attributes. Botanist, Juliet LV8. Level, First Order Elite. HP, 760/760. Skills, Plant Proficiency, reading various plant-related books since childhood. A lot of relevant knowledge is stored in the mind, and can clearly distinguish the characteristics and growth habits of some plants and herbs. Talent, Guardian of the Pale Tree. That's right. This is Neve's sister, Juliet. She is also an elite, and seems to have a good skill. This is also a talent. Chao Xing gestured, Muxue. Untie her rope. Lu Muxue nodded gently, then waved the iron sword in her hand, and cut all the ropes on Juliet's body one by one. After breaking free from the restraints, this tree spirit woman quickly hugged her legs and curled up. She looked at Chao Xing with horror, and her whole body was shaking. How to describe this picture? It was like a little girl who was captured in a cave, looking at a bad guy. And Chao Xing is the bad guy. Chao Xing coughed awkwardly twice. Hello. Hearing Chao Xing speak, the woman of the tree spirit tribe was even more frightened, because she just saw with her own eyes, this man led a group of powerful creatures, killing all the cave dwellers. This is a being more powerful than the cave dwellers. Seeing that she seemed to be frightened, Chao Xing said directly, I am Lord Chao Xing. Your sister Neve entrusted me to go to Mount Turin to look for your traces. Now, I will take you back to my territory. Chao Xing directly stated his identity and purpose. When Juliet heard Neve's name, she stopped shaking immediately. She asked carefully, Little Neve asked you to come. Is she okay? Chao Xing nodded. She is fine. The Black Lion Chamber of Commerce brought her to my territory. I took them in. Now Neve is mine. After thinking about it, Chao Xing felt that this sentence seemed a little wrong. So he changed his words and said, Neve has joined my territory. After Chao Xing finished speaking, Juliet believed his words and knelt down immediately. Thank you, the powerful and kind Lord Chao Xing. The pale tree will protect you. Chao Xing nodded and said, This is not the place to talk. Let's go down first. He pointed to the top of his head. Juliet also looked up and saw the huge stone hanging above. If it fell, the three of them would be crushed to death together. Juliet nodded. Then, they quickly walked down from the huge stone altar. At the same time, Assam and Sarah had also cleaned up the battlefield. They handed all the spoils on the ground to Chao Xing. Chapter 77. Open the treasure chest. Mutated thornvine seeds. Obtain sticky liquid *312. Obtain primary heart of strength *2. Obtain Caveman Totem * 17. Obtain Caveman Berserker Totem, blue, * 3. Obtain Large Dry Food * 74. Obtain Book of Agility Week * 6. Obtain Caveman Berserker Hand Axe, blue, * 1. Obtain Centaur Warrior Recruitment Scroll * 2. A lot of loot, most of which were dropped by the 3 elite cavemen. Chaoxing nodded. Knight Assam. The number of people in our territory is increasing day by day, and we need a lot of resources to maintain the operation. So the resources in the cave dwellers' rooms cannot be let go. Assam nodded respectfully. The Lord cares about his subordinates, and is always worried about the operation of the territory. Assam will do his best to help the Lord share the pressure. After that, he turned around and began to collect resources. Chaoxing looked at Sarah next to him again. Sarah, scout around and see if there are other passages leading to the outside world. There are so many cave dwellers living here. It is impossible for them to rely on that small hole to enter and exit. There must be other places leading to the outside world. Sarah nodded, and then disappeared. Renis, help me search the cave to see if there are any hidden areas, such as treasure chests or other things. The tall archer turned and left, searching the cave as Chaoxing ordered. Now, there were only 3 of them left on the field. Chaoxing looked at Juliet on the side. So, Juliet, the situation is as I said. Not only your sister Neve, but also other tree spirits have joined my territory. Now, are you willing to leave with us? I will take you back to my territory to reunite with your sister. This Juliet is obviously also a special NPC, and Chaoxing doesn't want to let such a talent run away. Juliet's face, which seemed to be carefully carved, showed a look of emotion. I do. Thank you, kind Lord Chaoxing. Chaoxing nodded. Now that the most important task has been completed, a big stone in his heart has fallen. Next, he will open the Goblin Treasure House, and then take Juliet back to the territory. And the day will end successfully. While Sarah and others are looking for it, Chaoxing began to check the spoils he had just obtained. Caveman Berserker Totem, blue accessory. Equipment effect, Strength +3, Constitution +3. Blue accessory, good stuff. Chaoxing put the totem on directly, and then gave one to Lu Muxue. The attributes of both of them were greatly improved. Then, there were 2 recruitment scrolls. Centaur Warrior Recruitment Scroll. This scroll can be used to summon a Centaur Warrior with level 15 strength. It's just an ordinary recruitment scroll, but it also has level 15 strength, which is pretty good. Chaoxing clicked the summon button directly. In front of him, 2 blue hexagram arrays appeared. As the hexagram array continued to emit light, 2 strong figures gradually emerged. After the light dissipated, 2 creatures about 2 meters tall appeared in front of everyone, with the body of a horse and the upper body of a human, and holding a sharp blunt weapon. Centaur Warrior, KNR. Centaur Warrior, Cantel. Reporting to you. The 2 centaurs shouted in unison. Chaoxing nodded. Welcome, KNR, Cantel, let us build a territory full of faith together. The Centaur Warrior held his head high, placed his right hand on his chest, and responded to his words. Then, Chaoxing checked their attributes. Centaur Warrior, KNR LV-15. Level 15,672/50,000, second order ordinary creature. HP, 2840/2840. Attack power, 254 to 258, weapon bonus. Armor, 65 to 68. Attributes, Strength 121, Agility 117, Spirit 98, Constitution 147. Skills, Horse Hoof Trampling, stomps on the ground, stuns and damages nearby enemy units, damage coefficient is 77%, stun time is 0.5 seconds to 2 seconds, rush and strike, increases 100% of movement speed, run towards the enemy at high speed, cause 112% attack damage to enemies along the way. Talent, none. Bond, Centaur, when the number of centaurs in the team reaches more than 10, attack power plus 10%, hit rate plus 10%. When the number of centaurs is more than 30, attack power plus 20%, hit rate plus 20%. When there are more than 50 people, activate skill, victory charge. Satisfaction, 68. Loyalty, 65. These ordinary centaurs are relatively strong among monsters of the same level. Moreover, after Chaoxing's various buff bonuses, the combat power of these centaurs can also usher in a qualitative change. At this time, Assam and Renis came over together. Lord, This is the reward found in the rooms of those cave dwellers. After saying that, Assam handed a lot of things to Chao Xing. Obtained, viscous liquid asterisk 117. Obtained, large pieces of dry food asterisk 324. Obtained, wool scraps asterisk 74. Obtained, cave dweller totem asterisk 8. Obtained book, My Bride Road. Bride Road? What the hell? A thick book appeared in Chao Xing's hand. And items appeared on it. Book, My Bride Road. Item attributes, after reading. You can get a Spirit plus 3 attribute improvement. Reading time, 4 hours and 20 minutes. Click to read. So that's it, reading can also increase attributes. Is this what is called, knowledge is power? And the most important thing is, after reading this book, you can trade it to others. Chao Xing was happy, and then he put it away. Linus on the side also reported, Lord, I didn't find the treasure chest in the cave, but I found a storage box behind a stone door. Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes lit up immediately. Storage boxes are great. The things in the storage box are more than in the treasure chest. Maybe I can get a black diamond. Then I will be rich. Renis, well done. Take me to see it. After a while, Chao Xing came to the stone door that Renis mentioned. The stone door was opened at this moment, and a storage box appeared inside. Chao Xing walked over. Caveman storage box, blue. Opened successfully. Obtained, thick wolf meat asterisk 272. Obtained, copper or asterisk 211. Obtained, mithril or asterisk 72. Obtained, gold or asterisk 13. Obtained, carrot seeds asterisk 74. Obtained, beet seeds asterisk 54. Obtained, mutated thorn vine seeds, blue, asterisk 32. A lot of materials appeared. It can be seen that this group of cavemen have hidden a lot of good things. Chao Xing exclaimed, there are gold ores, which are good stuff. Gold is a precious metal no matter which world it is in. If these gold ores are refined, and then sold to merchants, it is estimated that they can be sold at a very high price. But what is this blue seed? Chao Xing checked the properties. Mutated thorn vine seed, blue magic plant. Planted near the territory buildings, the vines will grow rapidly and cover the buildings, which can increase their armor by 50 points, 1,000 points of durability, and come with a level 2 anti-injury aura, rebounding 20% of the damage received. Planted on the city wall, it can increase durability by an additional 1,000 points. Item introduction. Don't try to climb over me, otherwise, I will turn you into a failed vine. After reading the introduction of this seed, Chao Xing's eyes lit up. Wow! It is a blue mutant plant. Not only can it greatly increase armor and durability, but also has an anti-injury aura. More importantly, the novice protection period is about to end. Without the protection of the system, the monsters in the snow will start to attack the territory. At this time, it is necessary to build a wall for defense. There is no doubt that these blue magic seeds can greatly increase the defense ability of Chao Xing's territory. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction and put all these things into his backpack. At the same time, Sarah appeared silently at the side and suddenly spoke. We have found a passage to the outside world behind a huge rock. This scared the two newly joined centaurs. God, this dark elf lady's stealth skills are too superb. I second it, Kandao. Chao Xing was already used to Sarah's elusiveness, nodded and said, very good, then we will go out first and meet up with other companions. Sarah turned around and silently led the way ahead. A group of people followed her. Soon, they came to the place where they had fought with the shaman before. Behind the wall of the cave next to them, they did see a boulder 2 or 3 meters high. After bypassing the boulder, a deep passage appeared in front of them. Assam drew out his sword. Lord, please let me clear the way for you. Chao Xing nodded. Go, brave Assam knight. Assam took the lead and walked into the passage. Everyone followed him. In this passage, Chao Xing found several spike traps, rope traps, but they were all removed by them. Soon, the group came to the end of the passage. A light appeared faintly at the entrance of the cave, which seemed to be hidden in a bush. Chao Xing came out of the cave directly, and in an instant, the cold wind from the top of the mountain whistled past. The temperature dropped instantly, and it was so cold that people shrank their necks. Chao Xing looked around and found that the surrounding environment was somewhat familiar. This seemed to be the forest they had just passed by, and Andrew and the others should still be waiting at the edge of the cliff. Assam, go and call Andrew and Dubai over. Assam took the order, and his Mount Frost wolf was there. After a while, 3 robots, plus the mammoth Tobias and Andrew, all came over together. Seeing that Chao Xing and the others were fine, Andrew said devoutly, "The god of nature protects you, respected lord." When Andrew saw the tree spirits around Chao Xing, he knew that they had successfully completed the task. Looking at Juliet, Andrew showed a gentle smile. Juliet was stared at by the tall Andrew, and she did not feel scared, but felt a sense of intimacy. This may be related to the fact that they are both guardians. The team reunited, but compared to before, there were 2 more centaurs. Lu Muxue turned her head and asked softly, "Axing, are we going back now?" Chao Xing shook his head. "Not for the time being. I have something to do in the Borlis Mountains." Under Lu Muxue's curious eyes, Chao Xing took out a bronze key. "This is..." Chao Xing smiled and said, "This is the key to the Goblin Treasure House. The location is nearby. Let's take a look and see if we can open this treasure house." Hearing this, Lu Muxue's eyes also showed joy. She nodded and said, "Yes, I'll listen to you." Chao Xing looked at Juliet next to him again, and seeing her shivering with cold, he took out a complete wolf skin from his backpack and handed it over. Juliet hesitated, but finally accepted it. She looked at Chao Xing gratefully. "Thank you." Chao Xing didn't care, but said, "Next, we have to go to a place first, and after we get out of that place, we will take you back to the territory to reunite with your sister. Although he has the final say here, there are still some things that need to be told." Juliet quickly replied, "No, it's okay. Just do whatever you want." Chao Xing nodded, and then he took Lu Muxue and climbed back onto the back of the crawler robot. As for Juliet, Chao Xing arranged her in the bucket of the forklift robot. Then, Chao Xing looked at the map. This place was not far from the coordinates on the key. After passing through the Tello Mountain Business Road, and moving forward a distance, you can reach the location of the Goblin Treasure House. So, Chao Xing directly announced, "Let's go," and continued to move forward into the depths of the Borlis Mountains. Boom, boom, boom. The team began to move forward. Assam and Andrew led the way together, followed by 2 centaurs. The big white guard was beside Chao Xing's robot. Chao Xing sat leisurely on the back of the tracked robot. With these powerful recruited creatures and pet guards around him, Chao Xing felt a strong sense of security. While on the road, he planned to check what was exploded from the shaman. After all, that was a leader-level creature. Last time, a lot of good things were exploded from the hunter leader, which made Chao Xing even more excited. With a little excitement, a group of souls with a chill appeared in Chao Xing's hand. Coal-covered caveman shaman soul, boss-level soul with icy breath. Can be used on an elite follower below level 2 to make it evolve into a boss-level creature with a high probability, with a success rate of 40% to 70%. It is indeed a soul that has advanced to a boss. The success rate is about the same as the soul of the hunter boss. Great! Chao Xing was very excited. Now, he already has 2 boss-level creatures under his command. The success rate of this soul is very high, which means that he has a high probability of obtaining a 3rd boss-level creature. However, who should this soul be given to is a problem. The subordinates, Assam, Andrew, including Rennie's, all meet the conditions for use. The 3 of them, no matter who breaks through to the boss, can bring considerable help to Chao Xing. So who should it be given to? Chapter 78 Black Smoke Shaman and the Sword of Justice. After thinking for a moment, Chao Xing called Assam over. Chao Xing said, "Knight Assam, are you ready to have more powerful power?" "Lord, what do you mean?" Assam looked puzzled. And at this moment, Chao Xing took out the soul that exuded an icy aura. The leader-level aura emanating from the soul attracted everyone's attention. This is a soul that can transform us to a higher level. There was shock in his tone, and he also clearly knew the powerful power contained in this soul. Chao Xing nodded. "Yes. Now, you can use this soul to break through." After the initial surprise, Assam put away the desire in his eyes. He glanced at his companions around him, then shook his head and said, "Dear Lord, this is an extremely precious soul. Assam does not think he is qualified to own it. Andrew, Rennie's are more suitable to use this soul than me." Hearing this, Andrew, Rennie's and others turned their heads and stared at the soul in Chao Xing's hand that exuded a chill. At the same time, he could not help but admire Assam's personality. He could even give away such an item that could transform himself. He had a true chivalry. However, Chao Xing shook his head. Assam was right. Allowing Andrew and Rennie's to make a breakthrough would bring greater help to Chao Xing. But Chao Xing had his own ideas. Although Assam was not the strongest among his subordinates, he was definitely the most loyal, and the one who dared to fight the most. For such a good performing subordinate, of course, he should be rewarded and trained. Chao Xing said directly, Knight Assam, you are one of the earliest followers under my command. During this period, you have proved your humility and bravery. Use it. With stronger power, you can better help me and our territory. At this moment, Assam's resolute face had a glimmer of tears. He took it almost tremblingly. Thank you for your respect. Respected Lord, you are like the moon in the sky, guiding me forward at night. Your territory member, Assam, moved by your generosity, further improves his loyalty. Because his loyalty is full, triggering a special effect, Die Hard. Die Hard, always keep the loyalty at full value, and will not be affected by any effect. Seeing this system prompt, Chao Xing was stunned. This is, have you triggered the hidden effect? Loyalty will never be reduced, which means you never have to worry about Assam's betrayal. It seems pretty good. At this moment, Assam sat on the back of the frost wolf, and did not hesitate to slap the soul into his body. In the eyes of others, there was envy. Chao Xing cleared his throat at this time, and then said solemnly, My warriors, those who have not yet broken through, don't worry. Our territory is gradually developing, and everyone will enjoy the distribution of resources. First Sarah, then Assam, and next, it will be your turn. Let us work together, contribute our own strength, and build a prosperous territory. After Chao Xing finished speaking, Andrew responded first. Dear Lord, we believe in you. Under your leadership, we will definitely build a great territory. Including Sarah and Rennie's on the side, also nodded slightly. They believed in Chao Xing, because this was their personal experience. Including Sarah, who was also promoted from the elite level. Then, a lot of system prompts appeared. Your territory member, Andrew was moved by your words. Loyalty has been improved, current loyalty, 95. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance was moved by your words. Loyalty has been improved, current loyalty, 93. Accept them. Rennie's loyalty has been increased to 80, and the loyalty of the two centaurs has also reached 70 points. Chao Xing was delighted. This wave of big cakes can be said to be very effective, and everyone's loyalty has been greatly improved. At this moment, Assam had just photographed the soul, and was undergoing a transformation from an elite to a leader. This would take a certain amount of time, and this soul also had a chance of failure. Chao Xing, who did not expect his luck, had already prepared for failure. Chao Xing shook his head, and began to check the second thing, which was a black necklace also engraved with a beast skull. Shaman necklace, purple. Quality, rare. Additional attributes, spirit plus 10, agility plus 5. Additional special effect 1. Swift hands, hit rate plus 10%, casting speed increased by 20%. Additional special effect 2. Magic breaker, when attacking, ignore 10% of the enemy's magic defense. There is a 15% chance of ignoring 80% of the enemy's magic defense. Item description. A necklace with Shaman's blessing. Contains strong magic fluctuations. Be careful not to be broken. Chao Xing's heart was lifted. What a strong attribute, it's worthy of being purple equipment. Obviously, this necklace is very suitable for Chao Xing. Just the spirit plus 10 can provide him with more than 30 points of attack power, and can also greatly increase the recovery ability of ice therapy. The two special effects on the necklace can also increase Chao Xing's output. He put it on his neck with satisfaction. Instantly, a force emerged, and Chao Xing could clearly feel that his mental power had been greatly enhanced. He looked at his attributes. Name, Chao Xing. Race, Blue Star Human. Level 8 120/7000. Detailed attributes, click to view. Good. The mental attribute has reached 57 points. Ice healing can restore 46 points of life per second. And ice armor can also provide an additional 34 points of armor. It's a huge improvement. Chao Xing also noticed that his attack power also exceeded 200. This is almost as powerful as the attack of a second-level creature. Among the survivors, his damage is already outrageous. A wave of ice cone, followed by ice ball, can even kill monsters of the same level in 1 second. At this time, another blue book appeared in his hand. Ice Arrow Rain Skill Book, Blue. Skill Effect, condensing the power of Frost in a fixed area, causing 3 to 6 ice arrow damages to all enemies in the area. The damage coefficient is 112%, and the cooling time is 180 seconds. Click to learn. This thing is the skill that the shaman used to deal with me at that time, and its attack power is quite outrageous. If Xiaoxing hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been almost taken away by a wave. Unexpectedly, Xiaoxing also has this skill now. He clicked to learn directly. Skill successfully learned. Ice Arrow Rain. Woohoo! Finally got the first group attack skill. Now I look like a mage. Xiaoxing was very satisfied. So far, the harvest in the cave has been counted. In his hand, there is one last reward, which is a recruitment scroll. Char Shaman Recruitment Scroll. Through this scroll, you can summon a powerful Char Shaman, whose strength is level 15 boss. It is indeed a boss level recruitment scroll. Xiaoxing's eyes move slightly. In this way, he can have a 4th boss level creature. The premise is that Assam can successfully break through. And at this moment, Assam, who was sitting on the back of Frost Wolf Winter, suddenly had a strong momentum. A system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Assam, has completed the transformation, has been advanced to a boss level creature, all attributes increased by 30%, learned a new skill, Sword of Justice. Sword of Justice, condensing a 5 to 10 meter long sword energy, causing 4/ damage to the fan-shaped area in front. Each attack hits, reduces the enemy's armor by 10%, the effect lasts for 20 seconds, the cooling time is 120 seconds. Skill Introduction. In the name of justice, wherever the sword points, it is invincible. Seeing the skill introduction, Xiaoxing's eyes condensed. What a powerful skill. This thing directly turns Assam's attack into group attack damage. Especially when dealing with multiple enemies under siege, it is even more effective. Assam turned around, respectfully said, Lord, I have fulfilled my mission, I have successfully transformed. Xiaoxing nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, Assam Knight. Then, he began to check Assam's attributes. Frost Wolf Knight, Assam. Race, human. Level 13 17 24/50,000, 2nd level boss level creature. Detailed attributes, click to view. Xiaoxing's face showed strong joy again. After advancing to the boss level creature, Assam's overall attributes have been greatly improved. Of course, his health is a little lower than other bosses. But this is normal, because Assam is a human, and his health growth is naturally not as good as that of druids or beasts. Moreover, Assam, who has so many statuses, cannot lose even if he challenges a level 20 boss. Very good. If it continues like this, it will be just around the corner to upgrade all my recruited creatures to the boss level. Xiaoxing was full of expectations. As for the recruitment scroll, since they were in a hurry now, Xiaoxing decided to recruit after reaching the destination. On the way, he raised his staff and constantly refreshed the effects of ice healing and ice armor for each member. Now his ice healing can restore more than 40 health points per second. According to Assam and Andrew's health points, it only takes 2 or 3 minutes to restore them. The survivability is greatly increased. As the team passed through the Troy Trade Road, past that cliff, the coordinates on the key were getting closer and closer. 5 minutes later, they appeared on a forest path. At this time, Xiaoxing changed direction and led the team directly into the woods on the left, because the direction shown by the coordinates was on the other side. After many twists and turns, they came to the foot of an unknown mountain. We're here. Xiaoxing looked at the mountain in front of him and asked the team to stop. Lu Muxua asked softly beside him, Axing, is this the place? Chapter 79. The door to the treasury is slowly opening. Xiaoxing nodded. Yes, the location shown on the coordinates is nearby. After hearing this, everyone looked around. However, there seemed to be no door to the treasury here, only huge rocks sliding down from the hillside. After observing for a while, no relevant clues were found. Xiaoxing fell into thought. Because the system will not make mistakes, according to the coordinates on the key, it is nearby. But they didn't find it. That means, this goblin treasure house is likely to be a hidden area. So Xiaoxing ordered, search around to see if there are any hidden passages or something. Andrew, Assam and others received the order and began to search everywhere. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. They soon searched every corner of this area. A moment later, Sarah made the first discovery. She stopped at the foot of the mountain, in front of a pile of collapsed rubble. I'm here, and I sensed a faint magical fluctuation. Hearing this, Xiaoxing's eyes suddenly lit up, and he controlled the track robot, and came to Sarah's side with a grunt. Perhaps because Chao Xing's level was not high, he did not sense the magical fluctuation here. But Sarah would not lie. So, he called the forklift robot over, and ordered, "Shovel this pile of rubble for me." The forklift robot immediately did so. Buzz! The energy core began to operate at full power. The huge bucket picked up the rubble and moved it aside. Pieces of rubble were shoveled away, gradually revealing the scene behind the pile of rubble. Indistinctly, Chao Xing seemed to see a corner of a gray door. When the pile of rubble was completely removed, Chao Xing saw a gray stone door about 5 meters high and 3 meters wide. Goblin Treasure House Door. Armor, 500. Durability, 100,000/100,000. Attached Special Effect 1. Intermediate damage reduction, reduces 20% of magical and physical damage. Attached Special Effect 2. Chain detonation. If forcibly broken, it will cause the collapse of the treasury passage. Oh my god. 100,000 points of durability. 500 armor. This door is really hard. With the current strength of Chao Xing's men, except for Sarah and Dubai, the attacks of others could not even cause much damage. It would take a long time to break this door. Besides, because of the second special effect, this door cannot be broken by brute force. If it is broken by force, it will cause the passage inside to collapse. But fortunately, Chao Xing came prepared. He took out the Goblin Treasure House key from his backpack, and then approached the door of the treasury. The system prompt appeared as expected. Do you want to use the Goblin Treasure House key to open the door of the treasury? Yes. The next moment, the key in Chao Xing's hand disappeared. Creak! Creak! Beside Chao Xing's ears, there was a sound of a key turning. A few seconds later, everyone felt a vibration under their feet. Boom! Boom! Chao Xing saw that. The door of the treasure house gradually rose up. Then a dark passage behind the door was faintly revealed. As the vibration continued, a system prompt appeared. The door of the treasure house is slowly opening. Boom! The ground kept shaking. After about 30 seconds, the door was completely raised. You have discovered the hidden area, Goblin Underground Palace. Map introduction. A group of goblins who worship the ancient gods once lived here. They sacrificed many treasures to the gods they believed in. Until one day, the goblin sacrifice brought them an unknown disaster. In order to curb the spread of this disaster, the goblins inside chose to close the entrance to the palace. After reading the map introduction, Chao Xing was stunned. It turns out that it is not a treasure house, but an underground palace? Note, the Goblin Palace is a high-level area. It is recommended that at least 4 survivors with second-level strength form a team to explore. Hearing this system prompt, Chao Xing frowned. It takes 4 survivors above level 2 to form a team, which means that the monsters inside may be of high level. I have 10 level 2 creatures, including robots and Dubai, and they all have my buff bonus. And their actual combat power is much stronger than that of ordinary level 2 creatures. According to this calculation, my combat power should be stronger than that of 4 level 2 survivors. Thinking of this, Chao Xing's eyes lit up. According to his calculation, his combat power should be able to challenge this area. Chao Xing made up his mind. That is, to go in. However, before entering, he could improve his strength. So, he took out the scroll. Do you want to use the Char Shaman recruitment scroll? Yes. The moment Chao Xing clicked OK, a choking smoke appeared in front of him. The smoke seemed to come from a furnace, with a scorching temperature. At the same time, as the smoke rolled, a humanoid creature with a height of nearly 2 meters and a strong physique could be seen faintly in it. Strong magical fluctuations emanated from this humanoid creature. After the smoke dissipated, a creature with a black leopard head, wearing a robe with bellflowers printed on it, and with a long tail, suddenly appeared. War will never end. Steel, blood, flames. These are the main themes of war, turning everything into ashes. We embrace peace, but war makes us homeless. This lord, the shaman of the Char tribe, Blot Sulfur Stone, reports to you. This is the Char tribe, which Chao Xing had seen once before. He stepped down from the tracked robot, and came to the tall Char, and said solemnly, "Welcome, Blot. Let us build a peaceful territory together." This time, Chao Xing was right. When the Char heard the word peace, his eyes lit up. My dear lord, do you also advocate peace? Chao Xing shook his head and said, Blot, no one likes war. Not even those powerful knights. After hearing this, the Char shaman asked excitedly, "Then, my dear lord, I want to know, can the future development of the territory be biased towards scientific research or agricultural planting?" He said it sincerely, but this made Chao Xing fall into thought. The shaman meant that he should farm in peace in the future and not fight often. But it was obvious that the shaman's idea was naive. In this world full of monsters, and often accompanied by danger, it was impossible not to fight. Chao Xing shook his head and said, "Blot, you are wrong. The premise of peace is to have enough power to crush the enemy. If you don't even have the power to defend your territory, you will eventually be trampled by the horses of the invaders. Maybe the war in the past caused you to lose your home, your loved ones and everything, and even made you begin to hate power. But you have to know that power is not terrible, but its owner is terrible." When Blot Sulphur Stone heard the last sentence, his cat's eyes suddenly widened. Power is not scary. What's scary is his master. Power is not scary. He kept muttering, seemingly realizing something. Brent Brimstone said excitedly, "You are right, Lord. If I had the strength of a 6th level hero, or even a legendary warrior, I could have fought against the entire Blood Legion, and then prevented all tragedies from happening. I want to have a stronger power, enough to shake the entire Charles Empire. Thank you for your advice, wise Lord." Your territory member, Brent Brimstone, was moved by your words. Loyalty has been improved, current loyalty, 71. Chao Xing was stunned, looking at the surging fighting spirit in Charles's eyes. His eyes were strange. He touched his chin and thought, "Why do I feel like I turned this peace defender into a war fanatic?" He shook his head. This was not a bad thing for Chao Xing. Then, he checked the attributes of this shaman. Black Smoke Shaman, brought Brimstone. Race, Char. Level 152731/50,000, 2nd level boss level creature. HP, 6720/6720. Attack power, 537 to 551. Armor, 131 to 142. Attributes, Strength 217, Agility 204, Spirit 253, Constitution 237. Skills, Black Smoke Totem, place a black smoke totem every 10 seconds. Cast a fixed smoke, causing enemies in the surrounding area to enter a short-term blind state. The totem lasts 30 seconds. The cooling time is 90 seconds. Resonance Totem, place a resonance totem, increase the critical strike rate and hit rate of all friendly units by 20%. The totem lasts 100 seconds. The cooling time is 0 seconds. Smoke Shock, condenses a cloud of smoke, deals 144% damage to a single enemy if used on a friendly unit. Restores health equal to Spirit * 1.5, cooling time 60 seconds. Black Smoke Storm, sets off a violent black smoke storm. Enemy in the black smoke storm will receive 88% attack damage per second, and reduces enemy's agility by 50 points. Storm duration 10 seconds, cooling time 300 seconds. Talent, Survival of the Fittest. Satisfaction, 68. Loyalty, 71. So strong. Chao Xing sincerely exclaimed, "It's worthy of being a boss-level shaman." But unfortunately, this shaman's 4 skills all tend to be damage or totem skills. There is no such continuous buff skill. As for the 2 totem skills, the first one, Black Smoke Totem, is obviously not a buff effect, and this thing should not be affected by eternal power. The second one, Resonance Totem, although it is a buff effect, because the totem is a domain skill, it will only be effective within the totem range. So Chao Xing is not sure whether this thing can become a permanent state. But on second thought, even if it can't be affected, it's still pretty good after all. The attributes of the Black Smoke Shaman are there. Moreover, he now officially has 4 boss-level creatures, which can be said to be a surge in strength. Then, as usual, he cast Ice Armor, Ice Healing, and Frost Shield on Blot Sulphur Stone. Then he asked Lu Muxue to bless him with 2 states. Blot, like other members of the territory, expressed his gratitude to Chao Xing and increased his loyalty by 6 points. Suddenly, his loyalty reached 77 points. "Thank you, great Lord. Beautiful Lady of the Lord. Your power is as great as that of gods." Chao Xing nodded and looked at the time. Due to nightfall, 5 hours and 32 minutes. Current temperature, -52°C. There are still 5 hours before dark, which is enough for him to explore this goblin treasure house and return to the territory. So, Chao Xing ordered then, "Let's go in." Chapter 80, Altar, Shining Gem. Then, let's go in. After saying that, Assam was the first to step into the gate. Dabai followed closely. Then, it was Rennies and Blot, and 2 centaurs. And Chao Xing and Lu Muxue, sitting on the track robots, walked at the back. A group of people entered the passage in a mighty manner. This was also Chao Xing's confidence. He believed that, with the current strength, it was enough to deal with the dangers encountered inside. Tap, tap! The dense footsteps of a group of people sounded. And there was also the sound of track robots rolling over bricks and stones. Chao Xing discovered that they were now in a brick and stone passage. And as they went deeper, the space became much larger, and could accommodate the size of 2 big whites. Chao Xing began to look around. This time, he really saw some good things. On both sides of the passage, there were several burning candlesticks. These candlesticks were gorgeous in appearance, and glowed with golden color. Seeing the golden light above, Chao Xing's habit of taking advantage of others came back again. Assam, help me take down the candlestick. Assam did as he was told. Took down the candlestick on the wall, and handed it to Chao Xing. The system prompt appeared. Hit gilded candlestick *1. Wow! This is gold-plated? Although it is not pure gold. It also surprised Chao Xing. Because, just based on the exquisite carvings on this candlestick, it is already worth a lot of money. Gilded candlestick, exquisite handicraft, can be sold to the Chamber of Commerce, and sold at a high price. Haha. It can really be sold. Hilton should like this batch of goods. Even if it can't be sold. It's also good to take it to the territory to decorate your own lord's hut. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction and put it away. Then he asked Assam and Andrew to take down all the candlesticks they encountered along the way. Get gilded candlestick *1. Get gilded candlestick *1. Get. After everyone advanced about 100 meters, Chao Xing had already harvested more than 20 gilded candlesticks, which was a great harvest. At this time, Assam, who was walking in the front, suddenly said vigilantly, I sensed that there was an evil breath. He raised his long sword and was ready for battle. At the same time, Chao Xing also heard footsteps in front of the passage. Crack! Crack! The footsteps sounded strange, like an ice sculpture walking. And as the footsteps approached, Chao Xing could even feel that the temperature in the passage had dropped a lot. Current temperature, -37°C. What the hell? Such a grand show? Chao Xing asked in confusion. Then, they saw the existence that made the footsteps. They were 2 short creatures with pointed ears and short limbs. Their iconic appearance indicated that these were 2 goblins. However, the difference was that these goblins were covered with a layer of pale and granular frost all over their bodies. Their eyes were hollow. Their skin was pale. And they seemed to have been dead for a long time. Lord, be careful. There is something wrong with these goblins, Assam said vigilantly. At this moment, the 2 goblins saw Chao Xing and others, and ran over in an instant. Seeing that the other party took the initiative to attack, Chao Xing ordered go. Kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, Assam rushed over. Soon he came into contact with the 2 goblins. He swung his long sword and swept directly from bottom to top. Swish. However, the Frost Wolf swordsmanship that had been invincible before was like cutting into a block of ice, making a crisp sound of ding. -274. This damage seems not low. However, compared to Assam's attack power of more than 500, it was at least reduced by half. In other words, these 2 goblins that were like ice blocks had amazing defense. The 2 goblins also fought back immediately. They waved their claws and pounced forward. Bang! -231. -247. The huge force caused the Frost Wolf to retreat several steps in an instant. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing was surprised. Oh my god! So strong? At this moment, Assam found the right angle and slashed the long sword accurately. Puff! -315. -332. The 2 goblins were directly picked up by Assam. Having just become a leader-level creature, Assam is now terrifyingly strong. Even though the level of these 2 goblins was obviously much higher than his, Assam was not afraid. Swish! He swung the knight's long sword tightly. Every time the 2 goblins tried to attack the Frost Wolf under his feet, Assam would directly pick them up. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he directly ordered, go together. Kill these 2 goblins. Dabai was the first to let out a long howl. Moo! Then, it took a step with its heavy elephant hooves and rushed forward madly. Bang! Dubai flicked his nose and directly threw both goblins away, hitting them heavily on the walls on both sides. -512. -507. Two large damage numbers floated up. At the same time, Sarah and Andrew, and Rennie's next to them, all launched attacks. Sarah appeared behind a goblin like a ghost, and her shadow blade slashed across. Ding! -576. Obviously, Sarah's attack was also greatly weakened, but it still caused considerable damage. And this attack also completely angered the goblin. It quickly stood up from the ground, and then stretched out its frost-covered claws, and pounced towards Sarah. Swish! -156. -148. After two claw strikes, two damage numbers appeared above Sarah's head. Only over 300 damage was done. Seeing this, Chaoxing felt relieved. After multiple buffs, the damage Sarah received was also greatly reduced. At this moment, with other recruited creatures joining the battle, these two strange goblins could no longer cause any trouble. Even Brent Brimstone and Rennie's didn't have to take action. Chaoxing began to check the properties of the two goblins. Corrupted Goblin, level 18. Race, Goblin. HP, 3212/6740. Attack Power, 361 to 378. Skills, Corrupted Claws, swinging Corrupted Claws, causing 80% of attack power damage to the enemy twice, and adding 2 layers of ice corruption marks. Corrupted Shell, covered by corrupted ice, armor increases by 100 points, physical damage reduced by 10%. Talent, Alchemy. Note, this is a group of goblins guarding the palace. For some reason, they were eroded by ice corruption, losing their minds, but also gaining more powerful strength. Seeing the above introduction, Chaoxing's face showed a look of realization. I see. I was wondering why these goblins are so strong. It turns out that it's because of these curses. At this moment, the two goblins were surrounded by the crowd. Assam and Andrew continued to cause terrible damage to them. There were also two big boss-level creatures next to them. This battle would basically not have any suspense. Chaoxing also raised his staff and threw 3 ice cones. -74. -75. -77. 3 damage numbers floated up. For Chaoxing's attack power that had exceeded 200, the damage seemed very low. Chaoxing sighed. This corrupted shell skill is a bit abnormal. It directly increases armor by 100 points, which is comparable to the bonus of a full set of equipment. However, although Chaoxing's attack power is very low, the attack power of other recruited creatures is very considerable. Sarah cooperated with the forklift robot to deal with a corrupted goblin. Shadow Blade flashed continuously. -587. -571. -1129. One after another. Terrifying damage numbers floated up. After a while, the health of this corrupted goblin dropped below 1000. Sarah was also attacked 4 times, although the health did not drop much. The tricky thing was that a layer of light white frost appeared on the parts of Sarah's body that were attacked. Chaoxing checked Sarah's status. Status: 4 layers of corruption mark. When the corruption mark accumulates to 10 layers, the upper limit of life will be reduced by 10% until the corruption mark disappears. See the description of this corruption mark. Chaoxing pondered. It's a bit tricky. It actually reduces the upper limit of life by percentage. If we are besieged by a group of corrupted goblins, wouldn't it be possible to reduce the enemy's health to the minimum by simply stacking the ice corruption state? No wonder the system said that this is a high difficulty area. Just these 2 goblins at the door can wipe out many survivor teams. At this time, the Aurora Knight needs to appear. Chaoxing looked at Lu Mushua on the side and said, Mushua, remember to observe their status. If you see someone with more than 5 layers of corruption marks on his body, cast a purification spell on him. With Lu Mushua's current attributes improved, a purification spell can purify 3 layers of negative status. Moreover, the cooldown time of this basic skill is not long. Only 5 seconds CD. Lu Mushua held the shield and solemnly responded, Okay. I will. Axing. After that, she raised her sword and threw a ball of holy aurora at Sarah. At the same time, Rennie's next to her was also attacking the 2 goblins. She stood straight, like a standing pine tree, showing her perfect figure. The bowstring in her hand was slowly pulled open, and an arrow was shot out in an instant. Swish. The arrow hit. -372. This arrow hit the head of the corrupted goblin, causing critical damage. Swish. 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 The shaman also cast a totem skill, increasing the critical hit rate and hit rate of friendly creatures, with the siege of several powerful creatures. Soon, the health of the two corrupted goblins at the entrance had reached the bottom. Sarah slashed with a knife, and the last goblin fell. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed the corrupted goblin LV-18, gained 200 experience points. Combatants gained experience points, 100 points. Your territory member, Rennie's Hawkeye, killed the corrupted goblin LV-19, gained 220 experience points. Combatants gained experience points, 110 points. The battle took less than 30 seconds in total. Chao Xing was delighted. Although these goblins are difficult to deal with, they still give a lot of experience, which is comparable to killing a level 12 elite monster. Chao Xing glanced at his experience bar. Current level, 8th level 16%. Lu Mushua's level has also reached 4% of level 7. On the current ranking list, the two of them are still the first and second, far ahead. Very good, this way, we only need to wait until we all reach level 10, and with the rewards on the ranking list, we can directly advance. Not only that, there are also 2 recruitment scrolls, which can greatly enhance the strength of my territory. Chao Xing was full of expectations. But the more important thing at the moment is to explore this goblin treasure house. Then, Chao Xing came to the goblins, as usual, and began to explore the spoils. Get a large piece of dry food *1. Get the Book of Magic Medium *1. Get corrupted scales *7. Get primary element crystals *2. Chao Xing checked the properties of the 2 newly acquired materials as usual. Book of Magic Medium. Increase the spiritual attribute of friendly units by 2 points. Note, it cannot be used on lords. Corrupted scales. A kind of scales stained with the smell of corruption. It can be used to make some special equipment, or after collecting a certain amount. It can be handed over to the Dragon Research Society to get rich rewards. Is it related to dragons again? Chao Xing shook his head and put the 2 things away. Then he said, keep going. Along this brick and stone passage, the crowd continued to move forward for about 200 meters. Soon, they came to a wide space, which looked like a hall. Ancient stone pillars, and a black altar engraved with mysterious patterns in the middle of the hall. A group of corrupted goblins knelt in front of the altar, as if they were worshipping something. They were stiff, covered in frost, and seemed to have been in this position for a long time. Chao Xing took a quick look. There were more than 10 goblins here. Among them, he also saw a strong goblin wearing armor and holding a black hammer. He took a look at their attributes. Corrupted Goblin, level 19. Race, Goblin. HP, 6840/6840. Attack power, 377 to 384. Armor, 137 to 154, extra plus 100. Skills, Corrupted Claw, Corrupted Shell. Corrupted Goblin Warrior, level 20. Race, Goblin. Level, 2nd tier elite creature. HP, 10760/10760. Attack power, 554 to 571. Armor, 215 to 243, additional plus 100. Skills, Hammer, delivers a heavy blow to the enemy, causing 150% of the attack power as damage, and stuns the enemy for 2 seconds. Enrage, receives 10 attacks. After that, puts itself into the enraged state, increases attack speed by 20%, Earth Shatter, swings the hammer hard, causes 80% of attack damage to nearby enemies within 5 meters, adds 1 layer of corruption mark, primary corruption shell, armor plus 100. Talent, Alchemy. Wow, an elite monster with 4 skills, and a corruption shell. Obviously, with more than 300 armors, this guy's defense is absolutely terrifyingly strong. In addition, there are 11 ordinary goblins nearby. The goblins here are quite powerful. They can easily destroy a team of 100 survivors. Chao Xing did not rush over immediately, but continued to look for something in the hall. Behind the goblins, Chao Xing seemed to see a row of treasure chests. There were 4 treasure chests in total. 2 silver treasure chests, and 2 bronze treasure chests. It's really a goblin treasure house. So many treasure chests appeared at once. What made Chao Xing more concerned was the black altar. It seemed to be inlaid with several shining gems,